Yo, James, you online, bro? Let me see if the homie James is on. I'm not gonna lie, I need my boy. Damn, Ray losing 12-0? That's crazy. Yo, I did. I got the butt plug. Shit is ass. My night market is ass, bro. I'm not gonna even cap to. Yo, get on so we can play. This shit was horrendous. Hold on, give me 1 second. Oh, that's right. Today is the championship day, right? I'm not gonna lie, the plastic's looking kind of crispy. I got 20. Is that enough to upgrade the... Oh shit, I got Sentinels of Light. I ain't gonna lie, bro. This gun is maxed out. When did this get maxed out? Nah, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do light and dark. Wait, when is finals? Here we go. Do you know when is finals? The 16th. Yo, what happened to my Jet Knight, bro? Bro, I was an idiot. I was definitely an idiot when I did this shit, bro. I ain't gonna lie, let me take a look at my night market. I know I have this as a, Yo, $24 is a lot of fucking money. You really think about it. Store, agents, accessories. 45. I have enough for this shit. And I have enough for the Tetris. I should just wait the 5 hours. This calling card look fire though, I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, that calling card look fire. I'm not gonna even lie to you. Niggas got desperate and started selling me. Oh, it's the 20th. Oh, okay. What the fuck is this? The fuck is this a nematode shit doing? Ownership favorites. Oh no. I do not own that. Damn, I don't got the money one. That's crazy. Yo, so many good ones have came out. Oh my God. Hold on, because I know I have. Yo, where the fuck is he? What gun do I don't have? Oh, I gotta look at my Phantom skins real quick. I'm gonna use this Judge skin. I don't have a lot of Judge skins. Oh, shit. Hold on, that's clean. That's clean. Hold on, Sheriff skins. I'm not gonna lie, something about this black one is it just hit different lately. just the 20th. It's not far from here. Yeah, I feel like every girl got an OnlyFans. Every girl got an OnlyFans, and if they don't got an OnlyFans, they got an OnlyFans, my nigga. If they don't have an OnlyFans, they have a Patreon. If they don't have a premium, if they don't have a Snapchat, they got the premium Snapchat. Like, yo, these hoes is wildin'. All right, let me go get these dogs. This song is not good.
Think you can keep up? Who am I kidding? You know you can't keep up. No charges left.
Damn.
90 Reyna. She's beating.
Bro, how y'all missing that?
One enemy remaining.
Good shit, all good shit.
I'm not gonna lie, she
Mess
sound
up
like
that
you.
pretty face, Phoenix.
10K? Damn, that's crazy. Yeah. Okay. I've been liking this girl for a while now, bro. Like.
Let's go.
fuck out of here, bro.
Down. Spike down B.
Bro, just take out your.
She's coming from flank. Yeah, right there.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
My bad, yo. So
I'm gonna fix her ass. I'm gonna fix her ass. They call me Korean Jet.
Even fight? That's fun. Blocking sight.
40 jet.
Enemy spotted A. Reloading. Getting sight. Last player standing. Spike
To the
down
left, Jet.
Bijstof, zink, skrrr, doe maar dan. Ja?
No, just go through mid. We could just go through mid.
Here. I'll find their cipher. Blocking sight. Our spike carrier is killed.
66 on jet.
I got the spike. No charges left.
Last player standing.
Bro, what?
Spike down mid.
Yo, he's supposed to trade with the homies, bro. What the fuck?
I have the spike.
Bro. What is this?
Dude, what the flip?
I got your backs. Just, you know, from the front.
Bro, who already put up the forfeit?
I declined that, bro.
It was probably the jet.
Oh god, question mark.
Someone's beat.
Spike down mid. Cutting their vision. I have the spike. Enemy spotted B. One enemy remaining.
Yo, are you gonna get the trade or are you just gonna stand there?
Bro, I was concussed too.
Good shit, yo. Good shit.
I'm like, what the fuck?
I hate to say it, but probably best to play as a team.
Let me get Spike. I can
Uh,
ult on the
what's
site.
plan? This is gonna be fun.
I'll handle this.
Jet and Cypher right here. Phoenix as well.
Our spike carrier is killed.
Spike down A.
This motherfucker really just followed me all the way to backside. Weird as hell.
Blocking sight.
Joke's
Blocking
over.
sight.
You're dead.
Last player standing.
Hit your shots.
This is crazy. It feels like we've been doing this forever. Anyone else feel like that? Just me? Okay. Reloading.
Our spike carrier is killed.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
I cannot. I'm literally getting pinched from 3 different angles, bro.
Jet, what? Where are you, man?
No charges left. Get out of my way!
I'll pick them apart. You clean up whatever's left.
Yo, sad boy, what's good, my boy? What's good, man? I don't even want to play with this team. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
I say we go mid to B. A is not working.
What's good, sad boy? How you doing, bro?
Blocking sight.
Who gave the spike to Jet?
Spike drop.
What? What?
I have the spike.
What's this?
Spike down mid.
Here. Be faster.
seconds left.
Get the op.
You can't shoot at the wall to kill him. You know that, right?
They're just batteries. I need a recharge.
Work him on the mic there.
Yo, trolling is fun, man. Your name sounds familiar, but enlighten me. Who are you?
Excuse me? Jet, Neon's over there too.
Last player standing.
Yeah, why are you so far away, man? Alrighty.
Pick something nice to kill them with. It's the least we can do.
What Lee? I know a lot of Lees. What Lee are you? Rock Lee?
Blocking sight.
Cutting their vision.
What?
Damn, bro, hit your shots.
That was the luckiest headshot I ever seen. He hit me with a headshot in the air.
Spike down A.
Your shots.
My ult. Enemy spot. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Spike down A.
You do a fake TP.
30 seconds left.
Spike planted. Shadows traveling.
You should look around. Be on top. Oh, he's up top. He's above you. He's, yeah. You're right. And 3 times.
Clutch.
Wait, what Lee, bro? What Lee? You have me on Facebook? Yeah, I would still have more than this bum ass Phoenix. I don't want them coming with me.
Someone's mid. Come on, let's go! Watch your eyes!
One enemy remaining.
Think you can kill me?
Last round in the half.
Spend your money now. Let's go back to hell.
Yo, what Lee is it?
Watching here.
The bitch hit me in the
Get out of
head
my
with
way.
5 shots. What?
Cover going out. Cover going out. Planted.
Reloading.
Joke's over. You're dead.
No chance.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
You can't get it.
Yeah, roll in. We can't get it now.
Only wanted the kill, bet.
Oh, I guess it's the last round. Yeah.
Switching sides.
This place is nice, but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
Stop playing with this other man.
Jet just wants out of this game.
Bro.
They're right. They're like hard rushing.
Spike planted.
Stay down. Nailed them.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Last player standing.
Oh! No!
I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do. Let's fly.
Reloading.
Blocking sight.
Hard eight.
Time to jump.
Phoenix, why do you only have 3 kills, bro?
Ever.
What's up with you?
Cause I'm new.
Damn, crazy.
Second every game.
So hit your shots.
Only won me in Fortnite, bro.
It's a trash game.
Really trash team.
Blocking sight.
Spike planted.
Reload him. Careful now.
Last player standing.
Oh my god.
It's okay, man. We're here for you.
The dimensional fabric here is thin. I'll tear through.
Blocking sight.
Joke's over. You're dead.
My ult. One enemy remaining.
What?
It's okay, man.
You want me serious? You got it.
I'll handle this.
They're all coming from the link.
Get out of my way.
Last player standing.
I'm
Spike
done with this
planted.
bullshit.
I know exactly where you are.
Eyes down. Blocking sight.
Nice try, man.
Race into the spike sites.
Maravilhas tecnológicas internas aqui a 15 minutos. Agradecemos a atenção.
I can't get behind the box, but
Last player standing. Match point. They don't have a single life worth saving.
Stay safe.
Joke's over! You're dead!
The hunt begins.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
I don't know what to do.
Come on, let's go!
Attackers win.
It's like a penis.
I don't know why my game does that. Yo, what Lee is this? I would like to know.
Match found. Match found.
fuck sober?
I'll fight anybody. I'll fight everybody.
Yeah, if as many times as I want to talk to the hoes, I ain't gonna lie. Like, nah, I ordered some Chinese food, nigga.
My reflection is here. Do me a favor, cariño. Kill her.
Cutting through.
Going C.
On my way.
Deep.
Reloading. Reloading.
Out of charges. Here.
Enemy spotted B. Satchel out.
One enemy remaining.
I'm out of here. Reloading.
Hold her ass in there. Just keep on shooting. Keep on shooting.
Flawless.
Keep after them.
Yes.
Decoy. Time to jump. Our spike carrier is dead.
Spike down A.
Fake teleport.
Last player standing.
You're done.
One enemy remaining.
Cutting through. Fake teleport. I got the spike.
Thirty seconds left.
Anyone else think they can kill a god?
Look your enemy in the eye. It
Yo,
helps.
my girl is kind of snappy.
Go, go, go.
No. Buy shotgun, bro.
Cutting their vision.
Out of charges. Time to jump. Fake teleport.
Go, go.
Time to jump.
Reloading.
Fake teleport.
Go back to A. Go back to A. Go back to A. Go back to A.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
This the troll game, I'm not gonna lie.
Love it when they make it easy. Good work. Go, go, go.
Yo, my food said be here in like 20 minutes. Where the fuck is my food? Yo, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Oh.
Enemy A. Take this.
Cutting through.
Spike down B.
Go, nobody's there, go. Rotate back.
Cutting through. Fake teleport.
Enemy A. Go, go, go.
Let's rotate. Yeah. Take out your gun. Oh, good shit. Yo, Reina, good shit. Yo, can I get that purple gun, bro?
Gotta go. We get a pick. We move in. Got it?
Can I get that purple gun, Reina?
I'm out of here.
Yo, thank you, bro. Thank you.
Time to jump. Fake teleport.
They're dead.
Time to jump.
Gotta go.
Here.
Still inside.
Last player standing.
They don't have time. Do they have time? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. Like, you ever have those like girls that like every time you like look at them, they just come all in your face like, oh my god, like you're not the one for me, and you're doing this and that and this. Like, shut the fuck up, bitch. Like, word, like, hey, yo, bitch, like, give me fucking motion or some shit, bro.
Decoy. Double's dead. My ult's ready. I'll handle this.
I've got your trail.
Cutting through. I'm back. Out of charges.
One enemy remaining.
Portal closed. Time to jump. Fake teleport.
Gotta go.
Gun here. That your
Yo,
release fist
what the
all
fuck
time.
am I
Honestly,
doing, G?
Go, go, go.
Nah, bro, nah. Let me listen to music.
The world is online.
Yeah, here I am, doing this again. I know it's fucked up, but Shawty got me tweaking all again. I think it's fucked up. Shawty never escaping my head. I made a promise to myself I'll never fall in love again. Shawty got me tripping over thinking about you, cause make me feel at home, so I be so attached to you. So I'm afraid that this go in and you'll find someone new, because I can't lose my heart again, lose my heart again. And I've been overthinking about a lot now. I think it'd be better if we slow down. I've been getting too used to the fast life, and baby, you didn't tell me how to slow down. And you know that I want you now, baby, I don't wanna wait. And I need you to help me out, baby, I need you to stay. I promise that your love don't stress me out, baby, I need you to stay. And I need you to help me out, baby, I need you to wait. Lately I've been counting on my sorrows and drink from these bottles to feel away. This feelings is so pill to swallow, so I go full throttle to get away. I know you tripping over nothing, so let me explain. I had to jump in at this function with my son play. Love story want me cuffing, so I pump her brakes. I pull up on her like it's nothing, I take his face. And I've been overthinking about a lot now. I think it'd be better if we slow down. I've been getting can't leave my house. Wait, lust in my veins. Sometimes I'm stuck in my ways. Baby girl, I know things aren't the same. We just gotta get used to this change. Starting to feel like I'm blessed with a curse now. Don't care about that bridge, light it up, watch it burn down. Wouldn't catch me in a hearse on my worst down. Been through a lot of hurt like the earth when I come down. Little bitch, yeah, I'm shining like lightning. I've been doing fine, getting blind by my timepiece. Inject your love in my IV. When I go to sleep, I still see you beside me. Try to bind our souls, wait. When will I let go? Wait, I control my own fate. Did this for my own sake. Try to bind our souls, wait. When will I let go? Wait, I control my own fate. Did this for my own sake. You can't leave me now, wait. You complete me now, yeah. No, my end's my house. Now I can't leave my house, wait. You can't leave me now, wait. You complete me now, yeah. No, my end's my house. Now I can't leave my house.
I'm gonna make this. Yo, Jay, you could throw a smoke.
Cutting through.
What was that?
You could throw a smoke for me on A short, real quick.
Don't know what to think, I'm in my head again. If you keep trying to play my heart, girl, you gon' meet your end. I never thought I'd be this hurt, I'm trying to make amends. And I can't talk about my feelings, where would I begin? Man, my grunt too real, we be going out. They like count it, don't forget me when you blowing up. How could I forget, y'all the ones that's showing up. How could I forget, cause y'all the ones that's showing love. Found my heart and she broke it down. 6 feet underground.
That was a TikTok. That was a TikTok.
She the only thing that made me smile. Swear I love it when she around, got her in my arms. Know she love it when she with me, she fell into my charm. Feel the magic that's in the air, we gazing at the stars. We a psychedelic drug, trying to remember who we are. She telling me we should stop. Feel like I'm trapped inside a bar.
He's coming to you, he's coming to you.
I'm about to drop. Goddamn, it's the pain that I'm used to. And I told myself that I wouldn't use you. Burying high my emotions, the usual. I'm the result of what mental abuse do. Don't know what to think, I'm in my head again. You keep trying to play my heart, girl, you gon' meet your end. I never thought I'd be this hurt, I'm trying to make amends. And I can't talk about my feelings, where would I begin? Man, my grunt too real, we be going out. They like, don't forget me when you blowing up. How could I forget, y'all the ones that's showing up.
Yo, Jack, do that same play.
Okay.
Hurry up. Come.
Okay.
Hurry up.
Out of charges. Sky kill.
Yeah, I got it.
Cutting through.
Last player standing.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Oh, that's a voice changer.
Last round before
Hold on. Oh, my order is here?
But you're using like random audios.
Drop.
I'll cut Who's next?
Bro, they forgot my fork again. Bro, like...
Do I have my voice changer on? Yes, you do.
My house is ready. They want more of me? Fine. Equal. Cutting through.
There A. 78 on your roof.
Time to jump.
Down A. One enemy remaining.
Yo, I'm sorry, we didn't do the 13-0, bro. They fucked us up, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I would like a follow from all of y'all. Y'all all amazing people.
You got a nice stream.
Thank you. Damn, she said I got a big...
Time to jump. Here.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
GG. Good game.
Yeah, I can't believe I really got that. Yo, my hero kind of busted. My hero is kind of busted. I'm not gonna lie. Yo, man, thank you for the follow, man. Bean, thank you for the follow. Mr. Good. I fucks with it. Yo, hold on. I gotta go get my cat. Oh my god. Hold on. Shit is meowing. Give me a minute. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not going to lie. I'm about to watch the Pokemon while I eat. I'm not gonna lie to you. Just real quick. Because Pokemon is going on right now and the boy's supposed to be there.
We are just getting ready, just getting our players set up to get into round one here. And we'll be right in with all the action very, very soon to kick off the World Championships. And we have got a cracking match for us to kick off with today.
Yes, we certainly have. We'll be able to talk about them very, very shortly. But I think round one really sets the tone.
Oh yeah.
It definitely sets the tone for how the event is going to go, how players are going to be adapting and really trying to, stick their toes straight away out of the blocks for this World Championship.
Yeah, get those nerves out of the way, because I think regardless of what you've accomplished in the past or what you've done, I think there's always going to be that little niggle about some nerves coming into the first game. And once you kind of got through the first little bit of a match, you wash them away and you're ready, like you said, to put your stamp on the and kind of progress into the game and really show the world what you do.
How the team building has gone. We talked a little bit about
I ain't gonna lie.
that we might see.
I ain't gonna lie, chat.
Yeah. And I think with terrestrialization,
Bro, look at my boy Gastrodon, bro.
You don't need to actually be, a water type Pokemon because you can turn into one or a grass type Pokemon. So you have so much flexibility about how you as the trainer want to define that fire, water, grass core. And it's so integral. It's been on so many, award-winning teams, and making sure that you have that core that gives you that flexibility. Pivot Pokemon in,
like, I forgot VGC finals was, I think it's on Sunday, like Saturday night.
In general, I think the ability to kind of pick maybe your strongest Pokemon and did the job for you, but kind of ignore a little bit of an aspect of the kind of the type synergies that you need within your team, because you can adapt that within your team building. You can turn Fluttermane into a water type, and then you've got your water coverage there. And you can even go as far as to say, well, if I can always maybe make just Terrablast.
Like, that nigga needs to shut up. Start the match.
On top of that, to give you the coverage that you need for that core on an offensive and a defensive kind of level.
Well, we said round one sets the tone, and we have got an epic match for you. It is a showdown against two previous world champions, Arashi Omarty versus Naoto Mitsubishi.
Incredible way for us to kick off, because we've got the 2013 world champion Arashi Omarty going up against Naoto, who is the 2019 world champion. Two world champions, like you said.
Colin Hire, Ashton Cox.
First match.
Damn.
We've got some great matches going into round one. Key matches to keep an eye out for as well.
Yeah, some brilliant players to focus on here. That top screen match, though, I am so excited. As soon as we saw it on the pairings, we need to see these two world champions. Like we said earlier, Arash won this tournament 10 years ago, a decade in the making for him to try and get that #2 world champion title. Naoto as well, winning in 2019, was knocked off that spot by Eduardo Cunha last year, so wants to get that redemption and come back and win that title for the second time.
Yeah, especially because it's in his home country as well. He's not had the travel like a lot of the other players, but there is the real importance for him to kind of take this title back if he can, and obviously showing before what a very accomplished player he is, to come in and take it for his region.
Exactly, and again, players like Ashton Cox, really innovative team builders, someone to keep your eye on as well. I really want to know what Ashton is running. Maybe we'll be able to feature him a little bit later on as well and see what interesting Pokemon developments he's got. Because I think coming into a new format that's incredibly fresh without having that meta development, the Pokemon trainers who were able to really see a niche in a Pokemon might be able to excel, particularly in day one, and catch players us off guard.
Yeah, in particular going up against Ryosuke in this round one, a really tough opponent, but a great match as well to kind of keep an eye on and see the result of that one. But you know, I think looking at the players here, you've got Colin from the North America region and going up against Nils from the European region. There's an array of players already kind of battling it out for their own region respectively going into this round one. And that's only going to continue as you get deeper into the tournament this weekend.
Exactly, and something we haven't talked about yet is the fact that this is the first World Championships for video game with open team sheets.
Yes.
And that's been a whole new phenomenon that players have had to adapt with since January in this season. You know, for the first time ever, it's normally been
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, we're watching
thing where you've got your teams
Pokemon
and you want to
live.
keep
I'm not
secret
gonna
and
lie.
you want to not reveal too much information, but it's all out there for your
With
opponents
your boy
to have.
kicking
You're
with a
able to
watch
remove the
party,
abilities, the
drink a
items,
little bit,
and I think that's a really
side bet a little
interesting
bit.
type of way to approach the game.
Pokemon
Yeah,
World is
I
hype
think,
in
you know,
Japan,
the
so
one thing when
come
you had
out.
closed team sheets
Twitch
was that
Fest,
always that
just serving
first game
12.
put a little bit extra pressure on you as a player because you had that information gathering process. You kind of had to find out what your opponent was using, what the items were if you could, and try and play a bit more conservatively. But like you say, now with open team sheets, you've got access to all of this information, and you can kind of go in a little bit easier into the match and figure out your game plans and think about what combinations of Pokemon are going to better suit going up against your opponent. So it makes it a lot easier, but again, your opponent's got the same access to all of that information as well. So it does make it a little bit more difficult to kind of approach, you know, when you haven't got those surprise factors that you maybe once had to rely on. That's why I think we see a lot more consistently built teams, solid Pokemon choices, rather than those kind of outlandish picks that could be real surprises and catch your opponent off. You don't get that in this format anymore with open team sheets.
And the Terra types, I think, a really important thing to notice on a team sheet as well, particularly with Pokemon like Chi and Pao, is that they're often running that Ghost Terra type, so that they can avoid the fake out that will break the inevitable focus sash that it will be running. And I think that's a really nice thing that you get to see, you know, is it going to go for that Ghost Terra type or not? Are you going to risk the fake out? And then at the same time, if you're that player with that Ghost Terra type on Chi and Pao, do you want to really use your Terra on that Pokemon? Is there another Pokemon that would benefit more from it? And it's about really calculating when and when not to use your terrestrialization. We've seen it previously with things like the Z moves, with Dynamax in the previous year's format as well. And it's exactly the same concept. When is the right time to go for that terrestrialization and the right Pokemon?
Exactly, and I think you can't really go too early with your terrestrialization, because I think a lot of the time you want to try and preserve it to as late into the game as possible to kind of really have the impact that it would have. I mean, like you say, there are situations where maybe to catch out a fake out, where if you've got that ghost terrestrialization, you can go for it, but then that's where the mind games come into it. And I think in a lot of situations, players that are coming up against that take the safer option and probably don't go for the fake out. And now you as a player, knowing that they're probably not going to go for that, you can take advantage of that and just go straight out and think, I don't even need to go for a safer play here. I can go out on the offensive and kind of take an early advantage there. But like I say, it's the mind games, and which player can kind of overcome those mind games and take advantage of those situations is the one that's going to progress on more likely in the match.
And particularly in a best of 3 format, because it's not only one game you've got to contend with, you've got to win a best of 3 set. So sometimes the way that you play out maybe one game will then completely adapt into game 2. Your opponent will be able to adjust, because something we talked about in previous events as well is that it's not just the Pokemon you play against, it's the player. So it's making sure that as well you're really thinking, does this player like hyper offense? Are they a risk taker? And really analyzing not only how the Pokemon are playing, but how your opponent is actually navigating them. And that can be a really key thing in order to get the victory, because you might look at Pokemon and be like, what's a very standard way to play it? Then if they're playing it in a slightly different way, maybe taking a few more risks, maybe, you know, making those calls or predictions really well, rotating Pokemon in and out, then that's something you have to adapt to as well and try and predict. And matches have been won or lost on predictions or over predictions.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point you make, and it's not something that we generally talk too much on the desk about, but the intuition of players in the heat of a match is what really sets a lot of the kind of the top caliber players apart from the rest of the field. And having the ability to kind of think on the fly and react and keep everything in mind that has transpired in the match so far, and then implement that as you're going forward within the match to get the advantage and maybe kind of overcome some of the problems that you almost face on just looking at a team sheet that you might not otherwise face.
Yes, exactly. It's really about your play style as well, and that's why we sometimes see teams floating around that are really popular, but not everyone can play them very successfully because it may not suit the way that you play the game, or that intuition like you spoke of. It's not something I think you can necessarily teach a lot of the time. It's an instinct that you have. And sometimes picking up a team that, yes, someone else is able to pilot really, really well doesn't necessarily mean that you'd be able to do the same kind of thing. So it's really about trying different teams, seeing what works for you, picking Gastrodon because Gastrodon works for everybody. It's a universal Pokemon. And I think it's really important to make sure that, particularly coming into this tournament, when you have that debate of, are you going for what you think is the meta pick or the comfort pick? Sometimes the comfort pick, for me personally, is the one that should be chosen.
I think a lot as well this season, a lot of results from some of the players that we've featured already today and the ones to watch have showed that the comfort picks are more or less the Pokemon to always go with, you know, things that you're comfortable with. Pokemon that you know how they operate on a field, how they interact within a battle in certain situations, and how they can support your partnering Pokemon in a way to allow you to kind of start momentum building, because that's what you want to do in a match. You want to momentum build, you want to get your board positions out, and you really want to overwhelm your opponent. And having the Pokemon that you've got that like comfortability with, or you're comfortable with.
No, it's a new word, comfortability.
Comfortability.
It's a thing.
There we go.
Check it in the dictionary, or don't. Either way, it's a word. Gastrodon proved. Okay, comfortability with a Gastrodon.
But yeah, like you're comfortable with, I think that it gives you, it relaxes you as a player, I think, in those situations, and you're not kind of panicking about what to do. You know how this Pokemon interacts. You know what it can do. You just need to get it in the right position, and especially if you've got the right switches as well around you with the synergy that you've got nicely. I think it just makes you as a player just that step better than you would have been without that kind of familiarity. I can't even say it.
I can't say it now either.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, with things that are similar or familiar.
Yes,
There we
familiar.
go. There we go. I mean, that's where you see players use cores very consistently. For example, Alex Soto with that hard Trick Room team. And, you know, just sticking with that Trick Room mode, yes, when you come up against a hard Trick Room team, you will most likely have prepped against it. You will have a strategy because it is a very viable option out there on the grounds. But I think sticking with something that you really know inherently, you know exactly how to change things up, how to maybe have different leads and flexibility against different things, showed why Alex Soto was so successful with that hard Trick Room team.
Yo, Snowball.
I wonder if he's picked it back up again for the World Championships.
I'm streaming,
For example, often running Perish
Pokemon.
Trap.
You gonna watch this shit with me,
using
bro.
that Perish song and using a Pokemon
Word.
with Shadow
Are
Tag.
you streaming
The
Worlds?
opponent
Hell
will
yeah,
so
I'm
that they are
streaming
stuck
Worlds.
listening to that
Fuck
Perish song,
yeah, I'm
which means
finna
they
watch
will
TCG
faint after
too.
returns. I think it's a really interesting team.
Honestly, we're finna get like,
had to have experience and practice.
we're gonna get Wolf Glick and Paul Chua round one, and I can just would not be fucking asked to watch that.
And mechanic to use
You know,
in this format.
like,
Nah,
that
well,
sounds boring as
you saw
hell.
the controversy with
You've
Wolf.
got a lot of ghost type Pokemon that aren't,
Yeah.
you know,
I mean, oh, wait, Slim is actually streaming it.
Yes, and you could Terra Ghost.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that makes it a little
Fuck
bit more difficult for our players, but I think the open team sheets make
Fuck
it a
that
little
nigga.
bit easier with full Perish Trap
You
players.
said fuck Slim?
Yeah, bro.
The Pokemon that could be
What's
more
Slim do?
problematic for that
None.
particular
You don't
strategy.
add me to the
So
call.
maybe Plan B, where you've got the Perish Trap back in reserve.
Oh, they're already
You've got
playing
really big
TCG.
threats.
It's already
You
started.
can adapt your play style very.
What the hell?
There's a lot of transitions with Perish Trap teams, at least the successful ones that we've seen this season. I love that you've mentioned that.
Y'all got the
because it's
Sriracha.
really good. I think there's a particular call that we have seen played a little bit in the format so far, featuring Glamora as well, a Pokemon that we've seen earlier on in the season that we could maybe see come into this format this weekend and do well. You know,
Nigga,
Don
Gamora's
Juan
not
did
making no
well in
appearance
that
this weekend.
particular build that we could see kind of have a bit of a splash this weekend.
And I'm glad you
I ain't gonna lie,
mentioned
Lulu
about
looking-
Super Rain teams. And
Bro, I
think
hope
there's been
Brady
a
and Wolf
thing that
pull
we've
up with
seen
the
time
same
and time
team
again,
and
but
they
Red is
play each
certainly
other
not
and
something
Wolf
that's been
gets his
as
shit
dominant of
kicked
late.
in.
You know, we're seeing
Word.
Rain teams possibly with, you know,
Just
Caliper
fuel
coming
the
into
drama.
fray,
I'm about to-
being able
I'm about to make a
focus
tweet
on that
like,
fast
yo.
vision with that Swift Swim ability, boosting up its speed, but it's
They don't
really
want me
been
to
more
make a
about
tweet.
Sun. I think so far in this season, you know,
Yeah.
having that Torkoal with a Pokemon that's able to, you know, benefit with the chlorophyll ability, I think it's been really, really interesting to see.
It's weird, right? Because throughout the season we've seen success from Pelipper,
Yeah.
with Gavin Michaels having great success with it throughout the season, and other
And
players as
Palafin.
well, Palafin. And then we've also just recently seen Joseph Ugarte pilot the Torkoal and the Sun side of things. So both of the respective weathers have really had big impacts throughout the season. And I'm pleased you mentioned Rain in particular, because I think Pelipper would have been one of the Pokemon that I would have
Rain is winning Worlds.
the predictions in particular. If I had another slot available, I do think it can have a really good
you say?
impact this
Rain is
weekend
winning
with
Worlds.
the ability to just bring the Rain to the field. and then set up things
oh
like
no.
Basculegion as well, which
telling you,
is
nigga.
such a behemoth once it gets in that.
Reina's
that
definitely
environment
winning
that
worlds.
comes with the Swift Swim ability, and it's just going to outspeed everything.
Maybe.
It's so hard, you know, with the access.
I don't know. I think it's gonna be
a
like.
really unique typing of Ghost and Water as well, which we haven't
Yeah,
seen.
I don't
really
know.
much. I think just an incredible.
This format
Pokemon.
just fucking
A
sucks.
very big threat coming into this weekend, of course, but I think the one thing that you can look at as well on the other side of it for the Sun teams, you now have the Landorus, sorry, not the Landorus, you have the Genie Pokemon with Pranks, that you have Tornadus and
Nigga, you said it right. Lando, bro. Lando.
relying on to kind of
That's Frito now,
not
bro.
only activate the photosynthesis ability on those Paradox Pokemon, but also disrupt opposing strategies from opponents.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's why
Damn.
Tornadus is so high up on the usage stats.
TCG stream just crashed. What the
Not
fuck?
only things like Tailwind, but you've got things like the Sunny Day, Rain Dance as well. It has a lot of flexibility.
Yeah.
And I'm glad you mentioned as well the Sunny Day, the sun in general for photosynthesis for those Paradox Pokemon that are going to be able to
Yo, what the
benefit from it,
fuck?
because being able to get the special attack boost or a speed boost from that ability activation, I think can really swing momentum in a match, particularly on Pokemon like Fluttermane. We often see it running that booster energy in order to activate its photosynthesis when it comes into the battle. But if you've got a Pokemon that can set it up for free with the sun, then that frees up Fluttermane to go for a different item, something like a Choice Specs maybe. We've seen a couple of times to deal out even more devastation.
Yeah, the prospect of that is very scary to think of. And you know, the other thing as well is you have to look at these really kind of obscure odd picks of chlorophyll users as well that have success a lot in these Sun teams. You know, we had Joseph using the Jumpluff to great success. Not a very common pick, but really effective in his team building for that situation. You've got Hisuian Lilligant now that has a brand new, we've not really seen much of it at all.
It's
but
so
it does
speedy though.
gets
Very
that chlorophyll
speedy.
ability as well, and it's a very hard hitter, obviously, with that fighting type that it's newly acquired. So there are some Pokemon on the kind of the fringes of the format that you could see maybe coming in this weekend with the right support, like you say, with that Sunny Day, or you know, in other cases like the Basculegion with the Rain Dance support.
And going back to Trick Room teams, I think the new face of Ursaluna has
Yes.
been so dominant in Trick Room, having fantastic synergy with the fact that it's got guts, and you know, in more ways than one, it's got guts in terms of its ability, so it's going to be able to get an attack boost if it is hit with a status affliction. So if you're holding something like the Flame Orb, you give yourself that burn, and then you go for something like Facade that deals more damage if you have a status affliction. It's absolutely crazy how much damage it can deal with that, particularly if you throw a Terra Normal on there as well for good measure.
I think the thing with Ursaluna as well is, like, it's with the Cresselia, which is normally its common kind of partnering Pokemon, it's just finding that consistent level that core needs. I mean, we've seen the very first caster battle with Adam and Joel. Joel piloting an Ursaluna team in that, and it's such a strong Pokemon if it's in the right situation. So it's not something to underestimate. But with that Guts ability as well, obviously holding the Flame Orb, in most situations it does get that self-burn. So it gives you complete immunity to other status conditions. So it can
Let me get some water.
situation where you don't need to worry about a Moongus so much, because in a lot of situations you set the Trick Room up and Moongus just comes onto the field and ruins your day because it just spores you, or there's a number of other things that it can do. But with Ursaluna in that situation where it can come in and get burned and not have to worry about the sleep so much, and has access to things like Earthquake that are going to be powered up through the Guts ability, makes it very, very hard to kind of keep in control.
It definitely does. I don't know if Joe meant to start a trend with that Ursaluna and the Weird Deer. You can't forget the Weird Deer on that team.
Yes.
You know, definitely the first moment or glimpse that we got of Regulation D was that fantastic team. So Ursaluna may have started and may end Regulation D at the World Championships as the winner. Who knows?
I think it's a strong enough Pokemon for sure to take the World Championships. I really do. I think it's got the defensive capabilities. It's got definitely the offensive capabilities to really cut through a lot of teams. It's just getting the balance right with the Pokemon that you pick around it. And I think the Terra type is quite key on it. You know, you see a lot of players, like you've mentioned, relying on that normal terrestrialization. Can give you an increased power boost, but you do have other options outside of that where it can be
good.
a bit more of a defensive choice. I think the Terra Ghost in particular is going to be something really kind of key for Ursaluna, maybe to perform to that next level in a field full of Pokemon that do threaten it. You know, like we've got a lot of fighting threats in
Iron
this format.
Hands as well can hit hard.
Yeah.
And all the Urshifus with close combat can hit hard. So
yeah, they're all Pokemon that really give Ursaluna a hard time, even in a Trick Room situation, particularly Iron Hands. So giving yourself the immunity to that, I think can be maybe the advantage that players can look at, and I'm sure players have probably looked at that in the road coming to the World Championships this weekend.
The anticipation has been building, and our players are seated at the stage. So let's head over there, and we can start kicking off round one. Don't forget, this is a showdown between two previous world champions, Arash and Naoto.
Yeah, and incredibly exciting to go in with two similar World Championships to kick off the 2023 World Championships here in Yokohama. Incredible. World players are going to be kind of going up against it, wanting to prove a point, I think, because they are, you know, which one comes out on top? Who's the better world champion?
That's going to be the question, and I'm really interested to see if Arash is going to be able to try and get it a decade later. I just love the storyline that we're trying to maybe potentially manifest in here. You can see Arash on your screen right now, looking calm, cool, and collected and focused, ready for this match. We can talk you through the teams a little bit as well. Let's start with Arash, as he's currently on our screen, running a very interesting team with Fluttermane, Urshifu,
Yeah, we're having a watch party.
Iron Hands, Chien Pao, and Landorus Therian.
What's good? Asians, what's good?
Yeah, baby.
Chillin', I've been screaming for like 12 hours.
Taking that from previous formats.
Are you still live?
Holy
shit, bro.
You're live in call?
Yeah, nigga.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, this Asian goon right here, bro. Yo, my son got the crimson chin, my boy. Crimson chin.
Chien Pao as well, another Pokemon.
My son looked like he been chewing gum for a decade, the same gum.
Power on these big physical
same piece. That's what Naoto looks like? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, my son Naoto look.
Very interesting Terra type with the
Damn, Irving, why you got ads on your... Why the fuck do I have 4 ads?
Yeah, a couple of Pokemon here are really interesting.
I ain't watching no bitch-ass Irving stream.
Dude, that's Twitch for you, bro. Twitch sucks now.
You make any money, Irving?
One of the things it's got now that it didn't have access to before is Swords Dance. It already hits really hard, something like Surging Strike's getting those guaranteed 3 critical hits, but
that's only good.
The word. You start stripping and shit.
Word, start doing the helicopter.
We're moving to Rumble, you and me.
If that's going to come into play in this match.
Especially when it's supported with the Amoonguss as well, to potentially give it the room, or even the Iron Hands.
Gonna get a bitch in Rumble on Rumble, if you know what I'm saying.
Yo, why they playing the same team?
And the water type that it's got there, increasing its damage even
Whoopee!
really becomes a big scary threat very quickly. But we can look at Naoto's team as well on the other side of the field.
I'm gonna fucking kill you.
Arash, and he will be running Iron Hands, Fluttermane, Urshifu, the Rapid Strike version, Landorus Therian form, Amoonguss, and Chi.
They actually have
a few familiar faces across the teams here in a potential mirror, but I think the really interesting thing again is that addition of the Chi. You've got
they got the Alex Pokemon switched out. That's the only difference.
There's one dark and one not.
I'm surprised this nigga Alex
Chiyu and Chien Pao.
The special defense, and you've got some key Pokemon like the Fluttermane that is going to really want to take advantage of that. The Fluttermane as well rocking those choice specs as if the drop on the special defense with the help of Chiyu wasn't enough. Fluttermane really wants to pack a punch with something like a
Dude, there's so many good Pokemon that came out in Reg D, and it feels like the only one that even matters is Urshifu.
The big thing going into this match, which Fluttermane is going to
Ursaluna had the biggest fucking fall off of any Pokemon I've ever seen.
Dude, I've been saying that thing sucks, and it's not that it sucks, it's that it sucks.
A lot of damage very early on, and especially with
it's just a lot of counterplay to it.
As well, like you've mentioned it.
Well, it's just so dependent on it that.
No, it's like honestly, it's like if you really think about it, it's just a counterplay to it.
You can protect it well. At the same time, you can really take advantage of that.
Being faster.
Yeah, like Scarf Iron Bundle Freeze.
With the Chien Pao on Rash's side of the field,
Irving.
big physical threats.
It's just like a mon that really wants to be in TR, where it, like it can be a capable enough mon without, but TR is inconsistent enough right now. It seems like that it's just less worth.
More classic set, so hasn't got the ability, but then
Well, you just have to that's just like right out of the box. Like, super good.
Got all out on the offensive with that Pokemon, and a lot of the time, that's really what it's all about, kind of coming out the traps and taking advantage of the early stages of the game if you can.
Another interesting observation is the Landorus. Landorus has, I think, quite happily got access to Stomping Tantrum now as well. Previously, you know, it had to go for something like the Earthquake as its kind of ground sync type attack bonus move, but now it has that single target Stomping Tantrum, and both our players adopted to put that on as opposed to
why are these Latinos so lucky, bro?
You know, one of your partner Pokemon there aren't a lot of Pokemon there that are going to want to take that on the trainer's side, so it's really nice synergy now having that Stomping Tantrum instead.
Yeah,
Rush looks like a villain, but in a good way.
Attack to have there, and it's going to be a big play.
Yeah, the fucking lighting with like his hair and shadows, it's just fucked up.
As we are getting started in this round 1 with Arash leading out with the Fluttermane and the Amoonguss, and they are
holy shit, what is taking so long, bro?
Yes, fantastic leads coming out of the blocks here. That Amoonguss is going to be able to support.
I love Fluttermane, and then I can't see the fucking Pokemon behind it.
Bro, that's fucking Gucci, man, nigga.
Iron Hands, whoever's going to try and stop it in its tracks, potentially going for something like a fake out into that opposing Amoonguss. Fluttermane Ghost type, not going to have to worry about that.
No, not at all. And I think the Iron Hands here does put a little bit
bitch
of
got a
pressure on.
pearl necklace called that Coochie Mane.
He does have access to the Heat Wave, which can hit both Pokemon for big damage. So that's something that the Amoonguss does not really want to have to deal with. So Arash, you know, has to be wary of that coming into this first turn.
Yeah, the Chi-Yu going to help out that Fluttermane as well. You know,
the shit did not boost it, right?
No. It's going to have to be a worry, but I like this switch. Amoonguss coming in, a really great
that's
counter.
yeah, because Specs is way better here. It's Terra Grass.
I'm just going to make sure that I'm not taking any unnecessary damage.
That makes sense though. I get that.
Going for that spread move. Amoonguss going to have to take a little bit of a chunk, but it is resisted, so a great switch in for Naoto as Amoonguss tries to get that spore off.
Yeah, not affected onto the Chi-Yu, onto the Amoonguss, sorry, there, because a great switch.
Oh wait, Terra Grass is kind of fucking nasty here.
Is out in the field, going to be big threats.
I'm pretty sure it's Terra Grass, because he wouldn't stay in on it.
Oh, it showed Terra Grass. It has the grass crystal thing.
Safety goggles item that you kind of hope that you would have in front of Amoonguss. So the Fluttermane on Arash.
You can't like, you can't pop the Terra here though.
From that sport.
Heat Wave is free.
Field, and the same can be said with the Chi-Yu. The one thing that the Chi-Yu has.
I was gonna say this is sick in the sport, but you just lose if you Terra.
With those big.
Naoto just different, bro.
Come out and do some big damage. So Arash has to be a little bit careful here.
Certainly does, and you want to make sure you're playing around that.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Just switch your shit.
Knowing that it's
switch your shit, bro. Just switch.
And doesn't want to have to take any of that unnecessary fire.
Yay, tie fucking game 1 in TCG. Who would have guessed?
Huge chunk of damage to Amoonguss, but Amoonguss hangs on. That natural ball coming in clutch here.
What's good, bro?
Whoever joined is good.
Reasonably well as well. You know, Urshifu on Arash aside, running that safety goggles, so it doesn't have to worry about a potential spawn.
Watching the Worlds.
But it's going
Irving is live.
Irving's been live for like 2 days.
What do you mean?
No, dude, that's fucking sick, Irving. You're grinding quick. Don't fucking listen to these haters, bro. Keep on fucking grinding. Every single day. Yeah, dude, Irving, stream every fucking day. You're gonna be the biggest Valorant streamer in no time, bro. Keep it up.
From the Amoonguss here, going into that
Fuck these pussies, bro.
a great option for Arash, and also has the opportunity now.
Well, I did get an opportunity to play in
get
like
himself set up. So something that Naoto has to really kind of keep in mind here. You haven't got the offensive
Fuck that, dude,
output with the Amoonguss to do the damage that you need onto the Urshifu, so you're gonna have to really adjust and do it quickly, because Arash can start to gain a little bit of momentum if we see.
I ain't gonna lie, yo, my son going for SD? Hold on.
This is so weird to think about them having OTS.
And you know it's gonna
dude, how do you?
Yeah, Arash in the driving
like,
wish we fucking knew the OTS.
Are your oh, that'd be fucking
SP is so fucking greedy. Do not do that shit.
Your potential attack here, getting a drop.
I'm not fully, bro. I can Pokemon.
Critical hits from surging strikes are
Me
going to be able to
too.
bypass those.
Dude, fucking. Alright, so.
Switching out the
Can you like get your hand? Is it possible to like make your hands bigger?
You can make them like bulkier for sure. Like mine have gotten a lot thicker and.
Dude, it's over. I didn't know I had small hands until today.
That's a brilliant.
So obviously you can't make them like longer or wider, but you can definitely make them like thicker for sure.
Yeah, I was gonna look.
Which, by the way, that's pull-ups and deadlifts if you do.
Yeah, I was gonna say like anything with grip probably does that. Yeah, no, I was fucking in a call with some fucking friends today, and I got fucking woman hands.
But does have to worry about that fake out from the Iron Hands here.
It's really
yeah,
good.
that's terastallization from the Landorus. That'll so that will come. Like you'll just get dense hands, but just
yeah, it's over because I'm never gonna again. So fucking. Dude, is that Irving? You had a fat bitch snoring in the background. Is that what I'm hearing right now?
No, that's dog. Yes.
Oh, I thought Irving just had the fucking 500-pound shit in his background.
Terrestrialization, the first one of the world champions.
Irving, what do you think like the highest weight of a woman that you've had sex with is?
Bro, I. Let me turn this down. Hold on.
It better be 420 on 420
Yeah,
to
dude.
celebrate.
That's on God.
Hold on. So I fucked like a 300-pound bitch one time, bro.
Oh my God.
Like where I had that bitch sent to heaven, bro.
You fucking blew her heart out. You fucked her so good, bro. That's what's up.
She fucking blew a ticker, bro.
That's crazy.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. I synced in the bed, bro. Like when she got on top. Shit was crazy.
Oh no.
Bro, we broke the spring on the bed, bro. Like.
That's crazy.
Hell nah.
Fuck, is this red or blue? I don't fucking know, dude.
Dude, this Lando's gonna kill everybody. No, it's not.
I'm all pick for me, red or blue.
Blue.
It's a
Playing
Nivea.
Pain.
Yeah, it's a Nivea, Yi, MF, Lux, Alawi. I can't tell. I think it might be red, dude. Honestly, see.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I've been popping off on TikTok too.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Irving, you wanna know a secret to get big on TikTok? So you're gonna get your account suspended for like a month or two, but it's you do like a dick talk.
A dick talk? Nah, I'm good.
Yeah,
you gotta start the dick talk hashtag.
No, literally, my cousin has done that. Like, he just makes like he made like a few dick talks, and he got a lot of traction from it. And he didn't get his account perma. They just like temp banned him. So now he's trying to get back into it. Like now he can get back into TikTok with like a pretty good like lead because his account didn't get perma, and he got like the dick talk initial boost. Like it's actually a fucking strategy. Dude, just start the fucking dick talk grinds, dude, and you'll be surprised where it gets you.
Every 3 months, don't post for nothing. Delete all my videos.
Oh, he got punked. He got punked as fuck.
Yeah, honestly, Irving, if you want to, you can do like a fresh TikTok. Like make a fresh TikTok, make it just like whatever, and then start like fucking swinging your dick around. You're gonna get a lot of traction. Your account's gonna get temporarily disabled for like 2 months, and then after that, you're free to post like fucking Valorant or like toy reviews, whatever the fuck you wanna do.
Yo, hold on. I'm gonna send y'all my video that got over like it got over.
There's an amazing switch there from the outside.
Bro, Irving, you should put the clip of you showing like the fat pussy and tits on your TikTok. You should put that.
I don't have that clip. If somebody have it, I'll post it.
Eric has it.
Just put it over the fucking Arby's sound, like the.
No, dude,
song.
it's in Wyron more. Look at Wyron more. It's in there.
You guys see Arash take all 8 inches there just now?
No, they're not like fucking VGC.
He's playing against never mind.
What's he playing against?
A Japanese guy, so it's definitely not 7 inches.
Oh yeah.
What is he doing?
Well, dude, maybe if you add up like the length over the course of 3 thrusts, so it'll be 7 inches.
She'll have taken 7 inches of dick when he busts. Hold on.
That's fucking, yeah, you measure your dick by how many, like, how long it is and how many thrusts you put it in, like, before you can come. So it's like, fuck, like, you know.
Fuck, I'm back in 12 right now.
Yeah, no,
you get like 4x3.
No, yeah, dude, I'm back in like 5 whole inches, bro. Let's look at that.
Yo, River.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
Go take a look at that.
I can't, I don't play the league.
Did you already post it?
Yeah. It's in Discord.
I'll look at it when I'm done with league, okay? Or when I die, my death timer is over 20 seconds, I'll look at it. But if I'm not meeting that criteria...
I ain't gonna lie, I was getting shitted on those posts. Like, yo, how are you diamond? I'm just better than you, nigga.
That's not God, bro. When anyone tells you, if anyone's talking shit, just reply in the comments. Suck me long ways.
Long dick, as it were.
Yeah, that's on fucking God, bro. That's on Jehovah.
That's on fucking St. Nicholas, bro.
I'm witnessing that shit that Jehovah did right now.
What the fuck did he witness?
Oh, you know.
So dude replied to that TikTok you linked and said, hit different. Nah, bro, you hit nothing.
No.
probably
No.
That's
got your
way, boy.
Got your way, boy. Got your way, boy. That it can go for, but if you go for that, you're likely gonna kind of put yourself in a position.
Yo, I'm playing with someone from fucking Mexico, bro. It's been at 96% load time for like fucking 8 hours.
Just like you say, to burn out that fake out, you don't want to have to take any unnecessary.
Yeah, I might call out for work.
And the Iron Hand sits in a pretty
fuck
vulnerable
that.
position.
Work for bitches.
Oh god, bro.
And if your bitch ain't working,
Pick up the KO against that Amoonguss.
we're doing something wrong.
It goes down, and now we know Landorus is
For
going to come
real.
in, but it's going to have to face the wrath of this Urshifu. Yes, it's flinching, but at the end of the day, I still
What's wrong
think
with
the
a
Chien-Pao was able to
double
make that
prop,
turn successful
bro?
for Arash.
Yeah, that was a huge knockout there, and I think Arash making the right choice
Oh,
there. because
okay.
not going for the detect,
We
just going saying,
wanted to
well, if you
lose.
fake out my Urshifu, I'm going to get the attack.
Oh, that
with my
kills
Chien-Pao,
with
I'm
a
gonna take down
frog?
Amoonguss. If you don't fake out the Urshifu, I'm taking down your Iron
That
Hand.
must be
So really
bad.
locking in his position and
Dude, it's
solidifying
this
where
fucking
he is
city,
in
bro.
this
Hold
match.
on, who
Very
cares?
difficult for Naoto to kind of come back here because, as you say,
Oh, it was
with
my
those two
fucking
Urshifu
team
at
that
this
was from
point, is
Mexico.
in a
It's
position
fucking
to take
over,
down
bro.
That Iron Hands, it is going to outspeed it, and all the Chien-Pao needs to do is go for that icicle crash into the Landorus, and it should
Damn,
be
this game
knockout
is over.
Well, maybe
Oh,
not
like-
Pokemon, maybe
And
needs to
over,
get
dog.
into that slot, but Arash got the Pokemon advantage
Dude,
over
Aegis.
these last few turns.
What?
In the past 2 weeks, I've cut like fucking 8 pounds.
Fuck yeah.
Dude, I'm not that big. Good.
I had the exact. So I went to the store like an hour ago,
Yeah.
and I found some cold ass shorts. So I was like, let me try these bitches on. I went up I went up like an extra like size just to like.
Oh, hot.
I don't know how fat I am. None of them fit, bro.
Like you're too fat?
I'm 2 sizes fatter than I thought I was.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck.
just
Dude, for me lately, when I get close, I'm like, oh, fuck. Like I try to go, like, closer to, like, what I used to have for. I'm like, oh, what the fuck?
Yeah,
This
and the
is
shit
sick,
falls
right?
off.
Yeah, like, I'm, like, at, like, fucking mediums and shit now. Like, I was just at larges a while ago.
Yeah,
But fucking, not, dude.
dominant position here.
I'm, like, not being good about it, though, dude. I think in the past 14 days, I've fucking eaten,
Real
like,
miracle here to
3.
come back from this point. So I think Arash locking this first game up. Really
I might fucking keel over.
Damn, Nato like, Nani, ¿cómo te quedé haciendo?
Oh, wait, is he facing Naoto Mitsubishi?
Yeah, he is playing Aoto Mitsubishi.
Honda Civic. Oh, yeah, the Tesla truck. Do you guys see, like, the NASA, like, Tesla?
Yo, he is mad. My son took the train here. Was like, damn.
Hey, he took the fucking ball.
I like that we're being racist in the Irving stream.
Like,
Oh, Irving. It's
like-
fucking
like-
Irving's stream, bro.
Like-
I'm sure his streams are racist anyways.
My stream is hella racist.
That's on God, bro. Honestly, Irving, that's what I like about you, bro. Like, you're like my one racist.
Bro,
friend,
I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Like, if you really wanna know how I feel about that bitch ass nigga Wolf, I ain't gonna lie. Let me tell you something about Wolf.
Dude, fuck that cracker, bro.
Yo, nah. I need y'all to listen to this though. Like this bum, I ain't gonna lie, bro. How you call out Brady twice in your video? Like, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Like, because at the end of the day, you called them out like, oh my god, Brady Smith took my team. Oh my god. Bitch, shut the fuck up about that shit, my nigga.
People act like Wolf didn't win Worlds while sharing a team with 4 other fucking people on the top 8.
You know what no one wants to talk about? Wolf won Worlds with a team they stole from a fucking senior, bro.
Yup.
Giving Naoto everything to think about to tie this
Crazy
up,
shit,
to
bro.
take it to a game 3.
I think if you're Naoto now coming into this game too, I personally would really like to see the Flutter main come into
These
action.
fours mad for what?
Like, but I'm not gonna lie. I'm really not gonna lie.
Start applying pressure to it with something like a move
He good, but he ain't good in my book for calling out my son Brady.
Dude, he was just like, so like, what do you even call? I haven't like called the drama. He's called Brady because Brady used the same team at Nats, right?
Yeah, bro, mad niggas use the same team at Nats, bro.
I thought Brady used the Wolves like League's team at Nats.
Oh, he didn't have the right terror type. Bitch, we don't give a fuck.
No, but it's like the same day. Okay, yeah, that's what I was talking about. Is that
Like, you could have just said like, yo, somebody stole my team, and keep it pushing like that. No.
Dude, this shit is too fucking offensive.
No, because it's already bad that Brady wasn't in the mental for how many fake niggas was on that shit. And he lucky I ain't make a response video to this bum. No money, no pussy ass, no motion, little dick nigga. I remember when that nigga called me Jeff.
Yeah, Chiyu, I think a little bit underwhelmed
He
there.
did not call you Jeff, bro.
Nah, he called me Jeff, bro. He called me.
Nobody has ever called you Jeff.
Nah. Wolf definitely called me Jeff at fucking.
What the fuck does that even mean, bro?
Dude, I remember when Wolf called me autistic and then slapped me at a regional.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and people just don't want to talk about that.
One time Wolf called me a good girl and fucked me in the mouth.
Hell no.
No, he did. No, he did.
Every nigga think that everybody think that I'm a Valorant streamer now, bro.
Yeah, but what they don't know is that you're VGC fucking OG, bro.
Give a bit of room to your Flutterman, free damage, and
bro.
Oh, that was a choice bet.
That's so bad.
On God.
And it is able to get the knockout on a move as Chiyu saying this is how it's done, this is how you get a one-hit KO in this match.
Okay, Naruto, the joke. Okay, Mitsubishi. Okay.
Mitsubishi.
Okay, Mishi.
Oh my God, bro. Dude, Irving's getting fucking
Okay. Yeah. Look at Arash's face. Yeah.
Dude, I need to be fucking shot in the head. Oh my God.
Yeah. That's what I like to see. Switch it out. Switch it out so Lando could go crazy.
I need to be fucking killed for sure.
Yeah. That's what I like to see.
Probably one of those Pokemon where you think, right, you've done your job, kind of the trade for the
We already know you going for the sucker punch. Look at him. He like, damn.
We saw from game one that the Chiyu does outspeed the Urshifu, so it can be a little bit of a problem here for Arash to get rid of that, because that's the big thing. It is threatening your Shen Pao right now with those big fire type attacks. It is -2.
I'm not gonna lie.
Still, it's going to be hitting pretty hard. Shen Pao not the strongest of Pokemon on the defensive side of things, so would appreciate probably not taking a heat wave if it can.
That's what I'm talking about, Mitsubishi. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. Get the double knockout.
Wouldn't be surprised maybe to see a couple of switches on Naoto's side, or maybe these two Pokemon.
Is this the fuck Arash call?
Apparently.
I'm not trying to. You are. That's cool.
I mean, okay, look. The only thing I know about Arash is that everyone in the community says he stinks, like physically stinks. So I don't know.
I believe it.
But it's still when he was warming up.
All I know is Naoto stunned on him for one turn and then lost the entire game immediately after.
Naoto is the better world champion, even if it was him.
Clean knockout.
Yeah, King Kao's broken as fuck. I can understand. Dude, Irving, shut that bitch up.
Oh, sorry.
No, I know it's you. I'm just funny to say it's Irving.
Game 1, he was warming up. Game 2, he is not messing around. Getting a solid
Oh,
in that turn 1. No fake out to be seen. Just jumping straight on the offensive. And that Iron Hands, the natural bulk, the Assault Vest coming in clutch. Being able to survive that very powerful Moonblast. Amazing momentum switch for Naoto.
Those dog type attacks from the Chiyu, but it can give itself the ability to not be hit super effectively from an Aqua Jet, maybe given it a turn it needs to kind of get in a position again where it can do some devastating damage like it did in that turn 1.
Yeah, it's definitely a catch-22. Which move do you want to, try and avoid more? The Sucker Punch or an Aqua Jet, for example? Even something like an Icicle Crash and Aqua Jet would be able to get the KO onto that opposing Chiyu, but you've now got the Landorus that you have to contend with, the temptation to be able to hit it with a powerful Ice-type move as well.
Yeah.
Really strong here for Arash. You want to try and remove that Landorus from play before it's able to maybe try and deal damage to the Urshifu.
Yeah, and I think the Landorus in a position here where it is going to be hit super effectively from the Shen Pao, of course. It is going to be outsped as well, so it's going to be vulnerable to flinches like that Chiyu was, but at the same time, I think Arash has to make a decision here, and we are going to see him go for that terrestrialization with the Urshifu this turn into that water Terra type, but it is going to be Naoto going for the terrestrialization on the Landorus.
Come on, Mitsubishi.
Terra type just to maximize the damage from the Landorus and reduce the super effective damage.
Let's go. Okay, Mitsubishi.
Yeah, instead of being
that's what I like to see.
now only 2 times a week, that might be the little bit of defensive bulk that's needed to be able to provide powerful ice
I love Irving, bro. That's all I can say. That's all I can say.
Oh God, bro.
I love this.
I'm in love with Irving.
Yeah.
Oh, bum ass Aquajet. Damn. Damn, it's slow.
Just for water, right? Okay, cool.
Now Landorus in a position where it's going to have to see if it can survive this icicle crash. It is able to survive.
Just hangs on, and the Terra Blast coming out. Which target is he went for? It is into that Urshifu, but not weak to it anymore. Is able to survive for another turn in that icicle crash. Now probably putting that Landorus in range of an Aquajet to go down this.
Damn, Naota got his dick kicked in.
More often than you'd think, bro.
Chill.
Wait, it's so rod.
Chill, he bought a Mungus with him. Look at him, he just chilling. My boy like, yeah. Yeah. He like, Nishu Tontashino.
Yes, I mean, the thing is, Urshifu in a really great position where it can go for something like an
That's fucking crazy. Irving, that's fucking crazy.
He like, Nani!
This is fucking absurd, what I'm hearing right now.
Yo, it's a Mungus, right? Yeah. GG.
Irving, you're live on Twitch?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, dude. He's been live for like 13 hours. Holy fuck, Irv.
Nah, I had like a fucking, I was at work.
For real?
Yeah. I just left my stream on.
That's what's up, bro.
So I think the safety goal really does come in key here for making sure that Arash is in that dominant position. If you survive a fallen pup, that's the big thing here. Or maybe you even just protect your Urshifu this turn to get around the protect on the potential Landorus here if you're expecting that from the outer side of the field.
Of course, you can't even, direct away that Aquajet because
you're throwing, you're gonna lose.
You're fucking throwing, you fucking bum. Oh my God.
Wait, is this Scarf? If it's Scarf, this makes sense. I don't think it's Scarf.
No, it's not Scarf, it's goggles.
No, the fucking the other thing.
Oh my God, you fucking bum.
Also, if he knows it's Scarf, why not just...
Yo, look at him.
Yeah, no,
he's like...
This is fine anyway.
He's like, Nani.
Just to make sure that you to be able to take it down. We are going to see you do over 50% here, and that sword that's from the Urshifu here from Arash.
Love to see this with the style points. You can then deal a really heavy
you know what?
There's really not a lot.
Because we're gonna suicide live on Twitch.tv, bro.
Then
I might fucking be the first to do it.
Yo, Snowball, you can hear you can hear the Discord on.
Yep.
Huh?
Yeah.
On my live?
Yep.
Oh shit. Yeah, cool.
Oh shit. Wait, never mind. Cool.
Such fashion, really testament to the choices of Pokemon that he has picked here in the Urshifu and the Chien-Pao. How strong these two Pokemon together, especially with the item choices and the moves.
Oh, he a bot.
Have on that side of the field.
That boy a bot.
Boy a bot, boy.
There really isn't much that this Amoonguss can do to the opposing Urshifu, so just trying to make sure that it gets another sword stance up, able to get some big damage off. The Chien-Pao going for a protect once again. Amoonguss not able to get any damage on the board, targeting down that Chien-Pao instead.
Yeah, and I think that I think you've got to try and target that down, because if you are going to be hitting into the Amoonguss with the Urshifu, you will be taking Rocky Helmet damage, so you will potentially be knocking yourself out. You've got to kind of play this a little bit safe in this position, just going for another sword stance. So it looks like this turn, just to make sure you're maximizing the damage there. As the French comes out, not quite enough to take down the Amoonguss and shift with the Rocky Helmet damage onto that side of the field.
I think the Rocky Helmet damage you said is really critical here, because Chien-Pao now has its focus slash broken. It's also now asleep. It's in a little bit more of a vulnerable position. So this is where the Urshifu really does have to, have its partners back and try and get that critical KO. You can't just freely go for surging strikes. As you mentioned, you're going to take damage after each one of those. So you need to make sure that you're going to be able to get that solid KO with this Aquajet and just close up the game.
Yeah, making sure that it's +5 in the minute. So, I mean, it's probably going to be able to get this Water Terra type as well.
Come on, Anna.
Be able to get the knockout on Amoonguss from this range here that the Chien-Pao's kind of worn it down to. And there we go.
Damn, that was a quick 2-0 and a handshake.
Locking up this first round and having a big
I want to see the handshake. Look at him, he like, yeah. What is he? He look like he work at 7-Eleven, no cap.
way for us to kick off this World Championships here.
Damn.
Yeah, and look at the camaraderie between these two world champions. They both know exactly what it takes.
Yo, Mishi gonna make it top 8. Watch, he gonna make day 2, 100%.
Oh yeah, probably, bro. He's fucking, he's a world champion, so he's good as fuck.
Incredible show for us to kick off, and you know, we said this going into this match, 2 world champions coming into this first round here, and what a show for our viewers at home and for our spectators here. Really good performance from Arash.
Yo, if you got VGC in your name, bro.
That game 2 really looked convincingly like he was going to come back in that match, but again, Arash had that board position with the Shen.
Who the fuck has VGC in their name, bro?
Utilize his options.
This LA green.
I don't know the fuck that is.
That second game.
And I think
yo.
So commanding from Naruto getting these double KOs. But we talked earlier about the synergy of Chien Pao and Urshifu. And I think Arash has really just shown why it was kind of a hot pick that we had and something that was a discussion point because it has such great synergy amongst those two Pokemon and the flexibility you can have as well with terrestrialization. You know, we saw the Terra Ghost on the Chien Pao previously to really kind of stop Iron Hands in its tracks a little bit.
Yeah.
And then seeing the Terra Water this time for that extra offensive pressure, again showcase why terrestrialization is such a cool concept. You get offensive and defensive modes.
Yeah, and I just love the combination of that safety goggles item on it with the sword stance. I think we saw there the opportunity, and it'll probably arise in lots of games going forward for Arash as well, where he's going to have the chance to get that sword stance set up. And you don't really need to worry about the Intimidate at that stage. Really lock down those key moments where he knew he's got a free turn to get the sword stance up. Even in that game 1, he went for that second sword stance just to solidify his position with the Urshifu, and I think it's so massively played in that position where a lot of the time you think, oh, I just need to get a quick knockout here, but really just taking a step back, almost relaxing into the game there, not panicking in those situations, not really needing the urgency to get rid of Pokemon, and looking at the overall picture, being able to get that sword stance up at the right time and just overwhelm the auto, and with such convincing fashion as well. Excited to see how far this core can go this weekend.
Exactly, and it's a shame. I kind of still really wanted to see the Flutter Mane on Naoto's side. I think maybe having that in the back, something like a powerful Dazzling Beam to 2 Pokemon that are generally weak to it. Obviously, we saw the Terra Water kind of making it not as weak, but still, with the low HP that the Urshifu had, I think Flutter Mane would have been able to get some pretty big KOs.
I think so as well, and like the Iron Hands in that first game, the second game did do a little bit more of a job than it did in the first game, but it still wasn't really getting the return that you needed. It obviously got the knockout on the Fluttermane, which was huge, but other than that, it really didn't do very much, whereas I think the opposing Fluttermane could have come in after that if Naoto had opted to bring it instead of the Amoonguss, and maybe would have had a bit more of an offensive presence and pulled that game back a little bit closer than it was.
Yes, we've got a little bit of a replay here as well, in case you've only just tuned in and missed some of the action. A fantastic showdown between 2 previous world champions. Sword Stance Urshifu there being the key move for Arash, being able to get so much momentum, so much damage from these powerful water type moves, whether it was the Aqua Jet or the Surging Strikes.
Yeah, and you saw that key turn there where the Amoonguss opted not to go for the Spawn, the Pollen Puff instead, which was really pivotal later on that game 1, because we saw the Rocky Helmet damage that the Amoonguss did on that Surging Strikes later on. That would have knocked the Urshifu out without that Pollen Puff, so masterfully played again from Arash in that game.
Yeah, and Naoto coming out in
game. Arash was like, that was free.
In turn 1 was such great momentum for him, but just
I thought you were just talking Arash. What happened?
Nah, we needed my son Mitsubishi to win, but he still got his ass whooped.
Pokemon to be able to clutch it out. The
I'm saying, bro.
Look at him, he's like, oh, Nani.
Put him in a great position to target down the last Pokemon on Naoto's side and clutch victory.
Yeah, and the big survival there as well.
Alright, I don't want to hear them talk.
That terrifying Terra Blast, you know, like
I don't want to hear these niggas talk, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Carried on the rest of that match with that 4-3
Fuck.
to close everything out, so yeah, incredibly played from Arash.
Yeah, fantastic. And let's keep the ball rolling. I believe we have our winners interview with Arash Amati and Aaron on the stage.
Thank you very much, Lee and Lou.
Damn, they got my son as a MC.
And of course, the 2013 World Champion, Arash. We were
talking
about
this
interview. It's surreal that we're standing here 10 years after Worlds and getting to witness you on the main stage again. How have you been, man?
Good. I was really excited to play against one of the very best in the world right now. After I took a long break, like I tried to get back this year. I think I still have to improve a bit, but yeah, it was really exciting games. I think all things considered, I played pretty well.
Yeah, definitely. You mentioned taking a long break, and for those that don't know, of course you won Worlds in
Like a
2013, you
burst.
got second at Nationals in 15, first in 16, and then top 8 at Worlds in 2018, but we haven't seen you really been playing too much in the last few years, so we kind of walked us through what you were really up to.
I think after Worlds 2018, where I got 6th, I kind of like took a step back a little bit, and like, but I've been missing this, so I think right now I want to get back.
How the fuck he get his invite?
Top like I used to, and then we'll see what's next.
How you get his invite?
Yeah, we'll see how
River.
Really. I think even
River
though the
left.
was a bit rough, like 1 month to prepare, new format, metagame changes every day, but I think the team I ended up bringing, I think is pretty good, so maybe I can do a deep run with that,
Yeah, I want to talk about your team specifically because we saw you use a really interesting Urshifu set with the safety goggles and the sword stance, so super dominant, of course, in that very first game. And so, how did you come up with the team in general, and what was your approach for team building in this tournament?
I played like a core of Urshifu, Qianpao, and Flutter since the beginning of the format, and I swapped the other 3 a lot because I thought they were really strong. And like Urshifu used to actually be protective heads, and then like my friend Lucas just made to use goggles, and I thought it was much better. So I stuck with it, and it was really useful in this match because like I think especially game 1, I wasn't in the best spot on turn 1, and then like because of his Mundus, but then like I could put myself in a poor position where like he was kind of stuck, and like I remember like he kept his Chiu in while he was sleeping instead of switching it out because like I could target that slot, but then like I just source danced, so it was awkward for him, but he adjusted really well in game 2.
Yeah, I definitely want to talk about game 2 a little bit because I think we actually saw the same leads come out, but turn 1 was very different, super explosive. You went for the double KO immediately. So what were you thinking after that turn 1, and what did you think was your path to victory afterwards?
I think he got my play really well, and like, but I also thought I could do it even after that turn. Like turn.
I'm a BRB. I'm gonna make some food.
Would have gone on, and
Nice.
I thought, like I tried to consider all the options, and I thought my play was good because like the Chiu could stay in, but even if it stayed in, I had the fleet chance. Also, I felt like he wasn't gonna switch in a Mungus on the end slot, so I think I felt good about that play. Of course, he made the correct play as well, so I got a bit lucky. Could have potentially gone to game 3, but overall, like I think I'm pretty happy with my play.
One thing I want to talk to you about quickly is the decision to run Ice Skull Crash on the Qianpao. I think coming into this tournament, people have been debating, you know, do you go with the Ice Spinner or do you go for the Ice Skull Crash? Obviously, you can miss with Ice Skull Crash, but you can flinch, and of course, Rocky Helmet does not affect that. So, did you think about Ice Spinner, and what was the decision for Ice Skull Crash?
I mean, if you run Relaboo, obviously Icicle Crash is better, but I also feel like Icicle Crash is just better in general because there's a lot of Rocky Helmet in this format because of Urshifu, and Qianpao he said, Sash is broken, that's really bad.
That makes a lot of sense. I know you mentioned earlier you're coming back from a long break, so what does it feel like to be competing at Worlds again? I'm not sure, did you play at Worlds in 2019 or 22?
2019 I went, but it was like more casual, still made day 2, but I didn't play that season, so like this is the first time I'm kind of trying to do well since 2018. Then, wait, what was the question again?
How does it feel, man, being back on the World Stage and to start off the first round playing Naoto, you know, it's crazy.
This is actually the first time I win on stream this year.
That's amazing.
Although it's so crazy, like, what is going on?
That's amazing, man. Well, you know, the next round is about to start, but before we say goodbye, do you have any final words or thank yous you want to say for today?
No, not for now. Maybe like I go on stream later, I'll do some shoutouts. Right now, I'm good.
Yeah, okay, locked in for the rest of the tournament. We hope to see you tomorrow, man. That's going to be us from here in the interview, so thank you so much for joining us, and we'll be back shortly.
Thank you so much, Aaron, and to Arash for that great interview and some really good insights there from Arash on the choices, why he made them, and you know, outlining how little preparation all of our players have had coming into Regulation D since the announcement, and kind of preparation coming into World Championships. Everyone's been on a really tight schedule, but you can see the choices there that he has made have really paid off, especially in that game 1. And he did mention he did get a bit lucky with those Icicle Crash flinches, especially in that game 1, but I think you've got to have a little bit of luck if you are going to go all the way in these tournaments. You know, you can't just run it out with just pure skill. You've got to have things fall in your favor at certain times when it's kind of crucial, and I think he definitely had that in a little abundance there in that game one, which is going to help him. Hopefully that carries on for Arash in the rest of this tournament. I'm sure he is. He feels like he's fired up like he was back in 2013 when he did win the title for the first time. So I'm really rooting to see how he gets on for the rest of this weekend.
Yeah, I think it's definitely expect the unexpected when it comes to team building so far, because like we said, Regulation D is it's unknown course at the moment, and seeing a lot of familiar faces, but you know, Pokemon like the Fluttermane, for example, and Chi-Yu and Chien-Pao that we've seen used throughout Regulation C, but then the new Pokemon of that Urshifu, particularly with its new choice with the Swords Dance, I think was really nice to see that beautiful fusion of the old meets the new, and that nice creativity coming forward. So definitely interesting matches ahead, I am sure.
Yeah, and I think that the thing on, when you look at the teams on paper, you just look at the 6 Pokemon, you say very standard looking Pokemon. But again, I think it's a common narrative that we see with successful teams in these big tournaments. It's the little changes and choices that players make to these solid standard cores that really make all the difference. And I think the safety goggles there on the Urshifu in particular with that sword stance, a really interesting choice there. And I think the move choices as well on the Chien-Pao for Arash, really interesting. Crunch, not really something that we see too often, and the Icicle Crash as well, which, you know, Aaron outlined perfectly there on stage. It can miss, so it can be a bit temperamental at times. It can cost you in certain situations, but because it gives you a little bit more power and in those really key situations, I think it's a really good choice. And if you're confident in those choices when you're making a team, when you're putting it together and think, yeah, well, I'm probably going to miss maybe 1 out of 10 times, maybe say, then you're prepared for that, and you're willing to take that just for the trade-off of that extra power, which can come in crucial in certain times.
Exactly. Well, Lee and I in our gathering of Gastrodon are all going to go take a little bit of a break. We'll switch out the casters and be back with round 2 very soon, so do not go anywhere, Pokemon trainers.
Tournament Australia's ever had in any game, so that's really exciting.
I think it's really interesting to meet everyone from all over the world.
Yeah, it was one of my favorite tournaments, so just playing the game, you know, I think this format is really fun and I'm really enjoying it. So
it's good just to see everyone and do live events again.
I've made so many friends from it, and it's just a one-of-a-kind game that I'm hooked on.
It gets you together to meet people, to hang out, to socialize, to have fun, have a good time, be in each other's company, and it's just a really great game.
Be resisted, but it looks like that is a knockout. Yakovic is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
Yako with the clean sweep here at OCIC, making history on this stage, defeating his friend and local fish on a heater to win the championship here. To pass, and Remy just announced his Melodious Echo, and Remy will become the Oceania International Champion for the junior division in the trading card game. As well, Zigzagoon KOing Comfey, and the Super Zap Cannon gets rid of that Cramorant, and Polaris has won the Oceania International Championship. We see the retreat, we see the damage counter drop on the Zero Aura, and Azul Garcia Griego is your 2-time international champion.
Little bit of hope here as Kiara is actually just going to go ahead and finish up this game with the Icy Wind. There we go. Kiara is your 2023 Oceania International Champion of the Junior Division. Huge congratulations. Well fought battle 2-0. Draco Meteor going to connect onto Glamora as well. That's just going to be enough for the knockout here. And Ben
I never expected this, so I'm still just like flabbergasted. Haven't even processed it towards excited.
Like honestly, no words to describe it. Like this experience has just been absolutely amazing.
It feels great because I've been working up to this point for a very long time.
It feels really good. It means a lot. It's really big as I've never really won a large event before.
I feel like really happy and excited that I'm going to Yokohama, Japan.
Winning OCRC has made me want to play this game more. Winning Worlds will just want me to go full on into this.
Winning Worlds would be great. Obviously, it's the biggest tournament in the Pokemon TCG.
Winning Worlds would be the culmination of everything that I've worked for in the past 12 years of playing VGC.
My name is Paul Chua, and I'm from the United States.
Palafin in a very, very strong position to get another knockout here.
It's gonna still have to see if it can wake up here, but I think Gabriel knows this is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC feels pretty good. It means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international ever. Like the last time I ever made finals was in 2017, and I got second. So being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good. I'm definitely worried about facing Gabriel Agati. That finals match was really close. I definitely think he had a really good chance at winning. I just got a little bit lucky near the end. But yeah, he is the main person that I would be afraid about facing in the future. Winning Worlds would mean a lot. I'd be really happy. It's the dream I've been having since I've ever started playing VGC. So if I ever became world champion, that would mean the world to me.
My name is Owen Murphy, and I am from Georgia in the United States. I am now the Seniors Division North America International Champion.
He is one step away, one moonblast away from securing the knockout under the Roaring Moon and becoming your 2023 North America International Champion.
There was a lot of kind of fast-paced trading at the end of the game, but Owen managing to come out on top. What a performance in this one.
It feels really, really amazing to win a North America Internationals. It's the biggest event that I've been to, and I think it was really fun being on stream. This victory means a lot to me personally, and because it allows me to get the travel award for the World Championships, which is very exciting. I haven't had super good results at in-person tournaments recently, so it was definitely very good to be able to make it on this one. Definitely had some doubt before the tournament. I hadn't been getting the results that I wanted, and so I was not very confident. Definitely helped to think about things one game at a time. It ended up working out, and I just had to stay focused on the games themselves and not the bigger picture. Really what I'm most excited about for Worlds is the competition itself, just the chance to be competing, to be the best in the world at something. That's really the ultimate goal.
Welcome back to the lounge, or welcome to the lounge for the first time for us. I know some of our friends on Go have been having a great time with it. I'm Adam Doricott, joined by the ever-knowledgeable Scott Glaser, and our very special guest for the weekend, somebody we've not seen in a little while, Ray Rizzo. Ray, how on earth are you?
Adam, it's great to be back. You know, I've been playing VGC for the last 15 years, ever since the beginning, and this is the first year we're actually in Japan, and it's just an incredible atmosphere here. Even though I've been living here the past 4 years, I mean, it's just something special that I think the players and spectators alike here are just not going to forget for the rest of their lives.
Is this the shortest journey you've ever taken to a World Championships, Ray?
Yes, I think so.
You just moved halfway around the world. Now you got a quick,
just a quick train ride.
Yeah, exactly.
Tokyo to Yokohama. Super easy, super quick.
Yeah, I did it. It was great. It was a fantastic time. Of course, Scott, thank you for joining us once again. Have you been around as long as Ray? Longer? Where are we at on that comparison scale?
He's got me by a few years, right? You know, it's very inspired by Ray's championship victory in 2010. I guess I would have, I think, would have been the U.S. Nationals right before that would have been when I started playing, where I've been doing singles for a while and kind of was eager to check this thing out. And then, you know, I thought it was just going to be a quick experiment. Like, oh, you know, I wonder what this is like. And then here I still am, you know, 13 or 14 years later.
Funny how that works. We're all still here 15 years later.
I started in 2010 as well, did not make it that far, and then 2011 I actually met both of you, so pretty nice to be back, and obviously fantastic to be here in Japan. Gents, first impressions, we've had one game, we've been around the event for a little while now. What are we feeling so far?
I'm feeling pretty good. I mean, I think kind of coming into this tournament, you know, the main thing I was curious about, like, all right, well, this is the first event on a format, but also it's Worlds, so like, you know, is this going to feel like a first event? Is it going to feel like, you know, normal World Championship, somewhere in the middle? I think, you know, the midpoint is kind of where it's feeling right now, where we're seeing a lot, like maybe a smaller group of Pokemon than we normally would for this sort of situation. But I think we see kind of a wide variety of teams. Like some of them look like very developed, kind of like later metagame looking things. Some of them are definitely like, you know, if you open the ladder up, you'd probably see basically the same thing right now. But I mean, I think everyone looks comfortable, right? I think, you know, everyone's gonna have the chance to give their best shot, even though it's unexplored territory.
Yeah, and seeing round 1 feature 2 former world champions, I mean, as a world champion myself, I mean, even me, like watching that match and seeing that pairing come up in round 1 is just, you just can't wait to kick off the day with such a high quality match like that.
It was a pretty easy choice for us, right? We looked down the players. It's like Arash won in 2013, Naoto 2019. They seem to be on the same line. Let's pull that one. So felt really good. What do you think of the match, though? I mean, we did come into this. We knew Regulation D is, as you say, unexplored. Players have been exploring in their own time. Where did that match land on your expectations, and how do you think it sets the tone for the rest of today, the weekend, just in general?
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of nice to see Arash using another powerful Ice-type Pokemon. You know, I remember casting him win his World Championship in 2013. It was a very Mamoswine-focused team. So, you know, his new Ice-type's a little bit, you know, thinner and more agile, but, you know, it feels like the right vibe for him, right? But, no, I mean, I thought it was pretty cool where, you know, I feel like, you know, in this tournament, the way to win it is kind of like, all right, I need to respect the fact that there are a lot of really powerful Pokemon in this format, so I can't use Pokemon who are, you know, maybe too low on the stats end, or at least too many Pokemon that are really low on the stats end. I think instead kind of the solution to this format is like, all right, well, I'm going to use like 4 or 5 of the Pokemon that maybe everyone's expecting, maybe 1 or 2 Pokemon that are a little bit sneakier, and then kind of maybe some training that sets me apart with all this Pokemon. You know, some tech moves that people aren't expecting, maybe some Pokemon that are trained to be a little more defensive when my opponents are expecting offensive, or more offensive when my opponents are expecting something defensive. I think that really what stood out to me in that match, where it was that Swords Dance Urshifu that kind of just ran over the game. I think we're going to see a lot of that sort of Pokemon do well this weekend.
Yeah, that was the one differentiating factor in that match too, because Naoto's Urshifu was pretty standard. It had the Surging Strikes, Aqua Jet, Close Combat, whereas Arash's actually dropped Close Combat to feature Swords Dance, which is not something we see all the time, but I think it makes a lot of sense, even though initially it seems kind of counterintuitive, because the opponent is very unlikely to protect against Urshifu just because of its ability. And so finding room to Swords Dance is often difficult, but Arash had that Amoonguss to kind of back it up, and his Urshifu also had safety goggles, which let it become just totally immune to anything the Amoonguss could do, and just take that opportunity to get a free Swords Dance and just get off to the races.
It kind of feels like we've already learned the lesson, right, from watching people play Iron Hands throughout the last couple of months. We made that pivot towards the end, right, where we started saying, okay, Swords Dance is really, really good. I'm going to make room for it, drop the Assault Vest, and get it going. And I like that Arash has looked at that and said, okay, well, what if Urshifu had +2 attack? Oh, that would actually be crazy, because then you can't protect and you can just knock anything out. So it feels good. Urshifu only coming in at 3rd, I believe it was, on our usage. Iron Hand's actually staying above it. What, looking at that usage, surprised you, or was that exactly where you gents were feeling it?
I mean, I certainly wasn't expecting to see Flutter Mane at, you know, somehow going up regulation over regulation. I mean, certainly it's fantastic, right? I mean, I think everybody kind of like had it, you know, penciled into their teams and like needed a really good reason not to include it, but I wasn't expecting to be quite that high. I think that is a really interesting thing to watch kind of moving forward, where, you know, the teams that have really good solutions to Flutter Mane are going to feel pretty good, right? Like, I think, you know, again, thinking about like kind of those tech moves, your Steel types probably actually want Steel type moves in this format. I think one thing that's harder to see in the graph, but I'll be really curious about, but we did see a lot of Amoonguss, as we often do in seemingly every Pokemon Video Game Championships format. Always seems to be around somehow. But like Ray mentioned about the Urshifu, you know, I think where safety goggles gets placed because of that, you know, how many Pokemon have the grass terrestrialization is going to be a really important thing to watch. I think a lot of the top Pokemon kind of, they're so dominant that they're going to require some solution, and you know, your team can't naturally counter everything, but one of the fun parts of this generation of battling is that you can kind of like get around a bad matchup by using Terastallization to shift the types in your team some. I think, Urshifu in particular is another one where, like, do you have like that water Terastallization to try to do some damage? Do you have Rocky Helmet to try and punish it for using those surging strikes? I think it'll be pretty cool to see what people do because, yeah, that top group seems very solidified for such an early, well, not really early, but for the tactical first tournament of a format.
I'd say that's early. It's the first tournament.
Yeah, and you touched on this a bit earlier, Scott, but a lot of those top Pokemon, like the Fluttermane, like Urshifu, like Heatran even, they can run so many different sets, and that kind of makes it so even though it's the same Pokemon, you can just have drastically different ways of using it. I mean, Fluttermane could go booster energy, boosting its speed, and then even use supporting moves like Fake Tears or Icy Wind. It could go flat-out offensive with choice specs. It could even go Focus Sash and try and get a Trick Room up. I mean, Heatran likewise has so many different sets it could run. I've seen Magma Storm, Iron Defense with Body Press. We've seen Life Orb, Leftovers. There's so many different things it can do. In that past match, we just saw how Urshifu with the Swords Dance instead of close combat just single-handedly helped Arash, take that match. So a lot of these top Pokemon, even though their usage is so high, there's so many different ways of using them that I think really sets them apart and is going to be so interesting to follow this weekend.
Yeah, I'm really excited about that. I mean, I think I'm always the first to kind of make fun of that year, was it 2015, where it seemed like we had the same combination of 5 Pokemon in every team, because that one, it didn't feel like, to me, the top Pokemon had that much differentiation, right? Like, even though usually, like, especially like that Fire-type slot was just like a variety of different things, it was very samey, right? And it was like very tactical chess format where you kind of like really had to grind it out to try to get an advantage. I think this is going to be a little bit more fun, right? I think even if we have Pokemon with really high usage, the mix of Terastallization and kind of so many of these Pokemon having more options than they used to have, I think it's going to make the mirrors really fun because it's going to be very imperfect mirrors, and like the differences between the team are really going to change the options both players have available. So yeah, I mean, I think even if you're one of those players, like you really are excited when you're watching this to see all of like the really niche Pokemon, you might be a little disappointed that there's fewer of those, perhaps at least in day one, than you might have expected. I think that it's worth looking at the details because the way these games plays out should be really exciting, even if we see a lot of the same Pokemon. I think Heatran in particular, I'm really excited where it might be my pick for the best Pokemon in this format, even though its usage isn't so high. I think it's just really flexible. It's one of those Pokemon you can pick and feel good about it in almost every game. But yeah, there's just so many different ways you can run it. I think it's going to be a really fun format.
Heatran feels unfair with Terastallization. That to me is like the big difference maker for it. Is like you've always had these obvious weaknesses, and being able to skirt around them is pretty nice.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Heatran in this format. I got a question for you, gents. What about the new Hisuian Pokemon? How are we feeling about which of those might stand above the pack?
I'm just going to be honest, and this is like a long-running thing. In your absence, Ray, there seems to be a running, I don't want to say joke, because it's not particularly funny, but any Pokemon that's able to slow down a game seems to end up on a game I'm casting, so I am a little bit nervous about Hisui and Goodra. I think it makes a lot of sense on paper with the steel typing, and as you were saying, you have to bring a steel attack now. It's not like you just take the steel type and you use it for that, but them being able to slow the game down in what can be a really fast-paced format feels interesting to me. I know I'm going to get saddled with it sometime this weekend. We can follow up on that later, but it's probably the one for me that it's so different to what we've been seeing for the past few months with everyone going, Fluttermane, Iron Hands, and just dealing big damage.
Yeah, I really want to see it. I enjoy Goodra a lot. Just I think like that sort of like unconventional win condition is always really fun for me to watch. Where when you're not just trading Pokemon back and forth and you're kind of working towards something else, I think it's fun to just kind of like see how the trainer's thinking. I mean, for me, certainly, yeah. I mean, I think the Basculegion's the one that's probably going to wind up being the highest usage. We're talking at the North American International Championships about how big of a threat it seemed like Ursaluna was going to be. It seems like, especially in the West, players have backed off of that a little bit more. I think Japan still seems to be a little bit higher on it than the West does, but there's a lot of like the Rain Basculegion thing flying around in day one. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. The one I really wanted to see was Kleavor. I don't think it's good enough, but Stone Axe is just like such a powerful tool that I feel like some format someday Kleavor's going to have its day. I don't know if it's going to be this weekend, but gosh, I just hope, hopefully someone in day 2 just got that team sheet. They're hiding it, but it's in the back somewhere. They're going to find it.
Yeah, I'm with you, Adam, on the Goodra. I think in a metagame with a lot of slow, bulky defensive Pokemon, if you get the opportunity to start stacking those defense boosts, you can just become absolutely unstoppable with that Goodra. So I think it's something we could see, but like Scott said, Basculegion seems to be really popular, especially in some of the more Western metagames. In Japan, they definitely do like Ursaluna. I can confirm that. Living out here, there's a lot of Ursaluna out here paired with Cresselia for that kind of hybrid Trick Room mode. You don't have to go all in on Trick Room. You can just have Cresselia and Ursaluna with a bunch of kind of mid-speed tier Pokemon or faster Pokemon like Fluttermane to back that up. But I also think we might see a lot of Hisui and Arcanine. That seems to be pretty popular across all regions for players that they don't want to go for Landorus for their Intimidator. They might go for that Hisui and Arcanine to add a fire type that can bring not only offense, because it is, you know, a very strong Pokemon with Flare Blitz, especially with that high base attack, but also the Intimidate helping to support the team I think is beneficial too.
It feels like a pretty solid pick. Gents, I do want to say thank you very much for your insights. There's so much more we could cover, so I feel really bad cutting you off. I know that, Ray, you obviously have wealth of experience, and we're definitely going to have to get you back to dive into that.
I'll be here all weekend.
Yeah, that's fantastic news for us. Scott obviously bringing fantastic insight, but for now, it sounds like round 2 is getting pretty close, so I want to get back to the action on stage. Thank you for joining us in the lounge. Casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, and welcome back to our game coverage of the Pokemon World Championships 2023. I'm Rosemary Kelly, and I'm joined by Aaron Cybertron Zhang, and we are here to talk you through the next match.
I am so excited. I think out of all the worlds I have been a part of in terms of a commentator, this is the one I was most excited for, just because it's a brand new format, and I was like, I just want to see what teams people are bringing and what the best players in the world are bringing and what they think will give them the best chance to become world champion at the end of the day. And with each round, we just get to see more teams and more really interesting team building.
I mean, not only that, you talk about the format change up, but what about the fact we're in Japan?
That's pretty cool too. Yeah, you know, awesome. that comes second to Pokemon, but
no,
you know, yeah.
It does. But it has been an incredible celebration of Pokemon across the entire city and country, and the fact that it's for the players that have earned their invites to participate at this World Championships makes it even cooler.
Absolutely, yeah, it is surreal to just be here. I was watching that opening ceremony when we were kicking things off, and
I was emotional.
It just gets me in the feels, honestly, and players have worked so hard to get here. It's a whole season's worth of work, and it's not an easy tournament, right? Worlds is the premier tournament, and you think about round 1, right? Half the player field has lost the first round. After the second round, a quarter of the player field have lost both games, right? And it's like, these are the best and the best, and so many people are gonna try to vie to get into day 2, of course, and then try to get into Top Cut and win Worlds, but at the end of the day, there can only be one world champion, but it's just so fun to see all these different Pokemon and teams, and this format is really dynamic as well.
It has been. I mean, the fact that it is the first World Championships, it is the first official event of this format, really does bring some really exciting surprises, even seeing some of the tech choices that have already come out from some of the more standard Pokemon that we would have expected to see in Regulation D. I mean, we'll talk about that Swords Dance Urshifu, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I think so far we've seen a lot of pretty expected Pokemon, a lot of the Pokemon that we had put in our predictions as casters as well, but to me, what's most interesting about a format like this is how do you make those Pokemon stand out relative to your opponents? We know Fluttermane's going to be on every other team, basically, in this format, but how are you able to make your Fluttermane better than your opponent's Fluttermane? How are you able to train your Pokemon in a way that might catch your opponents off guard? I think Arash's Water Urshifu in that first round, very untraditional. A lot of people generally just expect, you know, max speed, max attack investment on Urshifu, maybe an item like Mystic Water, and you just go with Surging Strikes, Aqua Jet Close Combat. Arash is like, I'm going to drop Close Combat, I'm going to put Swords Dance on it, I'm going to give it a safety goggles, and I'm going to give it a lot of bulk, right? All of those decisions individually alone already make it fairly unique, but you combine all of those and suddenly it feels like you're playing with a different Pokemon.
Yeah, it really did look that way as well, and it's going to be even more of that as we look forward to the next matches that we have for round number 2 of Swiss. And here are some of the matches that we have just on the docket. I cannot believe some of these names that are going up against each other, sitting at a 1-0 record so far.
I think my favorite thing about Worlds is you look at these pairings and I'm like, I could have see this being a IC finals, a regional finals, a World's Top Cup match, maybe even a World's finals, right? Like that first match we had literally had 2 world champions. It doesn't get any better than that. And so that's what I love most about Worlds. Every match is sure to deliver, and the names on this list, we've seen so many have so much success throughout this entire season, and many of them are starting, of course, down 1 game as well, and you know, have lost the first round. And I think most of the players on this key match list have won the first round, but you know, just thinking of all the great players that we had thought about going into this tournament, I believe Wolflick actually dropped the first round, for example, and so at the end of the day, it's a long day 1. I believe it is 7 rounds for us today, so any players with 5 wins will move on to the next day, but if you get to 3 losses first, then you're eliminated. So the main thing is making sure that you just try to stay composed and keep going.
For sure. It's still a long day. You think about it being 7 rounds of Swiss, but these are some of the most intense matches you're going to play all season. So it takes a lot of mental fortitude to be able to get through even 7 rounds of Swiss today. So every player, they still have an opportunity to be able to make it through to day number 2, but I think the road even gets harder from there.
It does, and before we really dive into things a little bit deeper, Rosemary, I want to ask you, have you been surprised by anything so far? It's only been 1 round, but I think we've all been taking a little bit of a sneak peek of the teams and the players what they decided to bring. Has there been anything interesting, anything that's caught your eye?
Honestly, I'm excited for Lou for this, but all the Gastrodon that we saw in the actual field so far, I think has been one of the surprises on the radar. You think about it and you're like, what a great counter. Storm Drain, excellent ability to be able to play into all of the other fantastic water types that are going to be in the meta as we see that kind of formulate throughout the day. But I think also I'm really hopeful to see, honestly, some sun. Like, that's one of my favorite archetypes, and taking a look at just kind of the weather teams that have been building up throughout the season. I was hoping to see more of that, quite honestly.
I'm really glad you brought up weather, because I think sun and rain I expect to be prevalent throughout the course of this tournament, and I think what makes it really interesting is Tornadus is one of the brand new Pokemon, of course, in this format, introduced in Regulation D. Tornadus can set up every single weather manually through its moves, and of course it gets access to Prankster as well. So I definitely expect to see Sun. I think Sun was already established in previous formats before Regulation D, whereas I think Rain now gets some brand new tricks in this format, specifically Basculegion, which was going to be my answer as to Pokemon that I've been really surprised by in terms of usage rates. A lot of North American players from various different team building groups have opted to use Basculegion, and it feels like every different team I look at has a different Basculegion set as well. So that's a Pokemon I have my eye out on, and I believe Lou actually put it in one of her 4 Pokemon as well for her predictions. And so I think that is something like I expect a lot of people to try to build around. It's not easy, right? But at the end of the day, it's such a powerful Pokemon. You can either use Swiss Swim or Adaptability. Both are incredible abilities, and so I definitely agree with your weather call, and I hope we can get some Basculegions on stream as well.
What do you think about sand or snow even? Do you think those could have a chance of making an appearance?
It's funny because when we were in an earlier regulation, at one of the regionals we were at, I think maybe it was Portland, all 4 weathers were in the top 8, and I was like, that's wild. And maybe it was 3 of the 4, maybe it was all 4. But point being, it was like, we actually are in a format where all of the weathers are relevant. I think Tyranitar is generally what makes Sand super good, and I think I just haven't seen as many Tyranitar. I think it can still be decent in this format, but with Urshifu being so prevalent, and Iron Hands being at number 2 usage, by the way, in terms of percentage of teams using it, I was expecting to be a really popular pick in this format, but I didn't expect it to be number 2. But point being, Tyranitar struggles a lot against Iron Hands and Urshifu. Both of those are just so common everywhere, so I think it has a little bit of a tougher time. And then Abomasnow and Snow, I feel like I had a brief stint in this, in Scarlet and Violet. We had Abomasnow plus Iron Bundle with Choice Specs Iron Bundle, and the idea was to just really blow things up with Blizzard, for example. I think part of the problem is with Sun and Rain being more prevalent now, it's not as easy to always get the Aurora Veil up from Abomasnow or these Blizzards off, for example. So as much as I'd like to see Sand and Snow, I think if I were to predict whether or not we would see it, I actually say no today. But I'm hoping to be proven wrong, because it's always fun to watch weather.
I'm really glad you brought up Aurora Veil, because I feel like screens have made kind of a reappearance in the meta. That's not something that we ended up seeing as a huge strategy, even in Regulation B and C. And I'm kind of hoping we see some more Grimmsnarl even, just to see some screen setters.
Yeah, I think Grimmsnarl is one of the Pokemon I was interested in Regulation D, because you can play a little bit more slow pace. I think Intimidate is really good. You have it from things like Arcanine, Hisuian Arcanine, Gyarados, for example, and of course Landorus Therian form. In addition, Parting Shot from Grimmsnarl, just really consistent as well. The main thing about screens is that Urshifu's existence makes it tougher, right? Because you get those guaranteed critical hits from either Urshifu forms, and so teams that want to rely on screens have to make sure you're able to cover for either Urshifu, which is a really big part of team building. But I believe we are ready to get into the second match, and I am so excited.
I'm excited as well. You got a sneak peek of what we're going to be jumping into on our stream pairings graphic. But just in case you missed it, it's going to be Ashton Cox going up against Yuya Tada for Swiss round number 2 here at the World Championships.
These are both really decorated players. Ashton winning multiple regional championships and international championships, placed second at the Orlando Regional Championships earlier this season. And Yuya is a very decorated player from Japan. He often competes outside the Japanese circuit and has been at OCIC, for example, and placed very well there. And so, yeah, definitely going to be a really exciting matchup, and both players have had tremendous performances this season.
What's interesting about taking a look at the Japan meta is that they are really running some very standard Pokemon.
especially when you look at some of the grassroots events that have happened leading up to this event. I'm really excited to see what that brings to the table versus a player that is known for being more creative when it comes to the team building.
And I'm really glad you called that out because Ashton's rocking some really interesting Pokemon, Rose. We were talking about weather earlier. Well, there's weather right now. We've got Torkoal on the team. But what's really interesting is that it's a Trick Room and a Tailwind team. You see Cresselia, you see Torkoal, you see Iron Hands. That's a really slow core.
Unique.
But then you've got the Tornadus, the Flutter Mane, and the Chi-Yu. That's a super fast core. I mean, of course, Flutter Mane and Chi-Yu as a lead duo, very impressive. Flutter Mane takes advantage of Chi-Yu's ability. And Yuya running very strong Pokemon, like you mentioned. A lot of Japanese players for this tournament have opted to just bring Pokemon with the highest base stats and just the best attacks in the game. And so I think all 6 Pokemon on his side don't really seem to be too surprising. Ashton, of course, really relying on a ton of damage coming out from these attackers like Flutter Mane and Chi-Yu. And then you have this slow mode with Cresselia and Torkoal, where Torkoal can just use really powerful fire-type attacks under Trick Room.
Yeah, I'm looking at just how much something like an Eruption would be able to do onto Yuya's team. You know, you have the Chien-Pao, and if you're able to get Trick Room up, then that's going to be a great way to be able to just try to deal out a ton of damage. But I think what makes this matchup even more interesting is when you take a look at Flutter Mane being on both sides. So you have to pay attention a little bit to which one is faster, which one's going to be doing more damage. And these are both choice spec sets.
I'm really glad you called that out because I think the Flutter Mane interaction has been such a key integral part of matchups throughout all of Scarlet and Violet
it's
VGC.
on 70% of the teams.
Exactly, right? And so the fact that it can hit itself for super effective damage is a big deal, right? If you just outspeed your opponent's Flutter Mane, get that super effective Shadow Ball off and KO them, well, that's a huge lead that you get. So really glad that you called that out because I think that's going to be a pivotal part in this matchup. To me, what I'm looking at is that Ashton's team has so much just immediate offense. He's running this Choice Spec Flutter Mane. He's got Chi-Yu, of course. You've got Sun that you can enable either through Torkoal or through Tornadus setting up Sunny Day. And so my question is, can Yuya really take all that damage? Are you able to actually respond? How are you able to survive potential attacks? So one approach is going for a defensive Terra. You know, his team generally does take a lot of damage from fire-type attacks. Urshifu is the one Pokemon that resists a fire-type attack before a Terra, but the thing is then you have Urshifu, and if the sun is up, your Surging Strikes aren't really doing as much damage, right? So Yuya actually has Water Terra on Iron Hands and Amoonguss, and I think both of those could be potential responses to deal with just the pure amount of fire-type damage that Ashton has.
Not only that, but Amoonguss and Iron Hands would be amazing brings if Ashton decides to lean into the Trick Room mode that's available on his side as well. So not only is it great responses from the defensive type, but you also have the ability to maybe withstand some of that damage as Iron Hands is holding the Assault Vest, which that's also been kind of up in the air in terms of how trainers are actually putting together the Iron Hands set.
Totally. I think Ashton can take 2 approaches here. One is just go really offensive, like Flutter Chi-Yu maybe as a lead, and you can go like Torkoal Tornadus in the back. The other is a Trick Room mode where you can go with Iron Hands, Cresselia, Torkoal, and then one of Chi-Yu or Flutter Mane to close things out. And I think for Yuya, then the question is, okay, how do you respond to either of those modes, right? I think his Flutter Mane is also going to be really important. So let's get started.
We're going to get into the game, and we're going to see Yuya Tada lead off right away with such an offensive pressure duo. You got the Chien-Pao right next to the Urshifu, and Ashton's going to have the Flutter Mane and the Torkoal to go ahead and set the sun right away for that Flutter Mane.
And one thing that's critical, of course, is noticing what boost you get from Photosynthesis. It is going to be that speed boost. So the Flutter Mane right now looking really, really powerful, of course, threatening both of these Pokemon with a potential super effective Fairy-type attack. And so the question on Yuya's end is how do you respond, right? You could potentially detect your Urshifu, take an attack with that Chien-Pao, and then retaliate back with, for example, a super powerful Ice Skull Crash. And so even though things look really good for Ashton right now, the other question is, can you make sure that you don't just lose both of your Pokemon immediately? The Focus Sash on Chien-Pao here is a really big deal.
This turn 1 is going to be absolutely critical, as we're going to see Ashton hit the Terra right away. So any Fairy-type attack coming out from the Flutter Mane is going to be even extra devastating when it comes down to what type of damage it can do. So a Detect, you called it, Aaron. It's going to be a Detect on the Urshifu just to try to keep it safe. And the Dazzling Gleam then gets a chance to hit into the Chien-Pao and bring it down to its Focus Sash.
So I think the Terra there helps if you're worried about something like a Sucker Punch plus an Aqua Jet combo from Urshifu, but Yuya decides I'm not going to bother going for it. And so my question now is, how bulky is this Flutter Mane? Do you just feint to an Ice Skull Crash, or does Ice Skull Crash miss?
No
That's
way!
the downside of running that attack. It, of course, can miss, and Torkoal is going to get an Eruption to finish off the Chien-Pao.
Oh, that is a devastating turn number 1. Chien-Pao was able to bide some time there with the Focus Sash and potentially hit back. But now Yuya has lost a critical Pokemon and has to bring out his third.
Yeah, so I think the play from both players makes a lot of sense on turn 1. Yuya's like, well, I know I have Focus Sash on my Chien-Pao, but my Urshifu, of course, does not have Focus Sash. And do I want to commit a Terra immediately to it just to survive a Dazzling Gleam? What would I do in response to it? You know, survive potentially, but then I just get a Surging Strikes off, and that's not really that strong either way. That miss, of course, though, super, super critical, and one of the biggest debates in this format is, do you run Icicle Crash Chien-Pao, or do you run Ice Spinner? Spinner, of course, is 100% accurate, but it does get affected by Rocky Helmet, which is a really common item in this format, so some players opt for Icicle Crash. It's been really common to get around Amoonguss, specifically, because Focus Sash is such a critical item on Chien-Pao. So Yuya now definitely in a really tricky position, but with that Iron Hands out, you at least have some fake-out pressure. I think the tough thing for you is both of these Pokemon have so much offense right now, but Ashton actually is going to make the switch here to conserve the Flutter Mane.
Would have been nice, though, because Terra Fairy Flutter Mane, that can get faked out, so it would have been a nice target for that, but we'll have to see how Yuya's going to respond now, being on the back foot into the second turn, and it's going to be that Terra right away, as it's going to be the Urshifu now detected last turn, ready to fight back.
Yeah, and the idea here is just to deal more damage as well as potentially survive that Dazzling Gleam. So the fake out there did go into the Flutter Mane slot, so it wouldn't have been hit by Dazzling this turn, but now you get more damage from Surging Strikes. But this is what's so awkward. It's Surging Strikes in the sun, and so...
Oh my gosh.
Torkoal definitely taking a little bit less damage than it would be normally. As you can see, it will survive this turn after the 3 hits, and we'll be able to get another attack off here.
That's going to be important, just looking at being able to take advantage of the sun while it's still up. And so Ashton deciding to lock into the Flamethrower for this turn, not going for something like the Eruption after taking so much damage.
Yeah, smart not to click Eruption there. Eruption would have put the Torkoal in just kind of an awkward spot. Ashton right now is basically trying to position himself to really sweep with, I think, the final 2 Pokemon, right? We know Flutter Mane's in the back. Torkoal and Tornadus both aren't really going to do too much here, but the idea is to just start chipping away. I think the fact that Ashton was able to get the Terra out from Yuya's end is a really big deal, right? Because now you know, hey, Iron Hands can't Terra. I do just have these really powerful potential Moonblast or Dazzling Gleams. And so I think what Ashton's really looking for is to just continue getting some chip damage and not switch in your Flutter Mane, not switch in your final Pokemon, and just let your opponent take knockouts so that you can bring them out safely.
We're going to see the Tailwind there from the Tornadus, just as an insurance policy to make sure you're going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field. And Surging Strikes to finish off that Tornadus, or excuse me, the Torkoal is going to be out of here.
Torkoal now has fainted, and Iron Hands here will be able to get a very powerful, super effective Wild Charge off here into Tornadus. So Yuya does manage to get 2 knockouts, but this is the scenario.
Switches.
Exactly. Free switches into your final 2 Pokemon. The Tailwind is up, the sun is up. It does not get any better than this for Flutter Mane and for that Chi-Yu that's waiting in the back as well. And normally to survive against this duel, you kind of want to conserve your Terra, but the thing is that the Terra has already been used, of course, on the Urshifu's end. So I think the main decision that Ashton has to make now is, well, my Flutter Mane is Choice Spec, so I have to make sure that I lock into what I think is the best attack, and with Chi-Yu, what move do I want to click? Of course, because Chi-Yu's moves can miss with the Heat Wave and Overheat. And
Not going to take any chances.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't take any chances in this situation.
I was like, let's give him a brief pause. Let's see what he's going to do, but that's exactly it. The thing is, Chi-Yu, of course, can miss, and misses are really, really crucial here, but this Flutter Mane with that Choice Specs, with that Fairy Terra, just able to output so much damage, and of course you get the special defense drop from the Chi-Yu as well. So that Flamethrower earlier onto the Iron Hands was really critical, but hey, Amoonguss, not a bad Pokemon to bring out right now, especially if you protect the Urshifu, and there it is.
Nice call there. So Amoonguss is going to be able to stem the pressure just a little bit as the Dazzling Gleam does get committed into from the Flutter Mane with that Choice Specs. That is going to be the move that is locked into for the rest of this game number 1. And Amoonguss takes that really nicely, but it's about the Dark Pulse here that the Urshifu is going to be protected from.
Yeah, so that was a nice move. I think really any other play, and you just lose so much, but you can just go Dazzling Gleam Heat Wave now if you want, because that gets around the Rage Powder, right? So that's the scary thing. Of course, Heat Wave can miss, but I think it's just really the best option, and if you don't miss, that Urshifu slot really can just faint immediately. So from Yuya's end, you can consider maybe going for a double protect. Part of the idea right now is, hey, can I actually stall out the sun? Because if so, the damage output gets greatly reduced.
I think there's only 1 or so turns left, and you still have the Iron Hands in the back to potentially make a pivot in to keep the Urshifu alive for the last few turns.
Yeah, exactly. I think this turn is going to be really, really pivotal because of that detect coming up from Urshifu last turn. That slot is left relatively exposed. One thing to note is that Yuya's Amoonguss actually does have Protect, so yeah, it's going to go for it, but that means no Protect from Urshifu. Is it going to faint from the Dazzling Heat Wave combo? It's going to be the Aqua Jet coming out first just to get some guaranteed damage, which I think makes a lot of sense. And that is going to do 80 damage to Chi-Yu, about 2/3.
Yeah, it's still a lot of damage there, but it's Dazzling Gleam turn now for the Fluttermane, and Urshifu, this is still going to be a ton of damage despite the fact that it is that
Oh,
Water
okay.
Terra. It's just a knockout.
That's actually really good to know, right? It's choice specs, obviously, and you have the special defense drop from Chi-Yu, but some players actually do run a ton of special defense investment on Urshifu, so knowing that I think is really critical in itself. One thing that is big now is that you do get the Iron Hands out, so you, of course, you can bring it out. Sun has faded, so been able to stall things out. Now you have fake out pressure from the Iron Hands. So the question then is, who do you decide to fake out? We know that the Fluttermane here's choice specs, it cannot protect, but if you go for fake out into Fluttermane, that means Chi-Yu can just get a super effective Heat Wave or Overheat off, right? So Ashen willing to just continue to go with these spread moves. Even without the Sun, you're still outputting so much damage. So Yuya here first has to get the right fake out off, right? But the question is, does your Iron Hands even survive this Dazzling Gleam? If you fake out into Chi-Yu, you then might just feint to Dazzling Gleam, and Amoonguss is just never going to win the game from offense. So let's see if Yuya can pull off the comeback right now. I think it's really tricky just with the amount of damage that Ashen has on his side. Oh,
Take out into
okay.
the Fluttermane.
Playing for the miss now from the Chi-Yu. Is
have
Chi-Yu able to
to.
connect? It
Oh,
is.
it's a double hit right there to knock out the Amoonguss. And Iron Hands gets burned too. That's just insult to injury.
Yeah, the idea there is that I think Ashton basically had a really nice pin where it's like, okay, if you flick the fake out onto Chi-Yu, and then Dazzling Gleam just knocks out your Iron Hands, most likely, and how is your Amoonguss ever going to win that matchup against me? So I think Fluttermane just did so much damage in this game, and at the end of the day, the Urshifu went for the Water Terra, kind of defensively. In the end, we saw that the Flutter still just does so much damage to it anyway. And of course, Surging Strikes was able to do a little bit more damage, but when your best means of offense is Surging Strikes from when the sun is up, it doesn't feel great. But of course, that turn 1 miss was so crucial, right?
Oh
if you connect with the Chien-Pao, depends on how much defensive investment Fluttermane has, but if you get that knockout, it's just a completely different game. And so sometimes Pokemon can be like that, where a single miss can just really greatly impact the outcome of a match, and that's just the risk of running Icicle Crash. But I thought Yuya did his best to at least stay in the game. It's just really hard after that turn 1, because Fluttermane is such a strong Pokemon.
Really nice defensive pivots to at least give Yuya a chance, and even just playing for the Heat Wave miss was the right call in that situation to buy him another turn. But there's a lot of information to be able to take away from that game number 1 as well. We saw a little bit of the interaction for the booster energy, or the photosynthesis there for the Fluttermane on Ashton's side, so Yuya is able to take that information away, as well as the turn that Urshifu got knocked out. That was a ton of damage, and so both trainers can kind of walk away with that info.
Yeah, I think in terms of adjustments, if you expect Ashen to go with the same combination, Iron Hands as a lead becomes really interesting, because it's Water Terra, right? So if you're up against Flutter plus Torkoal, you can just go for a Water Terra, and it has Heavy Slam, and Ashton's Terra on the Fluttermane is Fairy, so then you just get a Heavy Slam into that slot. I think the risk there, obviously, is that the Iron Hands is slow, right? And so there's a lot that can potentially take advantage of that. But to me, yeah, I think a defensive Terra from Amoonguss or Hands is what we were talking about going into this game. And I think if you're able to survive and then retaliate back either with a knockout or Spore, it's a really big deal. That being said, I think Yuya also might feel content to just run it back, saying, okay, if I just hit that Icicle Crash on turn 1, it's a completely different game as well. I think Chien-Pao is actually a really critical Pokemon in this matchup, because it just does so much damage. But of course, that miss was really, really critical. So I'm thinking maybe a different Terra from Yuya's end. I think Fluttermane could also be a very interesting adjustment as well. And you need to figure out how to basically deal more damage.
I think it would be nice to just have the option for the Urshifu to just get some impact, and that was something that Ashton's pressure made very, very difficult for Yuya to actually try to weave in. But it's time for game number 2, and it's going to be a little bit of an adjustment coming in from Yuya, as it is the Iron Hands and the Chien-Pao is the lead, and Ashton's running it back.
Yeah, so this is what I was trying to get at with the Iron Hands, where like Urshifu felt really awkward in the beginning of that previous game. Hands now in a really interesting spot, right? It can go for that Water Terra immediately and then just go for that Heavy Slam. This Torkoal's moveset we know is Eruption, Flamethrower, Earth Power, and Protect. So you don't really do that much damage with any of those moves to Iron Hands, especially if it goes for that Water Terra. And so I think turn 1 you could consider protecting the Chien-Pao, for example, and then going for a Heavy Slam. Ashen's response then is to switch out his Fluttermane. You see he's committed to a slower mode in the back with Iron Hands and Cresselia, and I like this decision a lot, because I think Yuya is probably feeling really pressured by Fluttermane on turn 1.
You don't want to just let your Fluttermane drop, as it can be really critical in the very back half of this game. But it is going to be a Terra from Yuya onto the Iron Hands. And so the Water Terra committed so early as the defensive Terra.
But now it's water, and guess what's weak? And what it's weak to Iron Hands on the opposing side, right?
That's
and so
true.
yeah, I think Yuya going for that Protect Heavy Slam play, but Ashen does not get caught by it here. And there's the Heavy Slam. This is a fantastic play by Ashen on turn 1 to get around what would have countered his play in the previous game here. So Torkoal's Eruption, you know, it's decent, but the main thing here is you bait out on a Terra, and you conserve your Flutter Mane in the back, and now that Terra makes Iron Hands weak to this Wild Charge. And so that was a perfect turn 1 from Ashton, and it could have gone really poorly for Ashton if he just stayed with Flutter Mane and tried to go for Fairy Terra, Dazzling Gleam again, but Ashton recognizes I am not going to just lose my Flutter Mane immediately, and does such a fantastic job conserving that. And he's, I think, in excellent shape going into turn 2 now.
Yeah, really smart plays on this turn number 1, and we're going to see the Icicle Crash and the Torkoal just not really doing very much damage, despite the fact that it was a critical hit, and you're just so happy to be able to take that, and it's just super effective. Iron Hands. Iron Hands on Iron Hands violence.
It's so weird to see Iron Hands getting one-shot by anything because it's such a bulky Pokemon, but to see it get KO'd, okay, we do see a flinch on Torkoal. That's honestly a big deal, a crit and a flinch, because if you don't get the flinch there, then you get the Eruption off, and Champ-House just at 1 HP immediately. So that actually, I think, can have a huge impact on this game, and Landorus is actually the perfect Pokemon to switch into right now. So Yuya does have a ton of offense on the field right now, right? The combination of the Champ-House and Landorus means that you can just keep going for really, really powerful moves. The main thing that's awkward for the Landorus is this is a Choice Scarf set, and so then my question is, what are you actually going to click with the Landorus? You can't go for Flying Terra Terra Blast, and that's normally one of the strongest strengths, so I'm looking at that Stomping Tantrum now potentially to target the Torkoal slot or the Iron Hand slot, but Ashton actually does have that Cresselia in the back as well, so I wonder if he wanted to play towards a Trick Room late game mode where you Dark Terra Cresselia, set up Trick Room, and then go from there.
I think that would be a really stellar play. It's going to be a Terra, though, from Ashton for this turn, and it's going to be the Iron Hands. I love that choice as well, because you were talking about the Stomping Tantrum being a bit of a threat into the Iron Hands or the Torkoal, and I think Torkoal at this point has done a really impressive job. It's the Stomping Tantrum into the Torkoal, though, so it is going to get knocked out for all of its troubles. But that does open the door for Ashton to bring in something else that may serve a little bit better into the offense that Yuya has on his side.
Well, that's a lot of damage. Do we see a flinch? Oh, another critical hit. Okay. But no flinch. It is going to be that Volt Switch. So, yeah, the idea of that turn was, hey, let me just make sure that I can survive. Could have gone for something like a Drain Punch there, but I really like the Volt Switch because of that Cresselia in the back. The idea is, hey, now I get Iron Hands and Cresselia out next to each other. I know that your Landorus is locked into that Stomping Tantrum, so you are unable to go for the potential Fake Out. Or sorry, you're locked to the Stomping, so you can't target Cresselia, but Ashton actually opting to go for Flutter Mane here, which I think makes a lot of sense as well because you broke the Focus Sash on the Champ-House, and you have that Speed Booster, of course, as well. So right now, one of my questions is how much does Stomping Tantrum from the Landorus actually do to Flutter Mane? Because I think the obvious play from Yuya's end is to just go for a Protect with that Champ-House right now.
And what's really nice about the Cresselia is it's carrying Ice Beam, which is one of its attacks, and that's not really typical on them. So a lot of the Cresselia sets we've seen so far heading into the World Championships, and it's the perfect choice of move to have against a Landorus on the other side. Champ-House does not want to take any of these attacks, but the Charm into the Champ-House. Now that's a tech move you don't see every day.
Yeah, you don't see it every day, but Charm here not really going to do much in the Stomping, does just get that one-hit knockout, so Charm actually into Landorus there could have been really cool, but instead the Ice Beam is going to come out. Does that get the knockout is my question. It is able to secure the KO, okay.
Big KO there. Trade for trade, and now we're going to end up seeing both Ashton and Yuya down to their final 2 Pokemon in this game number 2.
Oh, this is getting really, really tense. The Charm's such a cool attack. It's not a move that we see very frequently.
No.
Ended up not really playing out too much there, but okay, right now I feel like Cresselia is in such good shape. The main thing is, how do you get to a point where you actually get the knockouts, right? Because the main problem is that the Cresselia can't actually really hit the Champ-House. And so, if you want to beat the Champ-House, you're going to have to utilize that Iron Hands. And so, yeah, the Drain Punch here, of course, is the best way to just heal up here. You could, of course, just go for something like Fake Out onto the Champ-House. Okay,
I think you have to.
Goes for Fake Out onto Urshifu.
You definitely have to because you want to be able to, you want this Iron Hands to be able to survive in this turn so that you could end up seeing this Cresselia actually get some damage down. And it's going to be right into the Urshifu, but it's not enough to get the knockout.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so the idea is if you get the KO there, it still would have been tricky because then the Champ-House can just target down the Iron Hands. I think Ashton was just making a really hard read there, basically saying, I think the Champ-House here, you do not want to get hit by Fake Out or Drain Punch. You have to protect there. And Champ-House like, nah, I'm not going to. And so Yuya now actually in a really commanding position because you get this guaranteed Crunch plus Surging Strikes into that slot.
Super nice. We're going to see Cresselia get a chance for a bit of HP recovery as it does consume its Citrus Berry. And we're going to see the Urshifu just follow that up. Close combat into the Iron Hands means that Iron Hands doesn't get a chance to actually get any damage down. And so while Cresselia is going to still be on the field, what does it really do at this point to be able to finish off both the Qianpao and the Urshifu? And going to be the Trick Room, just to try.
Yeah, the thing is, this came out a little too late, and this is one of the awkward things about Cresselia. Cresselia actually often carries Moonblast, and you called out, Rose, this set has the Ice Beam instead, so while helpful against the Landers, you're actually really walled by that Qianpao, and this Qianpao has Crunch, which is a move that really has been picking up in usage on it as well, so it felt like there was really good control in the early game from Ashen's end, especially after getting that knockout onto Iron Hands, but the Landers with that stopping tantrum was just so strong, so that's why I was expecting Ashen to maybe bring out his Iron Hands and then go for something like a fake out onto the Qianpao, set up Trick Room, and then go from there, but I think that was the awkward thing in this game for Ashen. It's like if you set up Trick Room, well then Flutter remains your last Pokemon. What's that going to do under Trick Room? So you could see how using two distinct modes sometimes can actually be really, really difficult because they don't necessarily synergize well with each other.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's still going to be a bit of a stall out as you are able to get a bit more HP recovery
that's
going
so much
for.
damage.
Yeah, you go for the Lunar Blessing here. You give yourself some time to see some more calculations of how much damage you would end up taking, and that's a ton.
I think to me, this game had a couple critical turns. The charm onto Qianpao was really cool, but imagine if you predicted the Qianpao to protect Hair and then you doubled up onto a Lander slot instead. I think that would have been super strong. I think in this game, Iron Hands had the ability to just go for a Drain Punch potentially onto the Qianpao slot. I think Ashen was also probably just worried about close combat from the Urshifu getting the knockout onto Iron Hands, and so we had seen Qianpao protect previously, right? So maybe he's like, okay, well, I just can't feint to a close combat because if close combat knocks me out, I just lose the game immediately, and the idea is if maybe you get the double knockout onto the Urshifu, then it's a 2v1. But the problem is like Cresselia is just never going to really win against that Qianpao, and so Cresselia just ended up actually, I think, really working against Ashen in this game, and we saw the decision to drop Chiyu, and I think Chiyu would have been a lot stronger. So Ashen wanting to go for it, but never really fully committing to the Trick Room mode, and that made things really difficult for him after the beginning of the game.
Yeah, it's tough when you're trying to get Trick Room set up in the late game.
Yeah.
Usually you do see it as a strategy where you bring it right away, you try to go for maybe a Protect or just go for the Trick Room right off the bat so you can set up some of your slower sweepers to be able to operate under that. But I still like the three core pieces that Ashen has brought to both games. I think if he can lean into that a little bit more, he will be able to find success, but you also made some fantastic adjustments, and I think leading with the Iron Hands and Qianpao, like you were saying he might want to try to do, really worked out for him.
Yeah, definitely. I think the main thing is Yuya fought back from a really big deficit, and I think you shouldn't expect to get away with that once again. So what's interesting to me then is, like, do you commit to the same mode once again, right? Because I do think the Water Terra Hands is just the best solution into Flutter Mane early, and I think if you look at Ashen's team, the only way to really hit the Iron Hands with Water Terra, specifically for a lot of damage, is Wild Charge from your own Iron Hands. And so I wouldn't be surprised if Yuya goes for the same combo, but then maybe adjusts like the turn 1 play. But I think the Pokemon he brought were really good. Landorus and Qianpao were just so strong in that previous one. But it's going to be the Qianpao and the Urshifu here once again.
All right, it's time for game number 3. Ashton and Yuya are tied up 1-1 in this best of 3. And so the winner here is going to be able to keep an undefeated record heading into Swiss Round 3. And you know what? I appreciate that Ashton is starting to think about the Terra right away, just as an option to be able to get through some of this. I honestly like juicy Dark-type Pokemon. You really like to see that if you got the Flutter Mane out.
Yeah, I think one of the things to think about here is there is that Ghost Terra on Qianpao, so...
That is true.
Yeah, as you can see, Ashton's like, I don't really know about clicking Fake Out on that slot. That's a little bit risky, so here we go. Flutter is going to switch. Ashton recognizing, hey, in game 1 I got pretty lucky. There was that miss on me immediately. Let me just try to play around that and break this Focus Sash first. I really like what he's going for here, because we also know how much that Dazzling Gleam did into the Urshifu, right? So we're going to see the Protect from Qianpao, though. Okay. Is it a double Protect? It is.
Okay. Makes a lot of sense. Just scout out a little bit about what's going on. And if you're able to bait out the Terra, then it gives you a huge advantage to be able to move forward through the rest of the turns. But now you've got Torkoal on the field. At least you're going to be able to mitigate some of the damage coming out from that Rapid Strike Urshifu.
One of my questions now is, how much damage can you do into the Iron Hand slot? Can you close combat and go for example, an Ice Cold Crash and just double up into that slot and get a knockout? Iron Hands is really bulky here, but it's going to be the Crunch. So, okay, Crunch plus Surging Strikes into Torkoal I think would make a lot of sense here. 105 down to 63. That's really close. I think it should get the knockout. Yep, looks like it will. Okay, so Torkoal's out of the way, but honestly, I don't think Torkoal is as like the biggest threat in this matchup. So Hands here, of course, will be able to get an attack off in itself, but the knockout here does accelerate the pace of the battle, and Volt Switch here now does break the focus sash on the Champ House, so Flutter can come back, has that speed boost, and is really well positioned to just go for those Dazzling Gleams now.
Fluttermane is in a fantastic position at the moment, and you know, you talk about the Torkoal maybe not being the most pivotal Pokemon in this match, but being able to set the Sun feels so good to be able to get the speed boost here, especially knowing that we did end up seeing Tornadus actually be left at home once again for this game number 3.
Yeah, it's interesting Ashen actually committed to the same 4. I thought Chi-Yu in the back would have made a lot of sense, but there is no Chi-Yu. So, yeah, I think Cresselia now is able to at least put on some pressure with the potential Trick Room, but Flutter is going to be in a really, really awkward spot because I think the main thing is like Flutter's just so essential in this matchup, right? So are you able to conserve it? Because in the previous game, it went down to 1 Stomping Tantrum, and that was it. Wasn't able to actually get any damage off. So you need to be able to conserve the Flutter a little bit better.
Well, you did see the Terra preserved as well, though, from Ashton's side. So you at least have the ability to go for something like that Terra Fairy if you want to be able to get that damage out there. And like Urshifu, Champao, still fantastic targets for this, but I don't think it's the right time yet.
Yeah, one of my questions is, can Urshifu survive that Fairy Terra Dazzling Gleam this time around? Because there's no Chi-Yu on the field. And last time we just saw that one-hit knockout with Chi-Yu. Because if you're able to survive, that can be a pretty big deal. You can potentially go for something like a Protect with the Champao, Surging Strikes into Flutter, and then Aqua Jet Sucker Punch that slot next turn. So let's see. I think this is going to be really big because that's why I wanted to see Chi-Yu maybe come back into the battle. That special defense rub, I think, could have been pivotal. We'll see how bulky the Urshifu is here.
Okay, it's about time. And this is definitely going to be a pivotal turn looking at the rest of this game number 3. The Terra Fairy Fluttermane. This has been a staple in the meta for these past few seasons. And it's going to be a Terra on the opposing side as well. So looking to be able to preserve that Urshifu, going for the defensive Water Terra type, and make sure that you're not going to take super effective damage from those Fairy type attacks.
I will say one thing about this position is Ashton might actually be able to be... Oh, okay, he's just going to go for Sucker Punch. Oh, wow, that does so much. No Aqua Jet, though, okay.
All right, so just trying to go for some big damage here as the Dazzling Gleam comes out. Urshifu takes that much better now as the Chiampao does go down, leaving the Urshifu just a bit more vulnerable in these next few turns, but Surging Strikes might be that the sun is up, but you're still going to be able to get the knockout here as Fluttermane took a ton of damage there from that Sucker Punch.
Yeah, it was interesting to actually see Chimpao just get knocked out there. I was thinking maybe you could potentially consider switching it out, conserving it, for example. But we're going to take basically a trade here, right? But the thing is, this time around, Iron Hands plus Cresselia is looking a lot stronger in this endgame. However, because of that Terra, Urshifu actually survives the double up, so that's really pivotal. Now you can bring out Iron Hands, you have Fake Out Pressure, and you can go for a Trick Room endgame. And I think Trick Room in this endgame looks a lot stronger, so I think Ashton did a really good job of figuring out how to get Cresselia and Hands out next to each other. But the problem is, there is Landorus, there is that guaranteed Intimidate onto the Iron Hands, and you already used your Terra on the Fluttermane as well. So you can go for Fake Out onto one of the 2 slots here, but whatever you don't Fake Out is going to get really strong guaranteed damage.
At least the sun is still up, but I think you just Fake Out the Landorus here because you're hoping that that Water Terra, like the sun is going to be able to help you just enough through the Water Terra, and maybe you're able to get the Trick Room up for Iron Hands to be able to show off.
Yeah, I think what makes this a little bit hard for Yuya is that the Landorus, we saw feint to that Ice Beam earlier, Ice Beam being such a powerful attack, and so the main thing here is, I agree with you, yeah, Fake Out into Landorus, you don't take a ton of damage from Stomping Tantrum, the sun is still up, so Surging Strikes less, so maybe you go for close combat onto Iron Hands, basically, but then the next turn, the Cresselia can just go for a Psyshock onto Urshifu, and then Ice Beam into Landorus, and we're actually going to see the Urshifu switch out here, okay.
So the 4th and final is going to be the Iron Hands for Yuya.
And I really like this play because the idea is now you can go for Fake Out onto the Cresselia and then just Stomping Tantrum onto the Iron Hands. I think that was a really smart way to say, okay, you know what, Iron Hands has Fake Out Pressure, I position it well now. And the main thing about this matchup is that like the bulk of the damage really comes from, right now, Cresselia is actually really good into both, but like Hands already has been weakened pretty significantly. So the main thing is that Yuya now has this ability to go for Fake Out. Yep, you're gonna target the Cresselia, so now you do not have that Ice Beam, and it's a -1 Drain Punch that does such little damage on Landorus is gonna be able to get such a powerful attack off. There is the Stomping Tantrum from the Landorus onto Iron Hands, and that's a one-hit knockout!
What a huge knockout to take here, and Yuya is just one Pokemon away from being able to secure the victory in this best of 3. And all that Cresselia can hope for is just to try to take out the Iron Hands and withstand an attack from the Landorus, because you are looking at stopping Tantrum right now, and that's going to be locked in for the rest of this game.
Yeah, it felt like Ashen basically had to play the game in this way, but Yuya just had to play, like, countered it perfectly, right? And so it's one of the upsides of using an attack like Stomping Tantrum, really being able to take advantage of that situation, and Ashen just does have a Cresselia, and actually Cresselia in this situation can do enough damage potentially to knock out all these Pokemon, because you do have the super effective Ice Beam and Psyshock, but you kind of have to get every turn correctly right now, and even then, I'm not sure it's enough to actually win the game, especially with Iron Hands being able to potentially cycle in and back out again. So I think it's not 100% over quite yet, but we are just going to see damage start being distributed on the board, and the Iron Hands being faster here is also a problem.
Yeah, you do take about a quarter chunk from that as the Psyshock now into the Iron Hands. It's super effective, but it's not enough this time around. Gonna take another hit from the Psyshock as Landorus is just kind of stuck using Stomping Tantrum at this point, and it's a nice bait, at least on the board.
Yeah, I guess that's what actually makes this really interesting, right? I think if the Urshifu just switched in last turn, this game was 100% over, but because it hasn't, now Landorus is in a really awkward spot, right? Like, with Trick Room still being up, you actually maybe still are able to find a comeback here. Like, the question is, like, Landorus doesn't want to switch out, right? Because it's Yuya's looking to conserve this Urshifu for the end game, where then you just click Surging Strikes and go from there. The problem is if you switch Landorus out and Urshifu comes in and gets knocked out, that's one of your main damage dealers eliminated immediately. Yeah, so pretty interesting. But I think now, if you're Yuya, there's 2 turns of Trick Room left, so you just go for Wild Charge, you stay in with Landorus, you protect with Urshifu on the final turn of Trick Room. Then the question is, does Wild Charge plus Surging Strikes actually do enough to get the knockout? Because if you fall short even by 1 HP, the Landorus is in a really awkward spot. So Yuya's like, okay, I don't want to risk that. He is going to switch the Landorus out and bring out that Urshifu.
The Urshifu is just so low, though. Anything coming through from this Cresselia is going to be enough to knock it out. But the Drain Punch makes this really interesting, because maybe Iron Hands is now out of range from being able to get Psyshocked and just knocked out here. Cresselia also gets taken down to a Citrus Berry, so now that's HP recovery that's just off the board moving into these next few turns. But here comes the Psyshock into the Iron Hands. Is it going to be enough now? And it is going to get the knockout.
Yeah, okay, well, so this is really interesting, right? Because now Landorus is able to come back in. That Intimidate really isn't important. Trick Room still hasn't ended, so you can just Ice Beam the Landorus slot.
Yeah.
But then, of course, if you Ice Beam Landorus and the Urshifu does not protect, then that's just Surging Strikes. It's really close as to whether or not Surging Strikes will KO. So yeah, the debate here is, do you predict the Urshifu is just not going to protect Psyshock it and hope to survive 2 potential attacks from the Landorus? The Landorus here does have U-turn. So if you're Yuya, you might think, okay, U-turn plus Surging Strikes, one of those 2 is guaranteed to go off this turn. Maybe you just attack and don't protect either, and that is going to be the case. So now the question is, how much does U-turn do into the Cresselia? Because if it does just even less than half and you survive another one, you just face Ice Beam the next turn. So, oh my goodness,
it's coming down to the wire. It's going to be maybe 1 attack away. You're going to get a big read on the U-turn. It's just very little damage there.
It was 145 at the start of the turn, 65.
But Trick Room is over.
Trick Room is over, but I think U-turn will get the knockout here. That first one did 80, and it does get the knockout there. So Cresselia tries its best to pull off the comeback there, but it is not able to. But man, that was close.
That was such an intense game number 3 for this set between 2 incredible players. But Yuya Tada making some smart adjustments in Game 2 and Game 3 to be able to get the victory.
Oh my goodness, Cresselia was doing so much work offensively in that endgame. The problem is that Hands just was eliminated immediately by the fake out and then the Stomping Tantrum in the subsequent turns. So that was such an exhilarating set. I feel like there was so much going on. It was really interesting to see Ashen win with the fast mode in Game 1 and then just not commit to it in Games 2 and 3. I thought Chiyu could have been a really strong bring to come back out in the subsequent games, but I can see what Ashen was going for because his Trick Room mode was a lot stronger in this endgame. The problem was Yuya finding this really unique pin where it's like, okay, you click fake out into Landorus, now I get that Stomping Tantrum into your opposing Iron Hands to just get that 1-hit knockout. But I feel like Yuya must have been sweating a little bit in that endgame. He just was like, okay, I got the knockout, it's 3v1, I should be good. And he did play it correctly as well, but that was definitely scary.
Well, especially when your Landorus is just stuck on the field, having to hit a Levitate Pokemon with Stomping Tantrum, that doesn't feel super great, but to have the patience to wait for making that pivot at the right time was like so clean and really well done.
One of the things I was thinking about was that Drain Punch, because you called out you want to get that recovery, but in the end it fainted to Psyshock anyway, so I'm like, okay, I wonder if you had just Wild Charge in that position, there would have been more damage onto the Cresselia. But, you know, at the end of the day, Yuya knows his stats obviously really well, so he was probably confident, hey, like U-turn plus U-turn or Surging Strikes plus Surging Strikes is enough to knock out the Cresselia. I should be good here anyway. But yeah, that definitely was a little bit scary. I was wondering what would have happened if the turn let the Landorus had just stayed in, if you just Ice Beam that slot immediately, you get that knockout, then Urshifu comes out, then there's still a couple turns of Trick Room left, right? So then it's the question of, can Urshifu stall out the Trick Room basically quickly enough? Because it's obviously left exposed to Psyshock, and then the other thing is Cresselia in this matchup actually did have Lunar Blessing. So then I was curious, hey, if it's Cresselia versus Iron Hands 1v1, if you knocked out both Landorus and Urshifu under Trick Room, I'd expect Cresselia to win that matchup at that point, because you just keep healing up from Lunar Blessing. Yeah, so, man, I don't know, that was really nuts. Like, it was a really, really wild set overall, and we saw some really cool adjustments. And even though like the Pokemon choices were somewhat similar, the leads were different, and the turn ones were very different from game to game to game.
Yeah, it was so exciting because even in those like final few turns of game number 3, we're just back and forth. We're like, oh no, Ashton's in a great position. But wait, no, Yuya is now also in a good position.
Right.
And just every single turn, it felt like every move ended up changing the pace of the actual match itself. So what an exhilarating way to start off day 1 here.
Yeah, I still keep thinking about that one-hit knockout from Stomping Tantrum on Iron Hands with the fake out from the previous turn. Like, I thought that in particular was just so powerful. And Landorus was one of the Pokemon I expected to have a strong performance in this tournament. I think it feels like maybe I haven't seen as many North American players use it, but I know like the Japanese players just love it. I've seen Clear Amulet, I've seen Assault Vest, I've seen Choice Scarf, and here's actually the Choice Scarf set, right? So like part of the thing about Landorus is that can be a really effective sweeper. So it is kind of surreal to me to see Cresselia and Landorus out in a battle in 2023 instead of 2013. I'm like, oh my.
I was like, wait a minute, what decade is this?
Yep, still just really putting in a lot of work. But yeah, overall, I think that set was just nuts, like, from beginning to end. I was just so curious how things would have played out from the Icicle Crash on turn 1 of game 1 and whether or not that would have been enough to just get a knockout, because it's pretty difficult to train Flutter Remain in a way to actually survive that attack. Like, Icicle Crash is just so powerful, and I also wonder how things would have played out if Ashton brought, like, Chi-Yu in the end of game 2 rather than the Cresselia, because he just wasn't able to really utilize the Cresselia mode as effectively. But, oh my goodness, what a set.
I'm so happy we get to relive some of those moments, because there were a ton. I mean, right away, like, what a way to kick off the series. Yuya actually missing the Icicle Crash to be able to get the knockout into the Flutter Mane. And I have many more what-ifs could have happened from this set, even just beyond that.
And then the Iron Hands war in game 2, that beautiful turn 1 switch in to take that heavy slam, and then, man, Wild Charge getting a one-hit knockout on Iron Hands.
I never thought I'd see
such a wild concept to me, yeah, but is able to get that knockout. And even despite the knockout, Yuya found a really impressive comeback with the Landorus combination here. And then, of course, Urshifu surviving with the sliver of HP there. That being said, I think in that game, even if Urshifu had fainted, the problem is Chien-Pao was just always going to beat the Cresselia, and you can just sucker punch into the Iron Hand slot, get the knockout there. So this Cresselia set is so interesting. Like, if it had Moonblast and had like triple offense, could have been even stronger in this matchup. And then I wonder if Ashton would have been able to just like really clean up with it. But that's the tough thing about Cresselia, right? You have to find 4 moves on it, and it has like 8 to 10 moves that it really likes to use.
Reminds me of the Grimmsnarl problem from last season. Like, what is it going to run? There's so many different options that you can put on it. But I think that Ashton's move choices for the Cresselia make a lot of sense, given what we have seen in the field of competition so far. I think Ice Beam is going to pay off dividends moving into the next few matches for him. Yeah, and it's also really interesting just looking at Yuya's team. That's a point you were making, Rose, earlier, which I thought was really smart, which is that a lot of the Japanese players are really just opting for these kind of meta Pokemon, but how do you use them maybe just more effectively or better than everyone else, right? Like, I think the World Championships that people point out the most when looking at Japanese players is 2015, when 7 of the top 8 players were using the same core of Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus, Kangaskhan, for example. And so that feels like an early trend. I've seen a lot of Japanese players opting for teams like this, right? I think Amoonguss is also often seen on these comps, or Amoonguss is one of the most pivotal members of these comps. Didn't really actually come out in that matchup, which I thought was interesting, but Yuya might have thought, hey, it's just a little bit too slow paced here, bringing Amoonguss into a matchup with Chi-Yu and Torkoal, that seems like kind of silly, right? The main reason I was interested in it was because of the Water Terror, and I think being able to survive an attack, Spore into Flutter Mane alone is a really big deal. But I think, yeah, Japan in particular, I feel like really loves Landorus Theory and really loves Amoonguss, and so not really shocked to see that in that previous game. And then the idea of just taking advantage of Chien-Pao's defense drops and doing all this damage is so huge as well. Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see what other changes that we end up seeing from teams like this, because I mean, you mentioned Chalk, you mentioned that core that has really kind of shaken up the meta in that year, but people were talking about that too for some of these other teams that we've seen come to the table. A lot of great Pokemon that you can put together in multiple different iterations, and I think this team that Yuya has brought is going to be staple at this tournament. Absolutely, yeah. I think just even looking at Yuya's team sheet,
there's nothing that's really too surprising about it, quite frankly. It's all like, okay, all these 6 Pokemon, we expected them to be popular.
Yeah.
And in those games, there weren't any like really feel like crazy ways to let you maybe train the Pokemon either. It's just, hey, these are just really, really darn good Pokemon that work super well with each other. Chien-Pao's an interesting one. They've won the North American International Championships. Alex Gomez won with it, and it's just such an effective Pokemon. I think when I played Regulation D, I'm always like, man, like late game Chien-Pao with Focus Sash is just so strong. I think the most interesting thing about Chien-Pao is seeing how it's developed from meta to meta. In Regulation C, for example, people would run Ice Spinner and Sacred Sword, and Sucker Punch and Protect. That was kind of the standard set. Now it feels like Yuya set is the more standard one. We've got Icicle Crash and Crunch, exactly. And one of the other things that has really shifted in the meta is before people were using Jaw Lead Chien-Pao, but in this format, a lot of players I've seen are now running Advent Chien-Pao to get that little bit of extra damage. And that little bit of extra damage actually goes such a long way in the Chien-Pao versus Flutter Mane matchup, because a lot of people before were training to survive attacks from Jolly Chien-Pao, but not Advent Chien-Pao.
Exactly. Exactly, and I was even thinking that too. Like, Ice Spinner still does a ton of damage. Icicle Crash, though, like that the extra little boost of base power to that move is really nice to secure some big knockouts.
The misses are just so stressful. But it's, you know, it's relevant, right? Because we've seen Chien-Pao use Icicle Crash on stream already, round 1 and round 2. That's like, Chien-Pao, I think, is a very meta-defining Pokemon. It is very straightforward, generally, in how you use it. Almost everyone just trains max speed, max special attack, and then you run a combination of Ice Spinner, Sucker Punch, Icicle Crash, Protect, for example, Sacred Sword. But at the end of the day, it's like, you know what it's going to do, but it's still just that strong, right? Like, its ability is so good, its speed stat is so good, and it can be used so incredibly effectively, either in the early game to just get knockouts, or in the late game where you've, like, chipped away at everything, it comes out and just starts getting one-hit KOs onto everything. And I think with Chien-Pao, being able to, like, bait out a defensive Terra just makes it so much easier to use in the end game as well, when you know you can just click your Ice-type moves with more confidence.
I think another thing about Chien-Pao that we've seen as well, I mean, you talk about Alex Gomez, like, winning it with the Dragapult as one of its key partners, but, like, over the course of the season, it's really been Dragonite Chien-Pao as, like, kind of the dynamic duo to be able to pair, and now we're seeing a whole different door open up for different physical attackers that you can put next to it.
Totally, and if you look at Yuya's team, right, you've got the Landorus T and the Urshifu. Right, and, like, how strong was that combo, right? The idea is it's like these are already really good attackers, and you just deal even more damage. A Flying Terra Blast, I think just one of the strongest flying type moves that you can have in this game, and you combine that with Chien-Pao dropping defense is so nice. And the, you know, Urshifu, I mean, Urshifu is just a wild Pokemon, right? Like, when we had previously seen this Pokemon, it was in a Dynamax format, where, of course, you could make your Pokemon extra big and get a little bit more health. But in this format, Urshifu is like, I'm just going to attack through your Protect and deal 50% to you. Have fun.
Yeah, no worries at all.
Exactly,
you know? Good luck, have fun to all my competitors out there.
And I think, like, the thing I'm really getting from these first 2 rounds is, hey, Chien-Pao was huge, Urshifu was huge. Where do we go from here, basically? And how do people counter it? This is the more standard Urshifu set, but in the previous round, in round 1, Arashi Madi, the 2013 World Champion, had a Safety Goggles Sword Stance set. So that's what I love about the innovation. A lot of people are using these Pokemon, but how differently are they using it?
Kind of like the Iron Hands conundrum that we saw as well. Some players actually dropping the Assault Vest to be able to play the Sword Stance set.
Yep, exactly.
And even just like I saw Citrus Berry one time or another. It's really cool to be able to see those unique choices, and it's really paying off.
Yeah, and I'm just glad we saw weather already. We were talking about it going into this round. We had the sun come out from Ashton's End, and we saw a lot of the different modes, right? He committed to the Tornadus Tailwind mode in Game 1, Game 2, like Cresselia came out, didn't really set up Trick Room super effectively, and then Game 3, Cresselia almost actually pulled off this crazy comeback, which was absolutely wild. So, yeah, I think, like, Cresselia looked really good in terms of offense in that matchup, but I think one of its fundamental problems is Chien-Pao can be, like, you can't hit Chien-Pao if you don't have Moonblast, and Chien-Pao can crunch you, and, like, that dynamic makes things really awkward. One of the interesting things about that last matchup was that we didn't actually see Cresselia click Lunar Blessing very much at all. Like, I think it maybe did it in the end of Game 2, but it wasn't really relevant. And I think Lunar Blessing is a really interesting move because it's so strong, right? It heals you, it heals your partner. But to me, one of the hardest things about using Cresselia is actually finding opportunities where Lunar Blessing, like, makes a big enough difference. Because often it's like maybe your Pokemon are already at full HP, and then, like, you just take so much damage where the first Lunar Blessing after doesn't really help. And so that's one of my questions. Like, can anyone in this tournament really figure out how to use Lunar Blessing as effectively as possible? And I think it's not as easy as you may think it is.
No, I mean, when you looked at it right away, you said, oh my gosh, Cresselia with Lunar Blessing next to Ursaluna, like, that's going to be absolutely wild. How do you take it down at this point? And yeah, like, just seeing how top players are using it right now, it is much harder to weave in any sort of setup. Even Pollen Puffamoongus, I felt like, was a Pokemon that ended up, like, having a lot of prominence. Maybe we get to see a little bit more of that heading into the rest of the weekend. But we do have our interview ready to go, so let's go ahead and hit over to the stage, talk to Yuya.
Thank you, Rosemary and Aaron. I am joined by the winner of that amazing round 2 set, Yuya Tada. Huge congratulations. That game 3 was very, very intense. Can you talk us through your thoughts towards the end of that game 3, how you were feeling in that match against Ashton?
Yeah, this was a very close game. Yeah, Ashton. Yeah, so I must read Ashton's moves. So I'm very lucky to win this match.
Yes, it was very intense at the end of that game. Were you sure you were going to get the KO on Cresselia with the U-turn?
Yeah, is it Cresselia?
Oh, were you confident you were going to KO Cresselia?
I thought I can beat Cresselia, but a little bit nervous for it. Yeah.
It's always that way.
Yeah.
Let's dial back to game 1. Yeah. You missed an icicle crash. Yeah. How important was that to losing game 1?
Yeah. After miss, my priority is to understand Ashton's Pokemon stats. Yeah. So I survived game 1. Yeah.
And you came back very strong in game 2. I want to talk about some of your Pokemon choices. Yeah. Urshifu and Chien-Pao are very, very strong together. Yeah. Was that something that you thought about putting them into your team? Do you like the two of them together?
Yeah. And Chien-Pao's Icicle Crush is a very offensive move because, in Taiwan, I use French to Toko. Yeah. So, and Uzi is very powerful with Chien-Pao. So this combination is very good, I think. Yeah.
I think that's a great identification by you. They work so well together, and we saw you play them really well. My last question for you. Obviously, you're here at the World Championships. Yeah. How does it feel? Are you ready to try and get that title?
Yeah, in World Championships, in all year when I participate in, always I move to day 2, so 100% I will move to day 2 4 times. Yeah.
I love that confidence, and I know your friends are out there as well rooting for you. There's people on the broadcast rooting for you. Best of luck in the competition. We'll be keeping an eye on you. Of course, Pokemon trainers, there's more Pokemon action coming, so we're going to throw it back to the casters. Don't go anywhere.
Thank you so much, Lou, and congratulations to Yuya once again for such a victory over a very strong North American player. Things are really heating up here at the World Championships, and it's honestly a surprise to see where some of our top players are falling at the moment.
I was looking at the rounds and how the players were doing after this last round, and Worlds is just so intense. Like, there's so many good players that are at 1-1 and 0-2, including 2 previous world champions. I believe Eduardo Cunha, the defending world champion, is 0-2 to start. Wolf Glick, 2016 world champion, also 0-2. But at the end of the day, it's about getting to those 5 wins. So even if you've lost your first 2 games, if you win your next 5, you're still good. When Naoto won Worlds in 2019, in day 2, I believe he started 0-2 or 1-2 and then literally won every single game afterwards from Swiss as well as
It was a hero run, for sure.
It was, right? So at the end of the day, it's like about just making sure that you have your mental composure, and a lot of the game's best players, those, especially if you want to be world champion, you have to be able to stay composed even with losses, right? And so that's what I think makes Worlds so interesting. But of course, for those players that are 2-0, this is a smaller day 1. We only have 7 rounds. So if you're 2-0, you're like, okay, I just need 3 more wins out of 5, you know? That feels really doable. You got to just take it a round at a time and just keep going.
But it's still intense at that point, too.
Every day, it's Worlds. It's like, I was like, oh my goodness. Every time we look at these pairings and even just that last round, it's once again, it's like, these are all matches that I'm like, oh, this could easily be a finals of a major tournament.
Right?
And now we get to see the culmination of it, and that's why I love being at this tournament.
Same. I mean, talk about your experience, though, Aaron. You not only ended up qualifying to compete at this World Championships, but you've been at those tables before. So what is that pressure really like for the trainers that are competing? It's
so stressful. I think especially, each win obviously feels great, right? But you need to string together so many wins. So I feel like each win is more of a sigh of relief. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm still in it. But each loss, you're like, oh my goodness, like I'm just getting closer and closer to elimination. And once it gets to that second loss in this format, that's when things are so stressful, because you're like, if anything goes wrong, I'm out, and that's it. But I think that also, you know, is able to really build up players, right? And they're players that thrive under the pressure and are able to, like, really, I think, zone in and lock in on it. So at the end of the day, I think the main thing I always say about these tournaments is that it's a long tournament. Each round is its own. Even if you started 5-0, you can lose 3 games in a row. Or I guess in this tournament, since we only have 7 rounds, if you start 4-0, you could lose 3 in a row and you won't advance on. If you are 0-2, you could win 5 in a row and move on, right? So it's all about just making sure that you treat each round as its own and don't let it impact you. But of course, some players I think do a really good job of riding the wave, riding the momentum, and really saying, oh my gosh, I feel so confident right now. I'm playing lights out. I'm just going to keep it up. And I think there are some players where the pressure really gets to you. And I know when I was competing at Worlds, especially when I was younger, especially when I came in expecting to do well and like the first few rounds didn't go my way, like my mental game just really blew up. And so I think that's one of the toughest things about playing in this game. It's a long day and you have to have so much mental endurance.
I really love that insight, so thank you so much for sharing that.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, of course. Well, that's going to do it for Swiss round number 2 here at the Pokemon World Championships. We're going to go ahead and toss it over to the lounge, though, because we've got an exciting game show for you.
That's right. Exciting game show indeed. The games that everyone showed up to watch today, I'm sure. We are going to try to identify some Pokemon by looking at their Pokedex entries. Before we do, though, I think we should go down the line, introduce yourself again to the people at home, and tell them what your specialty is when it comes to knowing things about Pokemon in the Pokedex, right? Let's start over here.
Well, for anybody who doesn't know, I'm a 3-time world champion, so I am going to win this game because I have the world champ difference. That's all that needs to be said.
Okay, world champ.
How do I follow that? I don't have a world champ difference. But I'm Lou. I am Team Gastrodon. So if Gastrodon appears, I hope to get that one right. And yeah, I think definitely Gastrodon. That's my Pokedex skill.
I feel like usually when I see your name, I see Gastrodon like very soon.
We are one in the same, Anna. One in the same.
I am Lee. I don't also have the world champ difference, so that's at a disadvantage. Pokedex speciality. I was a student of Professor Orc, so I'm gonna have that. So Kanto Dex, I should be fine.
You're showing your age, Lee.
Outside of that, yeah,
All right.
no, very old.
Awesome. All right. Will you be rooting for Gastrodon, the world champ, or Professor Oak's student? Let's find out now. All right, let's get our first prompt. Let's find out. Who do we identify? It's one of the kinds of Pokemon with electric cheek pouches. It shoots charges from its tail.
Looking at me? Okay, I'll go first. Well, as a world champion, the only Pokemon I can think of here is another world champion Pokemon. This time, shout out to Sajin. I think this is Pachirisu.
Okay.
I mean, it looks like Pikachu, but I feel like that's
too obvious.
Yeah, it's a false sense of security. And it says one of the kinds of Pokemon, and Pikachu was the original.
That's true.
So,
but that could be misleading.
It could be. Anything can happen on this show. I think, yeah, it could be Pachirisu. Am I allowed to say the same, or do I have to pick different?
No, you can pick the same one.
I'm going to go Pachirisu.
All right.
I also think it's Pachirisu.
Okay, just in case, I will go for Pikachu. Just so, you know, we don't get caught by the, like, gotcha there. All right, who is it? Is it Pachirisu? Is it Pikachu? Is it someone else?
It could be Deden.
Ah, it's Pachirisu!
Yes.
Good job. Pikachu is on the graphic, though, so I feel like
Points
we
for
were
sure.
covered
Half
all
points,
around.
agreed.
Yeah. Good job. Especially world champ, obviously, since you said it with a world champion in your answer. So, yeah. Let's get our next prompt. Let's find out. Who are we looking for next? It can fly in spite of its big and bulky physique. It circles the globe in just 16 hours.
Let's start with Lee on this one.
Yeah.
I think it's Dragonite.
Dragonite. Okay.
I think
That
it's
makes sense.
Dragonite.
I was thinking Dragonite. It's the messenger, isn't it?
Yeah, the messenger
It's
Pokemon.
either that. It's got to be a dragon. So it could be Salamence, maybe. But I think Dragonite because it's bulky. And I'm going Dragonite.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's Dragonite too. Just, it's an OG, so I think I've got to go with Dragonite. Salamence, I was thinking it could be Salamence. Like, it is a big Pokemon. It takes
True.
max damage from Heavy Slam and Low Kick, I think. So it's a good guess, but I think I'm going Dragonite here.
It is like the definition of bulky, right? Like what do we think bulky means? I feel like, yeah, Dragonite shows bulk. All right, let's find out. Is Dragonite the bulky boy? Yes, you guys are good. You guys are really killing it. Unanimously right answers so far. All right, let's keep moving on. Will we keep our perfect record? Will we become the world champions of who's that Pokedex? It stops eating only to sleep. It doesn't feel full unless it eats nearly 900 pounds a day.
I'm glad it's this one when we're starting with me,
Yeah.
but I'm pretty sure it's Snorlax.
Yeah?
Gotta be Snorlax.
Seems reasonable. Anyone? Any
Yeah, this
dissenters?
is my favorite Pokemon, so I'm also going Snorlax.
You kind of have like a Snorlax color scheme going today too. You have the blue and the white.
That's true.
Like a light tummy, you know? Yeah.
I hope I don't have the tummy of Snorlax.
No,
per se.
no.
Okay, good.
No, but just, it's all about the Pokebound, right?
The aesthetic.
Yeah. Any dissent here?
No.
No?
Snorlax all the
All
way.
right.
Yeah.
Snorlax, our big sleepy boy. Is that the answer?
Oh, yeah.
Aw, that's a cute
Three
picture of
for
one.
three.
Look at him eating those fruits.
He's eating his 900 pounds
That's great.
of fruit.
Good for him.
Mm-hmm.
All
I
right.
love Snorlax. He's so cute.
We're on a roll. This is easy peasy. What appears to be an iron helmet is actually hardened hair. This Pokemon lives for the thrill of battle. I saw this one on the Go stream earlier, so they already
really?
answered this one.
Oh, so you already know the
Yeah.
answer.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna go with King Gambit here.
King
Got a
Gambit?
helmet. He's got some hair. I think it's even a chair.
He does carry his own chair.
Yeah. So I'm going with King Gambit here.
All right.
I mean, I first thought of Alolan Dugtrio, just because of the word hair, but it doesn't look like a helmet. It's more a beach look. Yeah, it could be King Gambit. I'm stealing that one. I'm
Okay.
going to be shameless about it.
That's
Stealing
fine.
King Gambit.
That's fine.
Shamelessly stealing.
Okay.
King Gambit as
So
well.
far, your guys' unanimous guesses have been really good. So let's find out. Is it King Gambit?
Oh,
Berserker.
you shouldn't have copied me.
You're over there saying you're the world champ. I
Yeah.
mean,
Well, that was over 10 years ago. So
I feel like this is on you, is what I'm saying.
I'll take the fall for
Okay.
that. It's okay.
It's the most terrifying cat Pokemon.
Yeah.
It's terrifying.
Also, it's like the hat is kind of over the eyes, the hair hat.
Yeah.
It's really interesting. Good to know. Good to know that that's hair. I think we have a few more. Let's see if we can get some redemption after that last one. On sunny days, it flies freely through the sky and blends into the clouds. It sings in a beautiful soprano. I mean, blending into the clouds feels like...
I think I know. I'm going to take
Yeah?
a guess.
Okay, go for it.
Altaria.
Yeah, I think so.
I was going to
Yeah.
say Swablu.
Oh, yeah.
And
it
then,
could be.
yeah.
Yeah.
But then Altaria is the evolution, so we'll go with that.
Yeah, that's a good one. Now that you say it, I think that's probably right.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go with Ho-Oh.
Oh.
Oh, that is a good
Oh,
one.
that's good.
Yeah.
Blending into the clouds, you think?
Yeah, in the very first episode, he was easy to miss.
Okay.
But Ash saw it.
And
Okay.
rainbows are in
All
the
right.
clouds.
Let's
so that
find
could
out.
work.
Who is it that's blending into the clouds and flying
think it sings,
freely and
though.
singing in a soprano?
Yeah,
Altaria.
that's nice. You guys got it.
It was the cloud bit. The clouds.
Yeah. mhm. Yes. Our cloudy bird. All right. Well, that is the last one. I feel like we did very well. There was only one that none of us got right.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about that Ho-Oh guess?
I just
No.
didn't want to steal the same answer. I thought I'd do something a little different.
Yeah.
But yeah, as soon as you said Altaria, it sounded like the right answer. But it started out strong. We got what, 2 right, and then it just went downhill from there. Kind of like
Yeah.
my VGC career. So
I feel like we got like a solid B+. I feel like
Yeah.
that. I
Yeah.
will give that to us. Now, we had some fun here, but what's really fun is happening out there. Tell me about your Worlds experience so far. Lee, let's start with you. What's been fun so far?
Oh, just the matches so far have been amazing. You know, the first round, Arash and Naoto. It's just incredible game. 2 former world champions going up against each other.
Wow.
And the match, I feel, didn't disappoint as well. Sometimes it can be really a bit back and forth. No one wants to really kind of put themselves in a position where it could kind of compromise their kind of win position, but I think they just both went all out. And the way that Arash kind of dominated that match with the Urshifu, with that safety goggles item, I think, yeah, it was really nice to see. So far, that's probably been my favorite part of today.
That's awesome. What about you, Lou?
Yeah, I'd have to agree. That match was legendary. It was awesome. And I think being someone who grew up watching these Titans play, you know, watching yourself, watching Arash win Worlds, all these amazing players, being able to be in a position where you're casting over them with potential history, I think is a really, really privileged position to be in. So that's been a really amazing start, and it's only going to go up from there. So I'm having a great time.
Absolutely.
I have to say, with Worlds being in Japan for the first time in, 15 years ever? I mean, the atmosphere here is absolutely insane. The way the stage is set up, I mean, that is surreal. I mean, I think it comes across on the broadcast. Like, you can see just how epic it looks. But when you actually go up on stage, I was fortunate enough to actually go walk up on stage and see what that was like. But I can just imagine the players, you know, walking out from that dojo onto the stage with the whole setup there. It must be surreal being a player on stage. So I just love the whole setup here.
Surreal is the word for it. It's wild. It kind of feels like either you're in a theme park or you like walked into an anime or something. It's just larger than life and yet like real life size. It's so cool. And that big drum with the moving image of Worlds on the front. Also, did you guys catch the drums at the beginning in the opening ceremony?
It was amazing.
I was dancing back here, backstage, getting ready to go on. It was so much fun. I've actually been mostly out on the floor meeting people. There are so many people from all over the world here, and I'm always impressed by the way that the community comes together around something they all have in common. What has it been like community-wise for you here? I mean, mostly you've maybe been interacting backstage with casters and things, but how has community at Worlds been so far?
It's been amazing. I mean, I had the opportunity just now to go out on the floor and kind of mix in with some of the VG players that are in the middle of matches and things. So that was really nice, seeing some familiar faces and meeting some new ones as well. So it's really great. And like you say, there's representation from so many different regions around the world. It is just one of a kind event, you know, and that's what is the pinnacle of the whole season. I think it's just amazing to be here. And, you know, we're only at the start of the weekend, so very excited to see how the rest of the weekend plays out.
For me, it's the junior and seniors out there as well. Like, we were wandering around, and what they've got is a beautiful setup where they've got some screens, so some of the matches on the rows can be viewed by spectators.
cool.
So, you know, these young kids' families are able to actively watch their matches as well and cheer for them, and that kind of sense of community where you've got the younger generations being supported by older generations as well. You know, there's some masters out there who are coaches of some of these kids. Being able to actually root for them around is just, it's an amazing atmosphere and very wholesome.
That's so cool.
Yeah, I was going to say just the diversity that we have here from all kinds of different countries, all the different age range of players competing here, and just spectating. I mean, it's surreal, honestly, seeing just the diversity that we have here. Of everybody's a Pokemon fan, but everybody's coming from different walks of life, different backgrounds, and it's really nice to actually get to talk to some of the players just, you know, from all their different backgrounds. I talked to a few, you know, walking in here, took a few pictures. It's actually surprising because usually when I come to these events, I get stopped for pictures a lot, but I'm pretty anonymous this year. It feels pretty different, so I like that.
I love the age range we see, like you were saying too. It's so fun to see these young kids being supported by people who know what it was like to play as young kids and helping each other kind of grow up in this community way. It's so fun to watch. And they are here, of course, to watch more matches. And I think we do have that for you coming up very soon. Let's see. Let's go back to our casters right now.
Thank you so much, guys. Fantastic work on Who's That Pokedex. Scott, how would you rate Ray's attempts? He's just come back after a while, and honestly, I think he let himself down a little bit there.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I'd love to hear Ho singing the soprano up in the clouds, but you know, isn't it great to have Ray back? Like I said, I feel he's a little more quick-witted than I remember him being. He's pretty funny out there.
Yeah, he's done better. The boy done good. Obviously taking that short trip to join us. We're very grateful for that. But we are going to start focusing back up on the tournament at hand. Round 3 coming up. We've obviously gone 1 and 2 pretty promptly. 2 fantastic games to start off our tournament. What are you expecting round 3? Are we going to get that variety, the something new that you were talking about earlier, or are we sticking with the something borrowed and maybe something blue?
Well, I mean, I have no idea what this next match could be, but you know, I guess if I just predict based on nothing, I think we might have a little fun next round.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely options, right? And Regulation D has so many varied teams that you can play. You really do have one of the widest pools we've had all year since we've been playing it in Scarlet and Violet, and it feels like one of those formats that is very genuine and very available for somebody at Worlds to come up with something a little bit different, something that maybe isn't top of the ladder, or take top of the ladder, adapt it, 1 or 2 Pokemon, 1 or 2 items. You know, you can't hide them anymore, but at least you can play around them a little bit differently. And then really bring something to the fore that could win you the tournament from maybe a rockier start, maybe an 0-2, you get to surprise your next 5 opponents, and you get to go to day 2, and then, of course, just very briefly win the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good thing to remember, too. We often talk about needing an X2 record to move on and forget to solve for X for you. It is only 7 rounds today, so trainers who get those 5 wins will move on. And Yeah, I think it'll be funny to see how people get there. Where we are going to see a lot of those same Pokemon a little bit, but I've been kind of surprised looking at the players who have done well in the standings, where it does kind of seem like the trainers with a little bit of wonkier teams are the ones that are rising up early rather than rising up late. Which I always love to see, right? Where especially deep in the tournament, we often kind of see similar cores showing up. So it's great that early on, not only is the trend not that maybe that sort of team is what's coming out on top, but that maybe throughout the rest of today on Friday and day one here, as players try to earn those final spots in Saturday play, that we're going to see some things that maybe we didn't expect to.
Yeah, you say wonky, I say creative. But of course, when you rise to the top like that, you do put a target on your back. And do you think, I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, I don't want to jump forward, but do you think looking at day 2 already, do you think people are going to be changing their minds or maybe making those adaptations when they start seeing some of these creative, wonky, unique teams make it to the top? Because those players can sit down all day, hopefully they're sat behind us, taking in the event, having a grand old time. But would you be the kind of player, as somebody who has, of course, played at this level, to make that change just before they go into a tournament?
Yeah, I think it'd be a huge mistake for most players. I mean, unless you were radically off on the metagame, which I doubt anybody really is. For the most part, I think we're kind of getting what we expected to see. Maybe if there's something you see that does really well, I have no answer to this at all, maybe change things up a little bit. But I think it's a big risk to kind of overreact at the last moment. But yeah, I mean, once again, maybe we'll be surprised, right? We still have 5 more rounds to play today, and perhaps you have the strangest teams kind of rise to the top. Then maybe you start thinking oh no, all those teams that looked a lot like my team weren't doing so well. Maybe at that point, yeah, you make a few tweaks.
Yeah, there's definitely time to be creative, but I think that time was probably a week ago. Maybe not tonight, with a very limited window to be able to get that team submission in as well. But it does create an interesting tournament, I think. Being able to see the difference between day 1 and 2 is always very fun. But day 1, let's stick with that. If you manage to go 0-2, right, it's not a great start. But how do you think, what makes a player who is going to be able to bring it around, turn it around, and need to just go essentially 100% win rate for the rest of the day? In this case, it's actually easier than previous years, where it is just going to be the 5 rounds. That is mathematically less than 6, so a little bit easier. But do you think, it takes a certain type of trainer or somebody, who has a little more about them than maybe somebody whose first year it is at Worlds?
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be interesting to watch this out. There's actually a lot of really good players at 0 and 2. I was a little surprised. Wolf's one that really stands out in particular. It's a little shocking to see him down there, but I think we've seen a lot of these top trainers manage to pull this off the regional level since we got those, guaranteed, if you get the 2-loss record, you move on sort of deals. To me, a couple of things that kind of stood out with those players, it does tend to be the more experienced folks where they stay calm, they remember how they practice, what their game plan was, just take it one game at a time. I've been surprised. I have a few friends who I feel like they wind up 1 and 2 at every tournament, but still wind up in cut, where they kind of stuck to it really well. And I think it's just important to keep in mind in this particular situation that, as much as your season is on the line, it also doesn't matter as much in a normal tournament what record you started out at, because as long as you get to day 2, nothing else that happened today mattered, right? There's no advantage if you went 5-0 or 5-2. All it does is get you that ticket into tomorrow. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I think it's a good time not to freak out. If you're good enough to go deep tomorrow, you're good enough to win 5 in a row today, right? And hey, all these trainers are great players. That's why they got here to begin with. They qualified over the course of the season. So I hope no one's freaking out too much. And hey, the worst thing that happens is you get to have a great weekend in Japan. I think that if ever there was a good time maybe to mess it up a little bit, I don't think anyone's going to be too disappointed about the time they spent out here.
Yeah, what a horrible consolation prize is extra time to explore Yokohama, potentially explore somewhere like Tokyo as well. I mean, this has got to be the craziest Worlds venue we've ever been to, right? Not knocking some of the other cities, big fan of some of the places we've been, but this is a special one, and this one, I think, has brought a lot of trainers out who maybe, towards the end of the season, some other trainers may not have been feeling it, but when you see the prize at the end of the year is you get to go and compete in Japan, you all of a sudden start feeling it a whole lot more, and I think that's been a big factor this year. But to a point you made earlier, if you want to win the whole tournament, if you want to be that player who, at the end of Sunday, is standing on our stage, being able to lift that trophy, you really do have to beat whoever's in front of you, right? And you can't get in your mind about, oh no, I'm worried about maybe running into this player at 4 and 2 and not being able to make it in. Like, if you want to be, and if you are serious enough about potentially being the world champion, you really do need to be able to take down anyone in front of you. And I think a player who could do, you know, an 0-2 to 5-2, make it all the way through, that kind of run, that sets you up in great stead actually for day number 2. Because like you say, we all go in at the same point. Everyone is on a clean record, nothing else to do. Being able to take that kind of mentality that you are able to bounce back is going to be huge.
Yeah, I think it might be, I mean, an advantage would be a big stretch. But I think coming from day 1 might help a little bit more in this year than past years. In the past, in the Video Game Championships, in the Masters Division, only one player has ever won from day 1, which was Wolf in 2016. But I do think it helps a little bit more this year to get those reps because this is the first tournament we're having in this format, right? And, you know, there's been lots of grassroots events where players have been practicing, you know, they've been playing on the ladder, they've been playing in their team building groups, but getting that real experience playing, you know, in an actual tournament hall against people who, you know, maybe you're friends, but, you know, your rivals more so in this case. And, you know, kind of just getting that confidence, I think could make a big difference where, you know, the day 2 players, you know, they've had great performances to get here, but I think it's going to be a little bit nerve-wracking to, you know, be at day 2 of Worlds and then start playing immediately in a new format for the first time where, you know, building confidence here, you know, especially, you know, play those 7 rounds maybe, you know, grind it out, like really get familiar with their team. I doubt too many people who make it through day 1 to day 2 are going to choose to change their teams, even though they're allowed to. So, you know, I mean, I'll be curious. You know, I think it's always a really tough road coming from day 1, but I do think that players who pull it off this year might have a little bit better of a chance than normal just because of the unique situations around this particular World Championships.
So how do you feel about Regulation D being the Worlds format, right? Because being able to change it up just before Worlds, we've seen it in the trading card game. They've done it. This is not new. This is not some crazy idea that we had just to make this Worlds more fun. It's just time for that rotation, and it just so landed between, for us, obviously North America International Championships and Worlds. Now, being able to drop that big change is something that a lot of players are going to adapt to. But do you think there are going to be maybe some newer faces? You know, we've been in Regulation C back in the North America and Europe for, I'd say, a fair while. Do you think that the change of Regulation C, where a lot of players did punch that ticket, they were able to get the Worlds invite, do you think that there's maybe somebody who is going to be able to say, okay, well, I got my invite in A or B, I kind of chilled during Regulation C, and now D, this whole new format, they're going to be able to step up? I mean, it's a big change.
Yeah, I think it could be. I think what's really exciting to me about it is it sort of rewards a little different skill set that we normally see in the Video Game Championships. I know some that, well, actually, almost everyone I talked to about TCG doing this in the past to kind of get a feel for what we were in store for, we're pretty high on what happened in the trading card game. I think what's really cool about it, especially if you look back to last season, where, you know, the players who really innovated the best teams in the format, you know, maybe Edu excluded with his Worlds team, you know, like, tended not to get to do that well at Worlds because they were playing against their own team so much, right? Where they had to kind of get punished by their own success. You know, Rinya playing against the Rinya Sun team so much really stood out as kind of a capstone of the way that the World Championships of last year worked. I think this year's pretty cool where, you know, the players who are really good at team building, maybe who figure out the right composition of Pokemon really get rewarded in a way that we don't normally see in the video game. I think it'll be cool, you know, where I think it's a skill set that experienced players really respect because it is so hard, especially in an unknown format, to figure out what the best team is and, like, what will suit you, what will suit the meta game. So I'd really like to see, you know, a player who's solved the puzzle the best get rewarded with the World Championships. And I think there's never been a higher likelihood that that will happen than this season.
I think, honestly, a wealth of experience in how to build teams, how to understand your own play style. I think that's a huge factor in team building that we don't or probably should talk about more. It really can be a big factor here. And talking to some of the guys backstage, you know, we've kind of all had our own theories on it. But I think players from previous years and previous eras sort of have the upper hand here in a very minor upper hand. I don't think it's a massive advantage. But I think back to some of our previous formats, maybe formats you and I would remember, where it feels a little bit similar, right? You've got this huge pool of Pokemon to be able to pull from, and it's not insignificant. I know there's more coming in future, but this is obviously one of the biggest pools we've ever had. And being able to dive into that and assess every single Pokemon, where it fits, build a core. Like, we know a lot of people coming into this tournament, all right, Fluttermane is an incredible Pokemon. Cool, that is a great starting point. Personally, I think Amoonguss fits nearly every team. But what do you fill those remaining 4 gaps with, for example? Yeah, Urshifu does a lot, but there's so much creativity, and being able to understand how that can impact your team and your tournament run is absolutely massive. So I think maybe a player from a slightly older era could do it. Honestly, our first game of the day kind of supports my theory, right? Maybe this is really bad science, and I threw a hypothesis out ran 2 tests and now I'm feeling like a king. But, you know, thinking about 2013 was a very unique format where we had a huge amount of Pokemon. That's obviously where Arash won his World Championships. And Naoto played things a little bit differently in 2019, where because of the rules, I think the metagame was a little more focused in. But we saw Arash able to come out on top in that one.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially an advantage that sort of player can have too is it kind of just cut down the prep time a little bit where, you know, there's like a lot of stages of getting used to a new format. One of them is kind of just getting comfortable with the Pokemon. I do think that one of the challenges of this format is that, you know, the Heatran in this format doesn't play quite like the Heatran in some of the past years. You know, Cresselia with that, you know, the Lunar Blessing, very different Pokemon than it was before. Well, maybe not very different Pokemon, but some very different tricks than it had before. You know, the genies, as players often call them, you know, using a lot of different moves we haven't seen in the past. And I think that, you know, having to adjust to the new Pokemon, mixed with the old Pokemon, and having to try to solve the metagame all at once. You know, there's a lot of steps, right? So at least that experience of this old Pokemon, I think, kind of like cuts it down a little bit, lets you get to the end a little bit faster, to the point where you're testing team cores. Because yeah, I think we are going to see a lot of those older Pokemon, especially because I think last year's experience is sort of misleading in a way, right? Because the way Pokemon worked, and again, that had Dynamax versus any other format was very different, right? So like Regieleki is a great example, right? Where right now it looks like it was a little bit of a bait, where Regieleki, one of the most important Pokemon last season, this year, probably not even the best Pokemon of its own, you know, legendary grouping, right? Where it's Regidrago, who we have also not seen yet, who's probably risen up in that group. And yeah, I think being able to identify that sort of thing is interesting. Even with the Pokemon that, you know, were new in the last generation, right? You know, this year's Rillaboom, this year's Urshifu, both really strong but don't play quite like last year. So I think getting to cut corners a little bit with Pokemon players are familiar with, like Landorus, like Cresselia, you know, every little bit counts when it was just such a marathon to try to get ready for this tournament.
Landorus Cresselia, a bit of a classic really, and I'm not ashamed to say that I'm enjoying this already. The other one, as we saw at the top of the day, I am a Genie apologist. New is not always better, and I think the classic trio just provides so much that those players from previous formats know all about. Speaking of players, we are going to start heading towards round number 3. So we're going to be able to take a little look at what we have coming up in this one. We're going to reveal our stream match along with what will be going on out in the field. Our stream match, of course, is the one at the top. Barish Akos versus Yuto Mizoi. Pretty excited to see that one. Those are the wonky teams that you referred to earlier, but I think getting a showcase of them will be very important. Also out in the field, there's so many other great games. It's a little bit heartbreaking that we can't bring all of them to you, but we do our best to pick one that's going to be exciting every round. Marco Martinez versus Nick Navarre, particularly Nick having a fantastic season, really consistent across the board. Giovanni Costa versus Jody Azzarelli. Jody, of course, a former Worlds runner-up, and Giovanni, a player I think's taken a little bit of time off, but coming back with an absolute vengeance, starting off 2-0. Abdullah Moyhaddon versus Luca Traegut. Very exciting to see a lot of North American players starting out strong, right? Being able to take that regionals experience. I mean, we had 10 regionals this year, and being able to learn all of that. Shiliang Tang versus Nora Bowman out in the field as well. And rounding out our key matches will be Liam Gilbert versus Yuta Takahashi. So a lot of names out there to be watching, a lot of names here. You know, half of them are going to be 3-0 at the end of this round. That is just how that one works. And that's putting yourself, you know, you only need a 50% win rate from that point on to be able to qualify for day 2.
Yeah, I think it's a huge deal in this particular tournament too. You know, often we show you the standings at the end of round 2 or whatever, and you know, there's like approximately 8,000 2-0 players. Like, oh yes, they're doing it. These are the players to watch, trainers. But this time I think it really does matter, right? A 3-0 record means you can go 2-2 the rest of the way and still make it to the next day. That is great buffer. You know, that is basically 5-0 at a regional championship, especially given the stakes here where, you know, it is all binary, right? You know, it doesn't, you know, 9-0 doesn't exist in this tournament, right? 7-0 doesn't either, even though there's 7 rounds. You know, you just need the 5th win and you're done. So, yeah, I think these players are all in a great position to move on, and these matches matter a ton. You know, each win matters so much when you only need 5, but also where, you know, 3 losses end your season.
A mere 50% win rate at Worlds. Easy. Just crank it out in a few rounds, you'll be absolutely fine. But being able to see a lot of trainers from around the world, right? I mean, I think there's been a little bit of discussion already on which region do we think is going to take it. And it looks here, you know, North America putting up a pretty good showing, which I think we had a lot of events this year back in our home region, and maybe that is standing the players in good stead. But of course, day 2 completely throws that out the window. I think these results can be a little bit misleading. It is interesting to, of course, see who makes it through to day 2, but excited to get to day 2 where the best of the best just get dropped in the tournament. We open it up and say, okay, you guys skip day one, you're in. The day one players have a lot more to answer for at that point.
Yeah, I think the way I might look at day one, if you're a fan, is that I think day one really shows off which region is the deepest, right? Where, you know, the top players in each region, there's a kind of a similar number of players, kind of no matter where you're from. I mean, it's slightly different based on what region it is, but you know, today is the day where you know, the regions can try to get, you know, sneak in a few more players, right? Kind of stack the deck a little bit for tomorrow. Don't do that in the tournament across the stage, but you know, it's fun where, you know, hey, you know, if you get another 15 North American players in, that really changes the odds of North America getting some representation in the top cut. I think it's actually another region that's probably going to be the one that gets the most players through day one, and it normally is in Japan, where it just seems like, especially early in formats, the Japanese players have such clever solutions to team building and kind of just the way that they train certain Pokemon. Always seem to catch everyone else off guard. You know, normally it's just like, oh, well, you run into this sort of thing early in the season on when you're playing your ranked battles, and you know, roll your eyes, you know, maybe take your Switch out of a dock and lob it across your living room, and then by the time tournaments roll around, you know, you've solved it a little bit, but you don't get that time to kind of adjust to what other trainers are doing here. Instead, you know, the players who have those really clever early format sort of teams might not be so early format this time, might just be in early World Championships instead.
Full disclosure, I do not condone the lobbing and or throwing of switches once removed from the docks. I highly recommend gently placing it down and or just logging off and leaving it in the dock and coming back another day to do some reps. So just bear that one in mind. But I think you're right. I don't think I can deny that I'm also on the Japan will do well train here. I think being obviously in their home region gives a little bit more, I would say pressure, but reason to do well, right? And I do agree with you, and we've seen it in many years. Being able to innovate early is something that Japan are very, very good at. They understand what is the basic team as we have known it in previous years, not an official term, but the Big Six. What is going to be the option that a lot of trainers gravitate to, kind of that entry-level team that you try and play around to get a feel for the format, see what's on the ladder. But once they start to figure that out, they go, oh, okay, well, I can beat it with this, I can beat this variety with this, and all those changes start falling in line. So I feel like Japan is definitely getting to a point where seeing what they come up with puts us in great stead for them to be able to surprise players. Maybe those players from the West who haven't got as many reps, be able to do that and, as you say, skew the numbers in their favor.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, the whole like, Big Six concept is always funny to me too, where I think the year that originated maybe it was truer, but you know, I feel like I hear some variant of the Big Six every season now. If I start counting the Big Six Pokemon, I've got to use all my fingers, take my shoes off, start using all my toes. I need to grow an extra limb, because you know, there's like 20-ish Pokemon, maybe a little bit more in the Big Six most years. It's like the Big 16 maybe, but...
It's a loose term. It's the Big Six sort of pick from these buckets and have a good time, right? Like,
yeah, it's like, you know, yeah, you start playing, I always see the same Pokemon, you start listing them, and you hit the message limit, right? But yeah, I do think that, you know, it's crucial to be able to use that group of Pokemon well, but also in a creative way, right? Where, again, you know, we are seeing and kind of feel, you know, between a dozen and 20 Pokemon that are a pretty high percentage of the total usage. You know, Fluttermane sitting at its approximately 130% appearance on every team. You know, so there's like a half a Fluttermane hanging out somewhere maybe. But yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see how the players are able to use those but the extra slots in their team, maybe they aren't using those, and then who can use the most common Pokemon the best?
Well, we've been talking about teams quite a lot, and we want to see two new teams getting ready to show off what they can do here in round number 3. So we're going to head on down to the stage and get ready. We've introduced our players a little bit already, but I want to really start diving in on these teams and being able to understand exactly where they are, what they're going to be doing, and what we can look forward to here in round number 3.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun here. I know we were talking a lot about the Big Six, and you know, even if it's the Big 16, there's definitely going to be a few Pokemon in this matchup that I don't think would have been included on that grouping of Pokemon.
No, I definitely think there's a couple of fun, wonky, or creative choices. I'm going to keep adding to that list of adjectives as we go. It's going to really slow us down at the end of the round. But here are our players. It is going to be Barish versus Yuto. I'm really excited to see where they end up with both of these teams, because there are pieces of the puzzle that do not fit the Big 6, 16, or 60 that we're talking, or maybe 60. Maybe they'll sneak in at 60. But I know that starting off with Barish, I know that his team comes from obviously some of the more creative team builders in Europe. That is going to be the Breloom, the Hisuian Arcanine, Qianpao, Golden Go, a Basque Legion, and a Roaring Moon. So already plenty of variety in there. And then heading over to Yuto's side, that's going to be the Urshifu, the Heatran, Rillaboom, Fluttermane, Glastrier, and Cresselia.
Yeah, I think Barish's team, I believe I heard it was one of the Jamie Boyd specials, identified here by a bunch of Pokemon that I guess, I wouldn't say I wasn't expecting to see most of them. The Breloom definitely really stands out as the shocking pick. I think whenever you see a Pokemon like that, you kind of have to look forward to the other side of the field and how many Pokemon that his opponent has that can help deal with the Spore from Breloom. There is that Grass-type Pokemon who'll be naturally immune. There is a single Pokemon with the Grass Terrestrialization and that Heatran, but notably no safety goggles on the other side of the field. I think one other thing to point out with Barish there is that Basque Legion. We haven't seen it yet on stream. There are quite a lot of them in the field today, and almost all of them are doing really well. I think that may be the standout MVP of this tournament, so keep an eye on it here. It is a fantastic Pokemon.
My favorite grass type, Heatran, something I've been excited to see so far this tournament. Obviously, we're both Heatran apologists, and I think being able to see that in full flow is going to be exciting here, but it definitely has a lot to work through, and I think Heatran here might just be forced into that Grass Terrestrialization because it's not looking particularly friendly on the other side of things from Barish. But I think both these teams match up nicely. There is, of course, that Trick Room option for kind of closing out a game from Yuto, being able to say, okay, you know what? We've played the fast mode, we've gone through the Fluttermane and the Urshifu, now we're going to slow things down, we're going to flip the dimensions and be able to play around it. And I think if that gets set up, that could actually be quite a big problem for Barish because it doesn't really have anything that operates in that slower mode, particularly when you're throwing around Choice Scarfs.
Yeah, looks like we're about to get right into the battle here, and we see a bunch of stylish Pokemon on one side of the field, and perhaps even more stylish Pokemon on the other side, where both the Breloom and the Roaring Moon, two Pokemon that I did not expect to see even once this weekend, appearing together, trying to show us that perhaps the metagame is not so simple as we believed.
Yeah, it's metagame on one side, anti-meta on the other, maybe throwing that one around a little bit early, but plenty to try and figure out in this opening turn. I think there is just an immediate pressure being applied by the Fluttermane, which is going to have to be something the Roaring Moon thinks very carefully about how it wants to navigate this turn, being able to try and get around that. The Breloom as well can provide an interesting amount of pressure, but of course if that Heatran goes Terra Grass, there could be problems immediately. So let's see how this anti-meta pairing decides to try and wiggle out of this one.
Yeah, I mean, anti-meta to an extent, right? The two Pokemon that look like they don't want to face down a Fluttermane, the most common Pokemon by far in the format. There's got to be a solution to this as he's up to 2-0, so I'm kind of curious what the game plan is here.
Yeah, let's see what he's going for. The typing, a big change needed as that Roaring Moon becomes the flying type. So shedding some of the problem immediately with the use of Terrestrialization. Breloom with the Protect, that'll keep it safe for a turn. No problems there. Let's see what's coming out from the side of Yuto. It will be the Icy Wind from the side of the Fluttermane, so trying to catch both of these with super effective hits. The Roaring Moon takes it pretty well. Will lose some of its speed as Roaring Moon makes up for that pretty promptly. One drop isn't going to be very much when you consider that a Tailwind is going in response. Heatran tries to wrap up the turn with a Heat Wave, so Breloom under a ton of pressure if it hasn't been able to protect. Roaring Moon takes it pretty well, coming down just below half, but able to stick around for a little bit more.
Yeah, I think it's important to keep in mind the items of these Pokemon on the field right now. Pokemon don't usually beat each other with their items, but that move, I think, on both sides kind of explained by the items the Pokemon are holding. Love seeing the Life Orb on Heatran. It seems like it can hold about 45 different items while in this format. And then Breloom, as almost all Breloom, holding that Focus Sash item. So with the two spread moves on the other side, a knockout was being threatened on Breloom with double hit, but now a little bit scarier. As we've mentioned, the Heatran is the option of the Grass Terrestrialization to try to get around a Spore here, but Breloom is able to at least attempt to Spore one of these two targets.
Yeah, will be able to try and do something in this turn. There is not going to be any Terrestrialization, though, as it is the Fluttermane taking the Roaring Moon Acrobatics and going to sleep right after. So while it was the most threatening Pokemon on the field to both of them to begin the game, it's now being locked out a little bit. There is, of course, going to be time for the Heatran to do something. In this turn, it's Heat Wave. That is going to be a knockout onto the Roaring Moon, and Breloom brought down to that all-important Focus Sash you were just telling us about.
Yeah, it's a big trade, but I think that's probably what Barish is expecting here. Not ideal to use lose your terrestrialization with only a single attack, but it did get that tailwind up crucially. Breloom is still out here, potentially threatening a Spore, and now we'll see what Barish can do. Not the worst thing in the world sometimes to lose a Pokemon quickly after getting tailwind up, because it allows you to get a little momentum, start getting things rolling here, and perhaps Chien-Pao and Breloom can work together to try to pick up a knockout.
One thing I did notice, though, as Barish went to select his third and fourth Pokemon, potentially, not very Heatran favored with the Gholdengo and the Chien-Pao, so does have to be careful that these Heat Waves aren't just being thrown around willy-nilly, being able to catch knockouts or at least huge damage.
Yeah, I think it's sort of a cool spot here, right, where there's some incentive now to go for the grass terrestrialization. So do you Spore it, expecting it will not terrestrialize, or do you try to use a super effective attack? Instead of the Heatran just protecting, neither call going to work on this one.
Yeah, trying to figure out what to do, maybe get a little bit of information as the Chien-Pao's Ice Spinner heads into the Heatran. So maybe that grass terrestrialization could be a little bit too much. It is, of course, going to be a cover of both sides of the Heatran. So if it terrestrializes, it gets caught by the Ice Spinner. If it doesn't, it gets caught by the Spore. Not able to land either of those, thanks to a fantastic protect from the side of Yuto. And Flutter Mane just still asleep.
Yeah, it's really scary though, right? Where that was the first Timmer could have waken up already. We already saw it fail to move the previous turn because Breloom's just so quick under that tailwind. So if it is able to wake up and get an attack off for free, things are pretty devastating now. I think in this turn, unlike the previous turn, Barish really needs to make the call right? You've got to pick one or the other. Are you going to Spore or are you going to Icicle Crash? You kind of have to hit it.
Well, it's Ice Spinner into the Flutter Mane, not leaving that one alone anymore. Scared of that one waking up and picking up a potential double knockout with something that could cause a lot of problems like Dazzling Gleam. Breloom calls it right too. No terrestrialization on the side of the Heatran. Yuto holding on to that one, trying to save that for later, and Heatran will be heading to sleep for now.
Yeah, so excellent play by Barish there. I feel like if he gets that read wrong, he's kind of just out of game one. Excellent move by him. But we do see Heatran getting that turn of sleep there. It's relatively healthy still. So now we're kind of in a similar situation to what we were before. And we see that Cresselia coming out in the field, which is particularly critical in this situation. One of the things that's great about Cresselia now that we hadn't seen any past years is that Lunar Blessing move that it never had before. With it can potentially remove that Heatran's sleep status condition. However, unlike many of the Cresselia we've seen, this is holding Rocky Helmet rather than Safety Goggles, so it could be put to sleep itself.
Well, there's the Sacred Sword. That is going right into the Heatran, but it doesn't get the knockout, and Heatran will respond in kind with a Heat Wave. Breloom getting knocked out, no more Tailwind, so Heatran moving before it and being able to, of course, cause those problems. But the Life Orb will come back to haunt Heatran as he trades itself for that Breloom. There is, of course, going to be the Cresselia not able to get anything done this turn.
Yeah, critical turn there with the Heatran waking up. That mattered a ton. The Icy Wind Mitts, they're probably not such a big deal there. Is Spectrier, or not Spectrier, but Glastrier, not known for being the speediest horse in the stable. But man, wow, that Heatran wake up is such a big deal. Perhaps without that, you see a Spore getting on the Cresselia, and things just start looking very, very, very bad. Instead, now we still get a very interesting game. These two Pokemon, on Barish's side, could definitely pull this off, but the momentum probably a little bit on the other side of the field.
The the Glastrier, you caught me off guard there. Not the fastest one. Not going to be winning the Grand National, but if only there was a move, Scott, that could change things around and maybe cheat the system a little bit, give that Glastrier a little bit more that it could do. There is finally going to be terrestrialization on the side of Yuto, being able to turn that into the Water type. So Glastrier not sticking with its traditional type, being able to mix it up and try and keep itself a little bit safer from some of the options on that side, including this Sacred Sword, which is not going to do that much. Gholdengo knows it's got a lot of work to do. It's going to have to put down a lot of pressure, so being able to get that nasty plot up is big. As there's the Icy Wind once again from Cresselia, so controlling speed, not in the way that maybe we were expecting, but seeing exactly what it can do, both the speeds going down, as it is just going to be a body press. Chien-Pao knocked out, and now everything on this Gholdengo to try and win the game for Barish.
Yeah, kind of an interesting spot where this Cresselia's only attack is the Icy Wind, so it's never really going to do meaningful damage to this Gholdengo. But the Glastrier is not going to have the same problem. We see the Chilling Neigh boosting it up. But this is not the world's greatest type matchup. Its only attacks are Body Press, which will do nothing to this Gholdengo, and Icicle Crash, which is resisted. It can boost its own defense with Iron Defense, but that's not going to do anything either. So maybe Golden Go has a tight matchup to pull this one off.
Yeah, might be able to get it done. Golden Go's speed going down once again, and after that nasty plot, will be firing off the Shadow Ball. That is going into Cresselia, and that is getting a knockout. So if the Trick Room was coming through, something that he was basically preparing for, seeing how much he can take from the side of this Glastrier, I'd say it took a pretty while, a not very effective Icicle Crash, even after the Chilling Neigh boost, putting down very little pressure on this Golden Go, and Golden Go still has the speed advantage. I can imagine it's just going to start throwing Shadow Balls here and being able to tidy up this game. So Barish has been in a couple of sticky situations, but the end of the game doesn't matter. Game 1's looking like it's his.
Yeah, we saw that Terastallization getting held to try to set up the end game, but it's actually Barish that seems like he has the advantage at the end. But that was 56 damage from the last Icicle Crash, so at least 2 more are going to be required, and there's no way this Glastrier is going to get the chance to do that.
No, it's getting 1 Icicle Crash now. 50 left, would need another one. I don't think this is a super tough decision for Barish. Just needs to be able to press Shadow Ball one more time, and then of course get the knockout on this Glastrier. So really great game, honestly, back and forth throughout the whole of game 1. I'm hoping we get a little bit more of that in games 2 and 3.
Absolutely, it seemed like it could go either way the whole way through, but Barish pulling it off there in that first game, and I really like this game plan. Kind of like I mentioned when we were looking at that first turn, it looks an awkward-looking matchup, right? I mean, it kind of always is when you have so many Pokemon in your team that can potentially be knocked out easily, but the reason why he's 2-0 is because he's not just going to cough up those knockouts so easily. Played that one really well, even though he was giving up a lot. It was never too much, right? There was always that solution at the end of the game. I think he likely anticipated correctly what the final Pokemon his opponent had were going to be, and neither of them could really do that much. You know, even with the Chilling Neigh boost, pretty whelming Icicle Crash onto the Golden Go, and that's something to think about if we go into a second and a third game here and we see that matchup again. You know, without that boost, that would have been a 4-hit knockout on the Golden Go, which is sad.
I really don't think Glastrier was the endgame win condition that maybe Yuto was expecting it to be. It usually would be, right? You set it up next to the Cresselia and you put it in a Trick Room and you're able to do really, really well with that one. But it just didn't feel like it had a great time, not really being able to do much. It did get the knockout, of course, on that Chien-Pao. It was nice, got the Chilling Neigh boost, but at no point did he have an answer to the Golden Go, and the Golden Go was really, really big here. So while I think, you know, looking across the board, it's okay. The Heatran was able to apply a lot of pressure to the Breloom, was able to apply a lot of pressure to Golden Go and Chien-Pao. Once that Heatran went down, it definitely felt like it was a really tough game. And yes, it did get that early wake up too. It was able to try and stay in the game, but even that wasn't enough.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing to point out, right? I think without that wake-up, we might not even be talking about Golden Go because it would have seemed like it didn't matter at all. I'm kind of wondering if perhaps he was expecting that Barish's last Pokemon instead was that Bascu Legion, which I think would have made a lot more sense. You've got the Water Terastallization, you have the ability to boost your own defense. You know, maybe that would have worked out a little bit better. So it'll be interesting to see in this game now, you know, does Barish try to do the same thing, or does he mix it up a little bit, anticipating that his opponent will make some switch-ups? I think it should be interesting to see how this plays out. I think Barish has a lot of options. You know, that Breloom is such a dangerous thing to show in the first game because it kind of requires specific solutions. So now that makes Team Preview that much harder. You know, he's shown he can win with it, and having to adjust really hard for it can make these future games even more challenging.
It's a tough adaptation to make, though, if you're Yuto, because my gut says, let's see a little more Trick Room. Let's get that Trick Room going earlier. But, you know, there's always that threat of the Spore that's going to be able to shut that down and cause those problems. But Game 2 is upon us, and maybe we are getting the Trick Room earlier, as it's Floodamain and Cresselia on the side of Yuto, and then a definite change-up from Barish as well. Just going with the Chien-Pao and the Roaring Moon paired off together, the booster energy going off there on the Roaring Moon after we've been able to see the booster energy on the Fluttermane as well.
Yeah. So something critical to keep in mind here, we've seen the Focus Sashes on Breloom. It's really the only item we normally see in Chien-Pao. Trainers, you have to forgive me, I'm not super up-to-date on my Assault Vest Chien-Pao calcs, so we'll have to see how much damage is coming in here, but it is a very interesting setup where you've got to imagine it's not really the sort of thing that anyone was planning on having to deal with.
I would also admit, pretty publicly, that I haven't run those numbers myself. I can tell you that it will do less than it normally would without the Assault Vest. So that's something that we can bank on, being able to see maybe there's some calculation, and you and Ray touched on at the beginning of the day, that can completely shock people and take them entirely off guard. But right off the bat, it's going to be Roaring Moon straight away with the flying type Terastallization. Has to pay that respect, I think, to the Flutter main. Doesn't want to get easily knocked out by it. And maybe, of course, power up its acrobatics. Cresselia getting involved with the classic. That's going to be helping hand.
The calcs are changing again.
Yeah, but Chien-Pao tries to stop that with the Sucker Punch. That's not going to be enough, even with the critical hit. And this Dazzling Gleam, I think it's not enough. That is definitely an interesting amount. We'll talk about that in a minute, as it does get caught in response with the acrobatics. Honestly, I'm impressed, Chien-Pao.
I'm going to be honest, I would have basically believed any amount of damage that it did, but I guess I thought it would be bigger than that. You know, I think maybe without the helping hand, that's closer to what I was expecting. I really thought that was going to be at least getting close to threatening a knockout, but hey, apparently defensive Chien-Pao's not so bad.
Yeah, I mean, the bar was moving real quick, and it stopped pretty suddenly, and I thought, okay, all right, this Assault Vest is putting in work. But the Chien-Pao Roaring Moon sitting on the field after taking a lot of damage. But one of the biggest threats to the two of them has been removed pretty quickly. Obviously, we've now got the Cresselia next to the Heatran. This could be where Yuto has to change things up. Because I think if you stay in this mode, you are just going to get caught with a lot of damage very, very quickly, and you need to potentially get out of that, get the Trick Room set up, and try and play the game that way.
Yeah, I mean, this is a dangerous spot to be in, too, right? I mean, the Cresselia can't really do any damage. It's one of those classic Icy Wind only for attack moves Cresselia is, so you really don't want to get caught with that as your last Pokemon.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one as Roaring Moon does throw the acrobatics over towards the Heatran, maybe seeing what kind of mix-up it's going with, potential Terastallization. Chien-Pao covering that off with the Sacred Sword. So this is the second game in a row where Barish has tried to cover for a Grass Terastallization over on the Heatran, but in this case, he's been punished a little bit more, as it is a Trick Room set up by that Cresselia.
Yeah, we kind of talked about it earlier. You know, we're seeing some classic Pokemon in the field. Barish handling this the way you often do against support Cresselia, just ignoring it. But Trick Room could matter a lot here. Barish just selected a very quick group of Pokemon. You know, we kind of seen him hovering the Pokemon in the back. It includes that Choice Scarf Bascu Legion. So Trick Room is incredibly bad here, and an incredibly high value Protect on the other side, where Heatran covered everything, and things are looking pretty sketchy.
In good news, didn't tell in this game, so it could be worse. It could be worse. Let's see how it's going to turn out, though, as it is going to be the helping hand onto that Heatran. Sucker Punch, of course, to avoid some of the problems. And the Assault Vest not able to save the Chien-Pao this time. That is going to go down. Roaring Moon, though, is holding on, is going to be losing a little bit of HP, so even with the Life Orb, not enough. As Roaring Moon fires back with the acrobatics, that is going to be into the Heatran, but no Terastallization means it's not very effective, and it's got to be feeling pretty good about that one.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough spot, right? Where you see Barish sending Golden go out against the Heatran. Not ideal. Not ideal. Yeah, I mean, I was hoping there'd be something positive I could add there. But no, this really just isn't ideal.
No, it's not. That is not going to be able to Terastallize and get away with it. Even if it did Terastallize, it was going to be still a Steel type. So this could be another turn, honestly, where it's just going to be Cresselia helps out Heatran, and he fires off a Heat Wave. Of course, doesn't need to hit both of those, and should be able to start tidying up. Then it's going to be the Bascu Legion, just facing down against Cresselia, Heatran, and potentially whatever's in the back.
Yeah. I mean, I guess nothing else here. Heat Wave can miss. There's no way to increase the accuracy here, so perhaps Barish is going to have to go for it, hope that Heatran isn't able to incinerate that poor Golden go.
Well, it's not going for it this turn, as it does fire off the Protect, so maybe trying to see what's in the back, trying to get that little bit of information by knocking out the Roaring Moon with an extra move. He's not going to get that information this turn, though, as it is going to be a Protect over on the side of the Roaring Moon. The Shadow Ball goes into the protecting Heatran, so that is, of course, the concern, as it's a Trick Room again from Yuto, being able to return those dimensions to normal.
So that's a pretty cool play there, right? Perhaps assuming that the speeds between the two Steel-type Pokemon might not be to his advantage. Perhaps a hint toward how these Pokemon are trained, since we haven't seen them attack one another yet. And now all of a sudden it's looking like that Roaring Moon needs to pump out some damage.
Yeah, the Roaring Moon is being invited to take the game and really try and control it at this point. But the Heatran is pretty low. There's definitely options. I know that it wasn't a huge acrobatics, but it was a good chunk.
Yeah, it could put it in Life Orb recoil range, right? I think there's nothing that forces out, right? If you go the acrobatics in a switch, if you're Barish, I think you would have gotten Heatran. So instead, we see sort of an unconventional adjustment by Yuto here.
Well, there is the change up on the speeds entirely. We got the Trick Room in the last turn. Then it was, of course, reversed. So now the Tailwind just comfortably puts Barish as, I will be moving first. That's exactly what he wanted to do with that Golden Go, being able to tidy it up. the speeds are going to be slowed down. No, it's not, because it's Roaring Moon getting knocked out, and then, of course, Golden Go just being able to chill out a little bit, just not too worried, see what it can do.
Yeah, this Trick Room shuffling's a little bit unconventional, let's say. You know, we now have the two Pokemon out who want Trick Room to be up, facing down the Golden Go and this very speedy Basculegion, who is just ecstatic not to be out under Trick Room against these Pokemon.
Do we think Basculegion is fast enough at this point? I think that's...
I think it's so quick it may actually be moving first in both the Pokemon Go stage and the Pokemon TCG stage, as well as this one.
Yeah, this is going to be a rapid Basculegion, as you may have seen in the selection. Is, of course, carrying that Choice Scarf and should be able to start causing a lot of problems for the side of Yuto. Let's see if he's able to really close this one up, or if Yuto has something to maybe try and sneak back into this set. I mean, I liked the Trick Room. He gave it up for obvious reasons, but Barish capitalized so well, being able to say either way, my Golden Go's going first.
Yeah. The plus side for Yuto is these Pokemon are so sturdy that it's not like it's actually that easy for Barish just to clean this up. You know, as much as like perhaps the speed control has been a little bit fumbled here, the game is still complicated, and you know, one misstep is still going to cost Barish the game.
Well, there's the Terastallization from Yuto, holding it pretty late on, and it is going over to that Cresselia, so being able to really show what defensive Terastallization is, using it on one of the most defensive Pokemon on his team. It is the Steel type, as Basculegion fires off with the last respects, does bring it down to about half, and this Make It Rain, not enough to threaten the Cresselia, but it does get an easy knockout on that Glastrier. The special attack will fall, but I really don't think Golden Go minds at this point. You've got two Pokemon just ready to try and cause as many problems as possible. And while that Tailwind's up, well, we're able to get a Trick Room up, but now a lot of pressure on this low health Heatran to try and win this game.
Yeah, I have a good idea who's going to move first here, and it's not the Basculegion, but man, that was so much damage. If the Cresselia had not Terastallized, it would have been knocked out. I just can't handle this. Pokemon looks ridiculous with the Steel Terastallization hat on. I love it. So now Barish is kind of a cool spot, right? I think you're kind of assuming, based on the way that you don't play this speed control, that if Trick Room were to expire, Golden Go would probably be slower than Heatran. So if Tailwind were to expire, the odds of getting there low would require a double protect, but I'm not so certain that there's really an option to knock out even this frail Basculegion one hit. Just a bunch of moves that it resists, that the Heatran is available. We see the helping hand. Is Heatran able to pick up some knockouts here?
Let's see what Heatran can do after it's got all of the assistance from the side of this Cresselia, this Steel-type Cresselia as well. That is going to be a Flash Cannon, not going into protect of the Golden Go. Basculegion not even bought below half. So the Heatran getting a little bit of recoil from that Life Orb, as there's the last respects, an easy tidy up on the Cresselia. And honestly, I think the Basculegion feels like at some point it's going to be able to deal with this Heatran, or Heatran's going to deal with itself if this Life Orb keeps on adding up.
Yeah, it's an awkward situation here where I can't imagine any way that, you know, the Heatran's going to pick this up because we need, like, I think even a double crit Heat Wave wouldn't have been enough. We see the forfeit locked in there, and yeah, this exciting team with Breloom and Basculegion and Roaring Moon is able to pick up the win and show us that, hey, you know, there's a whole bunch of different ways you can win games here at this year's World Championships.
That was a really insightful game, being able to see the depth of the team that Barish has brought. I really enjoyed both modes. I enjoyed how the speed control was played around. I think Yuto put on a really good show as well, but Barish, who I got a little tip off before the game, his recent run on streams has not been so good, being able to break that curse at one of the most vital points of your season. That is going to be the World Championships, and congratulations to him, showing why this team was getting talked about. I heard more than whispers about it before this weekend.
Yeah, I thought it was a ton of fun to watch, too, where, yeah, as much as, like, you can kind of see in the way his opponent played the match, too, that, like, he was not prepared for that matchup. The Icy Wind Trick Room shuffling there was just, like, it felt like a little bit off, where it's one of those matches afterward where I think you'd all think about that a little bit and kind of realize, like, all right, well, if I face something like that again, I know how I can adjust it and maybe play that a little bit more steadily, where he was working against himself a little bit. But that's what teams like that do, right? That's some of the advantage of not just bringing the 6 Pokemon at the top of the usage chart, where you might get all of the stats in the world if you're doing it that way, but sometimes instead of winning through stats, you can win through strategy, right? I think especially that first game, Barish is like a very risky-looking strategy where I just felt like there were so many terms where it could all have gone wrong, but I think he played it in a way where he was much more likely to win than to lose. Very impressive victory using some really fun Pokemon.
I think, honestly, the Game 1 play from Barish was really impressive. I think the lead looked treacherous at best, and being able to fire back and find those windows, use the protects really, really well, was really, really impressive and showed the depth of understanding of this team, knowing what the Breloom could do. The amount of respect given to that Heatran in multiple turns, I thought was really cool, because you and I both picked at the beginning of this tournament, Heatran is scary and it can do a lot. So covering for that terastallization, covering for it not terastallizing and being able to be put to sleep, just made a lot of sense. And even though Heatran had that short sleep game 1, even though it was double targeted in game number 2, it just wasn't able to do enough when it was given the opportunity. Even though in game 2, it was given a lot of help with that Trick Room.
Yeah, I think it was like very clearly the critical Pokemon in this matchup, right? And hey, you're in a matchup where you've got the best Pokemon perhaps in the format out there as your key Pokemon, and it still couldn't get it done. I've got to say, as someone who tended to play a little bit of a, let's say, more conventional teams when I was a player, to give myself a little bit too much credit for lazy team building. I think that teams like the one Barish just used are just the worst to play against. It's just so complicated. You're really on the back foot the whole game, and the aggression Barish had this whole set was really impressive.
Didn't you literally run Cresselia Heatran?
Oh, I'm sure I did.
Yeah, I believe you did. Anyway, we can take a look at the replay. This is the turn where that Heatran wakes up, and it does manage to fire off a Heat Wave, but just not able to get the knockout on the Chien-Pao there. There was that big body press at the end, being able to tidy up the Chien-Pao again. But this endgame was really tough. The Gholdengo got the Nasty Plot set up and was able to fire off Shadow Balls and know that it wasn't able to get knocked out easily by the side of the Glastrier. Moving into game 2, a lot is going right for Yuto early doors, but it's just not enough in a lot of cases.
Yeah, I thought it was, it seemed like for a while there, he's going to be able to pull that one back, but, it's just the kind of thing you could do. These matchups are just so difficult. I think when you have those strong, more defensively oriented teams, we didn't get to see a whole lot of the poor Glastrier there, but, it is a slower setup Pokemon, right? It takes advantage of being difficult to knock out to really check physically attacking Pokemon in a way that makes it very difficult to stop. It just doesn't work against a team that's playing as quick as what Barish's was. And yeah, I loved everything about that set. We didn't get to talk a whole lot about that Gholdengo. I think another Pokemon that's going to be really critical in this format. We talked so much about that Fluttermane and its 230% usage. It's just going to keep getting bigger every time. But I think Gholdengo has a real chance of being the most powerful Pokemon that was discovered in the Paldea region, right? Where good as Gold is just such an incredible ability. We a little bit saw it helping out in that game, but between that, it's typing, it's stats. I think stat boosting in general is just going to be really strong this weekend with all these defensive Pokemon. I just love to see it. What a great team.
Yeah, we talk about how much we love Swords Dance on some of these Pokemon, but Nasty Plot is essentially the same thing, just for special attacks. That said, we were not the ones piloting Gholdengo. We can talk about it all we want, but what we really need to do is find out from Barish himself what it feels like to get his 3rd win of the day on stage. So we're going to have an interview with him right now.
Thank you very much, casters. I am joined by the winner of that amazing thriller match, Barish Akjosh. It has been 6 years since we've seen you competing at the Pokemon World Championships. How's it feel to be back?
Oh my god, and what a game to come back on stage. My previous record on stream, especially this season, was like 0-5. So I've been featured a few times, but I was never lucky to actually make it through to the interview. And then to be interviewed by you, it's a very special honor.
Oh, thank you very much. It was definitely an honor for us to watch that incredible game with a very interesting team as well. We've talked a lot about Firewater Grass Cores, but you've got a really interesting choice of Pokemon for that core. Can you talk to us about it a bit?
Yeah, I mean, I had a similar quote on Worlds before. I was like, guys, credit for the team goes somewhere else. I'm just responsible for all the plays. So at this point, Jamie Boyd, if you're watching this, you're an absolute legend. Thank you so much. Without your help, I wouldn't be here right now. I'm currently 3-0, 2 more wins to make it to tomorrow. I had never played day 1, right? So I was very privileged to be qualified for day 2. Coming into day 1, seeing the competition, it's just great. Yeah, doing really well at the moment. Yeah, you want to talk about the team. Yeah, credit goes to Jamie. The core is actually quite interesting. We saw how, especially in this matchup, he had Cresselia and the Glastrier, and the Glastrier was like body press, iron defense, and it only had Icicle Crash, so I had 2 ghosts on my team, which was like super convenient to have, and we saw that even the Heatran with Life Orb didn't have any effective moves. It had a Heat Wave and Flash Cannon, which doesn't do a lot of damage against Basculegion, to name it. And yeah, it just came in clutch. It was interesting to see how it played out with the Ice Event and Trick Room interactions. So it was interesting, like he reversed twice, he icy winded.
On that note, were you maybe worried about the Trick Room, particularly with the Heatran sweep potentially incoming?
Yeah, so in game 1, I was a little bit worried when I saw that his Heatran outsped my Breloom. Like it had a 1-turn sleep, woke up and KO'd it. So I expected to either be faster or maybe get a 2-turn sleep at least. So in game 2, I knew that if he sets up that Trick Room, then my Goldengo will underspeed it in Trick Room. So I had a little bit of like a sandwich around the Heatran, and getting so much damage early on was very crucial because with Life Orb it's on a timer anyway. So I could play around that, and I feel like the typing of Basculegion and Double Ghost, everything really played into my hands here.
I mean, Basculegion was one of my caster hot picks for what we think is going to take the World Championships. But a Pokemon I really want to talk about in your team is Breloom, because you've got a history with that Pokemon. Can you tell the trainers at home about it?
Absolutely. So, and probably one of my most dominant seasons in 2015, I was playing a team around Mega Kangaskhan, and Breloom was one on the picks. So the core was very popular with like Kangaskhan, Aegislash, Rotom, and Landorus, Furion. And I added like Breloom and Suicune, and they were like a little bit, yeah, like off meta, I want to say. And they really did well for me the whole season. I top 4 2 nationals, didn't do too hot at Worlds that year. But overall, like I have a special connection to Mega Kangaskhan, but also the special pick in Breloom. So when I was considering which team to use here for Worlds, and I saw the option through Jamie Boyd, once again, thank you so much, to potentially use Breloom, I was like, no, this is calling for me. I have to use Breloom.
I mean, it looks like the partnership is as strong as ever, you know, piloting it to great success here today. We want to make sure you get a little bit of time to prep before the next round, but just before we go, are there any shout-outs, anything you would like to say to people who have helped you on this journey back to the world stage?
Wow, it's actually, it's hard. Like I'm going into this tournament as my maybe like 7th, 8th, 10th world. So I remember coming on stage and the translator was like, oh, is this your first time on stream as well? And I was like, not quite. I've done this a few times, so I helped my opponent during the setup as well. It's great to have a support system in amazing friends Marcus, Wolf, Aaron, Dylan, and yeah, I actually didn't opt to play their team, but still, like just exchanging ideas, talking through matchups, talking through the meta game really helps me coming back, and I'm really grateful for all the friends I have, all the support in the crowd. Thank you so much, guys. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the next rounds. Of course, also thank you like to the whole team setting up this tournament, this venue, right? First time in Japan, it was a big dream. Now we're here on stage, winning games, taking names. Yeah, we're doing well for ourselves here.
Don't forget to thank Gastrodon.
Of course.
Okay.
Gastrodon, I don't think I could have done it without you. You joined me last minute on stage, and I knew that you were watching me, and yeah, your free eyes helped me win this game.
You're going to download your Gastrodon giveaway?
I already did.
I'm so proud of you. That's what we want to hear. Well, Pokemon trainers, that wraps up the interview with Barish Akjos, the winner of that last round. But of course, the Pokemon action will continue, so please do not go anywhere.
I'm going to be honest, Heatran Sandwich is a visual that I was not expecting to have to unpack this weekend, but thanks to Barish, now I am.
Yeah, I did think he played that so well, though, right? Because, yeah, I was, like, furiously checking the team sheets to try to figure out the stats. Like, oh, I see what he's doing here. Yeah, like, the Golden Go and Trick Room has got him. How great is it to see Barish back on stage, by the way? I feel like it wasn't that long ago that he was, you know, by far one of the scariest players in Europe and probably the world. So, good to see him showing his stuff up there. He's a really smart guy. Been a great member of the community for a really long time. So, yeah, I'm really glad we got that moment. Also, yeah, how fun is it to have him get interviewed by Lou? You know, it's a moment I think those they'll remember for a long time, and what will be, I think, a World Championships full of great memories for us all.
Yeah, I'm not a scientist, but that does start adding more weight to my hypothesis earlier that players who played in older formats are very, very good this year. So thank you, Barish, for proving me right on that one. Honestly, it's been a fantastic day so far, and I think being able to see the Basculegion team, and of course the Basculegion get some time as well, has been really, really cool. I've been impressed with it right from the get-go. I think just testing with it a little bit, it's been able to be very obvious why that Pokemon is good. And yes, you slap a Choice Scarf on it, and you don't have to worry about speed unless you're in a Trick Room. So feels like a really solid pick for the course of this tournament. And honestly, I think hearing that it came from Jamie Boyd makes me even more excited about the team, because I know how he builds teams. They are a little off the wall, but knowing that you can give it to somebody, they can pilot it, means every decision is justified, and it's not just a Jamie Boyd decision. So I'll be interested to see how that one goes over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch it. I always love watching his teams. He's one of those players where I just kind of realize that I can't net deck him because it's not going to go right if I do it without explanation.
Yeah.
But, it's one of those things, you see but don't touch. It's great to see.
Admire from a distance.
Yeah, I'm more of a, if I can win about 4 times as many turns as he wants to, that would be great for me. I'm more of a student of the Ray Rizzo school of Pokemon, where let's just use the stat Pokemon. But as a spectator, I'd always prefer something a little more like this.
I was always, I think, the antithesis to you, right? It's like, I wanted to complete my games in about 3 to 4 turns. If we go to turn 5, I'm panicking, I'm not loving this. But I think that team has the option to do that, but it also has the option to play your game, right? Which is really interesting. And it's not often that we find a team that lands that perfect balance. That's something that we've been talking about a lot this year, being able to be a balanced team. And even though it looks on paper like the craziest, most offensive team in the format, you're like, oh, Breloom is going to put everything to sleep, and then it's going to cause problems with its technician abilities. It was actually such an interesting pivot. It absorbs a little bit of pressure. It gives a little bit of pressure with the Spore. And honestly, to justify to me that Breloom is a better user of Spore for a certain team, you got a lot of work to do. But that game kind of did it for me.
Yeah, because I think Mungus and this team would kind of just be a momentum sink, right? Where it's great individually with no context, but it doesn't really fit what the team is doing. I've got to say, too, as like a player who's more used to being on the other side of that matchup, it's just so difficult to deal with, especially in team preview, just because there are so many different Pokemon that could potentially be a problem. And I think it's really a good way of using the open team sheet format. These Pokemon would have been scary in team preview anyway, don't get me wrong, but in a way, it's like almost worse when you know what they can do, because you have to check all these different things. It's really easy in team preview to get inside your own head and be like, okay, well, I have to handle this and I have to handle this, and oh no, I don't have a lead combination that handles all these things, so I've just got to guess. I think there's so much pressure on that side of the field. I think some of the trade-off of that is normally it's much harder to play an offensive team than a defensive one because the margin for error is so much smaller. But when it works like that, as it does, seemingly every time we see Jamie Boyd play the game and Barish using it there, it's just so impressive and it's so difficult to handle.
It's been an interesting year. We got to the open team sheet format. That was something very, very new. And I think it's really helped out a lot of trainers make some of those decisions a little bit easier, right? Okay, you know your opponent's going to see the move. You're not going to get the surprise factor. So you actually have to justify that choice way, way harder. You really have to say, is this a worthwhile move? Or is this something that I thought was cheeky, was fun, and I might be able to steal a win or two off of it? That's where I sort of think, okay, well, we're in a good spot now. We've been able to pivot things around. And I think the first World Championships in open team sheet already delivering. I think everything this year, the ICs, even the regionals that we've been seeing, has shown that was a great decision for the game and has put us in such good stead.
Yeah, I think this is a good match kind of too, just to kind of show off what can be good about that too, because I know a lot of people were kind of concerned like, oh, it's going to stifle creativity a little bit if your opponent sees what it is, but at some point of a tournament, your opponent's eventually going to know what you have before you use it, right? Like stuff still has to work while it's face up. I think if anything, it just kind of challenged players to make, more complete teams, right? Where like, all right, well, my opponent has to be able to handle this, so I can't just have one threat. I have to have multiple options to keep them off guard. And even though you can't bring every Pokemon every game, in a way, even the Pokemon that aren't selected contribute more in this format because the threat of them, as long as you have a Pokemon unrevealed, is a big deal. And I think that's another thing to kind of keep in mind as you watch games, right? It might not seem like it's a big deal when there's still that Pokeball icon on the team tracker, right? But the opponent doesn't know what that is, right? Even if you do, because we've hovered the switch on the camera, it's something they both have to keep in mind. Like potentially that's 3 Pokemon the whole way through, and you get context clues like, oh well, based on these 3 Pokemon, it's probably not that final one. But I thought one of the main stories of the game one is that I thought, Yuta probably guessed wrong on that last Pokemon. It may have been, the decisive factor in that match.
I think I'd have guessed wrong both games for Barish's 4th Pokemon, right? I would not have gone with leaving the Basculegion at home game 1. But then when he wins without the Basculegion, he's like, haha, well, I'm going to bring it this time, have fun. And honestly, that Glastrier really struggled with both of Barish's final Pokemon, right? He set up this endgame where it's like, what are you going to do? Not much? Cool. Like, I am then just going to win the game with this Pokemon. So I think that was really, really exciting to see. I'm not disappointed in Yuto's team, though. I think there's still a lot more that we can see from it, and I think Glastrier is one of those that could maybe show a little bit more, and in a different matchup would probably be really, really good, especially with that Water Terror. That seemed to be the really big focus. I mean, you know, we've got a lot to unpack over the course of today and tomorrow. How big is Terastallization at this elite level? We've seen it at Regionals, we've seen it at ICs. What about if it goes one step further? How big is that at Worlds?
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool, too, to keep in mind. I mean, first of all, I mean, he's only 2-1, right? It's not like he's out of the tournament. He only has to go... Yeah, he has to go 3-1 from the rest of the way in order to make it in, right? I think that's a very achievable task. I think maybe if I were to give some criticism of that match, it seemed like he was less flexible than Barish was, right? Where Barish was radically changing his strategy, the Pokemon he brought, the way he played the games in both games. It seemed like, you know, there was a core Pokemon that you don't want to use, and it was kind of just more a matter of how he was supporting them and what order he sent them out in. I think he looked a little lost in the one game, right? Where Trick Room coming up the wrong time, Icy Wind not really doing anything. Barish, as he noticed in the interview, like really identified well how he could take advantage of the Heatran being a little too critical in that matchup. But yeah, you know, in games where the Glastrier is a little more effective, and instead of kind of just being that Pokemon who shows up to get knocked out at the end, instead is a more pivotal member of the team, it's easy to imagine how it can be strong. There are a lot of teams in this tournament that are built around the more conventional, physically attacking Pokemon. I think the Glastrier still has a place where it could do really well. And, you know, it's a match you can learn from, right? You know, all these players don't have the amount of reps in that they normally would at the World Championships in this format, right? So I think the best players are going to be the ones who can keep learning.
Okay, so we're talking about best players. We all know that out in the hall, there's a little bit of a lunch break, right? So why don't we see what some of the best players could do? Now, how would you determine the best player?
I think it'd be the players who haven't had achievements in the most years.
Okay, so if you had maybe somebody who had won Worlds, would you say that's one of the best players?
I guess.
What if they had done it twice?
I mean, we're starting to narrow down the pool here, Adam.
Okay. What if I just said we're going to have Ray and Aaron sit down and do a little lunch break caster match? Would that be acceptable?
I think it'd be a lot of fun. I think we should probably do that.
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. So let's head on down to the stage and introduce the players, I guess. You may know a little bit about them, but we'll be able to dive in and see what these guys come up with. I usually propose to other casters, you know, what would you do if given the chance? And now we get to see if Aaron was to play or Ray was to play, both of whom could have done it this year, definitely got close to that opportunity. What would they have done at Worlds? It's been a while since I have seen either of these guys on stage. I think the difference in stage size since they last played is significant.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, something to keep in mind, too. I mean, Aaron did qualify to the Pokemon World Championships this year. He didn't play a whole lot of events, but he was actually very effective at the events he played at. I really got to say, I think it's much more difficult to bounce between casting and playing than you might think, because, like, the type of knowledge you need is a little bit different. You know, up here, we need a breadth of knowledge, right? I don't need to know any player's team as well as the players do, but I need to know enough about all of the teams and all of the Pokemon to, you know, kind of guide you through games. You really need to know your calcs, the way you need to select Pokemon. I mean, kind of like, you know, the intricacies of team preview we saw in the last game. So Aaron's really impressed me this year when we've seen him out in the field.
Well, let's start with a rundown of the teams. That is going to be the Grimmsnarl, the Galarian Moltres, the Spectrier this time, Hisuian Arcanine, the Gastrodon, so Lou and Lee will be excited about that one, and the Golden Go as well. Then, of course, we're going to have bit of a mix-up from the side of Ray. That's going to be the Tornadus, the Chi-Yu, the Amoonguss, the Indeedee, another Basculegion, and a Sneasler as well.
Now we'll have to see if Spectrier, this time for real, can avenge Glastrier against that nasty Basculegion. And yeah, I think these teams are both super fun. Aaron had been talking a lot about this team and how he thought it was really strong and underplayed. I'm really glad it's what he chose to bring. It sounded really strong when he was talking about it. I'm probably less excited than some of our friends backstage at seeing Gastrodon there, who is a Pokemon I would desperately like not to win the World Championships.
Yeah, we may be able to listen to the players as well, get a little insight from these gentlemen. So see exactly what they're discussing at team preview.
Have we actually ever played against each other?
You know, I don't know. I don't think we have. We
probably
not. I don't think we have.
Not
in an official tournament. I don't think we have.
But hey,
all right. I'm about to be 1-0 against you then. I'm ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Waiting for you.
All right, let's go.
Hey, cool team. Wow.
Hey, you too.
That's I've seen that one before.
I think I've seen this one on YouTube before.
Yeah, I may have too. Okay.
Okay. What are you bringing, Aaron?
Do you know what the bottom two Pokemon do, by the way? Have you seen them before?
On my team?
Yeah. Just checking.
Oh my. Okay, tell me what you're bringing. I'm gonna counter team it.
Okay, I'm thinking of leading Grimmsnarl. Yep. And Hisuian Arcanine.
Okay.
Yep. That's my lead. I'm gonna have Gastrodon in the back. Because I want to absorb.
That's a mistake.
Why? Why is that a
I'm not bringing Basculegion.
Really?
Yep.
I think it's a mistake to not bring Basculegion.
I'm not bringing it. I'm bringing Chi-Yu instead. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I'm telling you exactly what I'm bringing, right? I'm going Grimmsnarl. Arcanine. Gastrodon.
Okay, hold on. Let me change up my lead real quick to counter that. Wait.
What do you think my fourth's gonna be? Galarian,
Okay,
Ultra,
I can beat
Spectre,
that.
or Golden Go? What should I bring as my fourth?
It's up to you. I can beat all of them.
All three? Okay. Interesting. That's a lot of confidence you have.
All right, I'm ready.
You're ready already?
Yep. Are you ready?
I'm not ready yet.
Okay.
I'm still debating.
Okay. You need me to help?
Oh, hey, I locked in. It still says standing
okay,
by.
I'm locking in too then.
Look, I know it's your first time playing on the Nintendo Switch, right?
Aaron, good luck. You'll need it.
Have fun. I'm not wishing you any luck, Ray.
Okay. I don't need luck to beat you.
Just wait till you see my lead. You'll never see it coming.
You're never gonna see my lead coming either.
You're never gonna see it coming.
No way.
You brought it.
No way.
I told you, Grimmsnarl and Hisuian Arcanine. I wouldn't lie to you, right?
I know, I believed it. That's why I double checked, make sure I have close combat on Sneasler.
Do you have it?
But I got something else.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what you got.
You know what I got.
I know what you got.
Let's get into the game. I think that's plenty from Ray and Aaron. Some fighting talk, maybe the folly of youth from Aaron in that one, and pretty much being nice and honest when it comes to the lead. It is going to be the Hisuian Arcanine and the Grimmsnarl up against the Sneasler and the Indeedee as well.
Yeah, I mean, the music here kind of makes me think. There's a time where Rizzo basically had his own theme song, and yeah, I might be a little bit more intimidated by Aaron. But I'm excited for to like and subscribe to this battle as the two of them show off what they've learned through all the battles that they've had on the ranked battles.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Being able to see if Aaron and his road to ranked is going to be stopped by the side of Ray Rizzo, who quietly confident in the pre-game chat, I think it's fair to say, being able to get the job done with the counter lead. There's going to be the switch up from the Arcanine, leaving the field immediately. The Hisuian Arcanine, something that's a little bit different as Spectrier comes to the fore. It is the follow-up helping hand on to the Sneasler. Let's see how that targeting goes as Reflect goes up for the Grimmsnarl, so trying to keep things safe. And is Ray going to take the bait? No, it's going to be Dire Claw. It does some damage, but it's still not very effective.
But he does put it to sleep. Aaron's only been battling for one turn, but apparently he's already bored of it.
Yeah, he's not excited by the prospect of playing a 3-time world champion in Ray. Does keep himself safe, though, with that Reflect, trying to capitalize on that. But the Spectrier just falling asleep, not able to get more done for the next turn or two. So let's see how he decides to pivot out of this. I did have a feeling Ray was going to lock into that close combat. He did say he was going to do it, but a little bit cheeky there, not following through, not a man of his word.
Yeah, we're learning a lot about both trainers. Aaron, honest, the folly of youth, perhaps, as you mentioned. Ray, he was a poker player, right? He's playing a little bit sneakier out there. Do whatever it takes to become the 3-time world champion, 1-time caster battle champion.
Yeah, I mean, this is their one chance, right? They're being able to see what they can add to both of their trophy cabinets, which already look impressive. There is the switch, the Grimmsnarl leaving the field. Another Dire Claw coming out from the side of the Sneasler, and it's going to be the Rocky Helmet doing a little bit of damage back, but Gastrodon is asleep. Spectrier remains asleep as the Indeedee does get to fire off that Psychic. Good chunk of damage there, and of course get that special defense down, so another Psychic might be able to get there, or it would if it wasn't for the access to this berry, the Citrus Berry, bringing it back up nice and healthy. What do we think of this Indeedee Sneasler combo so far?
Yeah, I think once again, perhaps Ray being a little deceptive there, said he didn't need luck to beat Aaron, then put the Pokemon to sleep and lowered its special defense. On a totally serious note, everyone, I actually think this Indeedee Sneasler thing is pretty cool. It's not something it seems like we're going to see a lot of in the World Championships, but is it genuinely really strong and really fun thing to play in this format? So, consider trying this one out.
Yeah, this is definitely something that you could should take a look at maybe for the future events. But it's being piloted by one of the best, one of the greatest of all time in Ray. Still a lot of gameplay to go, though, as these trainers are trying to suss it out. They did say it was their first time playing together on stream. One fun thing to note, that's probably because they were in different age divisions. When Ray was winning World Championships, Aaron was just migrating into Masters, so definitely something that they had to overcome in that one. There's another Dire Claw that's going into the Gastrodon, getting that little bit of Rocky helmet damage back. Of course, not being able to be the biggest threat. But then there's the Psychic, which isn't going to be able to do anything against the side of that Grimmsnarl. Sneasler takes a good chunk of damage there, being hit by the Earth power of the Gastrodon.
Yeah, I think so far that Gastrodon's Rocky Helmet is racing with Ray Rizzo's entire team to do the most damage. Things were a little bit more defensive back in Ray's day, so perhaps he's trying his best to play to the timer. Unfortunately for Ray, not really so much of a thing anymore. But it looks like both of our trainers are struggling here. Perhaps a good time to maybe play a little Zelda in the middle of this caster battle.
Honestly, Aaron was saying he was so much more experienced, but this is the era that we get from Aaron.
Can't even operate his Switch. Come on, kids.
And he had the gumption to challenge Ray on that one. A little bit audacious, but you know what? It's Aaron. I'll forgive him. The Sneasler does decide that it's time to protect. Definitely a little bit worried about what may be coming in this following turn. As now it's time to get the light screen set up from the side of this Grimmsnarl. So special attacks not able to do as much, including this Psychic. That Psychic is not going to anywhere near threaten a knockout onto this Gastrodon, as there's the Earth power being able to apply that pressure and mean that that protect was vital for the Sneasler.
Yeah, I mean, I think on Ray's side, maybe consider giving the Zeniti some choice specs, because wow, it's you don't see too many games where it's just poor Ndidi there just slugging away while it helplessly looks over at Sneasler doing whatever it is that Sneasler is doing.
Yeah, Sneasler maybe needing to get a little bit lucky again, as it was on turn 1 of the game. But Aaron seeming pretty confident, both trainers having a good laugh in the middle of this one. We're able to see who can prevail. This is a longer game. I mean, I don't know if we're going to be able to jam in the full set in this one if Ray keeps playing at this decidedly 2010 pace.
Yeah, I'd say, things were a little bit slower back then, but it's okay. Maybe he'll ramp up. He's just waiting for the free switch, and we see the close combat finally. He really does have it.
He definitely does, but it's not able to threaten the knockout that Reflect from earlier helping out. The defenses are dropped. Sneasler definitely not minding that, because any attack is going to get it knocked out with the Rocky helmet damage as well. There is the follow-up Psychic, still not enough. Special defense is down. Aaron seemed to be pretty jovial about the fact that Ray is really targeting down that Gastrodon and is not able to get the job done. It is finally taken out by the side of the Grimmsnarl. There's Earth Power into the Ndidi. Not so worried about that as the weirdness disappears from the battlefield, so no more Psychic terrain in this one.
Yeah, I mean, the weird thing is Ray left those Pokemon out in the field for 5 turns, so excited to see what else he has. Maybe pick up the tempo a little bit here. We're hoping to show you a best of 3 during this lunch break, but maybe Ray's looking for one of those more like TCG-style best of 2s.
Yes, the classics that can be a bit of a problem. I'd be shocked to see the Basculegion here. He did say he wasn't bringing it. Now we get to test Ray's honesty in this one. Is he going to be true to his word? He is smiling a little bit, so maybe realizing that the Gastrodon needs to go, which may give me a clue as to what is stuck in the back. There is confirmation.
I'm beginning to think he may have brought it after all.
Yeah, I think it may have been something he selected. I think Aaron knew that based on the fact that he double targeted the Gastrodon every single time.
Yeah, it's not the most subtle approach I've ever seen, but it is in a situation now where it can eventually probably use some water type attacks. And I love Ray spamming the Dire Claw. He was once a swagger gamer, no longer such a viable move, but still trying to get the RNG on his side in any way that he can.
The term swagger gamer has sent a small shudder down my spine, but we'll move on with this game as I try and forget that you brought back one of those era's horrible terms. He did play a little more respectively than some, just not swaggering for fun. The Ndidi leaves the field, so Ray does know where the menu option is to switch in and out on Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. And he switches it in for the Tornadus, a Pokemon definitely from Ray's era. Gastrodon decides to keep safe, wants to redirect one of those big water-type attacks later, as Arcanine comes to the fore. The Hisuian Arcanine, my apologies, definitely from the distant past in this case. There's the Intimidate drop. That's going to help out a little bit, as it's going to be the old switcheroo right off the bat, parting shot into the Basculegion. So that's attack way down on the side of Basculegion.
Yeah, a lot of things that Ray may not recognize here. Parting shot. Arcanine looks a little different than it used to, and perhaps that Gastrodon going to wind up right back on the field. I keep threatening that Storm Drain. It seems likely that Ray was looking to pick up a knockout on it, then try to switch out. But there is the option of that incredibly valuable Sleeping Horse. You could maybe send that out, hopefully get it knocked out to get another free switch. I don't know.
Let's see if Ray has taken the bait here, or if he's going to be able to cause problems. It is Last Respects, but it's going in towards the Arcanine, so not able to get the targeting down onto the Gastrodon with all of those pivots being done. The Reflect and Light Screen are still in play as well, so that Grimmsnarl been great value for Aaron. He told Ray he was going to bring it, and Ray just seemed to neglect the option to stop that.
Yeah, we do see it as the Life Orb Basculegion rather than the Choice Scarf we saw in the last game. Could be critical here. You know, perhaps the Tornadus could move first, knock out the Gastrodon, open up a knockout in the Arcanine. You know, as much as we're making fun of Ray for not doing anything, Zheng has also approached this game with, shall we say, a measured pace. So if you start losing to Pokemon here, he's actually in a pretty tough spot as well.
Yeah, I mean, this Spectre usually wants to go fast, you know, really take the game at a gallop, but we're barely at a canter, potentially a trot in this one. Being able to slow things down a little bit. The Basculegion, not its time. It has been intimidated, it has been parting shotted. So it is back to the Indeedee for the side of Ray. Maybe he could finally get it done with the Psychic that he was trying to get those knockouts with earlier. Psychic Terrain comes back into play as Gastrodon knows it is the target of this game.
We're going fast.
Yeah, we're finally going fast. Tailwind is getting set up. Being able to make sure things are going well. And a Ray move that Ray is very, very well aware of. Rock Slide, but not being able to get the knockout on the Tornadus does activate its Citrus Berry, so that's going to be back up nice and healthy. And let's see if Indeedee can finally get the job done when it comes to dealing with this Gastrodon. It does want to make sure that it can and try and cause those problems, but outside of that, you know, realistically, what could the Tornadus do? Tornadus, you know, well known for setting up Tailwind, and in a lot of cases, it does try and leave the field pretty promptly after that. But I think in this case, it needs to put in a little more work.
Yeah, I mean, the Arcanine here is certainly going to try to help it out in its prompt exit from the field. But I agree, you know, you really don't want to get stuck in a situation where the Basculegion actually has to fight the Gastrodon for any length of time, and perhaps even worse, to fight something else with the Gastrodon on the back because they have to keep playing the mind games. So, you know, Ray, still looking for his first knockout on stream since 2014. Maybe one of these turns.
It's not going to be the Gastrodon, as it does leave the field in place of the Grimmsnarl, which is nice and healthy, so really not going to be an easy one. There's the Rain Dance being set up by the Tornadus, so getting control of the weather as the Psychic, once again, the second time, Ray. When will you learn? Can't get the Grimmsnarl with that one. There's the follow-up Rock Slide. Indeedee bought very, very low, and Tornadus taken to a knockout as well, so that is gone. It's now just Basculegion and Indeedee on the field. The Reflect has worn off, could easily go back up in the next turn, but it's all about the Basculegion, which can't use any of its water-type attacks right now, even in the rain.
Yeah, I mean, the crit mattered, but, I mean, did it? Ray not so much looking like the final boss of the Players' Cup any longer.
No, Aaron looking to take him down in a 4-0 fashion as well that could be forthcoming. Of course, there is room for some extra antics to be done if maybe this Basculegion could gamble, right? And just say, no, you're not going to bring the Gastrodon in. I'm sure Ray is going to ask Aaron if he's doing it or not. It's really up to Ray to call that bluff, as they have been pretty communicative over the course of this game. But we'll see if Ray can get that knockout done. Arcanine leads the field. What do you think it is, Scott?
I think it's like, I don't know. It's impossible to tell. It's Gastrodon. I found it.
Yeah,
I remember that one.
Let's see if he's taken the bait here, as it's helping hand into the Basculegion. That is going to be Last Respect. So he's done it, Scott. He got the knockout on the stream. Ray back in the game.
You know, it's looking a little bit better for Ray here. At least he has removed a single Pokemon. Another one going down on his side. So, you know, I think it's just right where he wants him with this Basculegion, his key Pokemon, facing down an entire team.
I may have been hasty when I used the term back in the game. I may have jumped the gun on that one a little bit. But I'm going to stand by it, right? Ray just needs to knock out a Pokemon every single turn without taking much damage in response, and he's got the Rain set up and the Gastrodon removed.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps he could, like, I don't know, like, maybe it's like his 2012 team in the back, he could start sending that out, because I don't think these first 6 Pokemon are going to be enough.
No, I do not think he's quite got it in the tank. Don't forget that the Spectre is asleep, so that could help. But we'll see how much this Gastrodon, this Basculegion can get done. I spent so
Feels
many
like it should still be out here, right?
Right, it didn't deserve to go down like that. Lou and Lee in shambles somewhere backstage, upset with Ray. We invite him on as a guest, and this is what he does. But the last respects into the switch-in from the Spectrier. That is a beautiful call by Ray. 2v1, it's Basculegion. Yes, there's a Reflect, but there's also Rain set up on the other side. Is Ray going to be able to swing this one as Basculegion is trying to take down all 4 of Aaron's Pokemon? It is an Arcanine, does get to Intimidate, so Aaron, all right, playing it by the book, making sure that the Intimidate lands. Really, really important there. But let's see what the last couple of turns of this game hold. They did definitely fill our lunch break. We'll give credit to both of our fantastic players as, yeah, Terrestrialization becomes a factor right at the end of the game.
Unfortunately for Ray, he perhaps forgot about this feature up until this turn, but, you know, the Water Terrestrialization theoretically looking good, going to increase the potential damage that this Basculegion can put out. However, Aaron also familiar with this feature, as you may have seen when he appeared on stream at several Pokemon Regional Championships.
Yeah, and imagine Aaron is switching to a type that doesn't care about this Water Terrestrialization. That's a good one. The grass type Hisuian Arcanine, one of my favorite grass types, being able to potentially take this a little bit better, but he's not banking on one of those water type attacks. He does follow up with the last respects. There's going to be a drop in HP, but Arcanine gets access to Terra Blast. So this comeback, Ray Rizzo, he says he stops at nothing, but it appears he's been stopped pretty comfortably by Aaron Zeng in this one.
Yeah, it's interesting. It seems like every time he stops at nothing, something stops him.
In this case, it was Gastrodon and Terra Grass Hisuian Arcanine. So, our undisputed champion so far in the combination caster battle is Aaron Zeng. We'll see if we're able to continue this set. I don't know what that answer is going to be, but the players look ready.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully you'll be ready to dish out a little bit more damage this time. Pretty defensively oriented game 1 of, you know, in a question mark game set here. But yeah, it's great to see these guys out there doing their best, I might say. Yeah, you know, it's great. You know, Aaron, you know, I think we all wonder, you know, we're so fortunate to have him on the stream casting, but, you know, one of America's best players. Would have been interesting to see how he did out here. And you know, Ray somehow, through all the trials and tribulations, has found himself battling at the Pokemon World Championships as well.
Yeah, not what I expected about 2 weeks ago, to be honest. This has been a fun one. Being able to see Ray and Aaron duke it out, though, definitely something I think a lot of fans of Pokemon old and new would really, really appreciate. It seems to me like we are heading back in for potential game 2, so giving Ray an opportunity to try and level things up here, at least get that far and leave the question mark over what is going to happen for the outcome of this caster battle.
You know, I'm feeling in my heart, it's not going to matter if we get a 3rd game. I think our boy Zhang is going to show us the power of youth here and take game number 2.
That is a bold claim. But he is, of course, telling Ray exactly what he's bringing. I see that there's some discussion. We can see where they are in Team Select, and we'll see if the honesty is the best policy once again.
Yeah, I do think the way that game played out is pretty interesting. We spent so much time making fun of our players here that we neglected to analyze it too much. But one thing to keep in mind, Aaron's really big on the power of that Spectrier. We didn't really get to see do anything in that matchup because it was asleep and then knocked out the whole time. I do think that makes this slightly more disconcerting for Mr. Rizzo here because Aaron really couldn't use the crux of his team at all and still won very decisively. But I do think it's a very cool thing. I hope he gets the chance to show off here. You know, it's kind of, as far as those strategies, you know, we're maybe hoping players would come up with something a little bit clever. He was so high on this, so I'm excited to see what it does if we're able to see the second game.
Yeah, he definitely was talking about this about 8 o'clock this morning, telling me what a great team it was. I believe he was also going over it yesterday as well. So we'll see if Aaron can wrap this setup and make it decisive or leave a question mark as to who will be our caster battle champion here at the World Championships.
Yeah.
And it's only fitting that world caliber players in Ray and Aaron are here to do it. Oh look, it's Sneasler and Indeedee again.
Yeah, I'm feeling I've seen some of this before.
Yeah, let's see if the Sneasler is able to provide a little bit of extra than it did last game. I was certainly interested by it, but Ray seems to be a big fan of it.
Yeah, he did get the the turn 1 sleep last time, so it's hard to imagine things going too much better for him from this point. And we all remember how that last game ended. So perhaps Ray can switch this up a little bit more. Maybe not use Ndidi as his primary attacker this time. That seemed a little sus.
I think maybe a little more from the Sneasler could be important. That is something I would like to see, but I don't know if it's going to be as impactful as maybe Ray would like in this game. We do, of course, have a little bit of an update. Round 4 is upon us, so game 2 is going to be the last game in our set. It's either going to be, as you mentioned, the TCG best of 2, or it's going to be a comprehensive win for Aaron Zhang. It's helping hand off the Ndidi into the Sneasler. Let's see how this one goes, as Aaron is going to slow it down. He is going to throw up the Reflect once again as Direclaw heads into that Grimmsnarl. Sorry, it threw me off by surprise. How much to do with a helping hand? And it was able to get a good amount of damage done, but being able to keep itself safe.
And the Spectre is going in the offense this time. I'm excited. As much as that's a bunch of damage to the Grimmsnarl, now is the opportunity to get that second screen up, maybe be conveniently knocked out and allow Aaron to shuffle his Pokemon. And maybe this time we'll get to see this Pokemon do what it does best.
Yeah, I'd love to see a Spectria just start causing problems. Not seen that for maybe a couple of years now, and I'd really be excited to see how that one goes. He did get the Nasty Plot set up. He's not asleep, so he's in a pretty solid position. There's the light screen. Aaron is taking this one seriously. He can taste that Caster Battle non-existent trophy that we do not have in the back, as Rock Slide is not going to be connecting. Aaron pumping the fist right there. This is greedy. This is the folly of youth, if ever I have seen it. This is audacious.
Bold choice. That offensive Ndidi once again going on the offense there. I feel like this is the Regulation D version of watching the Amoonguss slug it out. But, I got to say, I feel like the defensively trained Ndidi swinging away on Psychic Terrain versus this Spectrier with what feels like a totally ridiculous amount of Nasty Plots. I believe one of these Pokemon is about to dish out a great deal more damage than the other.
Let's see how much damage it is. Hopefully Aaron has decided to lock in for that attack.
Also, I believe this Pokemon normally uses Draining Kiss, which is really going to limit the effectiveness of this chip damage.
Yes, that is going to cause a lot of problems, and it is being able to do a lot. I do think 2 Nasty Plots is too many. I think Thou Shalt count to 1. 2 is absolutely ridiculous. That is going to be the Grimmsnarl. It's done its job. It's set up Reflect and Light Screen. So it's time to leave, and Gastrodon is back. There's the Direclaw. Not very much damage. Let's see. It's poisoned! That is probably the best effect for the side of Aaron, at least when he saw it. But Draining Kiss will get there. Ndidi able to take that one. But it's a lot of health being given back to the Spectria. That feels really good, and it's going to be able to take those poisons pretty well. Does get caught by the Rocky Helmet too. But this Psychic is going to need to do a lot right now. Does bring it back to where it was. And there's the berry.
Health bar goes up, health bar goes down. Health bar goes up, health bar goes down. It's going back and forth here. I think we're going to pretty much end up the turn right where we started. But, Gastrodon's out in the field now, going to threaten some damage, potentially on, I'd assume on this Sneasler, although I'm not sure how much Aaron really cares. Sneasler's kind of just hanging out here. The damage on the Ndidi perhaps more relevant. And Aaron's sort of in an awkward spot. Like, the point of this is you get the fairy-type terastallization, you start draining Kiss things, you do a ton of damage, you heal a ton. Can't really do that in front of a poison-type Pokemon, so a Gastrodon here actually has a very critical role on this team to eliminate that Sneasler. Perhaps we'll be able to do that and allow Aaron to, oh no, not again.
Yes, he has gone for the Rock Slide. It will connect with the Gastrodon. That's not the premium target. There's the Draining Kiss. There's the Ndidi being knocked out. Of course, the Gastrodon does have the opportunity for the secondary effect. That would be a flinch. But if it is not flinched, I imagine Aaron is going to start really applying pressure to Ray here, taking out this lead or bringing it to a pretty despicably low state. Grimnay now means that it is a monstrous special attack. But it's okay, Gastrodon flinched.
I do remember from Mary's era of playing that Rock Slide is the best move in the game. It seemed mostly so far for the best move in the game for the opponent, as Sneasler's just throwing rocks everywhere but at Aaron's Pokemon, but does get that crucial flinch to keep itself on the field for better or for worse.
Yeah, I mean, it's stuck around, but it's still not really threatened, and it can still fire out the Earth power, so I think it's still in a pretty good position.
That's it. Yeah, it looks like Zhang's messing around here. We got a Yawn locked in. We got a Kiss locked in. Maybe not taking this caster battle seriously enough, making love, not war.
We have definitely taken this seriously, and I think we should be respected over Aaron and Ray, who are quite clearly goofing around, to use a technical term. There is the Rain Dance being set up, so for a little bit of analysis, he's probably setting up the Basket Legion in the back. And then, of course, Draining Kiss brings the Spectrier back to full health. It is going to get caught with the poison damage, but that's just a lot of damage. That is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, hopefully Ray remembers from his day as a player that things have changed a little bit. No longer see that Scald from Gastrodon, so a little bit safer to set up that Rain Dance than before. But, man, that's a lot of damage going the other way. The poison on Spectrier are going to at least cause it to not finish this turn at full health. But while both players may be goofing around, Aaron is certainly horsing around, and the Spectrier is once again looking healthy with its 5 levels of boosted special attack.
Not getting those knockouts, though. I want to see some knockouts. I want to see a little bit more.
Not again!
I don't want to see this, as it's Rock Slide once again, missing one of its targets. This time it does get the Spectrier. It doesn't flinch, and Draining Kiss will polish off the Tornadus. So that is now being taken out. Once again, Spectrier is back to full health. No shock there. And let's see what this Gastrodon is able to do. It was, I think, targeting down the Tornadus. By the way, that's full special attack on the Spectrier. That is a little bit preposterous. As there's the Yawn onto the Sneasler, being able to buy time to put it to sleep and Earth power it safely.
Yeah, I have bad news for this Sneasler. I'm not sure how it's going to get off the field to shut this Yawn.
The answer is it's not. That is a big problem. And another problem for Ray has arisen. He is now forced into a Basket Legion, which can't use its water type attacks.
Yeah, this all seems bad. Certainly a Protect here would put Spectre in a good case. Though perhaps Zhang will confidently just work through this one anyway. And, I think I see the problem. It was Roshan who sent this Pokemon out. Ray borrowing his game card here as he's left his own Switch back in Tokyo. And, I think it's probably the trainer if it's the problem.
That is. He did not need to take that stray. That is absolutely unacceptable. We'll see if Aaron is going to play this one by the book or show off a little bit more of his skill set, that deep wealth of knowledge that he's kept clearly much more up to date than Ray Rizzo in this one. 3 World Championships, and he's been resting on his laurels. Once again, we've gone through the bulk of this game, and we're just waiting to get down to the end. The end, of course, being when we decide to terastallize and realize that, yes, you're boosting your water-type attacks, but you can't use them right now, because Gastrodon is sat on the field. There's going to be the Protect from the Spectre, maybe waiting for some sleep to come through, making sure it keeps itself safe from the Sneasler, as the Rock Slide, once again, trying to shut Aaron out of the game. We know what Aaron's like when it comes to secondary effects on moves, and he's not getting hit. This has been audacious. The last respects into the protecting side of the Spectre, and it's going to be a Yawn. Aaron could switch out the Spectre to keep it safe, but you'd lose all the boosts.
Yeah, he probably doesn't need to now, right? You just go for the, just go for the fairy-type terastallization, perhaps.
Yeah.
Just absolutely obliterate this poor Basket Legion, and it might not just be Gastrodon that's yawning. I'd say this game has been a bit of a yawn, not looking so good for Ray here.
Oh.
Perhaps, just taking it easy on Aaron, knowing that, not being able to compete in the World Championship, this is a big moment for Aaron. Perhaps being cursed by Roshan's game card, unwilling to knock out the Gastrodon. You mentioned before, you didn't want to see all these misses, but it seems like the Sneasler hasn't been able to see much at all.
Well, that is going to be the last respect. So all of those boosts given up onto the side of the Spectre as it's easily knocked out by this Basket Legion. That said, it is going to be a Earth Power into the Sneasler, not enough to threaten that knockout, only doing about half of its health. But it is going to be Basket Legion falling asleep. Reflect is gone, so that could be big. But let's see what this Arcanine can get done. We saw what it did in the last game, so maybe Aaron realizing that, you know what, Spectre is not the focus. We've seen that Pokemon before. It was relevant in previous formats. It's time to show off Hisuian Arcanine, and I can imagine that he's just checking that Ray knows what it does.
Yeah. You see Arcanine get that Intimidate down here on these 2 physical Pokemon. Pretty whelming Earth Power, though, if I say. We'll have to ask Lou what she sees in this Pokemon. You'd almost think that there's a Light Screen up on both sides of the field with the pitiful damage that this Gastrodon just did.
It's been an interesting year for the caster pairings. They put Lee and Lou together, known Gastrodon lovers, and then you and I together, the known Gastrodon doubters. Certainly a discussion we can have backstage a little bit later. There is going to be a switch. The Grimstyle coming back to the fore, maybe trying to get one of those tasty knockouts for itself and wrap this one up. Of course, there is still going to be plenty of sleep. The Earth Power comes through. Not enough for the knockout. The rain stops. Aaron trying to get this one done. There's the light screen gone, so we're back to a fair game. Fair-ish, as both the Pokemon on Ray's side is still asleep.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all have different definitions of the general concept of fair. Yeah, I mean, to me, it seems a little mean. His poor Pokemon just trying to take a snooze, checking out Pokemon Sleep, perhaps.
Sneasel is done. It's trying to explore it. It does get the Rock Slide done. Not even enough for a knockout on the Grimmsnarl. Aaron looking a little bit distraught at that one. So we're waiting to see if the Sneasel will go down. A third Earth Power, as many as 3 needed to be able to get that one done. There is going to be the Basculegion. That is the only option for Ray. And once again, he's being asked, can you sweep the game with Basculegion? Now, against a couple of these options, I'd like to see how it can do. It is locked into the last respect for now.
Oh,
and a critical hit!
It's a crit! Oh, wow.
Takes down the Gastrodon. Okay, all right, let's see what you can do.
There may be a world where this happens all of a sudden. Now, we've been making fun of poor Ray, but maybe he's about to show us that he still got a little bit in the tank. Grimmsnarl is going to have to go on the offense to give him a chance there. Arcanine going back out in the field, and hey, this suddenly got interesting.
Yep, there's the Intimidate to try and shore it up. But Ray feels like he's got a chance in this one. That is, of course, going to be a couple of Intimidates on the Basculegion. But, of course, doesn't matter when you just start firing off critical hits. Ray fishing for another one of those. I think asking for one at this point. Getting Aaron's permission to see if he can get it. But Aaron wants to take the unofficial, non-existent Caster Battle Worlds trophy home with him. He has got a little bit further to take it. Hopefully he's got room in the luggage for it. As Arcanine fires off the extreme speed, it's not enough. He's giving it over to Grimmsnarl to do the work. Aqua Jet into the side of this Hisuian Arcanine. Not enough for the knockout. Needed to go a little bit more, but the Basculegion starting to hurt itself with the Life Orb. Is it Grimmsnarl to close this one up? It most certainly is. Ray Rizzo extends the hand, and years of experience, not enough to take down the youthful, more recently practiced Aaron Zheng.
Yeah, not quite the water type move I was expecting to see there. Maybe we'll have to teach Ray about the priority tiers in the back, but an excellent game there. Thanks to both of our caster battlers for putting on that match for us there. The lunch break has concluded, so we'll be getting into round 4 pretty soon, and that was a lot of fun, right?
I feel bad for some of the decisions that were made. I think Ray maybe expecting a little bit more out of Aaron, and Aaron just giving him exactly what he needed. Maybe Aaron expecting a little bit more out of Ray, right? I think maybe he was expecting Aaron to bluff, but Aaron just followed the game plan, and Ray fell for it both times. So certainly plenty to unpack on that one, but I'm not super worried about either of these trainers. I think they're still both fantastic guys. I'm excited to talk to them more. Maybe we'll get a little opportunity to chat with them later and see how things went. We do have the replay as they lock eyes before this one. There's the Diaclaw. Got off to a great start for Ray, right? Being able to land that sleep onto the Spectre. Was he able to capitalize on it? Aaron enjoyed that one, surprisingly.
Aaron's just happy to be here, he's a man who loves the spotlight. He's got his moment on the stage, and he's going to make the most of it.
Yeah, he's having a good time. Aaron feeling confident, just laughing along with Ray, a player who he's played with for over a decade now. There was that monstrous Terra Blast to seal up game number 1 as Arcanine, definitely showing why it's a grass type and what it can do in response. This was the story of game number 2, though. Maybe things would have gone differently if Ray was actually able to hit Rock Slides.
Yeah.
With this Sneasler, he missed neither Rock Slide hit both targets.
Yeah, that was a pretty disappointing game by that Sneasler. Certainly, Ray kind of giving you the vibe of, like a 50-year-old quarterback coming back in the game. You're just balls going everywhere. This case, Rock Slides. I think, I think unfortunately one of the Pokemon on the Pokemon Go stage actually missed a charged attack because it was hit by one of the rocks. Just really tragic to see that.
So wayward from that side of things for Ray. But honestly, a very exciting game. I was really excited to see both of them up there. And of course, thank you to both Ray and Aaron for helping us navigate our way through the lunch break, which can be a tricky time at some of these tournaments.
Yeah, and it was a lot of fun, right? Certainly, I'm sure you all would have preferred to watch us sit up here talking about, who knows what. But, we thought the match might be a little bit more fun.
Yeah, we managed to get some great gameplay from both of our trainers, and we'll have to knock up a bit of a trophy for Aaron. So he's at least got something to remember this moment by. That said, Lunch break is over. Round 4 is about to be on us. We're going to take a really quick break and then dive right back in for the Pokemon World Championships here in Yokohama.
My name is Alex Gomez. I'm from Spain, and I'm the new North American International Champion.
Alex Gomez, Berna with a fantastic weekend in Columbus. The number 8 seed in top 8 is the only one trainer remaining. Alex is the VGC 2023 North America International Champion in the Masters Division.
I can't believe it. It's been so long since I won an event. I thought I couldn't do it anymore, and right now I'm the North American International Champion. And I'm gonna try to win at Worlds. I actually cried. I was really emotional. I was happy, of course, but as I said before, I didn't believe I could do it. So yeah, it feels great to win a tournament again. I have no fears. I think when you're competing, you shouldn't have any fear. You gotta trust yourself and believe that you can do it. If a tournament goes badly, you can still try. You're gonna bounce back. My advice to all the trainers is keep trying, never give up. I keep playing because I love the competition. I also love the community. I've made a lot of friends thanks to this game, so I'm really thankful to Pokemon. I don't know where I would be with this game.
My name is Gavin Michaels, and I'm from Los Angeles, California.
Wave crash from Palafin into Corviknight. That is a knockout, and Gavin's California dreaming has become a reality here down under. Gavin Michaels is your VGC 2023 Oceania International Champion.
I never expected this, so I'm still just like flabbergasted. Haven't even processed it towards excited, still like confused more than anything else. This win means that I can still hack it, and I might be better now than I was when I was considered like one of the best players out there. It's like, hey, who knows what the new era holds. Winning Worlds would be the culmination of everything that I've worked for in the past 12 years of playing VGC. I've had the regional results, I've had the national results, and the international result now. Worlds, it would be the one thing left.
My name is Paul Chua, and I'm from the United States.
Palafin in a very, very strong position to get another knockout here.
It's gonna still have to see if it can wake up here, but I think Gabriel knows this is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC feels pretty good. It means a lot. I haven't been able to win an international ever. Like the last time I ever made finals was in 2017, and I got second. So being able to finally get past second place feels pretty good. I'm definitely worried about facing Gabriel Agati. That finals match was really close. I definitely think he had a really good chance at winning. I just got a little bit lucky near the end. But yeah, he is the main person that I would be afraid about facing in the future. Winning Worlds would mean a lot. I'd be really happy. It's the dream I've been having since I've ever started playing VGC. So if I ever became world champion, that would mean the world to me.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. My name is Lee Provost. I'm joined on the desk again with Lebwiser, Actos, Chromie, and we are getting ready to go into round 4 here at the Pokemon 2023 World Championships in Yokohama.
Yeah, everybody's a little bit rested after that lunch break. I think very well needed for us and the players out there as well. It's a big, intense day of Pokemon action, but things are only really starting to warm up. Like you said, we're heading into round 4. We'll be crossing over that halfway point for day 1.
Yeah, it's good. It's really getting into the kind of the crunch point of the tournament now for a lot of players. You know, we're getting into that. A lot of players 3-0 now. Only need a couple more wins to guarantee their place in day 2. So everything on the line, and those players that aren't quite out of the tournament yet still got it all to play for.
That they certainly do. You want to try and get that X&2 record, don't you, in order to try and get into tomorrow's elusive Day 2, where those Day 2 players who are able to get those top brackets of championship points are waiting in the wings. And no doubt they are, surveying the field at the moment, checking out what teams are doing really, really well, maybe seeing if any of our top picks, any Gastrodons potentially, are rocking the field. And, you know, Aaron, we just saw a fantastic caster battle between Aaron and Ray.
Yes.
And I just want to say Gastrodon won. So to those doubters, doubt no more.
Gastrodon did. Aaron put on a great show and beating 3-time world champion Ray Rizzo.
What a treat to
What
watch,
a great
though.
match, though, between Aaron and Ray. You know, it's not often we get to see, you know, the legends of the VGC scene kind of have a little bit of a fun playoff and like an exhibition match like that. It was really fun to see.
Exactly. It's not every day you get to be able to witness Ray Rizzo and his marvelous Pokemon, you know, skills. We did get to have a little bit of a chat with him when we were on the couch with Anna, having a little bit of competition about Pokedex entries. And, you know, he's not rusty at all, is he, on his Pokemon knowledge? He sees a Pokedex entry and has that world champ difference, as he liked to say, and was able to just clutch out those little victories. So well
It's
done
like
to Ray.
a walking Pokedex.
I know,
isn't it?
right? It's just the wisdom.
Yeah, the
wisdom beyond wisdom.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we see Ray come back again next season and have a go again. It would be great. We're seeing a lot of older players as well this season kind of come back and have some phenomenal results. You know, earlier in the season we've had Marcus Stadter have incredible regional win. You know, we've had a Rash on today, former world champion. He's had a great start to the tournament as well. So it's great to see these old players that had great achievements in the past coming back and still keeping up with the current format.
But that's the thing, that's what I think, particularly the 2023 season has brought to us. I mean, if I think back to December when we weren't in the tournament mode quite yet, we had to wait till January for the VG things to kick off. The anticipation was building then about which veterans were wanting to come out of retirement and which new faces were going to be there. And a player like Justin Tang really stands out, coming to his first ever regional championships over in the United States and was able to win. And then I believe out of his first 3 was able to get another regional win there. Fantastic achievement, definitely one to watch, and there'll be lots of names out there today who are competing in their first couple of seasons.
Yeah, and I think that's the nice thing about the World Championships as well. You know, you can come into this big prestigious event and you might not be as well known as some of the characters that we've already mentioned today, but you can really make your name for yourself at this event in particular because you have a standout run or a really unique team. You know, people will remember that, and that's what I think really immortalizes you in these events and makes you really known within the community for certain things. So I'm looking forward to seeing all of the new players that we do have to feature this weekend.
Exactly, lots of history to be made, and history already, you know, being carved out. Let's take a closer look at what the round 4 matches are going to take a look like. Our amazing feature match on the screen there. Simone Sanvito, a previous European international champion, versus Camilo Liberona.
Yeah, very exciting match. You know, Italy versus Chile. Very strong regions, both of them respectively. It's going to be a really good match for us to go into. And then you've got some other matches just to keep an eye on for this next round. In particular, I've got Nick Navarre versus Amelia Forbes, a really good match as well. It'll be, you know, one of those players is going to take a loss, unfortunately, but both having a great start to this tournament. Another one there, Tola Webb versus Marcus Stadter as well. Another really hot match, really heating up this tournament coming into round 4.
Oh, definitely. I think Marcus is X1 at this point as well, so he's taken just that one loss. But what a fantastic match to be up against Tola. So one to be watching out. If you're in the crowd, possibly it's going to be on one of those little side streams that are being set up. And I think that's one of my favorite things about this event at the moment. If you're here in person, not only have you got the amazing broadcast on the main stage, but around the venue as well, at the end of each row, you've got these screens where you can watch even more Pokemon action. Maybe, you know, a friend or a relative's in there, and you're able to be able to support them directly from the sidelines.
Yeah, it's great. You know, it's not only just the main stage, the main screens that we've got here with our feature matches. You can go and see some of the other matches that are ongoing each and every round, which is very exciting, you know, when you can see them. And you mentioned before that the juniors and seniors are being kind of shown as well in their respected areas. So really nice mixture of all ages being showcased at the event this weekend.
Yeah, and it's amazing to see the kind of the innocent approach that juniors and seniors can sometimes have to Pokemon, because sometimes it's like, hey, let me bring my favorite Pokemon, let's build around this. But then actually the amount of skill and nuance that these trainers are able to bring, because they see the game differently to the way masters do necessarily, and their meta is not always the same. So particularly on Championship Sunday, when you see all of those 3 divisions, it's really interesting what the different team compositions are that make that grand final.
Yeah, and, you know, I think sometimes it's nice to look at those divisions and they don't overcomplicate it. You know, they've got, like, really kind of straightforward game plans, and they stick to it really well. And like you say, it's nice to see when those players are using their favorite Pokemon and they're having success with it. You know, at this event as well, it's where else are you going to use your favorite Pokemon but at Worlds? So, and having success with it is just an added bonus on the side of that.
I mean, mine, to be honest, a favorite of ours is, of course, that Gastrodon. And I'm always here for all the Gastrodon support. There are actually 19 Gastrodon in Masters Day 1. We haven't, I believe, seen one on the stream yet, other than, of course, Aaron piloting a Gastrodon. It was West Sea Gastrodon, so we'll, you know, reserve a bit of judgment on there, but at least it was one here on the world stage.
Yeah, we'll overlook that one.
Yeah, it's okay.
Just,
Aaron gets a
because
pass.
it's Aaron, yeah.
Yeah. We'll forgive him, I'm sure.
But yeah, 19 in the field. Hopefully we will see some on the broadcast at some point today. But we, for our next match, we haven't got a Gastrodon, unfortunately, but we've got some very, very interesting picks and some Pokemon I'm very excited to see in this next match with Simone and Camilo.
And I think one Pokemon that's really stood out for me so far has been the Urshifu. You know, Urshifu, particularly the Rapid Strike variant, we've seen quite dominant so far, particularly with Terra Water, giving extra damage to something like those Surging Strikes or Aqua Jet. But the one that hasn't been showcased as much is that single strike variant of Urshifu, the one that's running that dark and fighting type. It has such great coverage with something like Wicked Blow and Close Combat, but for me it's all about that Sucker Punch, particularly if it's paired up with something like the Chi and Pao.
Yeah.
It can deal so much damage with Swords of Ruin activated on the field.
It's so strong, and yeah, I think that's the big thing. We've seen its counterpart, the Rapid Strike version, have really good success here today. It's overwhelmingly good, and the players that are piloting it, choosing different options on it. You know, we've seen item choices, different movesets, and they've all performed very well, but we haven't seen the single strike yet, but we have got it featured on Simone's team coming into this next match. So I'm very excited. Like you say, it is very overwhelming when it is paired up with that Shen Pao, because that is the combination that Simone is going to be kind of piloting in this next match. So we hopefully will get to see that combination and see how well it kind of can go up against Camilleo's team.
Well, let's take it over to the stage to get a closer look at our players so we can discuss the team in a bit more detail as well ahead of this match. I mean, one of the things I'm so looking forward to, you can see Simone on your left-hand side there and Camilo on your right-hand side. I'm looking forward to seeing some of the unique Pokemon here. Let's focus on Simone's team first of all. There's some really interesting choices here. The Tornadus, a Pokemon we saw very high up in the usage stats, being able to provide that Prankster ability Tailwind, immediate speed boost on the field. But it also has access to a brand new move that is brought with us from the Hisui region in that Bleak Windstorm.
Yeah, it's a very strong attack. It does have a bit of an issue with accuracy. It's not the most accurate of moves, so it can miss, but it is a very strong attack, though, and something that Tornadus really thrives upon, that it's got access to now rather than having to rely on something like Hurricane that really does have a lot of reliance on the rain being on the field. It has that Bleak Windstorm, hit both opponents, and it can do a lot of work when it does connect, of course. The other options on Simone's side of the field I really love is that Hisuian Arcanine. You know, we touched on it at the start of the show today, but he is piling it. It has got access to that choice band item, so it is going to be hitting extremely hard if it's put in the right position, which it can be with that support from the Tornadus, like you say, with the Tailwind. It's going to make it, you know, a big threat for Camilo to kind of have to recognize and deal with if it is in that position, also supported by that Shen Pao as well.
Exactly, and it's going to be Battle of the Urshifu as well. Rapid Strike variant on Simone's side, but Camilo opting for the single strike variant, having that Sucker Punch, Wicked Blow. The Wicked Blow, it has, you know, taken a little bit of a nerf in terms of it's not dealing as much damage, but it's still very powerful with that critical hit, particularly if you do have that Terra-type Dark, which Camilo does have. That can give you that extra power behind the punch.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing here. It's a different Pokemon completely, although they're the same Pokemon, the different forms of them, they interact completely differently from one another. The nice thing about the Urshifu single strike is it doesn't have the weaknesses like the Rapid Strike, and that's probably the one that a lot of players have been kind of preparing for a little bit more coming into this tournament. You obviously have to be worried about Flutter Mane. That is something that is going to cause you a lot of issues. It does outspeed you naturally and does threaten you with its big fairy type attacks. So Urshifu has to be careful around that. Although equipped with the Focus Sash, it does give you a little bit of stability, I guess, and a little bit of reassurance when you're using it. You're not going to just get knocked out without getting a hit off. And normally one hit, sometimes all you need with that Wicked Blow because of how powerful it is.
Well, let's jump into this match. We're going to see the Arcanine and the Flutter Mane jumping out of the blocks for Simone, Cresselia and Iron Hands, the formidable opponents on Camille's side of the field.
Yeah, the Iron Hands there has that fake out support. Going to be able to kind of utilize that going into this first turn to stop the Arcanine getting any attacks off here. They float him in pretty free here to fire off a potential Shadow Ball into the Cresselia. But you got to worry about the Cresselia maybe going for a Terastallization to guarantee getting off the Trick Room that it probably wants to set up. We didn't really touch upon it too much before the game, but Chameleon is running the Ursaluna as well, which is another Hisuian Pokemon. So it can potentially take advantage of that Trick Room if Chameleon is able to get that Trick Room set up.
We're going to see an adjustment straight out of the blocks for Simone. We got that Arcanine switching out as switching onto the field in its replacement is that Urshifu. So going to be able to apply some good pressure going forward. It does have to take that fake out from the Iron Hands, however, as the Fluttermane can follow up with a Dazzling Gleam. Not dealing too much damage. Cresselia very safe here to go for that Trick Room and environment the Iron Hands really likes to be in, and something Fluttermane does not.
Yeah, and I think a pretty nice switch there for Simone, kind of just knowing that the Trick Room's coming out, knowing that he's got nothing to stop it, doesn't want the Arcanine to take the fake out. Unfortunately, does switch in the Urshifu there, which, you know, it hasn't got that focus dash, so it's a nice Pokemon to bring in just to take a little bit of chip and put him in a nice position going into this next turn to potentially put some pressure onto the field, although has to watch out from the big electric type attacks from the Iron Hands and, of course, the Psychics that could potentially come out from the Cresselia.
And we're going to see Terastallization here, just changing up the type on that Iron Hands, drops the Fighting and Electric, and will become a Water type here. Fantastic defensive typing, particularly in the face of this Water type Urshifu. Going to be able to take those Surging Strikes much better going forward. Wild Charge going to be going into that opposing Urshifu. Does a significant chunk of damage, a little bit of recoil, of course, but, you know, there's plenty of HP on that opposing Iron Hands, and the Cresselia is going to help out as well. That new move, Lunar Blessing, not only going to regain HP on the Cresselia, but Iron Hands as well will get some recovery, which I think is needed considering Surging Strikes is coming out this way. Cresselia able to take 1, 2, and 3 of these despite the critical hits.
Yeah, the Lunar Blessing is a great move to kind of support your partner in Pokemon as well as you recovering a core of health every time you use it. We are going to see a Dazzling Gleam followed up from that Fluttermane, and the Cresselia in a position now where it can just go for the Lunar Blessing again, heal off the damage done to the Iron Hands, in another Wild Charge coming out. The Urshifu on Simone's side of the field in a little bit of a precarious position now where the Wild Charge is going to be able to pick up the knockout. The Cresselia, interestingly enough, doesn't have a really good offensive way to hit the Urshifu, only having access to Ice Beam here. So the Urshifu not in the worst of positions against just the Cresselia, but against that Iron Hands as well, and now it's Terastallizing into the Water type, not really giving you too many options.
The Intimidate coming through, going to apply some pressure to that opposing Iron Hands. I mean, both Iron Hands and Cresselia are two Pokemon who I think I've not seen less bothered about an opposing Fluttermane here than taking all of these attacks really, really well. Iron Hands trying to go for that Heavy Slam to get the knockout onto Fluttermane, a Wise Protect, and the Intimidate obviously going to be helping out as well. So a lot of bulk happening across both our trainers here. Obviously, Cresselia very, very bulky. It's had its defenses dropped a little bit coming into Regulation D, but it still has a sizable amount of weight behind it.
Yeah, and you can see from the damage that it took from that Surging Strikes, it's only doing just about 50%. So the Fluttermane not choice specs on Simone's side of the field, so not really got the kind of impetus to do the damage that you need to remove it from the field, and as long as this Trick Room's in place, then it's going to be able to just continually go for that Lunar Blessing, kind of keep the Iron Hands in a really healthy position, as well as keep itself on the field, potentially able to get another Trick Room up. The only problem is here, Chameleon's not really getting any momentum from this Trick Room. He's getting damage off, little bits of damage, but not really the momentum that he wants under this Trick Room, and Simone kind of managing this quite well.
Well, you said about momentum under Trick Room. This is the Pokemon you won in those Trick Room turns. Ursaluna joins the field. Ice Beam doing minimal damage to that opposing Fluttermane. The Rock Slide's going to come out, chip away at that Cresselia, but Ursaluna, the key thing it wanted to get on the field here is to be able to activate that Flame Orb. Cresselia goes down to the Shadow Ball, doubling up here, and this does give Camilo the opportunity to bring in possibly the Iron Hands from the back, apply the fake out pressure to something like that Arcanine here. Obviously, you're not going to be able to hit the Fluttermane with fake out as it is a Ghost.
Yeah, and the Arcanine now not in a great position because obviously having that Choice Band attached to it doesn't have access to protect, and you kind of want to protect out maybe this last room of Trick Room here that we're going into, so you're in a better position going to that next turn to apply a bit more pressure. So whether or not we see Simone switch out that Arcanine just to preserve it, maybe bring in the Urshifu here to let it go down. It's already taken a bunch of damage, and then you can get into into a better position. But we are going to see the Arcanine stay on the field, though.
Yeah, protect from that Flutter Mane as well. Facade not going to be able to get the knockout on the Arcanine here as Iron Hands tries to go for that heavy slam, try and get the KO against that Flutter Mane and remove it from the field as these Trick Room turns are ending. Arcanine able to go for that Rock Slide. Both Pokemon able to take that really well on Camille's side of the field. Of course, Ursaluna's Flame Orb going to be boosting up its attack thanks to its Guts, and that Facade's going to be able to hit hard too. But Trick Room is now over and Cresselia is down and out.
Yeah, and no more Trick Room here for Camille, and Simone now ready to go on the offensive. I like the play there where he kept in the Arcanine really, quite brave really, because if the double up had come into that slot, predicting maybe the protect on the Flutter Mane, it could have worked out a little bit differently, but it does get through the turn with the Arcanine and now has access to that Choice Banded Rock Slide, which also has that flinch chance to it. So something to worry about if you are Camilio, and this Flutter Mane in a great position, doing big damage with that Moonblast.
Oh, that's a lot of damage into Ursaluna, and the Rock Slide following up and connecting will be able to get the KO. Iron Hand suffering as well from the onslaught of all of these attacks adding up against it. And it even flinches with that Rock Slide. You spoke into existence there, Lee.
Caster's Curse.
Always the curse.
But yeah, unfortunate there for Camilio. But again, Simone probably would have taken the heavy slam there, I think. So losing the Flutter Mane, which is pretty big, especially because what's coming onto the field now in the Urshifu, it is going to really not enjoy being in front of this Flutter Mane. The Flutter Mane, this Simone still has access to his Terastallization, so could potentially go for that Fairy Terror type now, just to get around the potential Sucker Punch that could come out from that single strike Urshifu. But we are going to see the forfeit and Simone taking game 1.
Yeah, taking game 1 in commanding fashion there. Really nice to see him pivoting around that Trick Room as well, because when you look at a team like Camille's, you know that there's a hard Trick Room mode in there in terms of the Cresselia and getting that Ursaluna on the field. But I think the issue was Camille wasn't able to bring the Ursaluna in until it was too late. You want to capitalize on those Trick Room turns. You want to be able to go for some powerful facades. And Arcanine was able to take it really well on Simone's side as well. So just unfortunately not a lot of momentum. I think going into game 2, I would like to see Trick Room still be set up, because I think it gives a lot of difficulty and issues to Simone's team, but I want to see Ursaluna in there quicker.
Yeah, I think you make a great point there with the Ursaluna needs to get in a lot quicker. The Iron Hands was pressuring the Flutter Mane, but the fact that Simone has Protect on that Flutter Mane, which you don't generally see too often, it gives him a lot of kind of room to get through that Trick Room, like we saw there, like timing these Protects pretty perfectly, wasting turns for Camilio on his side of the field, not really utilizing the Trick Room, and I think that was the problem. Simone quite relaxed in that game with how he approached it, knew exactly what he needed to do, and once that Trick Room was over and he'd taken down the Cresselia at the precise time he kind of had the chance to, where the Iron Hand switched out. You know, I think if Camilio had stayed in and got some return there, I know the Iron Hands had taken Intimidate, so you probably want to reset that going forward, but you really want to utilize those Trick Room turns where you can. I think just getting the damage at least onto that Flutter Mane that turn, because it was in such a good position, it was probably the better thing to do, but unfortunately that's not how it played out. He always had a different game mind and plan, but I think, like you say, if you are going to go for that this turnaround, I think you have to get that Ursaluna in as soon as possible. Get it under Trick Room. We saw how much that Facade did to the Arcanine, and then that is a resisted hit, and it's doing big, big damage. So you want to get that Ursaluna onto the field and get that damage onto your opponent as soon as possible to really overwhelm them, so they're not in a position to make a comeback when that Trick Room expires, and you're in a better position to maybe even set it up again and lock out the game from there.
100%. It would be good to see that Ursaluna come in earlier. I think as well, you really have to credit the Flutter Mane on Simone's side. I mean, Camille brought out the Cresselia and the Iron Hands in the lead, and I really like that. There wasn't a lot that Flutter Mane could really do, but Simone preserving it in the back to come back in and deal that big damage later on, I think did allow him that momentum towards the end. The issue you've got when you lead on Camille's side with the Iron Hands and the Cresselia is, yes, you're really bulky, there's not a lot that your opponent can do to you, but then there's not a lot of oomph behind your attacks as soon as Trick Room is set up. That's where you want to bring that Ursaluna in. And sometimes with the Iron Hands, going for that one turn of Fake Out, yes, it can be critical, but you're not dealing a lot of damage.
No, you're not, and I think then you're stuck with it on the field, and you have to switch. I think I almost like the idea of kind of pressuring the Fake Out from your side, but doing it like just auto-switching it out, into the Ursaluna to get it out on the field. But we're going to see a completely different change up here from Camilleo's end, with the Flutter Mane and the Dragonite coming out on his side of the field, with that Hisuian Arcanine and Flutter Mane on Simone's side.
Yeah, really nice to see the Dragonite as a shake-up here for Camillo. The Dragonite running in that Choice Band as well, so going to be hitting really, really hard. able to apply some good pressure with something like a Stomping Tantrum into that opposing Arcanine, 4 times super effective damage against it. So Arcanine's definitely in a bit of a precarious situation.
Yeah, he has to be careful going into this turn because you don't want to lose it too freely without getting much return off there. You can already tell that it is in a focus, so it hasn't got that multi-scale ability, which makes it a lot easier to get the damage that you need onto it. Obviously, the Fluttermane doesn't worry about the extreme speed either, so you're in a good position where you can potentially get some big damage off with your Fluttermane and then follow it up with a Rock Slide from that Arcanine and maybe even remove it because it is that flying Terra type, which we are seeing come out the trap straight away from Camilio.
Really nice, reducing that weakness you're obviously going to get from the Fairy-type moves on Simone's side. Icy Wind from the faster Fluttermane on Camille's side, doing a little bit of chip, but critically lowering the speed by 1 stage on both of Simone's Pokemon. The Dragonite's able to follow up with that Stomping Tantrum down into that opposing Arcanine. That is a KO, completely removes it from the field.
That's a huge turn here for Camilio, pulling out the Icy Wind, dropping the speed and allowing the Dragonite to get an attack off before that Arcanine can even move, and losing it, not going to be effective at all. And a huge survive there from the opposing Fluttermane, taking that big Shadow Ball from Simone's.
That's good to see the training that Camillo has put into that Fluttermane. Normally a Shadow Ball from one Fluttermane into another can end in disaster, but a fantastic turn in this game too. Simone now having to adjust, and Urshifu has joined the field.
Yeah, and what a great comeback, first turn from Camillo here, just putting himself in a really dominant position. Dragonite in a great spot right now to just start, continually firing out the Stomping Tantrums into either side of the field. Aqua Jet going to come out, pick up the knockout, but so the speed control gone from Camillo's side of the field, but that Dragonite's still in a great position here.
Yeah, it's having a tantrum all over the place, connecting down onto the Fluttermane, not able to get the KO, and Fluttermane can retaliate with a Moonblast, huge chunk of damage. Like you said, it's in a focus, not multi-scale, but Dragonite is still hanging on here, and even something like an Aqua Jet the next turn isn't going to get the KO into that Dragonite, I don't think.
No, I think it's probably just outside of range of being knocked out, but you do have, if you are Camillo, you have access to that Fake Out, where you can kind of stop that Urshifu from moving this next turn, which is really nice, allowing you to pick that knock-up out onto the Fluttermane. The big question is, does Simone have a switch in for that Fluttermane if he wants to preserve it? He does have Protect on it, so maybe that's an option here where you just double Protect this turn, burn that Fake Out. The choice, the Dragonite's locked into its move option with the Choice Band. But then it gives Camillo the option where maybe switch out the Dragonites, so you can bring something else in, keep it for later on in this match.
And you can always reset what it's locked into as well. Urshifu going for Protect, Fluttermane going for a Protect, a very defensive turn, but I think it was key here to not only burn that Fake Out into the Urshifu, but also just protect that Fluttermane because the Stomping Tantrum was just free for that Dragonite at this point.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing. You are slower than that Dragonite. We've seen it come out, and it will just be a free knockout. So you kind of want to just delay that as much as possible here and give yourself the best chance if you are trying to knock out this Dragonite with your Urshifu. The Urshifu probably does outspeed the Dragonite, to be fair, so you can go for the Surgeon Strike into that, and that will probably be enough. You don't really need to rely on the Aqua Jet.
There we go, able to get 1 Surging Strike, 2 Surging Strike, able to get the KO on that Dragonite thanks to the speed of that Urshifu. I think now this is where you're in an interesting position with something like the Iron Hands, because we know it can deal underwhelming damage, but something like a powerful Wild Charge will still do a significant chunk to the Urshifu.
Yeah, it definitely will, and it was intimidated the last time it fired one into that Urshifu here, so will it be enough to take it down?
Oh,
it's not quite enough, hanging on with 21 HP here. Simone is still in a very strong position, still got a Pokemon remaining in the back, and Camillo now down to his last 2 Pokemon. With that Iron Hands taking 1 big Moonblast there, surviving but in a precarious position going into this next turn.
Now this is where things get interesting. The Urshifu on Camillo's side is that single strike variant. Running something like the Sucker Punch is going to deal some big damage. Fluttermane in a difficult spot, though. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see it switch out, avoid something like the Sucker Punch, and then you reset any speed drops you've got previously.
Yeah, it would be a nice play, but we're going to see that, and we're just going to see that Wicked Blow come out. Just pick up the knockout onto that Fluttermane, and Fluttermane doing a good job, though. I think Simone has to be happy with the return that he's got from it. Surgeon Strike going to come out and be enough to pick up the Iron Hand, so it is Urshifu Single Strike versus Urshifu Rapid Strike, but Simone still has 1 Pokemon remaining that we haven't seen yet in this battle. All to do, though, for Camillo's Urshifu on his side of the field. Still the Focus Sash intact as well.
That's so true, and again, Iron Hand's just being too slow to move there. Unfortunately, Urshifu was able to get the better of it. And who's the best partner for the Urshifu? It is indeed that Chien-Pao that's out here on the field, going to be making sure that Urshifu on Simone's side's going to try and hit as hard as possible. An interesting Terra type to note there as well.
Yeah, the grass Terra type, very interesting. Not something that you see too often there in the Shen Pao, and does have access to Terra Blast as well, so can really take advantage of that terrestrialization type. You've got to feel for Camilio here. He's just not in the best of positions. The single strike Urshifu has a weakness to fighting, which the Rapid Strike doesn't, giving you an instant advantage. And with the Shen Pao as well, it is faster naturally than the Urshifu. Doesn't really get affected too much by the Sucker Punch, and also has access to the Focus Sash. So it feels like a very uphill battle here for Camilio, and Simone feels very in control of what he's doing.
Well, there's the Aquajet chipping away at the opposing Urshifu. Chien-Pao able to follow up with that Terra Blast. Didn't have to worry about Sucker Punch. Now it dropped its Ghost typing. Powerful Terra Blast into Urshifu. Will get the KO with a cheeky critical hit. Closing up game 2 and the set for Simone Sanvito.
Incredible game there from Simone. You know, very well played. Didn't take too many risks when he didn't need to. Very patient with his gameplay. I think that's the one thing you can always notice about Simone, is very patient with how he plays the match. Very concise with his plays. And doesn't take too many risks either, and I think that's what we saw in that game. An amazing show from Simone, and he is going to be moving on 4-0 in this day 1.
What a fantastic way to start day 1 here at the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. He just needs one more win now to be able to get through into that day 2.
Yeah, and I love the surprise terrestrialization on the Shen Pao right at the end there. Didn't need to go for it, but just showing this is what I'm bringing, and kind of just getting the last blow there.
It's shaking things up because we always see Ghost Terror on that Chien-Pao for things like Fake Out and things like that. So actually really nice to be able to get rid of it. I think at one point I was saying, getting confused with that and saying, oh, it doesn't have its Ghost typing anymore, it's got its grass, doesn't have to worry about Sucker Punch. But in a way it's still correct, because if you want to go for that Terra Ghost, you're then really vulnerable to something like a Sucker Punch. But going for the Terra Grass means you are less vulnerable. So it's a really nice adjustment, and Terra Grass really strong for all those water types and Terra Waters running around.
I was just about to say that, pick up on what you mentioned earlier in the broadcast, where you were talking about the kind of the increase in Terra Water as a choice for trainers and a lot of Pokemon. Whereas if you've got that Shen Pao with the Terra Blast and the Terra Grass typing, you know, I think it's a really good option. It gives you just a different outlet to deal with these terrestrialized water Pokemon, and what better Pokemon to have it on than something like Shen Pao, which, you know, doesn't necessarily need, it's more of a defensive Terra typing, the Ghost on there, but if you don't necessarily need to do it, you've got Protect on there, you've got the Focus Sash, so putting the Grass on there is a really unique Terra typing. I really like to see it, and it was nice to see Simone kind of end the battle with it there.
And I love that combination that, you know, we've seen throughout today of Chien-Pao and Urshifu combined together. The synergy between them is just phenomenal. And I think, you know, having seen it so much on the broadcast, we're seeing it out there as well on the side streams. It's a really formidable threat to have to contend with. And whether it's Rapid Strike or Single Strike Urshifu, the deal is still the same. You're able to have that great synergy with the defense drop and lots of power behind the punch.
Yeah, and I think unfortunately for myself, the Rapid Strike came out on top on that, in that match. So
unfortunate for you, fortunate for me.
Yes, very. But I also really like the Fluttermane, how his choice of, you know, we see so many Fluttermane throughout the tournament in past formats where it's relying on that choice specs, and it never really has the option to have Protect. And we see it as a more of an offensive tool where it comes in at the end of games or comes out at the start of games and just kind of does its little job, picks up knockouts where it can, or gets damage onto the field, and then it goes down, and that's it, you know, setting it up for the player to kind of go into the rest of the game. But the fact that Simone had access to that Protect really allowed him to kind of keep it on the field for as long as he needed to, and play it to the maximum potential that it has got.
And there was the Ursaluna we saw in game 1, just unfortunately coming in too late, not able to really capitalize on the trick room that Cresselia had set up earlier. Arcanine, you know, it wasn't just the plushie on the desk for Simone, it was also in the action, going for those rock slides and getting that critical flinch at the end.
Yeah, really critical flinch. Probably didn't matter in the end overall, but it just made it a little bit easier for Simone to kind of close the matchup. But like you say, the Hisuian Arcanine put in a lot of work in that game, and it was hitting pretty hard. You can see, you know, the Ursaluna resisted that hit, but because of that choice bind item on there, it was still doing a lot of damage, and enough when combined with that Fluttermane to really have an impact in this game.
Exactly, Fluttermane going down there as Chien-Pao's able to get that Terra Blast right at the end to close up the set with, again, a really nice, unique Terra type on Chien-Pao. You can see how happy Simone is. We actually saw him towards the end of the season in Europe coming runner-up at one of the last regionals that was being hosted. And, you know, he's a previous European international champion, coming second at a regional. He's going to want to try and take it all the way.
Yeah, he had a great run in the Turin special event, and he was in the finals there, so he was a finalist. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to win the event, but like you say, a previous international champion. incredible player and has had really good runs at previous World Championships as well. So having a good start like this today is just incredible to see from a viewer's perspective, and I'm sure he's delighted with how he started. He just needs one more win now in day one to guarantee he will be moving on to day two, which is very exciting, especially with this team as well, which we've, you know, one of the things that we haven't mentioned as well with that Chen Pao is it got that terrestrialization, the grass terra typing, but he's also running Rillaboom alongside that. So you've got that increased damage with the grassy terrain for that Shen Pao. So it can be really, really like interesting, some of the combinations there. So hopefully we do get to see him on stream again over the weekend. It would be great to have another look at that team.
That's a great point, actually, the synergy between Chien Pao and Rillaboom. Not only can Rillaboom set the terrain to boost up the grass type moves, get a little bit of recovery as well, is always very nice. But then again, Chien Pao using that Sword of Ruin ability to drop the defenses by 25%. Rillaboom can capitalize on that as well.
Yeah, Rillaboom will appreciate that to
Oh, sure.
no end. And it's got fake out support as well, which really, you know, really does support the Chen Pao as well a little bit more because of that focus sash on it. So I think a really nice partner, and the kind of pairings within his team are really nice. But I think we've got Simone ready on stage, so we're going to throw it over for an interview with Simone to get more insights on his team and that last match.
Thank you so much, Lou and Lee. I am here with Simone, the winner of your Swiss round match. Simone, congratulations. How does it feel being in Japan for the World Championships?
Thank you. It honestly feels good. I mean, I don't see it having to win one more match. I see it at having 3 more chances to fail.
That's an interesting perspective to look at it. After getting second place at the Turin special event, were you feeling confident coming into the World Championships?
Not really. I picked my team basically on this upcoming week and made some adjustments when I flew into Japan like this week. I think this team is good. On that hand, I feel confident. I don't feel as confident in my skills, which may come a bit hypocritical, seeing as I'm up for now. So.
Well, you are 1 win away, so hopefully the next time will be the last time you'll get that 5th win, right?
Yeah, hopefully.
So let's talk about that match a little bit versus Camilo. You had to play against the Trick Room mode of his team in game number 1. How did you get through the Trick Room and stop that Ursaluna?
My team has a good matchup into Ursaluna because we are between Rillaboom, which didn't come to the game, but it's an option. Urshifu, Flutter Main, and Arcanine for the Intimidate, which also this regional variant of Arcanine resists Facade, which comes in handy. I mean, you're also weak 4 times to Earthquakes, give and take. Cantonian Arcanine wouldn't survive that either, so... my team has a great matchup into that. I think, at least, that my team has a great matchup into that mod, that Trick Room mod, the Ursaluna mod.
You looked like you had a very strong handle of things in that game number 1. Talk to me a little bit more about the Hisuian Arcanine choice that you just mentioned. Why that one versus the Kanto one?
So, because Rock Slide, of course. Also because I think Arcanine Izui is a weird mon because it's worse than regular Arcanine if you think about it as a defensive Pokemon, given like how Arcanine was treated during all the years, like Cantonian Arcanine. The Hisuian Arcanine also has some neat defensive applications. For example, can resist flying, which comes in handy against tornadoes. It's 4 times resistant to fire, and that also comes in handy given that fire moves in this format are Chiyu and Torkoal somewhat, and those moves do half to Arcanine, to regular Arcanine. Hisuian Arcanine takes them slightly better. Also, Rock Slide is really good into Chiyu, Flutter Mane, and Dragonite Chen Pao, and also Rock Slide is a good move in general.
Oh, it definitely is. We've seen great rock slides all across the competition this season. But what about Chen Pao? Yours is very unique, and you had Terragrass Terrablast. So what was behind that choice?
Behind that choice was basically one time I tried it on the... I wanted to try this stat because it sounded really fun. And by the time I was trying it, it felt really good because with Urshifu you force a lot of Terra Waters. Given that every defensive Pokemon in the format is Terra Water because that's the best defensive format, the best defensive type in the format. And Terra Blast on Chien-Pao punishes that. Also Terra Blast one-hit KOs Urshifu, the water one, which normally is a bad matchup. And in case there's Scarf, you can Terra Grass to survive the Surging Strikes. So I think that's good. It didn't come much in handy in this match. I honestly used it as just as a Sacred Sword knockoff, just because I didn't want to click Icicle Crash. And it felt unnecessary in the situation to risk that 10%.
We've definitely seen some Icicle Crash misses throughout the tournament already, so glad you didn't fall for that one. But what about the Urshifu? Just kind of last question here. You were playing against the Dark-type Urshifu with your own Water-type Urshifu. Were you nervous about having to play against that?
Somewhat, yeah, because Dark-type Urshifu can snowball really easily. For example, my opponent had Icy Wind Flutter Mane, and Urshifu plus that is a very deadly combination, because one drawback of that Urshifu is somewhat the speed, and with Icy Wind you make up for it. So yeah, I was a bit nervous. I was bringing my Urshifu only because I wanted to have something to switch into Wicked Blow. My Urshifu not having close combat made things pretty easy, not easy, the opposite, pretty difficult, yeah. But luckily it didn't come into play, because when his Urshifu came into the field, I was so much ahead that it didn't really matter. Like Surging Strikes was good enough.
Oh, it definitely was. Simone, I wanted to give you an opportunity to talk to not only the people here supporting you, but also the people watching you at home. Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
Yeah, thank you for all the support I've gotten throughout my whole preparation, really. It has been amazing. And I play for the people and the people that support me.
Well, Simone, congratulations once again. Hope you're able to get that final win in your next round, and best of luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
We have more exciting VGC action ahead of us, so stay tuned.
Thank you, Rosemary, and thank you, Simone. I always love Simone's interviews. They're always a cracker.
Oh, always brilliant. He's great to interview, and getting some really good insights there on his decisions as well, and why he chose them. And it's really good to kind of get the perspective of how he's put that team together and how he's feeling coming into this tournament and how it's been going so far. And so far, so good. So hopefully it continues on for him.
I think that's been a very strong start from the whole Italian VGC community, actually. Taking a look, obviously, Arash kicking things off in round 1.
Yeah.
Simone now here in round 4, and we're past the halfway point. There's only 3 more rounds of broadcast for today's day 1 action.
Yeah, not long to go now. For a lot of players, it'll be a relief when they can hit that 5-0 record, or, you know, get to that 5 wins mark without having to get to the end of the day, because it gives you a little bit of a break. You can take a bit of the foot off the gas, so to speak, at that point, which is always nice, because then, you know, on the other hand of that, you've got the players that are going right to the wire, those players that are X and 2 that have to go to that last round to get that winning in for tomorrow with everything to play for. So both sides of it, lots of action still left in the tournament, which is great for us and the viewers and the players as well. You know, the more games that we can get to feature, the better, I think.
Exactly. Well, myself, Lee, and of course, all the Gastrodon that are in the venue, we're going to find them all, we're going to round them up, and we're going to get ready for the very next match. But we're going to have a little bit of a break right now, so take it away.
I'm Jisung Lee, and I'm originally from Korea, and I'm currently living in Canada.
A nice start here would do it. Coming out for the Baxcalibur, so that priority move going into the Tatsugiri. And that final knockout crowns Jisung Lee your 2023 San Diego Regional Champion.
Oh, honestly, I feel like just dreaming, because like I've been saying to my friends that like if I go half and half, like 5 wins, 5 losses on the Swiss rounds, I would be like fine, but I kind of overdid my goal, so yeah, it just feels amazing. Yeah, it was really really good because I got to see a lot of people whom I only talked via online, and I got to meet them in person and like talk and play games. So yeah, that's amazing. Winning Worlds would be some of my like final stage as a player because I started playing this game watching Sejun Park, another Korean world champion, winning it. So getting on this stage might mean some kind of ending for, you know, like animations or movies where it's like the change of generation.
My name is Wolf Glick, and I am from Washington, D.C.
Your super effective damage? It's so much. It's not quite enough in this case, but when the move that you have is that wild charge, that recoil is not enough, so the match is canceled. Wolf Glick taking the series, your Orlando Pokemon Regional Champion. Look at that.
Feels great to win a regional, especially this early on into a game's lifespan. I was able to win the regional with a lot of my favorite Pokemon as well, which feels really nice. I think what's cool about competitive Pokemon is that every year it grows. Like, it's really cool seeing how far competitive Pokemon has come, and, you know, in Sword and Shield we saw huge advancements in competitive Pokemon despite the fact that we only had one World Championship, and so now that we're kind of back to full force, I'm really excited to see where the game goes over this next, you know, life cycle. I think you have to be a little bit crazy to think that you can win the World Championships, but I am a little crazy. So I don't know, I don't think that my odds are amazing by any means, but I think that I have a shot. And I think every year I have a shot. So I think that no matter what happens, I think that I'll be there and I'll do my best to win.
Welcome back to the lounge. I'm joined once again by Scott and Ray. I'm going to start with the elephant in the room. I'm really sorry. Ray, how do we feel about that performance on stage?
Adam, it's not feeling too good. You know, it was a clean 2-0 at the hands of Aaron Cybertron Zing. And I wish I could have put up more of a fight. But, you know, that's why I'm here on the desk casting and not out there competing. At least one of the reasons.
Yeah, I mean, I came up with some excuses for you. Just to try and help you out, because I had a feeling you'd take this a little bit too well.
I appreciate that.
Number one, the stage is much bigger than when you played.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
Much bigger. But secondly, back when you were playing in Winning Worlds, Aaron was still a division below you.
Also true.
So maybe you two can't coexist in the same division. And three, I think you approached it with a potential questionable car. It wasn't your own, and a slight change in the comfort area there.
Yeah, it was kind of tough. I was going up against Aaron using a road to rank team, but you can't beat the master at his own game, right?
Yeah, it's weird because you've been the master for so long, and now you've tried to steal from him and been punished for that one.
But I'll get him next year. Maybe we'll meet in the finals next year at Worlds. Who knows?
Yeah, we'll see how that one goes based on both of your history. I have a vague idea on where we'll be going with that. But let's zoom out and look at the real tournament. Obviously, we've had a bunch of fantastic games. I think the last game we had was our quickest of the day. So I don't want to linger on that one too much. How are we feeling about some of what we talked about earlier and where we loop back to on did we call it right?
Yeah, I think we did, but both in terms of the things that are and aren't surprising me. You know, we're seeing a lot of the Pokemon we expect to see a lot of for the most part, where you don't think anything like totally crazy as far as like new archetypes has been showing up. But I do feel like, as we also expected, you know, all those the teams that are doing the best have some surprises in them, right? It's not just like, oh, I'm going to use the 6 Pokemon on the top of the chart with their most expected movesets or most expected items and expect that that's going to work out. You know, everyone has their own twist on the game. Everyone kind of has their own feelings where, you know, I think we all know that, like, the top 6 Pokemon are not going to be the most effective, right? So, like, you know, where is the Hive Mind right? Where's the Hive Mind wrong? And everyone's takes a little different. But I think that, you know, it's been expected in a fun way. I think this has been a really strong format so far.
Yeah, and it was also a good chance to get to see the Cresselia Ursaluna that we talked about previously. Even though it wasn't successful in this round, it did show, you know, the potential that that duo has for any players that are able to kind of figure out how to pilot that team and build that team successfully to take them into Day 2 of Worlds.
Trick Rooms was an interesting one, and I think historically over the last 10 years, it's safe to say that Trick Room is an archetype that grows really well towards the end of the season. Now, we've seen it come to the fore a little bit. This year we've not had great Trick Room setters, and then we got given back Cresselia, which historically, as I think both of you can attest to, is a really good Trick Room setter. So being able to get that back, being able to stay safe from the Land of Asterion feels really good. But I know for those of you who watch at home, like, go and watch Worlds from a previous year, and you'll see there's always Trick Room teams in the top cut, in the top 8. Do you feel that this is the time for Trick Room to shine? Like in the game we cast together, it wasn't the winning strategy, but it was still really important.
I mean, I think it's strong as it's been a long time, right? I think the Cresselia kind of took a game off during Sword and Shield where it like never really got to like Cresselia level, but it's looking a lot better again. You know, it's certainly a Pokemon near and dear to all of our hearts. You know, Ray won a couple World Championships with Cresselia. I participated in the World Championship with Cresselia. Some would say that's good. Not as good, perhaps, as winning the tournament. But yeah, I mean, no, I think it's looking pretty good. You know, it's I think we saw how powerful Amoonguss has been with Pollen Puff, you know, giving the option of healing its teammates. Now, Cresselia can kind of do the same thing. You know, it's less effective healing, but it does heal itself. Also, it's like the one viable Pokemon in the video game championships that can heal status effects from its partners, which I think is pretty cool. And then, yeah, I think I like the Trick Room thing. You know, I think we'll see a lot more of like the Trick Room Icy Wind combination, which give you some flexibility. To me, the thing to keep in mind that kind of we saw kind of go awry in the matches we saw that could go well also is that I think that the Trick Room strategy is going to take a little bit more aptitude maybe this year, right? Where I think what makes it tricky to use Trick Room is that, you know, it's not like we're seeing teams that have like 5 slow Pokemon, one of which knows Fake Out, one of which knows Rage Powder, and then the Trick Room setter, right? I just don't think that's going to work anymore, and like frankly may never work again. Instead, you know, we've got these teams where you've got some fast Pokemon, some slow Pokemon, you've got to use Trick Room when it's appropriate. And I think the trouble with that is we've seen a lot of teams that can sandwich that really well, right? Where they've got largely a team full of fast Pokemon and some slow Pokemon to make it difficult. I think kind of like that hybrid Trick Room thing is really strong, but it's very positioning based. And players are kind of going to have to figure that out as the weekend goes along, because you're not just going to get a freebie where you win the game because you can have Trick Room and suddenly be faster and everything against this type of field.
Yeah, and you mentioned, Adam, too, that at the end of a format, those kind of hybrid-style Trick Room teams really start to take off and have success. But even though this Worlds is the culmination of the year-long play, this is a brand new format, and so it's maybe not the same as being, the end of a format. This is actually the beginning of a brand new format, because we haven't had any official tournaments yet with this rule set. So it's going to be interesting, like Scott, you mentioned, if anybody is able to figure out how best to utilize those kind of hybrid style Trick Room teams, because if you can, they're incredibly powerful and incredibly tough to deal with. It gives you so much flexibility just from team preview with how you can approach each given matchup.
It's definitely like a World special. Like, it's always something people focus on when it comes to Worlds, and I've seen it successful for a long time. Obviously, Ray, you've taken a couple World Championships with it, so you know all about it. I've lost to Scott playing Trick Room late in the game, so you also know a lot about it. But that's probably the team I'd argue is the newest, more exciting thing, because it feels like you have to throw a lot of stuff out the window. I think you're right. We can't just do the classic Cresselia and 5 slow Pokemon, one of which could be a Hariyama in the modern version, just to keep you up to speed rates. Iron Hands now.
Thanks for that, Adam.
Yeah, just making sure you know which one we're talking about. I know you're obviously familiar with Hariyama, but, I think being able to play both modes is absolutely huge, and I do wonder if there's maybe some older players, maybe a Barish, for example, who understands that a little bit better than some of the players that maybe, really peaked during the Sword and Shield era that we had.
Yeah, I mean, ironically, we're making fun of Ray here, who, by the way, is by far the youngest of the three of us. But it's, I think it's actually his 2012 Worlds team that kind of like was the exemplar for that sort of archetype, right? Where he has the Trick Room option where you can go under teams, but also you have the Garchomp and could outspeed teams too, and kind of just a matter of brawling with big. With high stat totals. I think that's kind of what these teams are doing, right? It's like Iron Hands is the second most common Pokemon at the tournament, right? It's not like you're just going to underspeed everyone by using Iron Hands, right? But having enough of that sort of thing where you can go slow when it's appropriate, but just generally be strong, right? Where, you don't need speed control every single turn, because if no Pokemon's going to be knocked out in that turn, then it usually doesn't matter what order the Pokemon act in. It's kind of a very opportunistic playstyle, but by having high stats, you can always have those opportunities. I think what made me particularly excited about Barish's team is not having those options and still kind of keeping control anyway. We've seen, for instance, Ursaluna, which is not the world's most flexible Pokemon, but is sturdy enough they can trade well. I think it'll be cool to see what players come up with. I think for me, if I had played in the tournament, I'd like to say I would have run that, but I didn't really see anyone come up with a skeleton for that team before that tournament I thought would actually work. It just seemed like they were all a piece or two away. And who knows, maybe something we've seen already is going to be the team that wins Worlds, but to me, I still feel like I want a little bit more, right? It seems like it's missing something.
Yeah, and about Cresselia specifically, when you mentioned the flexibility, Cresselia feels like one of those Pokemon that can do so much for a team, but the flexibility really comes with how you train that Cresselia, what moves to give it, because I feel like there's so many different options. Of course, we know it can set up Trick Room, but it can also use Icy Wind to get speed control that way. It can also support the team's damage with the likes of Helping Hand. That way, Cresselia becomes a viable threat both in and out of Trick Room, so if you have it next to one of those fast, high-statted, strong Pokemon, like an Urshifu, like a Fluttermane, you can boost that damage with Helping Hand, protect it with an ally switch, but then if that ally Pokemon goes down, you have the ability to Trick Room to then, maybe help your Ursaluna or Iron Hands that might be waiting in the back.
I'm a big fan of Ice Beam on Cresselia myself, actually. I just like taking out Landorus. I think that's a great trade, but Icy Wind feels really good now.
Yeah, I thought the Ice Beam was really cool. We didn't see that from Ashton, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I thought I was kind of laughing watching the game backstage where, in the old days, 100% of the time, your Landorus Therian form is trained to survive that Ice Beam, right? But, why would it be nowadays, right? Not only is Cresselia not what Cresselia used to be, but it almost never knows Ice Beam now. I used to, I think more frequently I used Ice Beam with the harder Trick Room stuff. So it's interesting to me to see it again where it's a little bit, close to my heart, but Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. You know, the Icy Wind giving you the flexibility just feels so strong in this format because you almost have to have a stronger fast foot. I think one of the big differences between this format and the format we played is that the fast Pokemon are so much better than they used to be. I think, other than like stuff like Garchomp and some of the other Dragon type Pokemon, I feel like in the old days in Generation 5 and 4 and 6, kind of the fast stuff is like the bad stuffs, right? Like we often did refer to it as bad stuffs. Sorry, everyone. But stuff like Urshifu now and Tornadus is a totally different Pokemon than it used to be, really, where I think it's drastically better now. You really have to, and Fluttermane, of course, seemingly the best Pokemon, at least by usage, at its 330% usage rate. The stuff you have to have checks for, right? You've got to respect it in a way you didn't before.
Yeah, it's also kind of wild to me at the very beginning of Scarlet and Violet when we saw that Cresselia's base stats had been nerfed. I was thinking, man, this might be 10 years too late, and now here we are, and Cresselia seems like a really good pick here at Worlds. So it's really cool to see that, that foresight to nerf Cresselia was actually deserved, when at the time, I know a lot of us were thinking, wait, why is it getting nerfed now? This should have happened a decade ago.
It's okay. Oranguru is going to still sit there as #1 Trick Room setter, in my opinion.
Put some respect on North American Junior International Champion Oranguru's name.
Yeah, I am. That's why I'm putting it above Cresselia as premium Trick Room setter. Of course, you do have to terastallize it every game, but you managed to get the result that you want. Zooming out, right, we've got a number of players at 4-0. We touched a little bit earlier, Scott. One region can usually stack the deck a little bit, and it seems like North America's that region this time around. Obviously, a lot of players in day one. Is that what you were expecting, or the complete opposite?
I think it was, but not in the way that it's happening. I think it's pretty cool if you look at the standings right now, where North America is doing really well, but it's not the names probably that most of us were expecting, right? It's not really the people who are on the first page of the championship points and just missed out on those day 2 invites. It's largely players who are a little bit deeper down, and I think that really does show us that this tournament could be anybody's day to win. Where what happened before informs how the players are likely to perform now, but it's who did their homework on this format, who figured out the puzzle, who managed to figure out what they're comfortable with, especially. I think no one really knows what to expect, so just being good at what you're doing is so critical at this, and I think it's cool. I thought this is as strong as North America has looked probably ever, but even maybe without the biggest names carrying, North America could be a real threat.
Yeah, totally agreed on that. Coming into it, I actually really hyped up NA. I know I'm biased as a North American, but I did look at that day 2 championship point race and saw just how crazy that was. I mean, the players who didn't quite make it into day 2, but were maybe 9th, 10th, 11th in championship points, and even, going down that list, there were some really strong names with these incredible championship point totals. And so they would have to then work their way through day 1 to qualify for day 2 at Worlds. But you're right, it actually is surprising that the names we're seeing so far at the top of the standings here in day 1 aren't really what we would expect based on that championship point ranking or previous results. But still, we've seen some players like Ashton, make it on stream and show off really good matches for us and do pretty well so far here today. So it's going to be exciting to see. Obviously, the players that, we've been following might be at, 2-2 record or so from some of those bigger name players in that championship point race. And so the day's not over. They still got a number of rounds left to try and win those last couple of matches, qualify for day 2. Because nobody asked how you did it. It doesn't matter if you go undefeated or X2 to qualify. All you have to do is qualify.
Yeah, if you make the required number of wins, that's it. You're in day 2 and it's a brand new tournament. You're able to be in the mix and be in that conversation for can you take down Worlds? I mean, you've done it kind of both ways, Ray. Which is easier? Because Scott made a good point earlier, right? If you play day 1 in a format like this, you get a little bit of time to practice, get the reps in, get the feels. Is that a burden or a boon to these players? Which way would you rather go
Adam,
about it?
You're asking somebody who's too old that we didn't even have day 1 and day 2 back then. It was just 1 day of Swiss, and then we played Top Cut. And so
that is very true.
Yeah, but to me, if I were still competing, I mean, I would want that day 2 invite. It's just, it improves your odds so much. Even though I agree, it does help getting those reps in day 1 to kind of prep you for day 2. But at the same time, I mean, it's Pokemon. Anything can happen. There are so many really strong players here in day 1. I just would rather avoid that and qualify immediately straight to day 2 if I was able to. Of course, in North America, that championship point race, absolutely insane. So easier said than done. But if I were still around in that mix, I mean, I'd definitely be shooting for the day 2 to begin with. But yeah, it's going to be exciting to follow because there's a lot of day 2 caliber players here in day 1, which is making this tournament really exciting.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say too. Is like, I did kind of do the 2-day thing once because I got in through Last Chance qualifier in 2012, so I kind of had the 2-day tournament experience. Missed out on the top cut bracket by finishing 10th, but I got most of the way through it. Like, I thought the reps helped, but I think, yeah, exactly. That's the big difference between now and then to me, is that the quality of player is so much higher, right? Back then, anybody who showed up and had a game card could participate in the Last Chance qualifier, where nowadays, not only is day 1, the players who just missed out, but I think, because the day 2 race, and not just North America, but every region was so closely contested, these players are really good, right? Like, I think there's some question, you could have like an invitational, like the day 1 players versus the day 2 players, and I don't think it's a sure thing that the day 2 players would win. So yeah, I mean, it's not, you kind of have to win 2 tournaments to get through it that way, right? I think even the players who are losing these matches, I think it's really important to keep in mind when you're at home just how good they are, right? Like, they didn't get here by playing mediocre Pokemon all year.
Yeah, we've seen multiple world champions on stream already. There are a lot of world champions here in day 1, so it's just going to be an incredible remaining couple of rounds here to follow just who is actually going to qualify for day 2.
I'm excited to see how this tournament is going to shake out. This is, like you say, it's 2 kind of separate tournaments, and at the end of the day, we get to take a breather. We come back tomorrow and we dive in with some really good Pokemon action. Before we get there, though, there's been plenty from us. We want to hear from some of you guys on social media. We do have something that we pulled up a little bit earlier. This one's from Leonhardt, and for those of you that aren't here, I'm going to be frank. You are distinctly missing out. I managed to catch a little bit of this thanks to a friend giving me the tip-off. This was a Pokemon drone show at Pokemon Worlds, and it is absolutely incredible. It is part of the atmosphere and part of why so many players wanted to make it here this year.
Yeah, I watched that. That was incredible. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, we've all been having fun here, at the World Championships for a decade now, but this year's just a little bit different, right? Like, just like the spectacle of everything. You're going around Yokohama and you're like just tripping over Pokemon stuff, perhaps literally if you're not paying attention, because it's everywhere. There's statues, there's like Pokemon trading card art everywhere. There's for fun graffiti of various Pokemon. It's just so cool. It's always just kind of like fun. It feels magical. It's kind of like the Disney sort of experience of Pokemon, just to kind of be engulfed in everything. It feels like you're in a different world for a few days. But this year more than ever, it's just never been like this, right? Worlds in Japan, I think, has really lived up to the hype.
Yeah, literally the birthplace of Pokemon. I mean, the atmosphere here is just incredible. The amount of things they have set up, the events they have going on here, like that drone show, just absolutely phenomenal. And really, I can't even put it to words. Just being here for 15 years in the video game scene, and this is the first year Worlds has actually been in Japan, and so actually getting to take a part in Worlds here on the casting desk, it's just been incredible.
Thank you for joining us. Obviously, it's been a fantastic time. Of course, we do want to focus on the gameplay here. The event is fantastic. We'll be talking about it later. There's even more for us to explore, right? We've got to get around, and I think I've got to see more of that graffiti. I've only seen like a little bit of it so far, so I want to get to see a little bit more of that. But to do that, we've got to finish up with our day 1. So we're going to take a very quick break, and then we're going to be coming back with our next round here in Yokohama.
My name is Emilio Forbes, and I'm from Oakland, California.
Can't even knock it out in this case, but Gavin sees the writing on the wall. Emilio Forbes wins a 2-0 match in the finals. He is your Fresno regional champion.
It feels really good. I mean, the competition's so hard nowadays. I got really close like at Orlando and San Diego, so I'm really happy to win a regional. I would be totally scared to face Gavin again. He's a super amazing player, and the last time we played was back in 2015 when I had just graduated from seniors, and it was my first Masters Regional, and it was best of 1. He's an incredible player, though, and I'd love to play him again. I've been playing Pokemon competitively for about 10 years now, since 2013. I love the community. I have so many lifelong friends from playing Pokemon. After getting second in 2018, it was super heartbreaking for me and like the most devastating I've ever felt playing this game. I wish I could say I was super confident, but the competition's so steep. Winning Worlds would mean the absolute world for me.
That video featuring Emilio Forbes is so fitting because Emilio Forbes is sitting in an undefeated record right now heading into Swiss round number 5 at the 2023 Pokemon World Championships. And Aaron and I are here to bring you through that next match.
I'm so excited. We were looking through the pairings. Of course, we are getting to the point where players are very close to locking in a spot for tomorrow's competition. And this match is a match, of course, between two 4-0 players. So they just need to win one of their next 3 to move on. The winner of this will immediately advance to day 2. And that's so nice. You don't have to play anymore. You can decompress. You can really just relax a little bit and, of course, focus on the competition tomorrow. And this is such a stacked matchup.
It really is. And I mean, across the board as well, we got a chance to talk to Simone after his win as well. And he had also a very interesting take on that. It could be like 1 win away, but it's also 3 potential chances to lose. I thought that was really a unique approach to that.
I've seen a lot of players at Worlds across the last couple of years who went undefeated and then lost 3 in a row to get eliminated. So the level of competition is just so high, right? So the main thing is just treating each round as its own as always and really just focusing on the player in front of you. But here is a quick look at some of the key matches from this round. Honestly, at the World Championships, I feel like every match is a key match. Yeah. So there's so much pressure on the line, but Emilio and Kentaro is going to be amazing. Of course, we just heard a little bit from Emilio. He has won 2 regional championships in the last 2 years. Of course, the finalist at the World Championships in 2018, and you've heard it from him. He's playing the game for over a decade, which is really, really impressive, and he's had so many amazing accomplishments in so many different formats. But his opponent, Kentaro, is the Japanese national champion from last year. He had 3 wins and 4 losses in day 2 last year, so he's looking to make it back to day 2, hopefully improve on that performance, and I'm really excited to watch him in particular.
I'm excited to watch both of our trainers as well. I mean, talk about Emilio Forbes' dominant runs in the past few regionals of Scarlet and Violet. Wasn't he on something like a 35 Swiss round match win streak?
Something like that. I know across like 2022 and 2023, he had maybe dropped like 4 Swiss games total out of all the regionals he went to. He notably won the Secaucus Regional Championships in 2022. I think many would consider that top 8 to be perhaps the most stacked top 8 of any regionals history, and Emilio won that whole tournament undefeated. He won the Fresno Regional Championship, earlier this year, just a couple of months ago, and I think he maybe dropped like 1 game of Swiss in day 1 and maybe in like or between day 1 and day 2 combined. It was something ridiculous.
Games, not matches, but the individual games of each set, and that's absolutely wild.
Yeah, he is truly just on another level. It feels like he's locked in so frequently, and I remember, I think last year he had a pretty early exit from day 1, and so he's definitely looking to make it back to day 2, but of course, so close to winning the World Championships back in 2018, and I think his team from 2018 was easily one of my favorites from that entire season. It was a really unique team that featured some Perish Trap components, but also had a lot of efficient damage on it. And so eager to see what he's brought here, and we actually have a sneak peek. There's one Pokemon in particular that really catches my eye, Rose.
I can't wait to talk about that, especially when we look across the field. Let's talk a little bit more, though, about Kentaro Matsumoto, who is going to be Emilio's opponent for this match. Because as you mentioned, 2022 Japan Nationals winner, and also kind of did it with a team that I think people were expecting to do pretty well. It was Zashi and Kyogre core for the restricted pair, and then he coupled that with the Landorus and Mungus, as well as the Kartana and the Tornadus.
Yep, and he's actually bringing Tornadus to this tournament as well, so even though we're playing completely different formats, clearly really loves the priority Tailwind in particular.
Yeah.
And I think one thing that's always interesting is looking at the performances of the Japanese national champions in particular. There's this kind of joke that every world champion has either gotten like top 8 or top 4 at a previous world championship or been the Japanese national champion. It's like the Japanese national champions are just so strong.
Plot armor.
Exactly, yeah. In 2013, for example, Ryosuke Kosuge finished 2nd at the world championships. In 2015, Shoma Honami won the world championships after winning Japanese Nats. 2017, Ryoto Otsubo won Japanese Nats, then won the world championships. And so the best Japanese players are just so incredibly good. Hirofumi Kimura finished 2nd at the World Championships in 2019. He won 2 Japanese national championships, and I believe is actually still competing in day 1 today as well. But Kentaro last year obviously made it to day 2 automatically, but didn't have a super strong performance. So I think he's played in a couple World Championships, and he's really looking to improve, and he's obviously off to a fantastic start so far.
Yes, I'm super glad to see Kentaro at these tables, and you know, you talk about Japan national champions. I think all eyes are also on Kaito Ari for the same reason, getting the first place at the 2023 Japan Nationals to get a day 2 invite. So we'll get a chance to see him tomorrow. But focusing back on the match at hand and maybe some of these Pokemon choices. All right, so we've got Tornadus on Kentaro's team. We also have Chi-Yu, you know, kind of standard Heat Wave stuff. So let's spill the tea. Let's just spill the tea already. Emilio's got Bramblegast.
I think I'm so excited for this matchup because they both actually have fairly similar team compositions. I think one of the big debates going into Regulation D is, for the World Championships, do we think things will slow down a little bit? Because a lot of people were prioritizing Tornadus Tailwind teams as soon as Tornadus came into the format. The thing is, Talonflame, of course, has been an effective Tailwind setter, but Tornadus gets access to so many cool tricks. Obviously, it can set up Tailwind, which in itself is really good. It gets a brand new signature attack in Bleak Windstorm. I feel like every time I click Bleak Windstorm, I'm just like, wow, how am I doing so much damage with this move? Like, this is absolutely wild. And it gets other supportive moves, for example. It can set up the weather through Sunny Day or Rain Dance. It can even get additional speed control through moves like Icy Wind and Scary Face as well. So it's a super flexible Pokemon, and I'm not surprised to see both players rock it here. I think one of the main questions I had going into Worlds is, will Tornadus teams be countered? Because it felt like at a certain point, maybe a week or two leading up to Worlds, a lot of people have kind of moved away from Tornadus and looked for like bulkier Pokemon, for example. I think what's also interesting is that both of these trainers have actually opted for Chi-Yu, and they don't have Chien-Pao on these compositions. And I normally, when I see Tornadus teams, expect a lot of Chien-Paos. So I think that's interesting in itself. But yeah, the main thing I'm looking at is, of course, that Bramblegast, because what better matchup to bring Bramblegast than when you're up against an opposing Tornadus team? You're up against a Tornadus that has Bleak Windstorm, so you're completely immune to that. You can wall Chi-Yu's Heat Wave as well and deal massive amounts of damage. And so I'm really hoping Emilio brings it out, but I think this is going to be a really interesting matchup because the teams are quite similar in some ways, but there's just one Pokemon that really differentiates them.
And when you think about Bramblegast as one of the Pokemon entering into Regulation D, everyone was like, huh, that's memeable. Like, that might be a Pokemon that could be good, but it still has some disadvantages that it kind of suffers from in the meta itself. It doesn't have like a super high base stat total, and you also just have a couple of weaknesses to just some of the other moves in the meta. So I think it's really tough, but Emilio's that type of person that he was one of the first Glamora users in Scarlet and Violet, has always looked at some of these more interesting Pokemon picks to make work on a team. So honestly, if anyone can make it work, I think it's him.
It just makes me so excited that he's 4-0 and he's rocking this Pokemon, because I think we've looked through a lot of the top players and favorites to make it out of day one throughout the course of the day, and I think most players are just really using very conventional Pokemon. But this Bramblegast, I need to see it. I need to see it.
Well, let's go ahead and see it then, as we head over to the stage to introduce our two players once again that are going to be battling it out in this Swiss round number 5. With not just a match win on the line, but a first-class ticket to day number 2 of the Pokemon World Championships.
Yeah, both players obviously have to be feeling great. You're 4-0, you're 1 win away from moving on to day 2, but the worst feeling would be to go from 4-0 to 4-3. So obviously it would be amazing to just get that win immediately, get that spot in, and then not have to stress for the rest of the day. If you lose here, you know, then it starts being like, oh my goodness, like, okay, I have 2 chances, but like now I'm really feeling the pressure. That last round didn't really go so well. So it's a great spot for both players, but I think the matchup is going to be really, really dynamic. As we mentioned earlier, both players are using Tornadus teams. They both have Tailwind. A very similar core, Tornadus, Chi-Yu, and Flutter Mane exist on both teams. Kentaro, on the other hand, has Amoonguss, Single Strike Urshifu, as well as Iron Hands, whereas Emilio has the Bramblegast, Golden Go, and Water Urshifu. So the teams, I would say, play in a similar manner. Often the idea is to just get a Tailwind and deal massive amounts of damage, but obviously with multiple different pieces, the matchup may look very unique.
I agree with that. And I think one of these Pokemon that really makes it unique for me is not even just the Bramblegast, but the Golden Go. Golden Go is one of those Pokemon I feel like popped up on the radar more recently, I guess, for Regulation D than at the very beginning. And it's also one that ended up creeping up in popularity even towards the end of Regulation C. All eyes are kind of on it again as one of those target Pokemon that people are going to have to prepare for. And I wonder how Kentaro's going to navigate that, because you look at like Flutter Mane. I know the Chi-Yu ends up being a problem for the Golden Go to have to deal with, but it can still do some damage.
I think my main question in this matchup is for both trainers, do you feel forced to bring the Tornadus, right? Like both teams are already fairly fast, so I think often you'll want to bring Tornadus to match your opponent's Tailwind, because if not, then you're just going to lose speed control and you might get overwhelmed with offense immediately. So one of my main questions is, do you just both lead Tornadus and go from there? If the answer to that is yes, then I think one thing that's going to be a really big deal in this matchup is who just has the fastest Pokemon, right? Both players have Flutter Mane. Who has the faster Flutter Mane, for example? I think it makes a lot of sense for both players to just lead Tornadus immediately. And I would love to see Brambleghast come out as a lead. My question is, I think Kentaro is probably a little too smart to fall into that trap immediately. But Rose, you and I were talking before going into this battle, and you're like, hey, Brambleghast in the back is really interesting, because if then Kentaro leads Tornadus, I can switch and get an attack boost immediately, especially if like, you're clicking Bleak Windstorm, for example. So yeah, I think I'm really paying attention to the dynamic between Tornaduses and whether or not they're both led. One thing to really pay attention to in a matchup like this is also players potentially staggering their Tailwind, right? So if you just delay your Tailwind by 1 turn, even maybe 2 if you think you can get away with it, then it creates the situation where when your opponent's Tailwind expires, it can put you in a really advantageous spot. But that's not very easy to execute, obviously.
Yeah, it can definitely be tough, especially when you feel forced. Like you were talking about, how do you even feel comfortable having to bring like Tornadus to match your opponent's Tornadus? And it can be kind of like itchy with the trigger finger a little bit when you see it, and maybe you have to go for the Tailwind. But that's why the Scary Face option on both of these Tornadus is really intriguing to me. Maybe you don't have to go for the Tailwind right away. You can use something like the Scary Face if you're confident that you do have the speed control. Then maybe you just go for something like a Scary Face instead and try to control the speed that way.
Yeah, totally. I think Scary Face caught our eyes immediately when we looked at one of the team sheets, and then we looked at the other, and they're like, they both have Scary Face. And honestly, that's not a move I think I've seen that frequently on Tornadus. It's not shocking. It's obviously incredible speed control, and I think a lot of players in the beginning of Regulation D were opting for Icy Wind because it does actual damage and you're able to break through Focus Sashes as well. But of course, the thing about Scary Face is you get that priority. So one thing I'm also looking at in this matchup is whose Tornadus is faster. Maybe they speed tie. Another thing to pay attention to is that Emilio's Tornadus has Taunt. And obviously that can be really nice if you get that Taunt immediately. I actually remember when I was playing VGC 2011, that was one of the biggest dynamics. People were using Max Speed Tornadus on both ends. And if you manage to get the Taunt denying Tailwind, then the next turn you Tailwind and you're just in such a good position.
Yeah.
So Emilio has that taunt, but Kentaro here with his Tornadus does not. And I think that is really, really interesting.
For sure, and then you're really forced into a position where either Tornadus has to leave the field, or you're kind of stuck having to go for Bleak Windstorm, try to get any damage off as possible, and try to set yourself up in the back to try to bring in an actual sweeper. And that can definitely set an opponent back many, many turns if you have to take a few to get set back up. So that's the really interesting component here. I would say the taunt is also nice to have for the Amoonguss on Kentaro's side, but I just don't think he's gonna bring it.
Yeah, Amoonguss is such an interesting one, right? Because like, you know, there's Golden Goal on the other side. You know there's Brambleghast, which is immune to sport. You know there's Chiyu as well. So the thing is, I think Amoonguss is just fundamentally such a good Pokemon that even when your opponent has like 3 or 4 Pokemon that can counter it, like you might still feel like you can actually bring it out. But I totally agree with you. It's one of those that like doesn't feel very intuitive to bring immediately, right? So what I could maybe see Amoonguss coming out in is if Kentaro realizes, hey, I'm not going to win this Tailwind war. So what I am going to do is, your team is generally pretty frail. I do have a defensive Terra and a Citrus Berry. So I could see a world in which he's like, okay, you know what? I am going to bring Amoonguss. I'm going to lead it. I'm going to Water Terra it. I'm going to Spore you immediately, because so much of this dynamic is just both sides hitting for a really hard damage. But if Kentaro feels like he's just going to get outsped and overwhelmed and not going to win this Tornadus war, that's where I think Amoonguss makes sense. But the main thing is, I feel like if Amoonguss is coming out of this matchup, you feel forced to Terra in so many situations, because otherwise you're up against, I mean, Chiyu in itself is just so scary, but the Tornadus with Bleak Windstorm as well, right?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Water Terra is so nice in that situation. And like, speaking of Terra, that's why my eyes also get drawn to the Iron Hands on Kentaro's side. You've got the Terra Grass as a great defensive Terra type for that Pokemon. But also even just the Assault Vest that it's carrying might be really nice to have against some of the other Pokemon on Emilio's side.
Totally. I think Hands is actually really interesting here because it doesn't normally fit super well with Tailwind. It's just not exactly the naturally fastest Pokemon, but it's super bulky, right? And I think in a matchup like this where it feels like things can be super, super explosive, having something that can tank a couple of hits is really big. One thing, however, that I find is interesting is the matchup between Iron Hands and then Flutter Mane plus Chiyu. Flutter Mane often forces Iron Hands to go for that Terra, but because it's Grass Terra, Chiyu is like, hey, if you go for that Terra, I'm ready to just hit you with a Fire type attack. But it's also interesting because the Iron Hands, for example, can potentially wall the Urshifu on Emilio's end, so you're able to get like wild charge off. So yeah, I think both players now are ready to get into this battle. And to me, the first thing I'm looking at is, do we see Tornadus being led on both ends? I think Emilio having taunt, to me, it just feels really safe leading it, right? I think one thing that both players are going to spend a lot of time trying to figure out throughout the course of this matchup is just who has the faster Tornadus, who has the faster Chi-Yu, who has the fastest Flutter Mane.
Speed is definitely going to be important here, and so we're looking at that. We're looking at Tailwind, who gets it up first or even later on in the match. I do wonder, do you think there's a world where Tornadus just comes in the back for someone?
You could, yeah, but it's
Risky.
really risky, yeah, exactly, because like if you bring it in the back and your opponent just leads it, you're basically just saying I'm gonna get outsped, right? Now,
Yeah.
I think there's a world in which maybe you just allow that to happen, but the question is you really have to feel comfortable with that. So I think it's a really good question because I think Kentaro might feel hesitant leading Tornadus saying, oh, I know you have taunt on the opposing side, and I know you have Brambleghast, and I'm just completely walled by Brambleghast. One thing to note here is that the Brambleghast has Focus Sash, so if Kentaro leads Tornadus, that Brambleghast is more or less guaranteed to get an attack off because the Tornadus just can't hit it at all. So I think, yeah, it's a really good question. And so that's one of my questions as well. Does Emilio feel comfortable leading Brambleghast? Because like we were talking about earlier, I think there are a lot of ways Kentaro can get around that. Potentially maybe leave Tornadus in the back and try to deal with Brambleghast in the early game. So that would answer your question. But yeah, I'm really curious. I think it's a lot of pressure on Kentaro to respond to Emilio because of this taunt specifically, and Brambleghast.
I agree. So let's find out the answers to our questions as we get into this best-of-3 match between Emilio Forbes and Kentaro. We're going to end up seeing the Flutter Mane and Tornadus coming out from Kentaro's side, and it's going to be a Tornadus to match with a disconnect.
Well, we did get one question answered,
We
Rose,
answered
and that's
that one.
were the Tornadus both going to get led? And the answer is yes. So let's while we get reconnected into this game, let's dissect things a little bit.
Okay.
So
Let's talk about this.
Kentaro leads with his Flutter Mane. Now, his
Yep.
Flutter Mane is a choice spec set, and obviously can put on a lot of pressure with damage immediately. It's Fairy Terra, so you could just immediately go for Fairy Terra and start clicking Dazzling Gleam or Moonblast. And I like the idea of leading Flutter Mane here because, of course, it does put on a lot of offensive pressure into Brambleghast. One thing that I was curious about was like, hey, if Brambleghast gets a Tailwind boost, gets an attack boost from Tailwind, and goes for Shadow Sneak on a Flutter Mane, is that enough to actually get a one-hit knockout? So that was just something I was thinking about going into this matchup, but obviously we saw Emilio go with that Chi-Yu. So in those scenarios, it's awkward, right? Because you just expect the Flutter Mane to outspeed you. The one thing you could do if you are Emilio on turn 1 is, for example, go for a taunt onto the opposing Tornadus and like protect Chi-Yu. But then things can get scary if like Tornadus like either is faster or wins a speed tie. And even if not, like if the Flutter Mane then knocks out the Tornadus, then the Tornadus on the opposing side can just set up Tailwind the subsequent turn. So I think Flutter Mane being out puts Kentaro in a slightly better position immediately just because you know you're faster than Chi-Yu. But one of the things I'm curious about is how is the Chi-Yu trained, and do you feel like you can survive a potential Fairy type attack from Flutter?
And I think what's really interesting, too, is the dynamic of Beats of Ruin on Chi-Yu. It's already out in the field. Flutter Mane is very happy about seeing that. Tornadus is very vulnerable now in that position of just having that special defense drop. And, you know, is it even going to be able to stick around if Flutter Mane does go for an attack? I feel like that's an interesting dynamic there. And also, does Emilio actually have something in the back that could take it? Because I don't know about Brambleghast's odds in that situation.
Totally, yeah. I think like just even seeing the leads, I'm immediately like, oh my gosh, this turn 1 is going to be crazy. Because one of the things to note is that Tornadus just does not have Protect on either end, right? So I think like you have to be so careful because if you try to get fancy and like go for something that's not Tailwind on turn 1 and your opponent just knocks out the Tornadus, but their Tornadus is still around for the second turn, then they can Tailwind and that can put you in a really awkward position. So I'm really excited to just see this turn 1, right? Like Chi-Yu here has Overheat, so you can just overheat either slot. And the Flutter Mane has Moonblast and Fairy Terra, so you can just go for Fairy Terra and Moonblast into things and get a knockout, right? So there's going to be so much going on just on turn 1. And the question is, like, who gets the better end of the trade? I think one other thing I'm thinking about is, let's say Kentaro just goes for Tailwind and then Fairy Terra, like Moonblast Chi-Yu on turn 1. What do you do if you're Emilio then, right? How do you respond to that? It could be going, if you go for Taunt, for example, well, Flutter Mane's still faster than your Chi-Yu anyway, so that's really awkward. I think one of the other things that makes Emilio's team actually quite difficult to pilot is the lack of ability to switch out very easily, because things are just generally pretty frail. So it's like, well, what can Chi-Yu switch out into that can take a Fairy Terra Moonblast? The only answer really is Golden Go, but do we think Golden Goat's going to come out in this matchup? That's what you and I were talking about earlier.
Yeah, it's risky either way. I feel like it's a really nice answer to have defensively against something like the Flutter Mane. And that's really kind of the Pokemon that you want to target down as like the main source of special type damage on Kentaro's side. But this is why I think Kentaro's team is a little bit more balanced in that dynamic. You talk about Emilio's team having a lot of pressure offensively, but Kentaro has the ways to slow it down with the Iron Hands and the Amoonguss we were talking about before.
Yeah, I think just seeing the leads immediately, I can see why Kentaro feels really good with this Flutter Mane. One of the main things that I'm still wondering about is really just how the Flutter Manes match up against each other in terms of speed, right? Because I think if Emilio, for example, had a faster Flutter Mane, that can apply so much pressure immediately. But if not, then the Flutter Mane Kentaro side can maybe just outspeed and KO everything.
Yeah.
And that's a really big deal because in a matchup where you're both using Tailwind, whoever just has what is the fastest Pokemon with the fastest base speed set generally has that advantage because it means you're moving before your opponent.
This is a tricky one. This is a tricky one.
I'm playing through all the scenarios where it's like, oh man, if Bramble gets led, you know, it's like game 1 hasn't even happened. I'm already thinking about like, okay, what if we see another lead, like following game 1, what's going on?
I feel like the woman that has like all the equations going through her head and she's just staring off into space trying to figure everything out. It's definitely going to be maybe some. I think there's going to be surprises though, right? There's so many scenarios you can work through, but I feel like there's like an oddball strategy that both of these players have cooked up looking at these team lists.
Yeah,
and
totally.
they'll figure it out.
One other thing to note is just like with Scary Face, Chi-Yu being dark typing initially, if you don't Terra, is immune to that. So I'm not sure how relevant that'll be, but the main thing I'm thinking about right now is that like, hey, Kentaro's applying a lot of offensive pressure immediately. So if you were Emilio, like one play you could make is Tailwind and then just say protect Chi-Yu, but then if Kentaro goes Tailwind with Tornadus, Fairy, Terra with Flutter, and then Moonblast into Tornadus to get that KO, that's really awkward. However, let's say like Emilio decides to Tailwind and then you just go for Overheat onto the Flutter Mane, and then the Flutter Mane decides to target down Tornadus and Chi-Yu just gets an Overheat off. That's an amazing trade. So I really think if it ends up just being the same leads, it's just going to be so explosive right on turn 1. And both players are in, honestly, a kind of weird spot. I think it's safer for Kentaro to probably say, you know what, I'm just going to Moonblast you. Your Tornadus with Bleak Wind doesn't really scare me that much anyway, so I'd rather play it safe. So I think like Tailwind on Kentaro's end and then just Fairy Terra Moonblast Chi-Yu certainly works. I'm curious if Emilio has actually trained his Chi-Yu in a way to potentially survive that. I'm not sure exactly how much bulk you need, depending on how much special attack investment the Flutter Mane has on Kentaro's side, but that's just one thing I'm thinking about as we dissect this pre-turn 1.
Okay, but what if? What if? Here's another scenario.
What if, okay? I'm
so
listening.
maybe Emilio is expecting this, goes for Protect on the Chi-Yu, and then goes for Tailwind on Tornadus.
Yep.
Then you're faster, then you get the taunt off regardless.
I see.
I
think what's interesting is from Kentaro's side, what move are you going to click on turn 1? And I feel like it's just Tailwind. It's just so risky to do anything else. Like Sunny Day, you could use to actually activate the Photosynthesis on Flutter Mane.
Yeah, very
true.
So
that's actually interesting, right? Like, if you really thought on turn 1 Emilio's not going to click Taunt and he's only going to click Tailwind, yeah, I think one thing you could do is like Sunny Day, activate Photosynthesis. I'm curious also if Fairy, Terra, Choice Specs, Photosynthesis special attack boost, Dazzling Gleam can KO Tornadus. Because if that gets the knockout, that becomes really interesting, where it's like you don't necessarily have to commit to Moonblast, right? So I think one of the big questions I have really is how is this Flutter Mane training special attack, and then how much bulk do the Tornadus and the Chi-Yu on Emilio's side have?
Yeah, where would that Proto Boost go?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's what makes Pokemon so interesting, right? It's like we can see the same Pokemon over and over again, but just based on how you allocate your training, it can play out in very different ways.
Very dynamic.
Yes.
That's for sure.
But I'm just thinking about like this turn 1, right? And I think immediately I realized, hey, for Emilio, like Tornadus Flutter Mane is an incredibly oppressive lead duel that you have to respond to. So what are your responses? And I think I generally think in this way because I think in competitive VGC, it's really important to identify how do I beat like my opponent's lead. You're not always going to get the lead matchups correctly, right? But because it's a best of 3 event, I think one thing I immediately think when I see my opponent's lead in any game is, okay, is my lead the best answer to their 2, or did I have a better potential 2 in the back I could have brought out? And Honestly, yeah, it's like the Tornadus Brambleghast is really intriguing to me. I think Emilio might have wanted to go with Chi-Yu to cover for some of the other potential answers that Kentaro has.
I feel like Brambleghast had to be in the back, though.
You think?
Yeah, I really think so. Like, just looking at the matchup again and revisiting the idea of Wind Rider as an ability, that's one of the reasons why Brambleghast was getting looked at the beginning of the format. Because of the fact there were so many Tornadus. Thunderous was also running around. And with Wind Rider, that's Brambleghast, one of Brambleghast's main abilities. It's immune to all of those wind-type moves as well as Tailwind. Whenever that gets activated, you also get a nice attack boost, so that feels good.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting is the Brambleghast is Terra Blast Ghost with Focus Sash. So basically, I was
that is interesting.
Kind of theorying it. I was like, okay, let's say you go Tornadus Brambleghast, right?
Mhm.
Well, against Tornadus Fluttermane, because of the Focus Sash, you'll survive at a hit, and the Tornadus on the opposing side can't hit you. So you have a really safe Ghost Terra Blast into the Fluttermane slot. You could also just go for the Tailwind Shadow Sneak play that I was talking about earlier, get that attack boost. Then my question once again is, do you get that knockout immediately onto the opposing Fluttermane? I think what's interesting is from Kentaro, you've probably worried about that Brambleghast, right? So I would consider actually bringing the Dark Urshifu in the back. I think that's probably one of the best answers. Brambleghast here does have Power Whip, but of course Shadow Sneak isn't really going to do that much into the Urshifu. So I would be very surprised if that weren't in the back in this matchup.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree with you.
And I believe both players now are locked into the game, so we are finally going to get underway with this very first game. Oh boy.
Okay. I'm crossing my fingers. That's all I can say is
We've talked a lot about
my
what can happen on turn one, so let's see. It's so many things to play out.
There is only one way to find out, and that's to see the turn one play out here as we get the run back of the leads. It's going to be the Tornadus and the Fluttermane versus Emilio's Tornadus and Chi-Yu. And we've got abilities, so let's go ahead and give it up for Chi-Yu's Beads of Ruin to activate and actually get us into this game one of this best of 3 of Swiss round number 5.
All right, this is still really scary. I just think it's a tough spot for both. Yeah, like, so we see Emilio opting for that Tailwind option, right? And once again, it's like you could go for Taunt, but something like Taunt plus Protect, for example, can put you into a really awkward spot if the opposing side. Yes, okay, Emilio's like, I'm just going to get this Tailwind up and then go from there. And here it is. I think this is probably going to be that Fairy Terra coming out.
I would assume so, just to be able to help Fluttermane deal with any also Dark-type attacks that could potentially come out from this Chi. You also make sure that you still are resistant to all of those Fire-type attacks as well. So we're going to see a lot of big damage coming out of this Fluttermane, you would hope. But that's the Protect I was talking about. Maybe we see the Protect from Chi-Yu, and then you also get a chance to see the Tailwind just get set up. Taunt next turn, maybe, maybe just maybe, but it's about the response from this Tornadus, which is going to be a Tailwind also.
Yeah, I'm really curious if it's Moonblast or Dazzling Gleam here. Let's see. Okay, it is going to be Gleam, so kind of covering for a generally safe option. Can Tornadus now survive this is my question. It is Choice Specs boosted, and the Beats of Ruin is lowering the special defense here. And it does! Okay, okay.
What a huge survival! I can't tell whether or not maybe Emilio would have wanted the Tornadus to go down, depending on if there was something in the back to get a free switch, but you also have the ability now
Scary
just to be
Face
able
Overheat
to
is a very potential possible play, and your Chi-Yu cannot get hit by the Scary Face from the opposing side, so yeah, just locking that in immediately. What is Kentaro's response here? What can you switch into Overheat? You've got the Chi-Yu in the back. Okay, so let's see. Is it Chi-Yu coming out? Could be AB Iron Hands as well. That's going to be Iron Hands.
Yep. Iron Hands is going to hit the field here, and hopefully the Assault Vest is going to be enough, because you still have the special defense prop from the Chi-Yu that is going to mitigate some of that special defense from the Assault Vest. But the Bleak Windstorm first is going to be able to hit the Tornadus and the Chi-Yu to be able to knock out Emilio's Tornadus. But it's time to see what this Chi-Yu can do. And it's going to be the Overheat. It connects into the Iron Hands. And it's able to do about 2/3. Not bad.
Definitely not bad, but I think Kentaro definitely doing a really good job of not just letting his... And there is the Brambleghast in the back, but it's not hitting the field right now. Really good job of not letting his Fluttermane just faint immediately, recognizing how pivotal in this matchup. Dazzling Gleam in general is just so strong, and now that we know Emilio's 4, there's no way to actually really take that much damage, or really block the damage from Dazzling. But as you were about to point out, special attack booster on Fluttermane, not speed, which is critical in this matchup.
Very much so. So you still have to worry about the Fluttermane in the back from Kentaro's side, how those speeds actually do interact with each other. But the special attack boost, that's really nice to be able to hit just a bit harder, especially when the Iron Hands is in front of you. You're probably guaranteed a knockout here as long as you can connect if you don't get faked out.
The thing here is Brambleghast looks so good into this position right now. It's completely immune to the Tornadus, so Chi-Yu is swapping out. And if it's Bleak Windstorm coming out from the other end, Brambleghast is going to get an attack boost from it. So Bramblegas has hit the field. Wind Rider is going to give it an attack boost immediately, and there's the scary face immediately onto the Flutter Mane. Oh, does Iron Hands have speed investment here? Okay, still going to be Dazzling Gleam going off first, and it KOs the Iron Hands. Oh, we are just trading damage for damage right now. Okay.
Big knockout there onto the Iron Hands, and now all of a sudden, this Bramblegas is in a great position with the Tailwind active.
It is, and one thing to note is that the Tornadus cannot hit it. So, if you bring out the Flutter Mane, well, yeah, Flutter Mane can target the Bramblegas, but you can protect your Flutter Mane or switch out, and then Bramblegas can just go for that Terra, Ghost Terra, Terra Blast into that slot. So, is Urshifu the last one now? That's my main question. I think if not, this can get really scary.
Yeah, that's going to be very scary for sure. But it's going to be the fourth and final reveal, potentially, if Kentaro decides to bring out that one. It could be the Flutter Mane, but you got to take your time here because this is a very critical Pokemon to bring to the field.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I think one other thing to think about is if it is Dark Urshifu, which it is, now how do you get to the point where you can win the battle, right? So Dark Urshifu, absolutely the right Pokemon to bring out in this position. It is Focus Sash, so it can take a big hit. And so you are able to, of course, go for Wicked Blow onto Bramblegas right now. But it's a little bit scary. This is where things become really awkward when you use Tornadus because, like, the Tornadus on the other side doesn't have Protect. So do you just give it up? Or do you just switch out into, for example, the Flutter Mane?
Well, the Flutter Mane is in a rough position, right?
Yep.
Because it did just get the Scary Face speed drop, which means that the Urshifu could just simply be faster naturally in the Tailwind environment as well. So you have to consider that as an option of whether or not you feel like you should preserve the Flutter Mane for the end game. Does Emilio feel like he has enough information to take a 1v1 like that?
Definitely, and I like what Emilio's going for here. It's just the commitment to the Fairy Terra. So with that Fairy Terra, you now no longer are taking neutral damage from Wicked Blow. I think one of my main questions is, does Wicked Blow plus Oblique Windstorm still knock out Flutter Mane? I would not expect it to, and if it doesn't, then I think Emilio is in amazing shape right now.
Time to find out.
Oh, okay,
but
it's just going to be
a detect.
Yep.
Kick things off, and you can't really go for the Bleak
Okay,
here.
hey, Bramblegas gets an attack boost from that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tumbleweed, I guess that's what I'm going to say here. As Flutter Mane now gets a chance to, Power Whip into the Urshifu. So, Detect are going to be very, very important here. As Flutter Mane now gets a chance to also go for the Dazzling Gleam. And because it doesn't take any extra damage, I feel like Emilio is still in a fantastic position right now. As you do get the knockout on the Tornadus, and it's just going to be the Flutter Mane in the back.
Yeah, it's a great detect from Urshifu there, though. I think if you try to go for the attack there, Wicked Blow definitely isn't going to knock out Bramblegas because of Focus Sash. I'm not sure it knocks out the Flutter. So right now, this Flutter Mane is at -2 speed. The opposing Flutter gets to come out and, of course, puts on a lot of pressure. Now, the main thing is that Bramblegas can't get a one-hit knockout onto the Flutter Mane right now, of course, with that Power Whip, but Shadow Sneak isn't going to KO. So now it's a question of, who do you target? Do you double up onto Bramblegas? Because one play that you could make if you're Emilio, swap your Flutter Mane out into Chi-Yu, hope that the moves get split, and then Bramblegas goes for the Power Whip. But the other is to just attack like he's doing right here and say, okay, you can't knock out both of my Pokemon at the same time. And I think right now Emilio needs to take a knockout this turn on one of the two Pokemon.
Definitely, or he's going to start to get really behind really fast.
Exactly, yeah. And I think one thing is kind of just the speed interaction here. That's one thing that I'm certainly paying attention to as well. So, yeah, that Scary Face earlier really putting things in a tricky position here. Okay, it's just Dazzling Gleam here. No Shadow Ball.
Nice spread damage attack into both of these Pokemon.
Oh,
and
my goodness.
It just gets brought down to his Focus Sash here as Emilio's Flutter Mane is going to hang on.
Where's Urshifu targeting? Okay,
Urshifu
it's a
gets
Flutter.
to target the Flutter Mane for the knockout, which we're going to end up seeing a pretty big attack here from the Bramblegas if it connects.
Yeah, is it going to connect, though? That is one of the most stressful parts about using Bramblegas. Power Whip, not the most accurate attack. You need to hit this right now, and it does connect. That's a one-hit knockout on a Flutter Mane, and it's a 2v1 now, but it's Urshifu against Chi-Yu and the Bramblegas.
Oh my goodness, it doesn't get any closer than this for our very first game of this best-of-3 set. And the Chi-Yu right now, Urshifu can only target one of these Pokemon, so you have to decide which one is going to be the most important to knock out for your best chance at survival.
Yeah, my main question here is the speed stats. Is Chi-Yu max speed, or is the Urshifu max speed as well?
Right.
So the main thing here is, does Chi-Yu survive a Sucker Punch, right? If you think the Chi-Yu is faster, then I think, yeah, going for Heat Wave and Power Whip here is fine. The Strength type is so interesting, but it's like, does it really matter if you heal because you're not doing damage anyway? So, yeah, opting to potentially consider the Shadow Sneak option here. Okay, so probably saying, I am just going to be faster than you right now.
Break the Focus Sash.
Yep, break
Get
Sash
it out
and
of
just
the way.
KO. Yep. But what, if
But it
Urshifu
doesn't
goes for,
work.
if Urshifu goes for Sucker Punch on a Chiyu, or if it's just faster than Chiyu, but if it goes for Sucker Punch on a Chiyu and gets a critical hit and gets that knockout, that could also be a disaster. But it's going to be the Detect to start. Okay.
Okay, just kind of feeling out the situation.
Yep.
You got to make sure that you have your wits about you moving into this next turn. Because it could just be over after this one.
Yeah, I think the expectation, if you're making that play from Emilio, is that your Chiyu is just max speed. You expect to outspeed the Urshifu. So this play basically works if, one, you don't get crit by a Sucker Punch, and two, Heat Wave connects. So I think it's looking really, really good for Emilio right now. I'm curious if Sucker Punch even gets the knockdown onto Chiyu, even with the crit, but let's see. A miss or a crit here could be brutal. Oh my goodness.
I am on the edge of my seat right now. Because I have no idea how this one's going to end.
Yeah, and I mean, the other question is, do you actually click Sucker
Wait,
Punch? Oh,
Sucker Punch
okay,
into the Bramble
okay,
Gas?
okay.
Okay,
Oh.
that's going to get that out of the way here.
So what's huge about that is that the Chiyu does have Life Orb, right? So Heat Wave
It's going to
here.
take recoil
yes,
damage.
exactly. Oh,
but
Heat
it
Wave
just misses
as
anyway! No way!
Wow. Now, yeah, okay, Dark Pulse, so going for Dark Pulse, hoping
Gotta
for the
get
flinch right now. Exactly.
Has to be faster.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Dark Pulse goes into the Urshifu.
Oh,
it
he
doesn't
didn't
do
go
a
for
whole
Sucker
lot of
Punch twice.
damage.
Okay. A
Life
flinch
Orb
here would be
recoil,
huge.
but
No
it's
flinch.
just close combat to finish off the Chiyu for this game number 1.
Oh my goodness. What a first game here. Brambleghast came out and it got to attack boost, but the Flutter going for that Terra in the early game made it so that it wasn't just vulnerable to that Shadow Sneak. What an intense endgame there. We did
Wow.
confirm Chiyu, of course, is now faster than the Urshifu. And that's not really super shocking in this matchup, but of course, you never know until you actually see it
Yeah.
confirmed. But what a first game there.
That was so intense, and a lot of questions did get answered in that very first game number 1.
Yep.
But how does Emilio respond to this? Because do you feel like that, like that was the forward to bring in that situation?
This is where your Golden Go question earlier, Rose, I think is really interesting because if you lead Golden Go and Tornadus, you are not going to feint to the opposing Flutter main, right? So you can actually pressure with a turn 1, Steel Terra, make it rain. That'll knock out the Tornadus on the opposing hand very likely. The main thing is we saw Kentaro's 4, and I think the 4 that he brought makes a ton of sense. So what you can do then, of course, is pivot the Iron Hands in. So let's say Kentaro goes Tornadus Flutter main, you just switch Flutter main into Iron Hands turn 1. Say, okay, you know what, go for Make It Rain, that's fine. Now you're at -1 going into the next turn. But I think Golden Go is what I'm looking at as a response to the Torn Flutter lead.
Same, and I think Brambleghast in the back still makes a really nice choice because it could still be a defensive pivot. Like, let's say the Golden Go isn't in a fantastic position. If the Iron Hands does switch in, it's already taken a drop from Make It Rain.
Yep.
You have the ability to switch in and out there if the Brambleghast is in front of the right Pokemon on the team. They can't get faked out by the Iron Hand, so that's kind of nice, but you also might be able to get in a cheeky boost if you see like the Tailwind up or even Chiyu on the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what's really interesting, though, is a lot of times with these Tornadus teams, you actually want your Tornadus to go down on turn 1, because if it does, then you get a free switch in.
I was wondering about that for game 1 for Emilio.
Yeah, it was really true. I think it could have gone either way. The reality is he actually didn't have a super good response into the opposing Flutter main in general. So, what I'm thinking is, okay, if you knock out Tornadus, Iron Hand switches in on turn 1, then what switches in for Tornadus? Because, like, Brambleghast is still just so frail, but it's Torn Flutter once again as we go into this game, too, and there's Golden Go! It has hit the field!
Oh, let's go! And it's perfect to see the Flutter main on the other side, but does Emilio suspect that Kentaro might have something like the Iron Hands in the back to be able to switch into this?
Yeah.
Or Amoonguss.
Or,
maybe?
yeah, I was going to ask, do you ever not Terra here? Because you're like, there's no way let the Flutter main is just going to stay in here. Okay, the Terra is the safest option, right? So
just go for
there's
it.
a play we were
Yeah.
talking about. Okay, Flutter switching. Is it Iron Hands? Like, that's what we expect here. Could be Chiyu, but it indeed is Iron Hands. Exactly.
Yeah, and what a safe switch there for Kentaro to make. And so just go for the damage now, though, because even though the Golden Go is now in front of the Iron Hands, you're still doing a ton of damage regardless. And so it still comes down to also whether or not the Tornadus is going to also be in a good position on either side to get off the attack it wants.
Exactly. So there's the Terra, now pressuring so much damage, and once again, just trading Tailwinds here. I was wondering if you ever consider Taunt. We talked a lot about Taunt going into this match, but just happy to trade the Tailwinds, and a Make It Rain here is obviously going to do a lot of damage. I would expect to knock out Tornadus and for Hands to take maybe 30-ish% from it.
That's still going to be a lot.
Yep.
Okay, Iron Hands actually takes that quite well there,
Yep.
but it is going to be a full knockout onto the Tornadus. Lucky for Kentaro, though, that means you get a free switch into something in the back that would really love to be in those Tailwind conditions. And I don't know, maybe a Chiyu's in the back.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Kentaro just went with the same 4. I think like he prioritized those 4, I'm assuming because he just like really wanted as much
Urshifu would be
anti-Bramble gas
nice.
as possible. Exactly. Urshifu would be perfect here. You could bring it out, pressure close combat, as you called Rose. There's Urshifu coming out. So now Hands can go for Fake Out onto Tornadus. You can just close combat Golden Ghost, and now of course you could switch out into Bramble gas. Okay.
All right, we're cooking
Emilio
right
knows
now.
exactly what's happening right now. So yeah, I think this is where things become really interesting, right? It feels so obvious to close combat. Do you ever just Wicked Blow? Because a Wicked Blow here would be so huge right
That'd
now.
be so big brain.
Oh
It
my
would be
gosh.
such a good read if that happens, but the Bramble Gas switch in feels really nice right now. You got the Tailwind active. Let's get the
Oh,
Wind
Bleak
Rider.
Wind, it's gonna miss! It's
No
gonna miss! It's
way!
Urshifu!
That's a huge miss right there. Iron Hands is gonna take that like a champ. But now you have to look at how the Urshifu is gonna respond.
And it's
Here's the
Wicked
Wicked
Blow!
Right into the Bramble Gas. It gets brought down to its focus sash.
Oh my goodness, Kentaro is playing lights out right now, but obviously a huge miss. Urshifu did have Focus Sash, so would have survived the turn. Here's Wild Charge as well. The damage is just ridiculous, and Tornadus face, we're just trading Pokemon for Pokemon right now.
Yeah, we're throwing some hands right now between both of these Pokemon on Kentaro's side. Well, Tornadus is down. We're going to see the Fluttermane get a chance to switch in. And Fluttermane's also looking pretty happy with the other Pokemon that are on the other side.
Yeah, that was honestly a huge miss on the Urshifu, though, right? If you get that down to 1 HP, any move will KO it, including a potential Shadow Sneak. What's awkward right now is you have to worry about Sucker Punch, obviously, from the opposing side. And the other thing to think about is the Terra on Kantaro's side. So, Iron Hands has taken a lot of damage, but it is going to be the Grass Terra. So I'm curious, with Grass Terra, can you survive something like a Moonblast, right? I think if you are Urshifu here, you could just go pretty safely for Sucker Punch onto Bramble Gas, but you could also Wicked Blow into it. The thing is, if you Wicked Blow, you give Bramble Gas the potential to go for a Shadow Sneak, and I think Strength Type is a really interesting option to consider as well, but there's a lot really going on at this current moment.
Yeah. You know, it's like, do we end up seeing like a Detect coming out from the Urshifu? I don't know. Maybe also seeing
There's
like
a
Dark
Detect.
Type.
Okay, yeah.
There you go. Just play it safe a little bit
Yep.
here in case you do see kind of a giant read. But it's a Fluttermane going in for the Moonblast. And so Iron Hands does go down in this scenario, opening up a little bit of a door here for Emilio to start to weave in some of these bigger attacks. Maybe even get a chance for Bramble Gas to stick around a little bit longer.
Yeah, so now the idea is you can bring out your Fluttermane, and you can go for a Terra with that, go into Terra Fairy, for example. Emilio's obviously committed his Terra already, and it is going to be the choice specs on Kantaro's side, right? So one of the questions we had earlier was just, hey, whose Fluttermane is faster, right? So if you go for that Fairy Terra, then you can pressure with Shadow Ball. I think the interesting thing is then, do you go for Sucker Punch onto Bramble Gas expecting the Shadow Sneak, or do you go for Wicked Blow onto it out of fear of Strength Sap?
I think another really interesting component of the choice specs is there's still that Terra Steel Golden Go in the back for Emilio.
Yep.
So you have to think about that when locking into this move, because these are the final two for Kentaro. He has nothing else.
Absolutely. I think it has to be a lock into Shadow Ball right now. The question is the targeting, right? And so Fluttermane here, of course, can opt for a Shadow Ball of its own onto the opposing Flutter, and this is what makes the Fluttermane versus Fluttermane matchup so funky, because whoever is faster and gets that knockout immediately just has such a huge advantage. So, of course, right now you can try to protect the Fluttermane maybe, and then it looks like, okay, just going for an attack here. Okay. So,
this is risky.
the speed interaction between the Fluttermanes is going to
so
be absolutely huge here, and then it's a debate, I think, of Strength Sap versus Shadow Sneak. It's going to be the Strength Sap lock, so it's going to be Fairy Terra here. We expect Shadow Ball from the opposing side. From Urshifu's end, do you go for Wicked Blow or Sucker Punch right now? That's my main question as we play into this turn.
Well, the Terra animation is to leave us in suspense right now. As we gotta wait just a few more seconds to see exactly what's gonna happen. The very first move of this turn is gonna be the Sucker Punch into the Fluttermane.
It's Sucker Dazzle probably
wow,
then, right?
That's a lot of damage, but the Dazzling Gleam goes first. To be able to bring the Urshifu down to its Focus Sash. But what's the response here from this Fluttermane on Kentaro's side? Is it going to be a Dazzling Gleam as well?
Oh my goodness. Okay, so the Dazzling Gleam here, able to get the double knockout, and now the last one is Golden Ghost. So we're talking about the speed interactions there. It ends up being the Sucker Punch onto the Fluttermane slot. And so now you can just close combat right into the Golden Go, and that should just be game over. But if we saw a Shadow Sneak into the Urshifu slot, that would have just gotten the knockout after the Sucker Punch, and then it'd be Golden Go in this endgame against Flutter.
Yeah.
So that was a really tricky turn to call, I think. But now we are going to see just the close combat finish off the Golden Go.
Yeah, both Tailwinds have expired at this point, and it needs to be the Golden Go to try to clean things up. But when you think about the speed interactions here, It's going to be the Fluttermane to move first with the Dazzling Gleam, and Urshifu is also considered just a touch faster naturally. So the close combat into the Golden Go just to be able to clean it up. And that is going to be the match going to Kentaro Matsumoto.
Yeah, that was really intense. Like, I thought you kind of had to lock in a Shadow Ball there, but in the end, the Flutter on the opposing side was slower, but it was still enough to get the win because of the Sucker Punch plus Dazzling Gleam ball. I think, like, the main risky thing in Dazzling Gleaming there is you are just not going to beat the Golden Go in the end, but I think what Kentaro is thinking is, hey, like, Shadow Ball is probably a 2-hit knockout on a Golden Go anyway, since you steal Terra anyway. So in order to win, I need to get my Urshifu down to the end game. And so it came down to really that one turn specifically. And oh my goodness, that was quite the set.
It's hard when you're put in those positions because you do have to make some really critical reads where it's kind of a toss-up. What are you expecting out of here? And even you kind of called out like 4 different scenarios of how that turn could really play out.
Yeah, and I think Emilio certainly did not have a lot of good fortune. He missed a bunch of critical moves in this game.
Yeah, that's so true.
For example, in Game 1, he missed that Heat Wave, and then in this Game 2, he missed Bleak Wind Storm. That is the nature of running a hyper offense team like this. You are using moves that are slightly inaccurate. Tornadus, Bleak Wind Storm is just so strong, right? So, like, the other options you can use are, like, Air Slash and Hurricane. By the way, both of those can miss as well. So it's like, even though it's so stressful to click Bleak Wind, it's still just such a good move that you want to run it. Makes sense. You can miss on with Power Whip on Brambleghast. You can miss with Heat Wave on the Chiyu as well as Overheat. And so, when you lock in a team like this, that's just something that you understand is part
You accept it.
Exactly.
Yeah, you accept that there are sometimes just sad circumstances that can really happen with that. We've even seen like so many Icicle Crash misses, but some of the best moves in the game that are that strong really do have that chance to miss. But reliving some of these moments once again from this match, I mean, just take a look at how much damage the Fluttermane was able to do from Kentaro's side, constantly leaning into more of those offensive Terra types to really be able to secure the victory.
Yeah, absolutely. And Urshifu Dark is just so powerful as a late game sweeper, and I think the way that Kentaro was able to weave it in and out was really effective. I do wonder how differently this game would have played out if that Bleak Wind Storm from Tornadus connected onto it immediately, because it would have brought it down to 1 HP, and that would have just put the Tornadus in a much tougher position, and I think Emilio would have been really well positioned to sweep with his Flutter. So I really think, like, Emilio had a very good chance to win both of those games, and he just had some pretty unfortunate misses. And if either of those moves connect, I think it's actually very likely we see Emilio end up winning those games. But that's the dynamic of a matchup like this. It's just so fast-paced and intense, and, like, there's very little room for error. If one turn just doesn't go your way, you might just lose immediately because there's not that much bulk to work with in general.
And both of these players are so good. Like, they're so good. And even though that misfortune did happen to Emilio, you could see the gears turning. Like, he knew how to
He knew
think,
Golden Go. He's like, that's the adjustment. And it was the right adjustment, right?
Yeah.
Like, got an immediate lead, did a lot of damage onto Iron Hands, and really got the ball rolling from there. And so, yeah, I think Emilio recognizing how to adjust is obviously a testament to his skill, and he's an incredibly, incredibly good player. And I'd be shocked if we didn't see him tomorrow. Like, yeah, he was so close to winning both of those games, and sometimes accuracy is just going to be a pain, and that's just part of Pokemon. And one of the biggest things when team building and picking teams to use is, hey, like, the trade-off between power and accuracy. For Emilio's team, he's just using the strongest moves. Like, you could run Flamethrower and Chiyu, but, like, Overheat is just so much stronger, for example. Heat Wave being able to hit both. There's no other really consistent spread fire type attack, for example. And with Brambleghast, it's like, Power Whip is just by far the best grass type attack for it. You could use Bullet Seed, but then it's like, you know.
You're also rolling the dice there,
yeah,
too.
it's like, what's the expected value, right? It's like, if you're only getting 2 hits or 3 hits, for example, then is that really worth it? So that's just the nature of a team like this. But I thought both players played really well, and you could see, like you said, the kind of gears turning in their brain, which I thought was awesome from the adjustments. And for example, Kentaro did not get caught out by that Scary Face Overheat on turn 1. Emilio adjusts and goes with the Golden Go in game 2. And
Iron Hand switch in.
Yep, exactly, expecting to make it rain. And so, yeah, both players clearly having a strong understanding of really how to play things out.
Yeah, and congratulations once again to Kentaro. That win gives him 5 wins total, an undefeated record, and a ticket to day 2.
And Emilio, of course, is now 4-1, but he still has 2 chances to move on to tomorrow. And for Kentaro, this is a big deal. The Japanese national champion from last year looking to improve on his performance after probably doing a little below his expectations, I would imagine, after such a strong, dominant nationals performance last year. And I'm sure he's going to be ecstatic to be playing in his home country here in Japan
Oh, of
tomorrow.
course. So many fans in the arena right now to be able to cheer him on. And that makes it even more exciting as well. Like, once again, kind of taking a look at a very, I would say, stock standard 6 on this team. But, like, the Scary Face tech there onto the Tornadus, even seeing like Sunny Day, that was not a move that we ended up seeing come out of that Tornadus, but that's also been picking up in popularity. And just to see all of the different choices here, even Dark Urshifu. Okay, I guess that one might be a little bit more off the cuff, but still Pokemon that we expected to see.
It is funny because I feel like I spent so much time talking about Taunt as we got into this. I was like, bro, it's like Taunt's gonna be a really big deal, and then I was like, nah, I'm just gonna Tailwind. But I get it, right? I was thinking about how things played out if you go for that Taunt on turn 1. For example, in that second game, yeah, maybe you get the Taunt up, but then Hands just comes out and it has Fake Out pressure, right? And it can deny you the Tailwind there. So I thought it was one interesting tool, and I'm sure it's been valuable for Emilio, but he just wanted to guarantee the speed boost immediately. I do think it's something that maybe could be weaved in if these players fight against each other again, maybe tomorrow, for example. But overall, yeah, like these teams, as you can see, just really aim to win the game in like 4 to 5 turns, right? It's like you just like deal damage, and just go from there. It's very different from some of the slower paced teams that spend a lot of time switching out. These teams can switch. The Iron Hands being really critical, actually, right? It's like otherwise, what's your answer to make it rain? But you're not going for nearly as many switches on average per game relative to some other bulky teams.
Yes, definitely. I mean, this is why this archetype, especially from Emilio, was instantly popular going into Regulation D. Some type of Tailwind with a lot of offense. And Gholdengo is just kind of one of the best Pokemon for that right now.
My other question, I was thinking about the end game in game 1 when it was Chi-Yu plus Brambleghast into that Urshifu. We saw, instead of like a Wicked Blow onto the Brambleghast slot or a Sucker Punch, we ended up seeing the Sucker Punch, I believe, into the Brambleghast slot to get the knockout rather than like a close combat or a Sucker Punch on a Chi-Yu. So I was wondering if after the Life Orb damage that Chi-Yu took, whether or not a Sucker Punch from Urshifu would be enough to finish it off. But I'm going to guess that Chi-Yu would have hung out with just a sliver of HP, but I'm not sure.
I think that's a good assessment of that situation for sure. But we'll never find out because that didn't happen. But one thing is for sure that we do have an interview with the winner of this Swiss round number 5 match. So let's kick it over to the stage. Talk to Kentaro.
Thank you so much, Rosemary and Aaron, and I am here with Kentaro. A massive congratulations on that last round win. It was incredible to witness. And how are you feeling going into that match, especially seeing the Brambleghast?
素晴らしい試合でした。どのような考えで、試合に挑みましたか？
トルネロスミラーで結構似たような構築だったんですけど、素早さに負けないように追い風と怖い顔を利用して戦うことを考えてました。
I knew it was going to be a Tornadus mirror match, but I knew that I would be able to do some things to help make my team faster.
Yeah, and obviously both of you having access to Scary Face as well as another form of speed control, that obviously played a big part in the games as well. How was your thinking about approaching that and making sure that you were kind of staying ahead of Emilio's side of the field, so you were able to kind of overcome the obstacles on his end?
怖い顔を2人ともポケモンに覚えさせていたと思うんですけれども、それはスピード勝負で活躍できると思って入れたんですか？
はい、そうです。
Yes, that's exactly what I did.
Yeah. The one thing I'd like to ask you about from your team was the Urshifu. You're running the single strike variant. A lot of players here are running the rapid strike variant. What was your thinking behind using this Pokemon over the more commonly used Urshifu?
あとウーラオスについてなんですけれども、一撃の方のウーラオス、通常なら他の方たちは、もう一つのウーラオスを使っていると思うんですけれども、それはなぜ選んだんでしょうか？
なんか一撃ウーラオス使ってて自分の考えで使いやすいと思ったからです。
Single strike Urshifu was easiest for me to use, and that's why I decided to choose it.
That's brilliant to hear, a bit of an insight, and obviously thank you so much for coming on to do an interview with us today. Is there anyone at home or here in the venue that you'd like to give a shout out to before you move on to your next match?
勝者インタビューありがとうございました。一番最後に、応援してくれている方たちへのメッセージなどございますか？
楽しみましょう。
Let's all enjoy ourselves.
Thank you so much, Kentaro. Good luck in your next rounds. Congratulations on your win, and we'll
throw it back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Lee. It's always great to hear from Kentaro and all of our players, and just the fact that you got a chance to make day 2 already, like, whew, like it's the weight's off your shoulders now. Go relax.
You got a few hours, you know, a couple extra hours in the day to just decompress. I think one of the interesting things I'm always curious about is for those players that move on from day 1 to day 2, do you just lock the same team or do you decide to make any adjustments? I think day 1 also is kind of a good litmus test to find what weaknesses exist on your team. So either way, though, just making it a day 2 is great. I think so many players like make it from day 1 to day 2 though are looking then to be like, oh wow, I did so well today. I'm looking to really make a deep run and try to win the whole thing. So most important thing, like you mentioned, really just get some rest, decompress, especially after an intense stream game. I mean, that end game of game 2 in particular was woof.
Yeah, I think we all need a little bit of a break from that one too, because that was a super intense battle. So we're gonna take a short break, and when we come back, we've got Swiss round number 6.
Meeting everyone from all around the world, people we haven't seen for years. And, well, every year that goes through, the presentation is even greater.
I'm excited. This is a huge international. Tons of great players are going to be here. The excitement is, through the roof. The hype is through the roof, and the pressure is on.
I am quite in love with this event. The people have been amazing. The judges have been very helpful as well. This is truly a good Pokemon event, and most of these events are like this.
I think once you start sort of trying to go into competitive, you might feel nervous, but there's a lot of communities and friendly people out here. They're just so, I can't even say words. It's just so incredible, really.
What an incredible play so far. This Ice Punch connects, and now a swap out, a little combination play. A blast burn on a low health Stunfisk for the 3-0 sweep.
All hail Tonton Batsus and his shout-out Charizard. He is your European International Champion 2023.
Tyranitar V, and that is wild here as we see the retreat into the Tyranitar, and that means we have ourselves a winner at the European International Championships. Remy taking things down here. This is going to be a pretty fun one. Use these energies, retreat this Pokemon, and you have plenty to choose from as you load up for the Brainwave here. You can take a huge knockout, and that's going to be the game as we see Rune take down the European International Championships.
I think we're here, Joe. The Arceus goes into the discard pile. Drapion goes into the active. Alex is double-checking the weakness.
Weak to dark?
Yes, he is. Down comes Boss's orders, and Alex Szymanski breaks the curse and takes home the European International Championships.
As it does get caught with the freeze dry, and it does wrap up this set. A brisk 2-0 from a very offensive team. A fantastic performance, move perfect across the set. Pietro is going to be your junior division international champion. Now, Stomping Tantrum in response, doesn't need much, takes down the Fluttermane, and Kylan has just his Amoonguss against a multitude of Pokemon available for Mattia.
And Mattia is our 2023 European International Champion.
Really where we see the Palafin now, maybe getting the Pala win here for Paul, as it's able to go for the Wave Crash, and it lands it into the Amoonguss, getting the knockout. See if it can wake up here, but I think Gabrielle knows this is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC was pretty good. Definitely a lot more than what I expected, so I'm really happy about that.
I'm really happy for winning this top one. It's
It amazed me. It amazed me.
It feels great just because I won OCIC. I feel like renewed to be a two-time champion.
This win really means a lot to me. Winning a tournament feels really great. Having a title under your belt feels amazing.
It feels amazing to win UIC. I didn't really expect it, and it's my first win at a major event that wasn't 25 people, so it's very exciting.
Mi sento molto bene perché non ho mai vinto uno e l'ultima volta che ho giocato era in finale.
Significa molto perché comunque non era un buon matchup, non era facile, quindi sono felice di aver vinto.
Good afternoon from Yokohama, where the Video Game Championships is rumbling along. We've already got a number of players securing their ticket into day number 2, and we've got a few more rounds with a few more players trying to do exactly the same. It's been a fantastic day so far, and I can assure you, ladies and gents, that the rest of the day will not disappoint. Speaking of not disappointing, he wasn't satisfied by joining us in the lounge. He wasn't satisfied by getting his opportunity on the stage to play against Aaron. Ray Rizzo is joining me on the desk. Ray, it's been 5 years since we worked together, and it is an absolute privilege to have you back with me.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I mean, Worlds in Japan is my first time back on the desk in, you said it, 5 years just about. So I'm super hyped. We've got phenomenal players here in day 1 of the World Championships. I'm excited to see who's just going to qualify for day 2.
Yeah, we are going to start looking down. Every single round is going to be a player punching that ticket to day number 2. So 4-1 or potentially 4-2 in the last round of the day as well. Like, just being able to get that.
Yeah, we're at that point where one more win secures that day 2 invite for tomorrow. So these players are going to be feeling the pressure. I know as a player myself, when you're at that point where a loss could knock you out or a win could bring you into the next stage of the tournament, I mean, all the pressure is on. It can actually kind of get to you. So you have to remain cool, remain calm, collected, and just play your best. So that's going to be up to the players in these upcoming 2 final rounds, and I'm excited to be here, a part of it.
Yeah, I mean, we've got you here. Let's just ask the question. How do you stay cool? Do you look back at the wins and kind of celebrate those, or do you just go into each game completely blank slate? Whatever happened before is completely irrelevant.
Yeah, that's key. You really can't focus too hard on any of your previous rounds. They're over and done with. You can't do anything about the losses, and even the wins. You know, you can feel good about those wins, know that you played your best or whatever, but if you won a game and you maybe got lucky because of it, you don't really want to draw on that, like thinking, oh man, I only won because I got lucky. You want to stay positive. You want to think about this upcoming game, this upcoming match, and that's it. You don't want to think too far ahead, but you also don't want to look back at all. So you want to be all in on your focus on just this next opponent. Take it around at a time.
And that's free advice for you guys at home. That is a complete freebie from a 3-time world champion. We'll try and get some more out of you during the game to match up to that. But I think, honestly, I've been really, really excited to see the players making it through. And honestly, some of the players, as I think Scott mentioned, you know, from North America in particular, were not names that we were expecting. And I think being those players with a little less pressure on, right? It's always tougher to be the big name, potentially. I mean, some people are able to shake that pressure off really easily, but it is cool, it is exciting to see a brand new name making day 2. You know, this could be a breakout performance for them where they think, all right, now I've made day 2, I've already exceeded my goal, all bets are off, let's go. Let's just absolutely try and take this one down.
Yeah, and we kind of see that every year. There's always, you know, multiple breakout stars, not only at the regional championships and international championships all leading up to Worlds, but even at the World Championships. A lot of players have made their mark here at Worlds for the first time before going on to even, you know, better finishes, you know, in future World Championships or even in future events. So this is a real big starting point for some of these players who are already qualified for day 2, with this being possibly their first World Championship ever. And so it's really exciting to see players like that perform well at their first World Championship and lead into bigger and better things.
I think we have that as well every time we move between games and generations, right? When the mechanic changes, when we move from something like, you know, Dynamax, which was so different to anything we played with before, and now we've got Terrestrialization, which is this very unique, very interesting mechanic. It's really up to the players to go back to stage 1 and say, okay, can I be able to, like, am I able to
make the adaptations and learn the game better than everybody else? Because technically, we were all on that same level playing field when we go into that game.
Yeah, and even though it's always Pokemon, right, between generations, but just the way that the game is played, the strategies that go into building teams and actually playing in the battles themselves can differ drastically between generations. Like the way you would play a Dynamax game back in the Sword and Shield era would be completely different than how you would play a terrestrialization mechanic or build a team with the terrestrialization mechanic in mind, because there, like you mentioned, there's so many different things you can do with terrestrialization. You have every type at your fingertips, and then, you know, within the battle you can just, you know, choose which type you want to change into. You know, do you go for an offensive terrestrialization to get more damage? Do you go for a defensive one? You have so many different options that are always worth considering, and just the way you're playing is going to be drastically different, right? Dynamax, you could count on getting just double HP. I mean, that was massive. And then the amount of damage you could put out with Dynamax, just ridiculous levels of damage. And so with terrestrialization, it's just so much different. You can, you know, play a lot more defensively, which can lead to longer drawn-out matches, which for some players who like that kind of more control-oriented gameplay can be big for them.
Let's take your advice, though. Let's stop looking backwards and talking about the old mechanics. Let's start looking forwards and kind of start looking current as well, as we can take a look at some of the pairings that we have here in round number 6. Obviously, this is the reveal where we do get to know who is going to be our stream game. And speaking of players who need that big performance, something maybe they've been waiting for a little bit of time or looking to get back to that stage, we've got Patrick Donegan versus Giovanni Costa. I know throughout our regional circuit, we've obviously talked about some great plays from Pokemon history, and actually Giovanni Costa with his Dragonite comeback, you're casting that game, so it does really all come full circle. Out there in the field, we've got Alexander D'Andrea versus Guillermo Castilla, Chisok Lee versus Adam Chafoy, Shiliang Tang, Federico Camporesi, Taesok Rowe versus Nick Navarre, and Carl Livinghouse versus George Tifferman. So plenty of names that I recognize from the regional circuit, and I imagine most of these players would be names that if they win this one, they get on into day number 2.
Yeah, and really, we mentioned how Giovanni's game has made Pokemon history in the past, right? With that Dragonite just coming in absolute clutch for him. And I was the one who casted that, so maybe we'll see some magic here in this upcoming game right here.
Yeah, I'm going to just confirm for everyone already, Gio does have a Dragonite again, so he's given himself that
Very
opportunity.
fitting.
The moveset has changed a little bit because there's a Terra Blast, which needs to be impactful. But now we know who it is. Let's head on down to the stage and meet our players, see how they're looking, how focused they're feeling coming into this round, which could secure a day 2 berth for both, either of these trainers. Not both at this moment, only one can win. It is going to be Patrick over there on the left side of your screen with Gio on the right as well. There's the Dragonite on the table for him. Maybe a nice little throwback for him there, but it is going to be an Articuno on there for Patrick, which I think is something that really stands out on his team. We'll get to take a look at the teams in depth in a moment, but there's certainly a lot going on here.
Yeah, Articuno is a Pokemon that in the video game championship history we have really almost never seen, right? Ice types have not really been that strong historically in the video game championship, but with the boost that it gets from Snow to its physical defense, Articuno becomes extremely bulky, and with that Bright Powder and Snow Cloak, with the snow up, it can become extremely difficult to take down. So I'm really excited to see how that's going to play out.
Yeah, for the full rundown of the teams, it's going to be Iron Hands, Farigiraf, Articuno, Abomasnow, Tinglu, and Keytran for the side of Patrick, with Giovanni with something a little different, but a shared surprise, I think, between the two of them. In that Farigiraf, it is obviously going to be rounded out with the Fluttermane, the Dragonite, the Landorus Therian, the Urshifu, which is, I can confirm, the single strike style, something to notice a little bit different there, and an Iron Hands of his own. Farigiraf is a Pokemon I've been hyping up all season, and to be honest, the fact that it's now making a double appearance at Worlds does make me very happy. I didn't predict it because I thought maybe we'd got over it, but as you called out, something that could make this game exceptionally tricky, that is going to be Snowcloak, Bright Powder, Abomasnow with its Snow Warning ability. Articuno could be an absolute nightmare to hit.
Yeah, and the thing too with the Farigiraf on Giovanni's side is Patrick doesn't really have too much priority. Here he has the Iron Hands with Fake Out, but other than that, there's not really a whole lot that Farigiraf might be beneficial against, where when you look at it on the reverse side, Giovanni's Dragonite normally you might see a Terra normal extreme speed set, but Giovanni's running Terra flying with Terra Blast, and so extreme speed, while it's still on the set and still an extremely strong move, especially when it's powered up by a choice band, it's not as essential on this kind of set because you do have that Terra flying possibility. And so it'll be interesting to see if we see Farigiraf come out from Patrick. On Gio's side, I wouldn't really expect it too much, but again, because this is a snow team, I definitely think we could see the Articuno Abomasnow combo here. That's what I'm really hoping to see because, again, when are we ever really going to see Articuno? Because this might be my first time ever seeing Articuno, let alone casting one.
I think the big issue with Articuno was always the rock slide, right? Being able to just get knocked out by it was certainly less than ideal. So being able to avoid that by and large with rock slide not being super present compared to previous years, it just definitely seems like this maybe it's time to shine. And obviously the changes to snow as well helping out, moving away from that hail concept just seems to be something that I think we could really start to pick up on. I know Joe Brown, one of our casters that works with us in North America, is a preposterously large fan of snow. He has been a big fan of hail as well, so exciting to see how this one is going to shake out. Sounds like things are getting exciting in Unite, and things are going to be getting exciting here in the Video Game Championships. There's the Abomasnow with its snow warning ability. It's partnered up with Farigiraf, but it's going up against Iron Hands and Urshifu from Giovanni.
Yeah, this is really interesting because Farigiraf can block a potential fake out coming out from Iron Hands thanks to its ability. However, it is at serious risk here to the opposing Urshifu. Like, that's a lot of damage. You're either forced to switch the Farigiraf out or go for a Terastallization early, which is a little risky. Farigiraf not usually the Pokemon you want to be Terastallizing. And even if you do go for that, Iron Hands can then target it as well with a super effective electric type move because Farigiraf's Terra type is water here.
Yeah, that's a really nasty pin actually onto the Farigiraf, unable to keep itself super safe. Obviously can't do the classic, you can't just protect. Unseen Fist from Urshifu rules that one out, so it forces the hand a little bit from the side of Patrick, which is exactly what he does. He is scared of this situation and switches out the Farigiraf in exchange for an Iron Hands of his own. I do think comparing the Iron Hands is always interesting as it takes the Wicked Blow pretty nicely. The critical hit not really mattering when it comes to damage. Abomasnow will fire back with the Blizzard though. Well over half onto the Urshifu, and then a good chunk onto the Iron Hands. But Giovanni's Iron Hands will make up that difference pretty promptly with the Drain Punch. Abomasnow getting its energy drained and dropping below half.
Yeah, that's a really good switch in because that was a pretty nasty pin you had there with the Urshifu targeting it with the super effective Wicked Blow onto that Farigiraf, and Iron Hands covering for Terastallization potentially. Didn't opt for it, went for the Drain Punch instead on Abomasnow, which I think was a really smart call because we saw how much damage that Blizzard did that last turn. That's a clean 2-hit KO on Urshifu here.
And needs to maybe protect itself this turn, avoid another Blizzard and cause that problem. But the Urshifu not going to be able to do anything this turn as it's caught by the fake out. Giovanni is making sure that it's going to stick around because the Leaf Storm coming out onto the Iron Hands, maybe expecting a switch. As Abomasnow will be switched out by the Eject Pack. So being given another chance to pivot around. And here it is, Ray. You wanted to see it. It is going to be Articuno. How much can this Pokemon do? How much wiggle room will Patrick be able to get out of it? The Drain Punch from Giovanni's side once again heads into the Iron Hands, brings it below half. But honestly, one thing I think interesting there, that Urshifu wasn't punished. It got faked out, but it's still on the field.
Yeah, but the thing is, it was nice going for that Leaf Storm because it enabled the free switch in so that Articuno could come in safely. But you're leaving this Urshifu out. Oh, but there's a Protect.
A Detect, actually, from the Urshifu, making sure that it's not getting caught too short. Articuno will be firing back with the Blizzard. It's not going to catch the Urshifu because of the Detect, and it will do, once again, a decent chunk to Iron Hands. Iron Hands on Giovanni's side, firing a Drain Punch towards the opposing Iron Hands, seeing how much it can recover. And then, of course, the Iron Hands on Patrick's side, Drain Punching it right on back. So this is going to be a slow exchange between the two Iron Hands to see what they can do. Of course, Giovanni knows all about that Bright Powder. He knows about the Slow Cloak. Maybe looking to play a game without the snow in play, where he'd be able to target it down safely. That is probably what he's looking for.
Yeah, I think so, and I think that's why Patrick preemptively switched the Abomasnow out so that he could reset the snow, because when you're playing these kind of Articuno-type teams, it does tend to be a long, drawn-out battle. But there we see Wicked Blow, and it connects.
Yeah, Wicked Blow landing the critical hit on Articuno, but not even bringing it below half.
as Urshifu will be knocked out by the Blizzard in retaliation. And then the Iron Hands bought nice and low. The Iron Hands, though, will wild charge. That is the Articuno bought so low. 2 hits through the Snow Cloak and the Bright Powder, but it's not enough as Iron Hands on Giovanni's side will fall to the opposing Drain Punch.
And Adam, this Articuno has Roost, so potentially it could heal itself back up if given the chance, especially with Snow active and the Bright Powder held item. That's a very viable opportunity, and there's only 2 Pokemon remaining. This is a great turn for Patrick.
Yeah, Patrick putting himself in a great position there, getting a lot of damage down with the Blizzard. And even though the Articuno wasn't able to dodge moves, it was still able to stick around, getting the, of course, the boost to its defense from the snow, which was just enough in the face of these 2 physical attack as well. Mainly, of course, the Iron Hands, which Wild Charge just fell short. Let's see if Articuno can buy itself that wiggle room that it needs.
Yeah, the thing is, though, I mean, we saw the speed boost come out from the Flutter Mane. That means it's going to be lacking a little damage. The Dragonite, on the other hand, with Choice Band, does exert a lot of pressure. So Giovanni is threatening some big KOs here. The thing is, Snow's up. Like, those moves could miss Articuno, and that could be over, because we already know Dragonite. I mean, it's super vulnerable here.
But if there's somebody who can make Dragonite work, it's Giovanni. Yeah, it's Giovanni Costa being able to put that one to the peak of events. Farigiraf will come in, though, making sure that it is protecting itself against that extreme speed, right? Needs to be careful about this one. There is going to be the immediate terrestrialization. As soon as that Dragonite hits the field, it becomes the flying type. So being able to drop the Dragon typing will help out a little bit against this Articuno, but it's still going to be a lot of damage. Flutter Mane Moonblast
that's
misses.
a miss! That's huge!
That's the first one, but Terra Blast will follow up from this Dragonite, not falling for the extreme speed bait, but he's going after the Farigiraf. It's not enough for the knockout, and Articuno is free to Blizzard back. Super effective on the Dragonite. Gets a freeze as well. Dragonite is frozen solid. The snow has stopped, though. This is a big turn. This is the turn where you need to potentially get that snow right back. You want Snow Cloak going as well as the Bright Powder, but this Dragonite is in a really sticky situation if it's not able to Thaw itself. If it can Thaw, maybe catch the Abomasnow on the switch in. If the Flutter Mane can catch this Articuno, this could be a big swing, but this Articuno has been putting in work.
Yeah, but this Flutter Mane is free to fire off Dazzling Gleams and do a lot, but the Icy Wind comes out. That misses too!
Icy Wind, not even accurate enough to begin with. Doesn't even get the knockout on Farigiraf. Does drop its speed. It doesn't care about that. Dragonite is still frozen solid. And here goes Articuno getting itself well out of danger with a huge roost on that turn. Back up over half. And Farigiraf sets up the Trick Room. Wasn't able to get knocked out there. This Articuno is about to cause so many problems.
It already has. I mean, the freeze on Dragonite, the double avoid keeping itself alive, getting the roost off to heal back up. This Flutter Mane, again, speed boosting, so it doesn't have the kind of damage it needs to take out this Articuno in time.
But let's keep the Articuno safe. It's the whole strategy, basically, on this team from Patrick Donegan. Gets the snow back with Snow Warning. Does have everything going for it now, as Dragonite is easily felled by this Blizzard. The critical hit just really rubbing in to Giovanni's token Pokemon on his team, being able to cause those problems. And it's just up to the Flutter Mane. It will Moonblast, and it will miss again. That's the 3rd miss. There's nothing Geo can do at this point. It's got to go to game 2.
Yeah, and we see right there, Geo forfeits game 1. But that's the thing, right? This is a best of 3. I know being in this kind of situation before, you're going to get unlucky at times throughout the World Championship. And so at this point, you just have to, if you're Geo, stay calm. That was only game 1. We've seen already throughout history, I mean, Geo's Dragonite, the living legend, has come through in the clutch before. Geo can't let this loss get to him. He has to come back in game 2 and potentially 3 and go back to his strategy. I mean, he did get a little unlucky there. We saw multiple misses on Articuno and a freeze. I mean, you just have to go into game 2 again and just hope that that situation doesn't repeat itself. Hope you just don't get as unlucky as you did before.
Well, Geo got those 2 hits successfully onto the Articuno, but they weren't enough for the knockout. Then there were the 3 misses to follow as well, so a real tough break there for Geo. Just not able to find a way around the Articuno, and I think that's where he's got to go back to in this following game.
Yeah,
What can I do?
And there's no discounting either what Patrick pulled off there in game one because he played it really well. We saw that turn. Abomasnow went for the Leaf Storm to self-proc the Eject Pack to give him that free switch into Articuno because we saw just how much trouble Articuno was able to give Giovanni, and it allowed him to kind of conserve the Abomasnow for later because we saw that snow, it did run out, and he was able to bring back in the Abomasnow, reset that snow, allow Articuno to avoid some more moves. Now, by that point, it was already, you know, kind of over because Articuno had already just put in so much work. But potentially, if Dragonite hadn't been frozen or whatnot, it would have been good to have that Articuno still conserved in the back. And so if I'm Patrick, I think I'd, you know, consider it a pretty similar strategy. But we did see potentially in that endgame, Fluttermane could have gotten out of hand because a lot of those Pokemon were getting kind of low. The Iron Hands was kind of low and, you know, very vulnerable to a Moonblast. Farigiraf was getting pretty low, Articuno pretty low as well. Fluttermane could have pulled through in that endgame, especially backed by Dragonite. And so I think if I'm Patrick, even though I won game one, it was maybe not the way you want to win game one, and so I might look for a little bit of a switch up. I know Iron Hands in this matchup does look really appealing. You have to go back with the Abomasnow Articuno, but I might look for maybe something over the Farigiraf to have a better matchup in that scenario, like that endgame we saw with Fluttermane Dragonite. Have something a little bit more for that endgame.
The Farigiraf was interesting. It took off the extreme speed play, but that was really about it. It did get the Trick Room up too.
It got the Trick Room up, which is big.
But it definitely, it kind of felt like, you know, if you weren't hitting the Articuno, it doesn't matter if you're going first or second. As long as you can't hit it, that's all that matters. It really did pivot around this pairing. Giovanni mixing it up in the lead right away as he's starting off with the Urshifu and the Fluttermane together. There is going to be a change-up from Patrick as well, being able to move on over to the Farigiraf and the Iron Hands. That was the Iron Hands he switched in the last time, if you remember. So maybe not being given that safe switch for the Farigiraf that he had the last time.
Yeah, but this is really interesting because there is a potential Farigiraf switch-in for the Fluttermane. I don't think it's super likely because, again, Patrick doesn't really have too much priority on his team, but this is exactly the situation where Iron Hands threatens to fake out onto Urshifu to guarantee Farigiraf a free turn. But if you have that Farigiraf in the back that you can switch Fluttermane out for, I mean, that gives Urshifu a free turn. I mean, it's something that's at least going through your minds if you're Patrick, that is a possible switch-in.
This is going to be the classic, really, from Patrick, right? Being able to just, you know, try and apply that pressure with something like a fake out. And then, of course, the Trick Room. There is going to be the change-up of the types, though, as it is an immediate terrestrialization onto the Farigiraf. So we talked about the beginning of game one. It does go over to the Water type, and neither of the Pokemon over on Giovanni's side are going to really appreciate that. He's going to have to throw a little bit more at it to try and get the job done. There's the Moonblast into the Iron Hands. Doesn't quite get it below half. Lowers the special attack, not super relevant. As Urshifu Wicked blows, and now it's a Water type. That is not going to be the knockout, as Farigiraf feeling pretty good here. There is the Wild Charge into the Fluttermane. There's a huge amount of damage, not enough for a knockout, as the Trick Room goes up, and this game could start swinging really quickly in Patrick's favor.
Yeah, that's really bad for Giovanni. He was able to get a lot of damage done, which is nice, but he's going to have to withstand these 5 turns of Trick Room, which are big because Farigiraf, Iron Hands both going to be able to underspeed the Fluttermane and Urshifu. It's not like Urshifu can go for a Sucker Punch here to try and knock out the Farigiraf because its ability is blocking it, and so you don't really want to switch in because Iron Hands can do a ton of damage. It's not like Giovanni has a ton of super bulky Pokemon to switch in, but he does have some options. Potentially a Landorus could come in with the Intimidate, but it's so unlikely that Landorus is brought against this kind of snow team. So I don't know if he's really going to have a super safe switch in here. He might have to sacrifice something.
Landorus Therian into Ice types, not a great one for most trainers. Not something they're willing to take the gamble on. And leaving that Farigiraf with just a single target there, not the double up with the Moonblast and the Wicked Blow, did certainly cause problems. But Farigiraf's done its job. It's time to get out of there, get the Abomasnow into the field, and get that snow warning set up. Urshifu trying to buy some of those turns. Will use Detect, being able to try and buy a little bit of time, as Fluttermane follows suit, protecting as well. So we're already ticking through some Trick Room turns, but it is giving Patrick time to pivot the board to exactly what he wants.
Yeah, this is really nice for Patrick. He gets the Abomasnow in, which has that spread damage. Now, he is vulnerable to Sucker Punch, but it's not as big of a deal. Abomasnow has the defense boost from Snow. Iron Hands, of course, resist it, and you're still threatening. We saw how much damage Blizzard did, about 60% of Urshifu's HP. Iron Hands could easily finish that off before Urshifu even gets a chance to move. So Patrick still threatening a double KO here. Giovanni, he just protected last turn. Let's see what he pulls off this turn to see if he can keep any Pokemon around or if he's going to have to sacrifice something.
Yeah, I think being able to switch in the Abomasnow there makes a lot of sense. It's just a Pokemon that does well in the Trick Room, and there's nothing really that can be done by Giovanni to change the weather. He's going to get the Iron Hands in. That is going to be potentially able to take things a little bit better with the use of that Assault Vest. Still not going to appreciate the damage racking up, though. Patrick's going to start to heal his up with the Drain Punch into the opposing Iron Hands. Abomasnow Blizzard gets the Flutter Mane, brings Iron Hands to just below half. So yeah, the Assault Vest is helping out, but that damage is going to start racking up. He does have the super effective Drain Punch to try and fire back, but yeah, you're a couple turns into the Trick Room and you've already lost one of your Pokemon.
Yeah, I think Iron Hands is really good here. We've seen Farigiraf already terrestrialize into a water type. It's super bulky. The Assault Vest helps. But we just saw how much the double up did there, and Dragonite coming in, I mean, it's obviously a risk to a Blizzard here, and then Blizzard plus the combination of Drain Punch did just over half the last time. I mean, if Articuno's still waiting in the wings, which it is here, you're just trying to chip everything down low enough. You got rid of Flutter Mane, which was one of those big problem Pokemon last time, so...
Right, it's certainly going to be a couple of tough turns, I think, for Giovanni to get through to the end of the Trick Room. The Farigiraf takes the field once again, and it blocks the extreme speed. Armatail says no thank you to that one, as Abomasnow will get brought down nice and low by the Drain Punch, but with no extreme speed, that's not enough to threaten the knockout.
Gonna heal up a bit, though.
Yeah, Dragonite does have access to its, yeah, it is multi-scale, so it will be able to take this one, but it's definitely not taking another one.
No, but the fact that Iron Hands was able to fire off that Drain Punch there, get Abomasnow low, I mean, this is still, you know, Giovanni's doing his best to stall out these turns of Trick Room. Eventually, Urshifu is going to come in from the back, outspeed Patrick's entire team, and hopefully be able to clean up. Iron Hand's still sticking around. That Drain Punch heal last time, plus being slow enough to take advantage of Trick Room fully. I mean, that's big. But Dragonite, of course, locking into E-Speed with the Farigiraf out. It's not a great place to be if you're Dragonite.
No, that is going to be a tough one. It is the Choice Band Dragonite, so it's not going to be able to do anything else and has to switch out. The Abomasnow has also switched out in lieu of the Iron Hands for Patrick, so a little bit of pivoting around. Farigiraf will just Hyper Voice, get a good chunk of damage down. Iron Hands Drain Punch into Iron Hands, unsurprising there, as it's going to be able to heal up a little bit, but I think I know what's coming in response from the side of this. There's the Trick Room over, though, and this is what you were talking about, Ray. Can you stop the Urshifu right now? I'm not sure you can. I think it's going to be a couple turns where Urshifu gets to get a little bit out of hand.
Yeah, and I don't know if Trick Room can really go back up here because both Pokemon are threatening KOs on Farigiraf, so whoever you decided to fake out, I mean, you're still at risk there. And with Articuno in the back, I feel like that's what it's going to come down to. It's just going to come down to if Articuno in the back, if you can keep the snow up, because Abomasnow was also kept around by Patrick, which I think is really smart looking towards the end game. I really think this is all going to come down to Articuno because, look, we've seen Iron Hands chipped a little bit. Urshifu has also been chipped to a little bit below half. I mean, Dragonite took a huge hit. It's really all going to come down to Articuno.
Well, he goes for the Trick Room, but Farigiraf not given that opportunity. Immediately taken out by the Wicked Blow. That is a nice move to take off, but like you say, it could be the last two Pokemon that swing it for Patrick. The opposing Iron Hands, aka Geos, will Drain Punch, and we're now down to just a 3v2 situation, but this is probably the perfect 2 for Patrick. I believe this is the turn where it is going to expire, so we are going to then be able to, yeah, there it is, the snow stops. So we're going straight up Abomasnow, Articuno versus a combination of Urshifu, Iron Hands, and Dragonite.
Yeah, this is perfect timing for Patrick. The snow goes down the moment Abomasnow comes in and resets the snow for Articuno. So like I mentioned, it all is going to come down to Articuno. And one thing about this Articuno, of course, Iron Hands having Assault Vest, not really going to take too much damage from Blizzard. And Wild Charge is threatening a lot, albeit lowering Iron Hands' own HP and recoil. But this Articuno has the option to eventually start sheer colding Iron Hands if it gets to a point where you get rid of the Urshifu, the Dragonite, and if Iron Hands is healthy enough where Blizzard doesn't do too much, you can just go for the Hail Mary Sheer Cold. So I think that's a possible play that we see, but it's really all going to come down to Articuno. Can it survive some of these strong physical threats that are coming here with the Wicked Blow and the Wild Charge that are both threatening it pretty hard here?
I mean, they're threatening, but it's got the little defense boost, might be able to help itself out. The Urshifu, though, not messing around, just making it a 3v1, getting rid of that Abomasnow. See you later. The defense will fall there. That's going to help out. The Articuno is going to appreciate being able to try and weave through that one.
There is the follow-up attack. The Articuno Blizzard will take out the Urshifu, will bring the Iron Hands pretty low as well, back under half. So a straight-up 2v1 here as Iron Hands Wild Charge will connect into the Articuno, bringing it just below half. Iron Hands, of course, takes the recoil damage, but feeling pretty good. Dragonite comes to the field, Giovanni's mascot Pokemon. Is this going to be the Pokemon that sends us to game number 3 here? Because it cannot afford to take another Blizzard. It can't take a Blizzard. It can't take a Freeze Dry. It's got one turn to try and hit a vital move. Honestly, the Iron Hands can take a Blizzard. Dragonite can't. It really comes down to Bright Powder, Snow Cloak. What is Articuno getting up to this turn?
Yep, we're going to see a Terrassalization, a defensive one coming out from Iron Hands to take a Blizzard a little bit better. But again, it's going to come down to, can Articuno survive this turn thanks to Bright Powder, thanks to Snow Cloak? If it can potentially fire off a Sheer Cold on Iron Hands next turn. Outrage misses!
Nope, Outrage isn't going to connect. This is all on the Iron Hands right now as Blizzard will tidy up on that Dragonite. The Iron Hands, of course, with that Fire Terrassalization, takes it fantastically. Will the follow-up Wild Charge connect? That is the question. As it does! Articuno is felled. No dodges this time. It's game number 3 to decide who's going to get day number 2.
Yeah, that was a great game from Giovanni. I think that was key there. We didn't see Articuno's signature evasion tactics come into play this game. I think that was a big reason for Gio's win. But also, the Iron Hands he had, that took massive advantage of Trick Room, which Patrick set up for Giovanni. Like, it was looking pretty bad, where Patrick had a lot of pressure exerted onto the Flutter Mane, onto the Urshifu, but Iron Hands being in the back, it was able to come in safely, and a big key there was it undersped Patrick's Pokemon, so it was able to take advantage of that Trick Room, fire off those Drain Punches, heal back up. It just became an unstoppable threat that could just heal back all of the little bits of damage it took, because the one thing about Patrick's team, it doesn't do a great job of dealing tons of damage to Assault Vest Iron Hands, factoring in the fact that it can just heal all that damage back up, because Farigiraf, you know, Hyper Voice, it's not really doing a ton. Iron Hands Drain Punch, yeah, it's doing a nice chunk. The Blizzards aren't really doing a ton. So Drain Punch can really keep Giovanni's Iron Hands healthy and take advantage of Trick Room, which is big.
That's honestly the big Pokemon here, is being able to sit on the field for a number of turns. The Assault Vest helping out against Articuno, Abomasnow, Farigiraf. Then, of course, just being able to go to the Fire type if you need, because he's really reliant on these Ice types to be able to put the pressure down, right? In previous formats, just Blizzard, Blizzard, Blizzard every turn would be enough. But now we've got more defensive tools. We can do a little bit more. Maybe thinking of how good that Iron Hands was in game number 3, I want to see something a little bit different from the side of Patrick. Is he going to pivot to something like the Tinglu or the Heatran, both of which have been benched so far in the set?
Yeah, I think that offers a little bit more of a threat towards the Iron Hands, but Farigiraf does have Sight Shock, which I think is going to be pretty important for dealing with this Iron Hands. The thing is, though, like, we've seen Farigiraf get into these positions where it's kind of pinned. Like, if you don't set up Trick Room, Urshifu is threatening it, forcing the Terrassalization. If you do Trick Room and Terrasalize, I mean, Iron Hands is threatening that super effective Wild Charge on that Terra Water Farigiraf, and so it's just not a great spot to be in if you're Farigiraf, and I don't know if Extreme Speed is a big enough threat. Yeah, I want to see a change away from Farigiraf. I call that, you know, between games 1 and 2. I don't know if Farigiraf is necessarily needed in this matchup, and so now after losing game 2 and winning game 1 on the back of that Articuno, I'm pretty on board with, you know, swapping out Farigiraf for something new to deal with his Iron Hands a little bit better.
Yeah, something needs to change there. And yes, the Trick Room helps, but at the end of the day, if you're not getting hit, it doesn't matter about speed control. It's just not going to cause you any problems. Gio reverting back to the combination of Urshifu and Flutter Mane. Patrick going all in with the pair that is the focal point of this team. That is going to be a Abomasnow and the Articuno, trying to cause those problems. It's really a case of how long can Articuno sit on the field, and would a double Blizzard, you know, assuming you don't just get readily knocked out, which is a concern for the Abomasnow right now, what are you able to do right there?
Yeah, Articuno not really threatening the most damage against these two, the Flutter Mane or Urshifu, and so usually the strategy is to kind of ignore it, focus on Articuno's partner, especially when you have Urshifu, which can kind of pin Pokemon because it can't protect against it. The thing is, though, Blizzard can always freeze, and Patrick has Sheer Cold if he wants to go for that. I don't expect it. I fully expect to see a Blizzard here, and I mean, it's still going to do a decent chunk to Urshifu, perhaps put it about at half HP, and then Flutter Mane kind of bounce off it, but still, that's a lot of damage.
Well, the Abomasnow is scared and is switching out for this Iron Hands. Flutter Mane will Moonblast into that slot, and Iron Hands brought just below half. right off the bat. Another special attack drop that isn't relevant as Urshifu doubles up on it. Iron Hand switch in, immediately punished by Giovanni. The defenses are dropping. That's going to make life a little bit easier for the side of this Articuno, but getting a Pokemon advantage here is huge. Articuno's Blizzard will go in retaliation. Urshifu is brought very low. Fluttermane takes it pretty well, though.
Yeah, no freeze, which I think is key, but we saw what that turn one, it was kind of a pin. Like I mentioned, you want to ignore the Articuno, pin that target, that allied Pokemon. You have Urshifu that bypass protects, and so whether Patrick switches, whether he stays in, there's no good option there. Decides to sacrifice a Pokemon, but he has Ting Lu in against the Fluttermane, which is big, and Articuno, it's threatening Urshifu, but again, Urshifu also threatening Ting Lu unless we see a Terastallization come in.
Yeah, we had to see this poison Terastallization immediately from the Ting Lu to keep it safe from both of the Pokemon on Giovanni's side of the field, so he can't just get doubled into once again, because then that would put us in a tough situation. We're going to explore this turn as we go through the game. Fluttermane will keep itself safe with a Protect, doesn't want to get caught short in this turn, as Urshifu will detect as well. So Giovanni getting free information here from the side of Patrick. It's going to be once again an Articuno Blizzard, no shock there, and then it's going to be the follow-up from the Ting Lu. Gets to see exactly what it's going for. In this case, I believe it was, yeah, the Earthquake, which is free next to an Articuno.
Yeah, this is a great adaptation by Patrick. Not only is Ting Lu protecting Articuno from damage from things like Fluttermane, while the snow is boosting its physical defense, but it also works out because the one Pokemon that was giving Patrick trouble those previous games was that Iron Hands, but with the Terra Poison, now Iron Hands is forced to Wild Charge, which isn't going to do a ton. Like, it'll do a decent chunk, but it's also going to mean Iron Hands can't heal up with Drain Punch, and it's actually going to be taking recoil from that Wild Charge. So this is a great adaptation to be able to deal with Iron Hands, and we can see right here how it's dealing with Fluttermane Urshifu. Fluttermane being speed boosting booster energy means with Ting Lu on the field, it's just not threatening any damage here. Urshifu also, now that Ting Lu has Terra Poison, also not threatening a ton of damage. Articuno could just roost it back off of it once later down the line, because we saw how much damage Wicked Blow does to it in game one. It does, you know, a little bit under half. So right now, this is a great position for Patrick. It's going to be big to see what Giovanni has in the back.
Yeah, well, there's the Shadow Ball into this Terra Poison Ting Lu. Really doesn't care about that. Urshifu will follow up with the Wicked Blow, bring it below half. As Articuno goes ahead, fires off the Blizzard, and with the freedom to do so, thanks to that flying type. I'm used to seeing this move next to something like Zapdos, but it's actually going to be next to an Articuno in this game. Not affected by the Earthquake, but there's the Fluttermane taken out. So Giovanni is down to his last two Pokemon here, trying to make his way to day 2. This isn't the be-all and end-all, but it would be a nice way to do it and give yourself a bit of a rest. Ting Lu starts to heal up with the leftovers, and I think we're going to see a very close end to Game 3 here, Ray.
Yeah, that leftovers could start to matter, especially with Protect. You get a little bit of extra healing. If this Dragonite's coming out, oh no, but it is Farigiraf.
Oh, so a pretty defensive pairing here from Giovanni, not bringing the Dragonite that has brought him so much success in the past. Gambling on the Farigiraf.
Yeah, but the Farigiraf is a good adaptation, surprisingly, to deal with this Ting Lu that's now Terra Poison, because Psyshock is going to be threatening a lot of damage to it. So now, you know, Giovanni has a damage to kind of deal with the Ting Lu. It's just going to be a question of, is he going to have enough to deal with this Articuno?
Well, Giovanni's game plan right now is kind of, I can see where it's going, right? You want to just force the Abomasnow to come back in before the snow is up. Then as soon as that snow's dropped, that Articuno is easy pickings with no Snow Cloak, and just relying on the Bright Powder, and of course, the defense boost has gone away. So Giovanni just has to make sure he doesn't cause too many problems as to keep himself safe and keep this Iron Hands around even longer. We're going to see that Terra Fire, so this Articuno just isn't threatening it right now. This is going to be a lot of work to do as Ting Lu does just decide to protect itself, so trying to keep itself as safe as possible. Articuno will Blizzard. That is not going to be threatening knockouts right now. Farigiraf will Hyper Voice, so probably expecting the Protect there on the side of the Ting Lu, and just seeing how much he can get done onto the Articuno. Nothing. It's going to dodge this one. Iron Hands does not connect with that Wild Charge, but it's going after the Ting Lu into that Protect, so a free turn for a little bit of recovery for the Ting Lu on Patrick's side.
Yep, which could end up mattering. Ting Lu could now possibly take a Wild Charge plus a Hyper Boost. We'll have to see. But with Ting Lu weakening Articuno's damage with Blizzard, with Iron Hands showing that Terastallization into a Fire type, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we see it go for a Sheer Cold on Iron Hands, because that's really going to be the only way he has to take it down. And it looks like he might actually go for that, Adam. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for him to press the funny button and see if he's able to get a knockout on an Iron Hands, which otherwise is going to take what I think is about 16 turns to knock out with Blizzard.
Yeah, exactly. That's why he has to go for the Sheer Cold on it, I feel like. And he should be targeting the Iron Hands over the Farigiraf because Iron Hands is the threat here. Farigiraf, Articuno can just stall out with Roost, and it doesn't really have to care about it. You got to go for it into the Iron Hands if you're going to. And
let's see. No, not able to connect it on that turn, but it's okay. He might have more chances. There's the side shock you were talking about, as Ting Lu is not able to really take that well. Farigiraf will lose some health, but the Wild Charge will follow up, so Ting Lu is down. It is going to be that lead back on the field at the end of this turn for Patrick Donegan. This is his last hope to try and get through into day number 2 in this one. Of course, he does have another opportunity, but perfect timing. That Protect bought him enough time. We're getting another 5 turns of Snow. That means we're getting another 5 turns of Snow Cloak, and we're getting another 5 turns of boosted defense as well.
And possibly another 5 turns of seeing if Sheer Cold connects, because that's what it's going to come down to. That's really the only way that Patrick is going to have to deal with this Iron Hands, because we know it can just Drain Punch, heal off the Abomasnow. It's got Assault Vest, it's Terra Fire. Oh, but it goes for Blizzard. Let's see.
Yeah, he's trying to wear down this Farigiraf. That's going to cause some problems. The Hyper Voice will not hit the Articuno. The Abomasnow will not take that kindly either. The Iron Hands is now given the opportunity after that's going to be the Blizzard. So taking down the Farigiraf, Iron Hands is the last hope here for Giovanni Costa. Let's see. He does connect the Wild Charge onto the Articuno, bringing it down pretty low, but it's going to need to keep on doing that. This Iron Hands, though, has plenty of time to do it. The Earth Power here could definitely help out. I honestly think this Abomasnow Articuno might just have it, assuming it's just not able to cause problems. Abomasnow protects.
Giovanni calls this, because if he goes for Drain Punch on Articuno, that could really heal it back up and make Iron Hands, I mean, just almost back to full.
Yeah, let's see. Articuno will roost. The Drain Punch, though, will go into the Protect of the Abomasnow, so not able to get anything done that turn. This game is dangerously close. Abomasnow feeling pretty good. Is going to try and land that Earth Power. Another Blizzard being hovered here by Patrick. Needs to do it a little bit quicker because this snow is ticking down. There's a Blizzard. Not very effective. Does get it below half. But Abomasnow follows up with the Earth Power. That's still not enough. The Assault Vest has been huge. And there's the Drain Punch. Abomasnow tanking that one up. That is the boost from the snow coming in clutch. That said, we're on our last turn, I think, the last couple turns of snow, and there is a lot of work to be done. Articuno will just Blizzard. Iron Hands is able to take that, and here comes the Earth Power.
That should be enough.
That's it. Patrick Donegan punching a ticket to day 2 with this Articuno Abomasnow. It's been able to dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge all the way to day number 2 here at Worlds.
Yeah, we saw in game 1 it was able to avoid so many attacks, but even in game 2, or game 3, I mean, it was able to avoid multiple Hyper Voices there. An Abomasnow hanging on as if it had an invisible Focus Sash. I mean, that was huge because that Earth Power was then able to finish it off. So, incredible set of matches there. Super excited we got to cast that, Adam.
Yeah, not being able to get that knockout on Abomasnow was huge for Patrick. Being able to keep that around, that is how good Snow can be right now.
Yeah, so we saw the defense boost come into play there. Not only boosting up Articuno, allowing it to take those hits really well. We saw Wild Charge do a pretty sizable chunk, but even Wicked Blow doing less than half. But more importantly, on that final turn, that Abomasnow just hanging on from that Drain Punch.
Yeah, I thought the Abomasnow was going to go down. I thought Iron Hands was just a little bit better than that, but wasn't able to get the knockout. I thought one Earth Power was enough. At the end, yeah, you still have a lot of work to go, but you had Earth Power to do it as well.
Yeah, but I think we have to talk about also Patrick's adjustment there between game 2 and 3. I think going to the Ting Lu was a big deal because even though it didn't look like it did, all that much in that game, the pressure it exerted because Iron Hands, again, it's, weak to Earthquake with Terra Poison. It means you really have to focus it down. It's not like you can Terra Fire initially. You have to wait until you get rid of the Ting Lu to end up going for the Terastallization, and you have to spend so many of your own turns with Farigiraf attacking it instead of attacking other Pokemon, with Iron Hands attacking it instead of attacking the Articuno. It just gave so many free turns to the Articuno next to Ting Lu to just start firing off all kinds of attacks, roosting back up to regain its HP back. Just it took so many turns to take down the Ting Lu, whereas Farigiraf wasn't really doing too much. If anything, it was more of a negative in game 2 because that Trick Room just enabled Giovanni's Iron Hands even more. So I really think dropping the Farigiraf for the Ting Lu was big, but I I mean, that match, if anything, showed off the power of Articuno in snow.
Yeah, let's take a look back at that previous game as Articuno was just sticking around for large portions of this game, not able to get hit, not able to get knocked out. Patrick takes a 1-0 lead. It's the same combination in the back once again in game number 2, but a couple wild charges hit in there, making sure that Giovanni sent us through to a game number 3. Starts off with the Articuno. The Ting Lu, as you called out, bought a lot of time with that Poison Terror, requiring double targets to be able to get there. And here's the kind of end game as well. Abomasnow Earth Power brings it really low. The big issue here is the Iron Hands isn't able to get the job done. Clinging on there with enough to fire off the second Earth Power, was moving before the Iron Hands, and it is Patrick Donegan advancing to day 2 with this unique combination, Abomasnow Articuno. Not one I'd considered coming into Worlds.
No, I've seen it around a decent amount. Like, there are players who have been experimenting with the Snow archetype in Regulation D. Of course, previously, we used to see a lot with Iron Bundle, firing off Blizzards, setting up those really fast Aurora Veils, but this is a different take on Snow here in Regulation D. The fact that Articuno has that Snow Cloak ability, very reminiscent of the days when I used to be competing and we would have Garchomp with Sand Veil and Bright Powder next to Tyranitar to enable that. Extremely frustrating to match up against.
Yep.
I imagine Articuno Abomasnow is extremely similar with how, even if they seem like Pokemon that don't have the highest base stat total, you never really want to be facing against them because anything can happen.
Yeah, it's a little bit different. I think the reason I think Garchomp is probably more offensive was because it just did insane amounts of damage. But Articuno can do the same thing, right? Articuno can take knockouts it doesn't deserve. Honestly, the sheer cold missing there, I was like, oh, maybe this is the turning point. But once I realized the Abomasnow was in that safer spot and was able to start firing off those Earth Powers, like, oh, okay, now that is going to deal with that that problem. And I think, honestly, the Terra Fire, yeah, helps you out against the Blizzards, but it then punishes you in response because you get Earth Powered.
Yeah, exactly. But if that could have been a knockout there to get rid of the Abomasnow with the Drain Punch, and now it becomes a little bit dicier because with the Terra Fire, it would have, been able to take a couple more hits. It would have had more opportunities. Of course, Wild Charge, dealing that recoil damage means you really only get one big shot at it. So you might have to just go for the Drain Punches to try and heal and try and withstand those Blizzards over time. But that's where Sheer Cold comes in, because if you do that, if you do try and just keep going for Drain Punch, targeting the Articuno to just repeatedly heal back that Blizzard damage that it's doing, well, you're just going to get Sheer Colded, and eventually it's going to hit. So it's such a scary matchup because, like I mentioned, you usually want to leave the Articuno alone, ignore it, focus down the allied Pokemon that is more threatening. But if you do, Patrick's has Sheer Cold to punish that. If you give that Articuno too many turns on the field, it's spamming Blizzards. We saw that do a bunch of damage to Urshifu. It can spam Sheer Colds and just pick up one-hit KOs there if given enough time. So really well done by Patrick, and very cool team.
Yeah, I was really excited to see it, and that match definitely came down to the wire at the end. It could have gone so many ways, and what I want to find out is how was Patrick feeling throughout the course of that game? So we're going to throw it on down to the stage for an interview. Patrick Donegan, who's just made it through to day 2 here at Worlds.
Welcome back, everybody. I am joined with Patrick, who now has advanced to day 2 of the 2023 Pokemon World Championships. First of all, Patrick, that set was crazy. How are you feeling, man?
Oh. Yeah, honestly, running a team like that, there's definitely a lot of stress involved. Basically, the team inherently has some RNG stuff that you have to deal with. So basically, being able to position and see the win con, it's definitely stressful to do it, but it looks like I pulled it off.
Let's talk a little bit about those games. I think Game 3 specifically, you made the adjustment to bring that Ting Lu. You went for the Poison Terra. That end game was so close. Obama still survived with 2 HP. You missed the Sheer Cold, of course, as well earlier in the game. And so what was your mind thinking in that end of Game 2, especially when you saw, or Game 3, when you saw Abomasnow survive?
When Abomasnow survived, I honestly felt I probably had it. And it basically took out an end game of Wild Charge in the snow versus Sheer Cold, which I'm glad I didn't have to play that.
Definitely. You mentioned that your team has some kind of RNG components. I want to ask you how you really came together and built this team, because I think it's easily one of the most unique teams that we've seen on stream today. So many cool picks. Even Ting Lu itself has really fallen off in Reg D, but obviously Abomasnow as well as the Articuno and Farigiraf. So how did it come together, and why did you choose it for this event?
Well, basically anyone who knows me in the community probably knows Articuno has been my favorite Pokemon for the past for my entire time in Pokemon, and I am probably going to stop playing the circuit after this year. So essentially, I wanted to go out with one last ride with my favorite Pokemon, and from there it was just a matter of assembling the right components, which I've been working on all throughout July. I also need to give a shout out to the Irish national team. They really helped me refine it, and yeah, even Ting Lu, that slot was a Lando until like a few days before the tournament. I found I needed something to reduce Goldango's like special attack. Size spam and Torkoal I thought might have been a problem, so Ting Lu actually helps with that as well. And yeah, even though it's fallen off a bit, it is still an incredibly bulky Pokemon. Like you put that thing in front of a team, and it can sit there. And it definitely helped against Geo in that game 3, and yeah, it got the job done.
Definitely got the job done. Patrick, I want to ask you something. You know, you mentioned that this might be your last event ever. You and I played against each other at a regional championship over a decade ago. You've been playing this game for a long time. You just made day 2 in what might be your final tournament ever. What does that mean to you, man?
Honestly, Aaron, it means the world. Like, I would assume the viewers may not be that familiar, but my first top cut was way back in 2012 in the black and white era, and you actually knocked me out of it. so yeah, we definitely go way back. I've obviously watched you grown as a content creator. I've carved out my own niche in this community, and yeah, to bring it like full circle to get into day 2, as I said, it means the world.
Absolutely. One final question for you.